Chapter 301 Simon, Rolling, Ackerman. Come up, Jabeta. You're the only one left. Charlotte put her eyes on Jabeta, who had been waiting for a long time, and said. Kakarot backed away. For Gilberta came up. Choose and choose. Take whichever you like, said Charlotte. Jabeta looked at the many devil fruits and reached out to grab them. Dad. I want this obsidian fruit. Obsidian. Charlotte nodded. This devil fruit is also very good, his hardness alone is enough to be compared with diamonds. In the future, at worst, it will be at the same level as diamond jaws. Okay. You can eat after you choose. After hearing what Charlotte said, Jabeta looked at the black scales all over it, as if they were crystals, and ate them. After eating, a force surged out of his body. One after another, black crystals began to slowly wrap around Jabeta's whole body. Let Jabeta's whole body be covered with a layer of black obsidian. Charlotte poked Jabeta, felt the strength of Jabeta, and smiled. With this strength, I am afraid that only those who have reached the level of a swordsman can break through it. TSK. It's hard enough. Not bad. Not bad. In the future, you can compare with the diamond boy on the Whitebeard pirate ship and see which one of you is hard enough. Charlotte tapped Jabeta's body and said. Dad. I will never let you down. After hearing what Charlotte said, Jabeta immediately promised. Ha 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 ha. Good. I'll just wait for that day to come. Charlotte laughed out loud and patted Jabeta's head. Now that the fruits are all distributed, their good days are over. In the future, they will also train with their brothers and sisters. Ended their 5 or 6 years of childhood. In fact, training is like that. It was set by Charlotte combined with her training in the army in her previous life and constantly breaking the limits of the human body. Charlotte is not afraid of being disabled by training at a young age. The wonders of this world are far beyond people's imagination. Although the progress is slow, the progress visible to the naked eye is still considerable. Coupled with the special physique of Charlotte's child. More or less inherited a bit of Charlotte's talent. Just like the eldest son and eldest daughter. They're all monsters of monsters. If you want to make rapid progress in this world, you have to fight and fight and fight. This point remains the same, training cannot produce strong people. This is how Estes and Caesar fought. Estes had been on the battlefield with Barrett at the age of 8, fighting with the risk of bullets and bullets. The same is true for Caesar, who not only has to fight the pirates alone, but also gets beaten by Charlotte every day. Being hit continuously, he improved faster than Estes. Coupled with the ability of his green dragon fruit. Even Estes may not be able to beat Caesar. Today's Caesar relies on the ability of the devil fruit, not to mention that he can defeat the lieutenant general, but it is still no problem to rely on the body to fight against a lieutenant general. Of course, it is an ordinary lieutenant general. If you encounter a lieutenant general like Carp, you will be knocked down with one punch. That is, Lieutenant General Darren before was old and frail, and he was not a combatant at all. His strength is estimated to be able to defeat him even a colonel. Only then was Caesar picked up a bargain. As for Ghost Spider, based on his training in the elite training camp, his strength is at least in the range of brigadier generals and major generals. As long as the credit is not enough, the rank is the colonel level. But it is still on par with Estes. And the battle between the two has successfully entered the eyes of the Navy. But this is all expected for Charlotte. Going out to sea to be a pirate, how can there be no rewards? After they become Charlotte's children, they will bear his father's identity. One day a pirate, all life a pirate. This cannot be washed away. Charlotte sometimes wonders if she has hurt her own pirates. Let them bear the name of pirates from birth. A pirate like his father. But it's no use thinking about it. Destiny is so much, and Charlotte was not thinking of becoming a pirate at the beginning. He just became a pirate without knowing it, and he was still a big pirate. It's useless to think about it now. Whether he is a pirate or not, in this world of high force, strength is everything. As long as he is strong enough, it doesn't matter if he is a pirate or not. After freeing Jiaji, he also distributed the fruits to the children, and it was time to leave Beihai. And to go to the West Sea, then you have to take the route of Reversing Mountain. Upside Down Mountain, a very high mountain range located in the Red Earth continent, is where the four seas meet and one of the entrances to the Great Shipping Route. All who wish to travel to the Great Way pass through the Upside Down Mountains. Charlotte has to pass through there to enter the West Sea. After 10 days of sailing, Charlotte finally saw a spectacle of the pirate world. Upside Down Mountain. Look at the towering river. Everyone can't see the end at a glance. Is this the upside-down mountain? Sure enough, the sea water flows backwards. Many little ones ran to the bow of the boat to look at the mountains in the distance. Be careful. The current here is too fast, don't fall into the sea. Irina followed these children and exhorted. Elena prefers to stay with the children and is responsible for taking care of these children. Aunt Irene. Are we going up? Trunks pointed to the river above and asked. Elena looked at Charlotte next to her and nodded. Yeah. We're going up in a while, so stop making trouble, it's dangerous. Elena patted Trunks' head and said, then walked back to the cabin with many children. In nearly 2 years, Charlotte's child was 2 years older. In the past 2 years, the Rockefeller family has added 3 more members. Number 12 son Rockefeller Simon. 9th daughter Rockefeller Rolling. Number 13 son Rockefeller Ackerman. The 2 sons and 1 daughter were born to 2 maids and Tianyue. Rolling is the daughter of Tanyushi. In the past 2 years, Charlotte successfully conquered Tianyueshire and gave Tianyueshire a daughter. The other 2 women, Wendy and Monica, are Charlotte's personal maids, and they also have the ability of animal devil fruit. After Charlotte decided not to be obsessed with staring at the 6 daughters of Irina, she changed people decisively and found several beautiful beauties. But only 3 were pregnant. But Charlotte is not in a hurry. Looking at the upside-down mountain ahead. The pride in Charlotte's heart exploded. Rush up the reversing mountain and go to the West Sea. Charlotte jumped onto the highest point of the boat, pointed to the towering upside-down mountain and said, yes. Rush up the upside-down mountain. The crew members around shouted following Charlotte's voice. The shouts of thousands of people broke through the clouds and reached the upside-down mountain. A lighthouse stands in the upside-down mountain, guiding the passing boats. In the lighthouse, a man with a harpoon in his hand frowned and looked into the distance. Chapter 302 Upside-Down Mountain. Following Charlotte's order. The ship rushed at full speed towards the entrance of the upside-down mountain. Whoa! The sound of seawater slapping on the red earth continent was loud. The waves were choppy. Under this clear sky, an extremely huge ship rushed towards the upside-down mountain. Captain. After calculation. If you want to rush up the reverse mountain, the water flow on the reverse mountain alone can't drive it, and you need to speed up the boat. In the captain's room, an operator who controls the ship came to Charlotte and said. In his hand is his calculation record. Huh? Why is this happening? Charlotte frowned. His boat is not big, why can't it pass the reversing mountain? You must know that more than 10 years later, that Moonlight Moria could transform an island into a devil's spinnaker to sail into the Great Route. Why can't I do it myself? This. After hearing what Charlotte said, the technician just looked at the data he had calculated and frowned, not knowing how to explain it to Charlotte. Don't worry about this, just rush into the reversing mountain, and with full horsepower, rush up in one go. Charlotte waved his hand, frowned and said. Since you can't explain it, move on. Yes. Operators sprang into action immediately. Currents gathered together, and the sea god Poseidon's engine ran at full speed. The rumble sounded continuously behind him. A large number of seagulls were startled. The black ship rushed out like an arrow. It's like riding a roller coaster. After the ship entered the channel, the whole ship rushed into the river channel of the upside-down mountain at an angle of nearly degrees. Everyone grabbed the handrails tightly to prevent themselves from falling. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will be smashed to pieces. The rumbling sound also woke up the tower guard. A middle-aged man with a cloth scarf wrapped around his head came out with a harpoon in his hand, frowning as he looked at the ships coming from the North Sea. Oh! What a big black ship! The flag looks familiar. Is it a newcomer? Colokas narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the speeding boat. Whoa! The boat rushed out of the river and onto the top of the upside-down mountain. Oh yeah! We did it! Robert and the little ghosts roared happily looking at the scenery on the top of the mountain. Charlotte sat in the captain's cabin without saying a word. The operator next to him stood next to Charlotte with an embarrassed expression. The mouth has been shouting unscientific, this is unscientific. Charlotte smiled slightly and walked out of the captain's cabin. The speed of the ship stopped, and it drove slowly on the upside-down mountain. Looking at the lighthouse in the distance, there seems to be a person standing there. The corners of Charlotte's mouth rose when he saw it. The boat sailed slowly to the lighthouse. Hi! Are you the tower keeper here? Robert and the others, not afraid of strangers, ran to the side of the boat and lay down beside the pole of the boat, looking at the middle-aged man holding a harpoon and asking. Yes. I am the tower guard here. Coloca's looked at the little ghosts on board in surprise. It's the first time I've seen pirates who take their children when they go out to sea. Then can you tell me where Shihai is? Robert sounded that his father seemed to be going to Shihai, and asked. Shihai? Aren't you going to the Great Route? Kuroka's wondered. Didn't all the pirates who came to Upside Down Mountain in the past go to the Great Route? How could you go to Shihai? This. I don't know either. Dad said that he would go around the world and go to the Great Route. Robert shook his head and said. Travel around the world. Kuroka's was a little surprised, and then took a closer look at the pirate flag hanging on the ship. The more he looked, the more he frowned, as if he had seen it somewhere before, thinking of this. Kuroka's hurried back to the lighthouse and took out all the reward newspapers he had collected. These bounty newspapers collected by him are some of the more famous pirates. And the Rockefeller pirates are even more famous big pirates. After seeing the flag of the Rockefeller pirates, Kuroka's immediately woke up. The other party is the Rockefeller pirates who have made several disturbances in the North Sea in the past 2 years. Kuroka's came out with all relevant bounty orders of the Rockefeller pirates. Little devil. You belong to the Rockefeller pirates? Kuroka's asked. Yes. We are the famous Rockefeller pirates in the New World, and my father is the 4 legendary pirates Rockefeller Charlotte, a big pirate with a bounty of 35 billion Baileys. Robert looked at Kuroka's proudly. At the age of 7, he admired his father most at this moment. A complex look appeared on Kuroka's face. At this time, Charlotte also came over and gave each of them a fist. What nonsense are you talking about again? Go back. Charlotte blamed several people. Scared, Robert and the others ran away holding their heads. Charlotte took a deep look at Kuroka's, but said nothing. But just this one glance made Kuroka's feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his limbs felt cold. Is this the big pirate from the New World? It's a little different from the Roger pirates. Kuroka's murmured. After that, he didn't dare to stay here any longer, and left in a hurry to find Rab. Kuroka's didn't do anything when Charlotte saw it. The other party's medical skills deserve Charlotte's attention. But medical skills are not worth recruiting for Charlotte. Besides, if recruiting, who will cure Roger's illness? If you don't extend Roger's life for a few more years, who will use his life to start the age of great voyages? Besides, their Rockefeller pirates have no shortage of doctors. Not to mention the doctors trained by the Rockefeller pirates, Nichin alone is enough to be called the top doctor in the world. After eating the medicinal fruit that Charlotte gave him, almost no injury or disease can be difficult for Nichin. In the past few years, the Rockefeller pirates have not had non-combat attrition. And Nichin is also very proficient in Chinese medicine. Can make various medicines. Among them are medicines that enhance the body's physical fitness. Although it is useless to Charlotte, it is suitable for Charlotte's children. The developed potion can make the fatigue of the day disappear just by soaking it for a while. Such miraculous functions, even the well-informed Charlotte is amazed. That's not all, Nichin also researched a beauty and whitening potion, which made Elena and the girls very happy. And these potions also contributed a lot of money to the Rockefeller pirates. Charlotte made a lot of money by selling some potions. The production price of a potion is only a few 100,000 Baileys, and Charlotte dares to sell 1,000 million Baileys. Dozens of times the profit, just like that, is still in short supply. The nobles of the kingdom in Beihai, especially those women, snapped up the potions sold by the Rockefeller pirates like crazy. This success allowed Charlotte to find another way to make money. This is much faster than selling weapons. Today, Nichin is the god of wealth of the Rockefeller pirates, and all the expenses of Charlotte's voyage around the world are provided by Nichin's potion. Chapter 303 The Banquet on Upside Down Mountain. Quick! We are about to rush to the top of the mountain, so control the sails. East. I saw 3 or 4 pirate ships swaying left and right along the river of the reverse mountain and rushing towards the reverse mountain. Ha 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 ha. The Great Route. My red-beard pirates are here. After rushing to the top of the mountain, one of the red-bearded pirates with a bushy mouth raised a long knife in his hand and pointed at the sky and roared angrily. The loud voice immediately attracted the attention of the Rockefeller pirates. After Charlotte rushed up successfully, she didn't immediately head towards the West Sea, but planned to stay for a day. A group of people stood at the intersection of the upside-down mountains, all looking at the pirate ship rushing up. Coloca's also came out when he heard the movement, and looked at the person coming from a distance. It's actually the Redbeard pirates. Coloca's muttered after looking at it. Charlotte was listening. Is there anything different about the Redbeard pirates? Hearing Charlotte's question, Coloca's didn't dare to keep it to himself. The Redbeard pirates are the overlord pirates in the East China Sea. They have more than 1,000 people under them, and they have a bounty of 1,000 million Baileys. They traveled across the East China Sea for 2.5 years. Garp, who often went home on vacation, chased them many times. Even without success, it can be regarded as making a big name in the East China Sea. Coloca's explained. Charlotte nodded after hearing this, but didn't react too much. Ha 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 ha. You Tower Keeper has good eyesight, and you know my Redbeard's prestige. Just as Kuroko's was explaining, the Redbeard pirates gradually approached. The Redbeard looked around, as well as a huge ship. The pirate flag hanging on the ship was particularly conspicuous. Boy! You are also a pirate, where are you from? The Redbeard looked at Charlotte, who was clearly the leader, and asked. Charlotte smiled. I came from the North Sea. Beihai? How much is your bounty? Asked Redbeard. Charlotte didn't answer after listening, just smiled and said nothing. After seeing it, the Redbeard thought it was because the bounty was too small, so he was embarrassed to say it. Captain. Look at that ship is so big, do you want to snatch it? It happens that our ship is almost dying. A one-eyed pirate beside Redbeard suddenly pointed to the black ship beside him and said. When the Redbeard heard it, his eyes lit up instantly. Isn't such a luxurious ship in line with his status as the captain of the Redbeard pirates? Drive it into the New World, and then let the world know that there are not only Whitebeard pirates, but also Redbeard pirates. He wants to step on the Whitebeard pirates and let the world know how powerful the Redbeard pirates are. Boy! You donate your ship, and I allow you to become the cadre of my Redbeard pirates. Redbeard raised his hand and said. Charlotte smiled again when she heard the words, and you didn't speak. This made the Redbeard frown, feeling that his majesty was offended. Immediately pulled out the long knife at his waist. Brush. Boy. Hand over your boat, and I, Redbeard, will spare your life. Redbeard delivered an ultimatum. But still no one spoke. Coloca's looked at the Redbeard with pity and shook his head. Kill me. Seeing that no one spoke, the Redbeard couldn't bear it anymore and roared directly. Come on. Kill. Hearing the captain's order, a group of pirates rushed forward with weapons in hand. Estes walked up immediately after seeing him. Pointing at the Saint Realm sanctioning Western sword, he stood in front of the red-bearded people. Seeing the little girl blocking him, the Redbeard showed a cruel smile. The smile didn't last long. Bing lon. A coquettish sound sounded. A bright blue sword light flew out. Where the sword glow passed, ice marks spread. With a swipe, all the members of the Redbeard pirates who rushed up were instantly frozen. All the members of the Redbeard pirates shined brightly in the sunlight like ice sculptures. The sword glow unabated hit the Redbeard pirate ship. The Redbeard and the Redbeard pirate ship instantly froze into ice sculptures. Floating on the sea. Clap clap clap. Applause sounded. Charlotte applauded with both hands, watching Estetha's blow with great satisfaction. As expected of his Charlotte's daughter, just this hand combined with Lang Lang's sword skill has almost reached the level of a swordsman. You must know that Estes is only 12 years old now. I believe that it won't take long to break through Jianhao. One must know that he himself became a swordsman. It's really green out of blue is better than blue. Estes retracted his sword and turned around, with a disdainful and arrogant expression on his face. Elder sister is amazing. Just one move can kill everyone. Sif, who was next to her, immediately turned into Shueifei and flew over after seeing it. Kuroka's stared at this. It's actually natural. Estes touched Sif's little head and smiled after seeing Sif. You can do it in the future, your Shueisha fruit is not bad. After hearing Estes' words, Sif's face collapsed. My Shueisha fruit doesn't do any damage at all, it can only be used as a basic element. It's not as powerful as Brother Robert's gas fruit. Hearing Sif's frustrating words, Estes comforted him again. You are still young, so you can't show it for the time being. When you grow up, you will be as good as your sister. After hearing Estes' words, Sif felt better. Then the smile returned immediately. Go. Sister. Come and taste the barbecue I made. Sif dragged Estes towards the fire. Estes also let Sif pull. Charlotte was very happy to see this scene. There is nothing more joyful than being in harmony with your family. Let's go. Little ones, let's have a party. Celebrate our ascension to Upside Down Mountain. Charlotte yelled. The atmosphere of the banquet began immediately. More than 1,000 people took out the best food and opened the banquet on the Upside Down Mountain. Coloccas, why don't you come to the banquet of my Rockefeller pirates? Charlotte looked at Coloccas and invited. Coloccas hesitated for a moment, then nodded. After all, Charlotte has already invited her on her own initiative. If she still doesn't agree, it will be too embarrassing. The banquet began soon, and the music sounded. The song and dance troupes of the Rockefeller pirates also started one after another. There were bursts of laughter at the scene. Coloccas sat among these people in a daze, as if remembering. The beautiful music made everyone intoxicated. And when the music sounded, a huge figure emerged from the sea, floating quietly on the sea and listening. Rab. Seeing the joyful expression on Rab's face, Coloccas couldn't help but burst into tears. Rabu. I will definitely find the Rumba pirates. If you are born, you will see people, and if you die, you will see corpses. Coloccas suddenly decided. Another night was delayed because of an impromptu banquet. Chapter 304 Changes in the New World. West Sea. Captain. We successfully entered the West Sea. Barrett looked at the ship falling smoothly into the sea and said. Charlotte nodded. Very good. Let's start our journey to the West Sea. Charlotte patted the armrest and said. There are still many things that Charlotte is interested in the West Sea. Like O'Hara, who will be destroyed in 8 years. Or the centuries-old wealth of the 8 Treasures Navy is what Charlotte needs. These are all waiting for Charlotte. With the Rockefeller pirates entered the West Sea. All major forces also know about it. Navy headquarters. Bang. Sitting empty in the meeting room, he slapped his palm on the table. This Rockefeller pirates is really uneasy. After wandering in the North Sea for 2 years, he entered the West Sea again. Does he want to swim all over the world? Kong's anger was suppressed in his chest, and everyone could feel the marshal's anger. Since the failure of that operation 2 years ago, the Navy headquarters has turned a blind eye to the actions of the Rockefeller pirates. As long as the Rockefeller pirates don't make any big disturbances, such as publicly killing the king of a country, otherwise the Navy headquarters won't take care of it. All the forces of the current Navy headquarters are suppressing the New World. Except for Zifa, the high-level combat forces of the Navy headquarters are all based in the New World. General Sengoku sits at the New World base and has been keeping an eye on the Golden Lion pirates. And Garp is chasing Roger pirates in the New World. The Roger pirates did not know what they did, which caused the world government to arrest Roger pirates at all costs. Even if Rockefeller Charlotte has been traveling all over the world, he will catch Roger at all costs. After hearing the marshal's words, Zifa sat aside and said. Ahem. Do you want me to drive away Charlotte? Or to deter her? In the last battle, Zifa failed. For some reason, he contracted asthma and coughed from time to time. For the failure of that battle, it has been pressing in his heart. In the past 2 years, he has been thinking about revenge all the time. But his body doesn't seem to be as good as before, and he can already feel his strength is declining. Marshal Sora glanced at Zifa and shook his head. Your main task at present is to train the next generation for the Navy. As the pirates in the New World grow bigger, the pressure on the Navy is increasing, and the combat power in the Navy is becoming scarcer. It is difficult to suppress the chaos on the sea, we need stronger combat power to maintain the calm of the sea. Zifa sighed slightly after hearing the marshal's words. But nothing was said. Seeing Zifa's appearance, Sora couldn't bear it. Today's New World is also treacherous. After the main force of the Rockefeller pirates left, no one suppressed the center of the New World, and it was still fighting endlessly. Almost all the pirates were fighting around the center of the New World. Among them the Big Mom pirate group is the most prominent. Charlotte Lingling, who has been quiet for nearly 8 years, also began to show her minions, crazily plundering the surrounding islands. And her subordinates are all her sons and daughters. The sons and daughters of the Charlotte family are not simple, they are powerful, and they are all talented. Pirates took over several islands. These islands and the Cake Island in the Totland Sea area are the center, forming a world centered on the Cake Island, and the strength is getting bigger and bigger. Kong took out Charlotte Lingling's bounty forest. A bounty of 31 billion Baileys is offered, it is only 4,000 million Baileys lower than Rockefeller Charlotte. It is conceivable that the Navy attaches great importance to Charlotte Lingling. Then Kong issued the reward orders of Charlotte Lingling's cadres. None are below, million. These reward orders, including intelligence, were handed over to all senior naval officers. The high-level Navy frowned after seeing it. The strength of this Big Mom pirate group is beyond their imagination. Today's Big Mom pirates are attacking, and it's no surprise that Charlotte Lingling will become the next Rockefeller Charlotte, entrenched in the center of the New World. Kong looked at the crowd and said. Staff Officer Crane looked at the information in his hands. Does the Rockefeller pirates know this information? Staff Officer Crane asked. Sara frowned after hearing this, but said anyway. You should know. Although the main force of the Rockefeller pirates has left, they still left a group of not weak forces stationed in the waters of Kame Island. They should pass the news to Rockefeller Charlotte. Then why didn't the Rockefeller pirates respond and let the Big Mom pirates annex his strength? Crane asked, frowning. The actions of the Rockefeller pirates made her, a senior naval officer, unable to figure out what purpose the other party had in entering the world. Is it just to sail the four seas? This is too childish, let the forces under his command be annexed. Crane's words caused all the high-ranking officers of the Navy to fall into deep thought. Everyone doesn't understand what the purpose of the Rockefeller pirates is? Now the best way for our Navy to stop Charlotte Lingling is to force the Rockefeller pirates to return to the New World and let them eat dogs. But the current situation is that we know nothing about the purpose of the Rockefeller pirates. It will be very difficult for him to return to the New World. Crane sighed. There is nothing that can be done about the Rockefeller pirates who have repeatedly broken the peace. Sara also sighed. Hey. Let's not mention this matter for the time being. There is also a problem in the second half of the New World. Remember Wang Zhijian's Silver Axe? The pirate alliance formed by the three of them also had problems in order to resist the Whitebeard pirates. The Wang Zhi pirates and the Silver Axe pirates did not know what was going on, and they fought together. In the end, both of them died, and the forces under their command were all cheaper than the John pirates. And this John pirates had infighting because of the uneven distribution of spoils. Captain John was killed by his subordinates, and the entire John pirates fell apart. The world government's plan to rely on the infighting among the pirates to achieve balance has been completely bankrupted. Sara rubbed his temples and said. This made the entire meeting room fall into silence. There is also the Red Earl Patrick Redfield, who has been constantly moving in recent years, constantly challenging those strong players in the New World, such as the Roger Pirates, the Flying Pirates, and the Whitebeard Pirates. In the New World it is also a turbulent wind and rain, faintly as famous as the other four big pirate groups. Because he did not recruit subordinates, he was called the Lonely Red by those rejected pirates, alone, without the power of other pirates. This kind of person is even more dangerous. Chapter 305 The First Battle of the West Sea. Kong took out the reward order of the Red Earl Patrick Redfield. In the past 2 years, the reward of the Red Earl soared from 20 billion Baileys to 26 billion Baileys. It can be said to be the pirate whose bounty has soared the fastest in the past 2 years. If it weren't for the consideration that the other party has no power, his reward order would have exceeded 30 billion. Many navies frowned as they looked at the information in their hands. They originally thought that Rockefeller Charlotte had left the New World, and their navy's operations in the New World might be simpler and not so difficult. Therefore, there was not much reaction to the appearance of the Rockefeller pirates in the four seas. Maintained an attitude of turning one eye and closing one eye. But I didn't expect that Rockefeller Charlotte's departure would blow up so many big fish. There used to be Charlotte Lingling, the remnant of the Rocks pirates, and now there is the Red Earl Patrick Redfield. These two big pirates are stirring up trouble in the New World, and the Navy is powerless. In comparison, the Flying Sky pirates and the Whitebeard pirates were much quieter. The rampant pirates in the New World are beyond our imagination. Today's New World can be said without hesitation that it is dominated by pirates. The people of those new worlds are in dire straits. Marshal Kong said harshly. But there is no way at all. It is simply impossible for the Navy to enter the New World on a large scale. I'm afraid that the warship will be blocked by several big pirates in the New World as soon as it arrives in the New World. This makes it impossible for the Navy to start with the New World. Snapped. Crane put down the information in his hand. What we can do now is to accumulate strength, wait for the big changes in the future, and then take advantage of the situation to sweep the New World. He looked at the many unwilling naval generals and said. All the sitting Marines lowered their heads severely after hearing this. Okay, let's end the meeting here. After returning, each will perform his duties, do his job well, and protect the only remaining face of the Navy. Sara waved his hand, and said to the many navies below. Yes. Marshal. All the generals got up and shouted with their heads held high. Then they walked out of the marshal's office one by one. Zifa also walked out with the flow of people. Today's Zifa has experienced a series of shocks, and has felt a little bit confused about his own justice. Now the only thing that can make him feel full is the recruits in the training camp. Teacher Zifa. Is the meeting over? A voice sounded. Zifa looked up. It turned out to be Kuzan. Why are you here? Seeing Kuzan, Zifa squeezed out a little smile on his stiff face. I brought the strongest wine and want to share it with the teacher. Kuzan raised his hand and took out a bottle full of wine. After Zifa looked at it, a smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. It's you who understands me, let's go. Have a drink. Zifa put his arms around Kuzan's shoulder and said. The two walked towards the cafeteria. West Sea. Bang, bang, bang. When entering the West Sea, I met a pirate group who didn't know whether to live or die. Use their lives to welcome the arrival of the Rockefeller pirates. These low-level pirates really don't know how to live or die. Caesar was floating in the air and scolded these pirates who were advancing one after another. Brother. Just watch from the sidelines. Don't do anything. Just let us do it. Tesla and others below raised their weapons and started fighting with the pirates. Little devil. Where are you adults? The one-eyed pirate captain said angrily when he saw that he could not hold a few little devils. You are not worthy of my father. Brothers, kill. Tesla rushed into the pirates with a long knife in his hand and began to kill them. Estes blocked the captain with a sword. Sorry. This way is blocked. Looking at the immature girl in front of him, the one-eyed pirate captain was furious. Kill them for me. The pirate captain raised his sword and shouted at his death. Dozens of pirates around rushed forward one after another. Not long after, the 4 number 50 pirates on this ship were killed one after another by the hands of Tesla and others. For a while, the corpses on the deck covered the entire pirate ship. Holding the red wine and blowing the sea breeze, Charlotte smiled slightly as she watched her children take down the pirates effortlessly. After killing the pirates, it was time for the children's favorite part. Treasure hunt. Come on. Where is the captain's room? Robert took the lead and rushed towards the captain's cabin. Taking Didera, Sif and Eve ran towards the captain's cabin. Tesla followed slowly. There are also some younger ones, such as Logan and the others, standing on the deck to touch the corpse. This is Charlotte training their courage. I have lived in the midst of killing since I was a child. Not to cultivate killing machines, but to cultivate their courage. Charlotte was very satisfied with her orderly actions. Dad. Dad. Look what I found. Just when Charlotte was satisfied, Robert's voice interrupted his thinking. Charlotte looked up, wanting to see what Robert had discovered. You must know that no matter how many Baileys were found in the past, Robert and others did not shout. It can be seen that this time the baby must have been found. I saw Robert running out with a basketball-sized box in his arms, followed by several younger brothers and sisters who looked excited. Dad. I found a devil fruit. Robert said excitedly. He couldn't hide the excitement on his face. They actually found a devil fruit in the captain's cabin. After hearing this, Charlotte also became interested. After all, collecting devil fruits is one of his few hobbies. Oh. What is a devil fruit? Bring it here and let me see. Charlotte said with a smile on her face. Robert and the others ran to the boat and came to Charlotte holding the treasure chest. Charlotte found the treasure chest, opened it and looked. A gray-white fruit lay there quietly. Go get the devil fruit illustration book from my room. Charlotte said to Robert. Yes. Robert immediately ran to Charlotte's room and took out the devil fruit illustration book on Charlotte's desk. Charlotte opened the illustrated book and looked for them one by one. At this time, Tesla came back with what looked like a diary. The things on the pirate ship have been scraped clean. Everyone holds a lot of financial reports in their hands. It seems that there is also a Pele of 4,000 million. This pirate group can be regarded as a relatively wealthy pirate group. The crew locked up the pirate ship, followed the Poseidon, waited until they reached an island, and then sold the ship. At that time, they will also have a share of the money for selling the ship. This boat is not cheap, and it can be sold for hundreds of millions. Although it is not much, it can still be regarded as a share of the wine. Charlotte sat on a chair and looked at the devil fruit illustration. It's actually a castle fruit. Chapter 306. It's actually a castle fruit. I didn't expect it to appear here. Holding the devil fruit in her hand, Charlotte murmured. Seeing Dad's puzzled expression, the people next to him couldn't wait anymore. Robert became even more anxious, knowing that he was the first to discover this devil fruit. Dad. What kind of devil fruit is this? Asked Robert. Charlotte glanced at the anxious Robert and smiled. Superhuman castle fruit. It can turn the inside of your body into a castle, and you can deploy everything, including yourself, in your body. Like a castle, the objects that enter the body will all become smaller, and without the ability it changes back to its original state after the range. It's a very good ability. Charlotte looked at the castle fruit and said, then put him in the box. This devil fruit is worth collecting. Robert was very happy after hearing this. He looked proudly at the brothers and sisters around him. Charlotte remembered that this devil fruit was that of Capone Becky. She didn't expect it to appear in the West Sea so soon, but she didn't know why it appeared in this pirate ship. Dad. This devil fruit was accidentally found by the pirate group on a deserted island. Because he didn't know what it was, the captain of the pirate didn't eat it. He planned to sell it to the auction house of the 5 major families in the West Sea. Lose. Tesla said while holding the diary written by the pirate. Charlotte looked at Tesla as soon as he heard it, and looked at the diary in Tesla's hand. Couldn't help but laugh. There are still pirates who like to write diaries. Interesting. Show me. Charlotte waved at Tesla and said. Tesla handed the diary to Charlotte. Charlotte opened it and looked. It's really a diary. This one-eyed pirate captain is actually a person who cultivates his sentiments, and he actually wrote down the content of every day after he went to sea. The content in the past few days has been more detailed. It clearly stated how I got this devil fruit, and also wrote why I didn't eat this devil fruit. Are you ambitious? You actually want to find a powerful devil fruit. Charlotte couldn't help but smile. Let's go. Let's go to the island made up of gangsters. It just so happens that there is an auction there. Charlotte said to everyone. Yes. The people around immediately became happy after hearing it. It's fun to watch again. The children around were even more delighted. Auction. Haven't seen it yet? A group of little ghosts cheered happily on the deck. After reading it, Charlotte held her forehead slightly. To be honest, Charlotte only participated in 2 auctions, both of which left a deep impression on him. The first auction will be held in Water Capital, and the second auction will be held in Chambord Islands. Among them, the Water Capital auction itself was a commodity, and was auctioned as a slave together with the Red Earl. In the second auction, there was a big disturbance in the Chambord Islands, and the Admiral of the Navy at that time was attracted by Steel Bone Kong, who was beaten half to death by Steel Bone Kong, and almost lost his life there. He felt that the auction house was his nemesis. No one is safe, so it is rare to participate in some auctions. I don't know if there will be any troubles in this auction. Cardan Island. An island located in the West Sea, the island is full of gangsters. It's an island made up of gangsters. The gang on the island consists of 5 major families. They are the Furto family, Luciano family, Capone family, Campino family, Gotti family. Composed of these 5 families. As far as Charlotte knows, these 5 families will be annexed by Capone Becky of the Capone family in the future. But now Capone Becky is estimated to have just been born. According to the information obtained by Charlotte, the Furto family is the most powerful and influential among the 5 major gangs. Obviously stronger than the other 4 major families. But no matter how strong it was, Charlotte didn't take it seriously. The opponent's power may be very strong, but that's all about strength. But in order not to cause too much movement, Charlotte concealed it as usual, and did not raise the flag with great fanfare towards Cardan Island. As it got closer and closer to Cardan Island, the number of ships around gradually increased. Merchant ships, warships, ships of all major forces, and famous noble families from the West Sea also came. There are even quite a few pirate ships. Here, Charlotte actually saw the Navy and the pirates talking happily together. This can't help but make Charlotte a little bit interested in Shueisha. The Navy here is a bit interesting. Charlotte obtained the details of this auction through some special channels. That is, the King of Usury, when he heard that Charlotte had come to Shueisha, he immediately handed over the information of all the forces in Shihai to Charlotte. The king of loan sharks, since he embraced Charlotte's lap, has been doing well no matter in the New World, the Great Sea Route, or the Four Seas. Every year, or on Charlotte's birthday, Charlotte will be given a gift. As for why so affectionate? Then Charlotte would also like to thank Charlotte Lingling. Because of her persecution, half of the 6 emperors of the Dark World who would have been close to Charlotte Lingling have turned to Rockefeller Charlotte. Among them, the King of Usury, the King of Shipping, and the King of News are all close to the Rockefeller Pirates. And the Queen of Happy Street, the King of Killers, and the King of Storage, the 3 are close to the Big Mom Pirates. The reason why the 6 Dark World 6 emperors of the New World are like this is because of the complicated situation in the New World. Today's New World is dominated by pirates. Among the pirates in this New World, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Charlotte are the most powerful. Few of them are willing to protect them. Whitebeard disdains to cooperate with these people, and Golden Lion Shurji is very greedy. Only Charlotte doesn't care about these. Among the 6 emperors, the King of Killers obviously had a grudge against Charlotte, so it was impossible for him to seek refuge with Charlotte. The Queen of Happy Street wanted to get close to Charlotte, but unfortunately, Charlotte didn't give Stussy a chance at all. This made Stussy's plan come to nothing. In order to prevent his power from being annexed by other peers, he could only find a powerful pirate in the New World for shelter. And Charlotte Lingling entered her eyes. Although her forces were still huddled in the Totland Sea area at the time, the future is uncertain. The King of Warehousing is because the cooperation with Charlotte Lingling is far more beneficial than the cooperation with Rockefeller Charlotte. This caused the 6 emperors of the Dark World to divide into 2 camps. The intensity of the competition is not at all inferior to that among pirates. Almost out of the dog's brain. Among them, the power of the King of Killers retreated the fastest. Those killers were fine against ordinary people, but if they were to deal with real strong men, they would be sent to death. Chapter 307 Invitation Letter. As the 6 emperors of the Dark World were divided into 2 camps, the fight became more and more fierce. It also needs the support of Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling more and more. This also gave Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling a chance to enter the Dark World. Charlotte's weapon business has entered the whole world through the people of the Dark World. Even the Navy has to buy some weapons from Charlotte. This is Charlotte's main source of income. Relying on those plundered islands can't support nearly 6,000 pirates under Charlotte's command. Let's go. Let's go in and have a look. Everyone can go shopping too. Charlotte got off the boat and looked at the busy port around and said. Then he quickly left here with everyone. But Charlotte's arrival has attracted the attention of many people. After all, it is not uncommon to see such a large ship of hundreds of meters, especially an ironclad ship is even more rare. And clever people have already noticed something unusual. After seeming to recognize the owner of the ship, he immediately ran out with a horrified expression and reported to his leader. After all, with Charlotte's popularity, even Charlotte's ship is also very conspicuous. Not to mention the ironclad ship, just the Poseidon holding the sea god trident at the bow is extremely conspicuous. This is the symbol of the Rockefeller Pirates. Not long after that, the heads of the 5 major gangsters immediately received a message. The Rockefeller Pirates seem to have entered Cardan Island. This news immediately caused a wave of fluctuation among these families. The patriarchs of the 5 major gangs immediately gathered for a meeting. I saw a round table in a dark castle. 5 people of different shapes and colors looked at the information in their hands. Someone had already taken pictures of the group who landed. And the person in the photo is Rockefeller Charlotte at first glance. This is not suspicious, it is obviously good. Who of you knows why Rockefeller Charlotte came to Cardan Island? This is not the time to hide. If something goes wrong, Cardan Island will be gone. Don't forget the battle 2 years ago. At the round table, a white-haired old man sitting on the main seat said. The white hair on the head was combed meticulously. This old man is the patriarch of the Furto family, it is also the oldest one among the 5 big families in this meeting. Patriarch Furto, your words are interesting. Are you saying that we are the ones who brought the Rockefeller Pirates here? You must know that Cardan Island is the power of our 5 major families. If Cardan Island is destroyed, yes, we both feel sorry for you. The representative of the Luciano family sitting on Furto's left spoke. As the Luciano family, second only to the Furto family, they are always trying to drag the Furto family into trouble. This scene was seen by the Capone family on the right side of the Furto family. Luciano, what do you mean? Patriarch Furto didn't say anything about you, why are you nervous? As an ally of the Furto family, the Capone family immediately raised their voices. Cut. Luciano curled his lips in disdain, lit a cigar and smoked it casually. Behind them, the patriarchs of the Gambino family and the Gotti family were fighting in the same field. Frodo glanced at Patriarch Luciano and said nothing. The arrival of the Rockefeller pirates was beyond everyone's expectations. The other party is obviously a dragon crossing the river. We should not provoke them easily, and we also ordered our subordinates not to provoke them. We also sent him an invitation letter for tomorrow, as the leader of our 5 major families. Gift. Frodo looked at the 4 of them and said, "No problem. I'll arrange this right away." The Capone family said immediately, "That's right. Don't provoke the other party." The other 2 families also nodded one after another. Only the Luciano family was present and hadn't made a statement yet. Everyone in the 4 major families looked at Luciano. Luciano took a deep drag on his cigar. "Since you have all made up your mind, it depends on what I do. Follow your wishes." After speaking, Luciano left the conference room. Such an unreasonable move immediately sparked discussions among the people in the room. The killing intent flashed in Frodo's eyes. Not noticed afterwards. The patriarch of the Capone family, however, had his eyes lowered even more. And Charlotte, who was wandering the streets, suddenly noticed the chaos ahead. Everyone instantly became alert. Protect the female relatives. Looking up, Charlotte didn't feel any killing intent, but an atmosphere of fear approaching. I saw a group of men in black suits walking over. From the tattoo on the cuff and the inadvertently exposed tattoo on the neck, Charlotte instantly knew who it was. Gangster. Seeing this, Charlotte also stopped, wanting to see what the other party wanted to do. Dozens of obvious gang members came to 10 meters in front of Charlotte and stopped instantly. Although the leader of the opponent seemed calm, the sweat on his forehead still couldn't hide the fear in his heart. Charlotte looked at the person quietly. The person who came nervously put his hands in his arms. At this moment, the people around became nervous, and they all clenched their weapons tightly. But Charlotte didn't feel any malice in the visitor. He waved his hand and asked everyone to put down their weapons. The man in the suit was also taken aback by everyone's actions just now. My heart almost jumped out of fright. The killing intent just now was almost as real as it was. It is not clear how many people were killed to condense it. You. Hello. Me. I am. Representative Fee. Master Frodo is here. The man in the suit said in a trembling tone. Then he took out an invitation letter from his pocket. This is an invitation letter from tomorrow's auction house. I hope you can accept it. The man in the suit immediately bent down and raised the invitation letter in his hand. Upon seeing this, Charlotte motioned to some people around her. Seeing this, Caesar immediately walked up and reached out to take the invitation letter, and handed it to Charlotte. Charlotte opened it and looked at it. It was indeed an invitation letter, and it also noted Frodo's invitation. Yes. I'll go back. The purpose of Charlotte's coming is to come and take a look. How could she not go back to participate? You must know that there will be devil fruits in tomorrow's auction house. Charlotte's need for devil fruit is now almost obsessed. It is really too much for Caesar Courant. If Charlotte knew that Caesar Courant would definitely make it, he would not dare to let Caesar Courant go to such a waste. Thank you. The Frodo family welcomes the great Mr. Rockefeller. Charlotte. Hearing that the other party was so easy to talk to, the man in black calmed down. Then I won't bother you. If you need anything, you can come to me at any time. My name is Sergei. The leader of this block. The person who came, namely Sergei, bent down again and retreated. Chapter 308 Cadden Island Auction. After seeing this scene, the people around looked at the group of people in the middle of the street in amazement. They didn't understand the identity of the other party, who actually made the gangsters on the island so respectful. Charlotte looked at the invitation letter in her hand. Who of you wants to see and see tomorrow? Charlotte held up the invitation letter and asked. I mean me. I also need to go. Immediately after hearing this, a group of little devils raised their hands and looked at Dad, their eyes shining brightly. Seeing so many people wanting to go, Charlotte smiled. Okay. Let's all go. Let's go together. Of course, if they all go, more than 1,000 people will definitely not be able to make arrangements, so Charlotte only plans to bring his wife and children, and the others will continue to make arrangements by themselves. It was just an auction, and the reason why Charlotte came here was because she was bored, so that these brats could learn a lot by the way. Time soon came to the next day. Except for the 5 major families on the island, no one else knew about the arrival of the Rockefeller pirates. It's not that they don't know Charlotte, it's also that the 5 major families have joined forces to deliberately block any news about the Rockefeller pirates. After all, if the news that the Rockefeller pirates are on the island is spread, that's okay. It's estimated that this auction will not be held, and everyone has run away. Who dares to sit with the Rockefeller pirates? Don't underestimate the name of the Rockefeller pirates. These years have been intentionally promoted by the world government. Rockefeller pirates, Rockefeller Charlotte has long since become a heinous person. Charlotte came outside the auction house with many children and wives. Sergei, who had already been waiting, immediately ran forward to receive him. Sir, please come inside. The movement here instantly attracted everyone. After all, everyone else lined up to get in with invitations. And there are still people here. This gap, I got up in an instant. Who is this person? He was actually received by someone from the Furto family. I don't know, but what is certain is that he must be a big shot. With so many people, you must know that we can only have one invitation letter. Bastard. They let the Great Wolf King pirates treat them outside. I'm going to kill them. Captain, calm down. Calm down. This is the territory of the 5 major gangsters in the West Sea, and our goal is the devil fruit. Don't startle the snake. The surrounding voices were noisy, and Charlotte glanced sideways, which instantly chilled everyone who looked at Charlotte, and the coolness hit from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Keep everyone shut up. After so many years of accumulation, the power and influence on Charlotte has already changed. No one dared to look at the sharp look in his eyes. Please. Sergei noticed this in an instant, and immediately invited the group of little ancestors in, sweating profusely. No temper. Charlotte was taken into a huge treasure box. The box was so big that all the people brought by Charlotte could be accommodated in it. Sir, if you need anything, you can tell me, I'm right outside the door. Sergei looked at Charlotte with a smile and said. That's just right. I have some things here that need to be auctioned. Charlotte sat down, picked up the teacup and said. This stopped Sergei from stepping back. Sir. What is it? Sergei asked. Charlotte waved. Naichin immediately lifted a box and opened it. I saw the green medicine inside lying in the box, 10 in total. This is a longevity potion, which can restore youth to people's skin and prolong life. It can be used by both men and women. Charlotte introduced. When Sergei heard it, his face became tangled by the way. This beauty potion sounds a bit like a liar. If Charlotte hadn't taken it out, Sergei probably turned around and ran away. Charlotte also seemed to see Sergei's entanglement. Don't worry. The quality is guaranteed. When it was in Beihai, it was snatched up by those nobles, and the price was around 5,000 million Baileys. I can take responsibility for any accidents, said Charlotte. Hearing what Charlotte said, Sergei couldn't say anything. Okay, sir. I'll take them to the background for verification. If it's what you said, we will definitely bid a good price. After Sergei finished speaking, he carried the box and went out. Naichin also followed. The potion that Charlotte said was not a lie. This is the latest traditional Chinese medicine developed by Naichin, which can prolong life. Soon. Sergei trotted over with a smile all over his face. Sir. Your lot has been appraised by our master, and it has a certain effect. The auction house decided to auction it as the finale lot, and it will definitely fetch a good price. Sergei said. Charlotte nodded after listening, but did not speak. Sergei also tactfully withdrew immediately and closed the door. The auction will start soon. The scene became lively in an instant. Call the price for whatever you like, don't worry about me, Charlotte said to the wives on the side. This moment aroused the interest of these beauties. Everyone has a love of beauty, not to mention these women in Charlotte, each of them regained their energy in an instant. I also like shopping very much. Really? After the next lot appears. Martha couldn't sit still at once. 1 million Baileys. Directly twice the starting price. Charlotte looked at the string of necklaces and shook her head. They were all jewels and gems, and Charlotte was completely uninterested in them. Perhaps only when Martha put on the necklace on the bed would Charlotte be aroused a little bit of interest. There are so many auctions this time, so that all the girls have gained a lot. One by one, the lots were photographed and sent up, and the chattering voices of a group of women rang in Charlotte's ears. The next auction, I believe many swordsmen will like it. The auctioneer immediately lifted the red cloth, revealing the blade. This sword is listed as one of the 51 great swordsmanship. It is called Jianyu. It is a very rare double-edged sword. If any swordsman likes it, he must not miss it. You must know that Rockefeller Sia, the world's #1 swordsman, the saber that Mr. Luo uses is also a double-edged sword, and swordsmen who want to challenge the world's #1 swordsman must not miss it. The auctioneer's words immediately aroused everyone's emotions. Charlotte, who was sitting in the box, smiled slightly. Interesting. Actually using my name. Dad. Do you want to teach them a lesson? Hearing what his father said, Robert asked immediately. Charlotte rolled his eyes at him and shook his head. Fine. After hearing what Charlotte said, Robert backed away in disappointment. Dad. I want to take a picture. Estes spoke suddenly. Okay? Charlotte turned her head and glanced at her silent daughter. I want to collect some famous knives. Estes didn't hide it and said it. Okay. Call the price yourself. Charlotte said indifferently. 309 mermaid. 1 million Baileys. With the auctioneer's final drop of the hammer, this double-edged sword was taken down by Estes for 4,000 million Baileys. 4,000 million Baileys are still a bit high to buy a good sharp knife. But there is no way. Since the appearance of the world's #1 swordsman, the saber he used has also been well known. Demon Sword 7-star sword. Since then, there has been an upsurge of double-edged swords. Countless sons of nobles in the royal palace wear double-edged swords around their waists. This has led to a sharp rise in the price of the double-edged sword. Even Charlotte was caught off guard when he learned of the price increase of the double-edged sword. After knowing the news, Charlotte couldn't laugh or cry. Okay. I see. Charlotte waved at Sergei and said. After knowing why it was so expensive, Charlotte stopped caring. The star effect Charlotte still understands. Estes sat down contentedly after taking the picture. In the next auction, as long as there are famous knives and good fast knives, they are all taken by Estes. This made some swordsmen below very angry. Money is not strong enough to do nothing. What kind of power is this upstairs? How rich is it? All the famous knives are covered. It is estimated that it has cost 200 to 300 million. People from various forces below turned their gazes to the box above their heads. Although they couldn't see the people inside, it didn't delay their guessing. I guess it's a nobleman from another family who likes to collect weapons. There was a gloomy voice, and a man with triangular eyes dressed fancy looked at the flash of greed in the eyes above and was caught by some people present. But none of these people said anything, but a sneer appeared on their faces. After the auction of jewelry, famous knives, and other items. Here comes the favorite show of the nobles. Slave auction. As the 5 most powerful gangster families in Shihai, slave auctions must be indispensable. As predicted. The next item is pushed up. A huge cage covered with a red cloth. There was also a faint cry from inside. You don't even need to think about it to know that you are a slave. At this moment, many merchants and nobles in the field began to glow green in their eyes. Charlotte also raised the corners of her eyes slightly. He rarely saw slaves anymore. Especially in the New World, basically they don't leave the island, and they don't care much about the slave trade in the New World. Because he found that he couldn't manage it at all, even if one batch was cleaned up, there would be another batch after that. The value generated by the slave trade attracts everyone. There is no end to the stream. Of course, if Charlotte sees it, he will still make a move. Charlotte's original casual look immediately reappeared. Everyone around felt a sense of depression in their bodies instantly. Everyone in the private room looked at Charlotte. They all know the character of their captain, and they have always been against the slave trade. When I was in the New World, there was still a period of time because of Charlotte's initiative to attack, which led to the cessation of the slave trade in the New World, but unfortunately it didn't last long. Ding 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 ding. The next lot. A princess who has lost her country. Those who are interested can bid. The starting price is 800 million. A beautiful girl appeared in everyone's eyes. Her petite body was curled up in an iron cage. After letting the man see her, she immediately felt a desire to protect her. Sure enough, the people in these auction houses could easily arouse the interest of the people present. 2,000 million. Charlotte didn't have time to respond, so she just called for the price. Immediately raised 200 million in one breath, which immediately cooled down everyone's original enthusiasm. They carefully considered whether the girl in the iron cage was worth 2,000 million Baileys. With no one calling, the auctioneer also stood on the stage in embarrassment. 2,000 million once. 4 million twice. 4 million 3 times. Boom. Deal. Congratulations to the distinguished guest of Private Room No. Dash. The auctioneer's stiff smile sounded, announcing the auction result. However, it can be seen from his stiff face that he is not satisfied with the price. Charlotte didn't speak, but sat on the chair with her eyes closed and kept tapping on the armrest. Anyone who knows Charlotte knows that Charlotte is not in a good mood at this time. The next auction will be Charlotte's home court. No matter how the price is called, Charlotte always keeps up. The 20 slaves carefully prepared by the auction house were all auctioned off by Charlotte. Haha. Next, let's welcome the next auction item. This item is very precious, even the mermaid of Marie Joye's Tianlong people will be moved by it. Let us have our auction item. The auctioneer wiped the cold sweat from his brow, then said loudly excitedly. When everyone present heard the mermaid, they immediately became restless. Even if they are in the West Sea, the mermaid's name is as loud as thunder. This is the best among slaves. I don't know how many people have racked their brains to own a mermaid. As a giant fishbowl is pushed out, a smaller mermaid is pushed out. The fiery red hair was as bright as a red rose, and the bright red fish scales wrapped the tail, only the head protruding from the water. Looking around pitifully, there is 7 points of fear and 3 points of anxiety. Beautiful Miss Mermaid, the starting price is 8,000 million Baileys. Each bid is no less than 1,000 million Baileys. After the host's voice fell. 500 million. Box 4, that is, Charlotte shouted out an astonishing number. The middle-aged man, who was breathing heavily, suddenly stagnated. Looking at the fourth private room in disbelief. None of them thought that the price of million would be offered all at once. Charlotte sat on the chair, picked up the black tea with her right hand, and took a sip. Everyone around didn't react at all. They were all silently cleaning their weapons. Asshole. Who do you think you are? A mere million won't scare me. I'll bid million. Some people have long been upset about Private Room No. Some other people who were also sitting in the box also started bidding. Maybe it's because they can't understand Charlotte's constant bidding, or they really want to buy this mermaid. After all, for the West Sea, mermaids are indeed uncommon, unlike the Chambord Islands. Fishman Island is just below, and can be captured at any time. The price quickly reached million. It can be seen that the wealth of Shihai is unimaginable. Charlotte's eyes looked at the wandering mermaid below. Put down the black tea in your hand. Billion. The peaceful voice from Box 4 sounded again. This calm voice was immediately clear in the noisy noise. The originally noisy hall became quiet in an instant. Even the people in the box kept their mouths shut. Billion, what a concept, how many farms can be bought, and how many slaves can be bought? It's a bit of a luxury just for a mermaid. In an instant, someone retreated. Chapter 310 Potion. The auctioneer, on the other hand, was dancing with his auction mallet blushing. This is definitely the highest transaction price in his career. 1 billion deals. The auctioneer dropped the gavel in an instant. Congratulations again to Room for auctioning this item. Congratulations sounded. Charlotte picked up the tea made by Tianyue and took a sip, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Sergei, who had been waiting outside the door, was indescribably excited when he heard the shout from the auction house. This is hugging my thigh. With such an astonishing amount, his benefits are absolutely indispensable. The auction has lasted until now, and it is almost over, leaving only some of the most valuable items at the bottom of the box. Among them is the potion that Charlotte just took out. As predicted. The next lot was brought up, and it was a bottle of potion. 10 bottles of medicine were brought up. There was a lot of discussion at the scene. Everyone was guessing what it was. They didn't wait for the result of their quarrel. The moderator took the lead in telling its function. As soon as everyone at the scene heard it, they instantly lost their composure. Some noble ladies and some gray-haired old men couldn't sit still for a moment. But they didn't take the initiative to speak out. It can prolong life, if it's true or not, it shouldn't lie to us. Sure enough, doubts sounded immediately. This made Charlotte, who was sitting in the box, twitch involuntarily. This request is too fake. Haha. Ladies and gentlemen, you will know if it's true or not after taking a photo. If you drink it and it doesn't work, our auction house is willing to pay 10 for the fake one. The auctioneer immediately patted his chest and promised. Everyone who saw this could only suppress the doubts in their hearts and plan to take a picture and try it. The starting price for the first bottle of potion is 1,000 million Baileys. Raise the price at will. After the auctioneer finished speaking, someone shouted immediately. 3,000 million Baileys, don't grab me, let me try for you. An old man raised the number plate in his hand and shouted. After hearing the old man's words, those who wanted to bid suppressed the impulse in their hearts, wanting to see if the potion was real. The auctioneer watched the old man in front of him walk up to the stage, the smile on his face froze. 3,000 million Baileys. This is a fucking dog. The old man came up, immediately snatched a bottle of potion from the auctioneer, and drank it without thinking. It can also be seen from this that the old man's desire for life. Even if there is only a slight chance, try it. After drinking it again, the old man felt it. Some sweet. There is no other feeling. He frowned instantly. But when they saw the face of the old man outside, they were immediately taken aback. I saw that the old man's gray hair and wrinkled skin slowly turned rosy. The white hair also slowly appeared a trace of dark brown. This change happened in the blink of an eye. Whether it was nobles, businessmen, or some individual tourists, they all stared at the old man in front of them with wide eyes. This is at least 10 years younger. The old man also looked at the mirror, touched his skin and said with emotion. This scene made the auctioneer very satisfied. Although I made a little less money, the effect is still very good. Think of it as an advertising fee. In this scene, even the patriarchs of the 5 major families monitoring the auction house had a twinkle in their eyes. They didn't take it seriously when they received the auction item entrusted by the Rockefeller pirates. I just thought it was some kind of healthcare product, to give the other party a face, so I put it in the last few items. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Didn't you say that the effect is only a little? Patriarch Furter immediately grabbed the appraiser beside him and asked. This. The knowledgeable appraiser was stunned for a moment, and he didn't expect the effect to be so good. Damn it. Once it's on the auction stage, it's impossible to get it back. Otherwise, the credit of the auction house will be gone. Luciano also let go of his hostility towards Furto at this time. Then he waved to the people beside him. You don't need to think about it, you know, it's going to be auctioned off. This bitter fruit can only be eaten by their auction house. Furto also signaled the people around him to act immediately. Chief Luciano, do you want to compete with the old man at such a young age? Furto looked at Luciano and said. Oh. Everyone has a moment to grow old, you say so? Luciano said nonchalantly. Haha. Furto sneered, but said nothing. It's just that the killing intent in his eyes became more and more pervasive. With the remarkable effect of the medicine, the price immediately rose sharply. 5,000 million Baileys. 8,000 million Baileys. 900 million Baileys. As the price gets higher and higher. Furto frowned. He knew who would bid with him again, the person who was sent out by Luciano before. In the end, the bottle of potion was bought by Furto for 5,000 million Baileys. You know there are 8 more bottles in the back. The next 8 bottles were not as intense as before. They are all between 600 million and 2,000 million Pellis. These 10 bottles of medicine brought Charlotte an income of nearly 15 billion Baileys at once. Bailey, who had spent before, came back in an instant. Haha. Charlotte lifted the black tea and took a sip. Naichin, from now on you will be the chief ship doctor of my Rockefeller pirates and manage some medicines. Give me the status of a cadre. Charlotte looked at Naichin and said. When Naichin heard this, she immediately bent over excitedly and thanked her. It's just that when he bent over, the inadvertent amorous feelings made Charlotte squint slightly. But then he withdrew his gaze. He had no idea about Naichin. Although the other party looked very young, they were almost 50 years old. Charlotte is really not interested. The competition for potions in the auction house has ended. After these people got the potion, they took it immediately. Don't give those people with ulterior motives a chance at all. This made some sitting in the back row, full of evil spirits, slightly taken aback. Learn to be smart. Then I was a little annoyed. With the release of the 2 bottom-of-the-box items, the mermaid and the potion. The next item speaks for itself. It is the devil fruit promoted by the auction house. This is the secret treasure of the sea. Something the world longs for. It is also the goal of many people. Following a staff member in the field, he pushed a small cart and walked up. Take out one of the 3 boxes. The auctioneer opened it immediately. A banana with black patterns all over it appeared in everyone's eyes. I saw the auctioneer holding up the devil fruit. I believe everyone knows this thing. The auctioneer was immediately ready to whet the appetites of these people. Stop talking nonsense. We are here for the devil fruit advertised in the newspaper. Tell us what it is, and then make an offer. Many people at the scene were already staring straight at the devil fruit in the field. Chapter 311 Devil Fruit Auction. The auction house has collected 3 devil fruits, 2 of which are certain, and 1 is an unknown devil fruit. The auctioneer ignored the uproar in the auction house. Instead, he introduced these 3 devil fruits to the guests with a smile on his face. I saw the auctioneer take out a box containing devil fruit. Open to everyone. I saw a gray and white banana with black patterns all over it. The third to last lot. Animals, dog fruit, gray wolf form. The starting price is $million Baileys. The auctioneer slowly said the name of this devil fruit. Gray wolf fruit, a carnivore. It is still very high for human body growth. After the names were announced, some tough-looking people present immediately looked at the auction items with glowing eyes. 160 million. There were bids immediately. 160 million. The price was immediately pushed up. Be aware of the rarity of devil fruits. It is rare to see in the 4 seas. It is often eaten immediately after discovery, and few people keep it for auction. After all, if the bet is successful, then money and beautiful women will have everything. It doesn't matter if you lose. Only some ambitious people would consider the ability of this devil fruit. Just like the group of pirates that Charlotte met before. The passion in the auction house greatly stimulated everyone. The price quickly exceeded $million Baileys. After all, it is still very difficult to obtain devil fruit. And gray wolf fruit is obviously a good ability. 3,000 million. The price has gradually exceeded the psychological price of most people, and no one dares to bid easily anymore. And the man who quoted 3,000 million Baileys sat in the back row of the auction booth. No one around dared to approach. It's actually the Wolf King pirates, no wonder he's so persistent. People around who knew something explained to their companions one after another. Captain Wolf King Allison, he is also a devil fruit user, in the wolf form of the fruit ability, leading a group of pirates to do all kinds of evil in the West Sea, and he is treacherous. Some of the navy sitting in the box in the auction house frowned slightly after seeing this. But after considering who owns this place, I don't care anymore. Zog. Don't worry. My brother will definitely buy it for you. From now on, you will be the second wolf of our Wolf King pirates. Allison said to the person on his left. Thank you, brother. Zog laughed foolishly after hearing this. When the auctioneer saw that no one was bidding anymore, he couldn't help but drop the hammer. 310 million Baileys. A faint voice sounded. Charlotte in box 4 spoke. A direct increase of 2,000 million. The opening of the 4th box caused an uproar in the audience. This number 5,000 box is too rich. When I opened it, it was $million. I didn't see it in the medicine auction before. I thought it was out of money, but it turned out to be Wangjia. There was an endless stream of uproar in the arena. The Wolf King Allison immediately frowned. He looked at the 4th box viciously, as if he could see the people inside through the box. 6,000 million. Allison raises prices again. 400 million. Charlotte followed closely. The reason why Charlotte wanted to photograph this devil fruit. Not because of Caesar Caron's artificial devil fruit experiments. Caesar Caron's experiments required a lot of devil fruits for research. It's impossible for Charlotte to spoil him with the devil fruit she collected. You can only slowly collect some useless devil fruits. How can I watch them run away now that I have encountered them? These 3 devil fruits have already been missed by Charlotte. As for money. If the money is enough, then pay, if not, he is a pirate. As for the gangsters on the island. Under the domineering look, there are a few who can insist on walking in front of him. If it wasn't for the thought of spreading the word, no one would want to play with him in the future. He has already started to grab it. However, there are some rules that must be followed. Allison immediately turned gloomy. He is just a pirate, and with the money he robbed, he can spend more than 3 million to buy a devil fruit, which is already beyond the vast majority of pirates. But the price has reached million and he really doesn't have that much. Brother. Let's give up this devil fruit, and I will buy it for you in the next moment. After thinking for a while, Allison still put down the fight. Okay, brother. Zog seemed to be nonchalant and said stupidly. Seeing his younger brother's stupid look, Allison also smiled. Seeing that no one was bidding anymore, the auctioneer immediately lowered the hammer. Congratulations again on the auction in box no. The auctioneer looked at box 4 with a smile on his face. This no. box is simply his nobleman. Then he took out another devil fruit. It's also a devil fruit that looks like a banana. The surface is yellow with a trace of black streaks. The penultimate item in the lot, zoology polar bear fruit. The starting price is million Baileys. Cried the auctioneer. The excitement just now broke out again. The price also quickly rose to million Baileys. The highest bid is still Wolf King Allison. This time, he is imperative to this devil fruit. But things backfired. Allison, who thought he had stabilized after seeing that no one was bidding again, heard the disgusting voice again. 400 million. Charlotte made an offer again. And the price is still million. Bang. There was a loud bang. Allison knocked over the cup next to him. The glass cup shattered immediately. Bastard. Are you against me? You have already won one and you want to grab it. Do you think you are too rich? Allison growled. The other party is really too arrogant. Every time when he wants to get it in the future, the price is temporarily increased. Charlotte heard the movement in the field, even if she didn't look at it, she knew the opponent's anger. Barrett stepped forward and wanted to explode. But it was stopped by Charlotte. Don't worry, we will bid as usual. After Charlotte's voice fell, no one moved anymore. It's just that when looking at Allison, it seems to be looking at a private person. Seeing that no one answered, Allison was even more furious. Sir. Please abide by the rules of the auction house. The rules of the auction house have always been that the highest bidder wins. There is nothing wrong with box 4. The auctioneer immediately knocked on the table and said. That calm tone did not fluctuate at all. This made Allison have nowhere to vent his anger suppressed in his chest. Humph. Sit down angrily. Brother, do you want me to kill them? Seeing his brother so angry, Zog, who was sitting on the side, said immediately. Don't worry. If you dare to fight against me, they won't be able to get out of Cadden Island. Allison was not going to talk about the rules at this moment. Just wait until the auction is over, and start doing it. As the auction hammer fell, Charlotte happily harvested another devil fruit. Chapter 312 Devil Fruit Auction. Ha 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 ha. Today's auction is almost coming to an end. There is only the last lot left, so I won't talk nonsense. The auctioneer looked at everyone around with a smile on his face. But his eyes still glanced at the fourth box from time to time. The last devil fruit. There is no introduction, because our auction house does not know what this devil fruit is called. You need to discover everything by yourself. I am here to gamble on this devil fruit. It is up to you to decide. I announce that the auction this will be the last lot, with a starting price of million Baileys. The starting price is still million Baileys, but the popularity is obviously not as high as before. One is because this devil fruit is unknown, which means that there is a lot of uncertainty about this devil fruit, and there are too few powerful devil fruits. It's hard for someone to spend hundreds of millions to bet on the impossibility. The second is that everyone is waiting for the bidder upstairs. In the past 2 incidents, the person upstairs may be richer than they imagined. Seeing this scene, the auctioneer couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. The last lot will not be sold. The auctioneer couldn't help thinking. It's the last lot, why not let it continue to be successful? Today's transaction volume has been satisfactorily completed, the shares stipulated at the beginning, but the auctioneer still wants to bid a higher price. Because he could feel that this auction would be perhaps the most successful in his auction career. Hee hee. Interesting, since no one bids the price, then I will not be polite. In the boxes upstairs, there was a slight chuckle from box no. 1,000 million Baileys. Seeing someone bid, the auctioneer breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, enthusiasm broke out and began to incite the enthusiasm of the crowd on the field. 160 million. Seeing someone bid, other interested people also got involved. Charlotte looked at the whole green cantaloupe with black patterns in the auction house. In my mind, I kept looking through the devil fruit illustrated book. Although Charlotte didn't remember the appearance of all the devil fruits, she still had some impressions. Looking at the devil fruit below, Charlotte found information about that devil fruit in her mind. Superman repelling fruit, which can repel everything around. For a moment, Charlotte didn't know why she remembered the meatball fruit of Bartholomew Bear. This repulsive fruit still has a lot of similarities with the fleshy ball fruit. Thinking of this, Charlotte suddenly wanted to collect it. Charlotte starts making offers immediately. 200 million Baileys. Suddenly increased from 50 million to million. In an instant, the audience was stunned again. Even the people in box 1 stopped. After the others saw the bid for box no, they all sat down and watched the show. Not going to fight. Fighting for an unknown devil fruit is not worth it for those who are only worth 2 million. With the quiet atmosphere of the scene. The auctioneer also knew that this devil fruit was only worth million Baileys. Thinking of this, the auctioneer quickly counted down and then quickly dropped the hammer. Today's auction is completely over. A total of lots were auctioned from frownyface am to frownyface pm. The sun outside is almost setting. Let's congratulate the honored guest in box no for winning the last lot in this auction. Let's congratulate each other with applause. As the auctioneer took the lead, there were sparse applause in the field. This made the auctioneer a little embarrassed. In the auction house, many people looked at the no private room inexplicably, and there was a faint green light in their eyes. After a rough calculation, the other party bought at least a quarter of the auction house's items, worth around 25 billion. What a huge fortune this is. Many people have already retreated slowly, preparing to join forces to deal with Charlotte. No one rushed to fight on Cadden Island. Because this is the territory of the 5 major gangsters in Shihai. No one dares to start a war here. Even pirates are the same. You know, because of their status as pirates, they also need gangsters to cover some things. For example, some stolen goods need to be sold by gangsters. In the West Sea, gangsters and pirates coexist. Pirates cannot do without the help of gangsters. Most of the people in the auction house left, and some people went to the backstage to pay the bill and collect their own items. Barrett took a large sum of money and followed behind Sergei. Charlotte didn't intend to pay the money, after all, he didn't offend you, so there's no need to make trouble for him. I am not the Golden Lion Sergei, and I don't follow the rules. Charlotte is still very polite, as long as you don't mess with him, he is still very kind. Barrett went to pay the bill. The 5-meter-tall man, with that oppressive force, was looking at the opponent's military uniform. Everyone knows that this is an existence that is not easy to mess with, they all made way for him. Tell me how much. Barrett raised the box and asked. 1. A total of 23 billion, I will erase the odds for you, a total of 500 billion. The money collector stammered while looking at the devil-like Barrett. After hearing this, Barrett immediately opened the box and took out 23 billion. No. No. You only need to pay 13 billion, and the remaining 15 billion Baileys have already been converted into the potion. The 10 potions have a total of 14 billion, converted into 9,000 billion, and you only need to pay 15 billion, just do it. The staff said quickly. After hearing this, Barrett only took out 13 billion Baileys, handed it over to the staff, and then led his subordinates to take back all the auction items just taken. Sergei swallowed as he looked at Barrett. That. Be careful when you go back. Those people in the auction house probably have already caught your attention, but you don't have to worry, they will definitely not do anything on the island. Sergei quickly followed Barrett and said. Hearing this, Barrett stopped and looked down at Sergei. Sergei quickly lowered his head. Thank you for your reminder. The Rockefeller pirates will remember your reminder. After speaking, Barrett led everyone back to the private room. Oh. Are you eyeing us? Let's see who is the prey and who is the hunter. Charlotte sat on a chair and said nonchalantly with red wine in her hand. They didn't pay attention to those people at all. Have a rest on this island tonight. I believe you are tired too. We will set off tomorrow when we prepare the supplies we need. Charlotte looked at the girls and those little ghosts and said. If you go out for a stroll, remember to bring more people, I'm worried that someone will rush to do it. Charlotte glanced at the girls and exhorted. Chapter 313 Frozen Sea. All night. And nothing happened. Those people with ulterior motives did not act on Cadden Island. Perhaps because of the Sopranos here, none of the pirates dared to provoke. This also allowed Charlotte and his party to rest peacefully for another day. Early the next morning. Captain. The supplies are all ready, and with Sergei's help, none of the supplies have been left behind. Barrett came out early in the morning to make statistics, and reported to Charlotte after the statistics were completed. Charlotte nodded. That's fine. Now that we're all ready, we should get out of here. After staying in Cadden Island for 2 days, I also gained some good things. It's time to leave. After hearing this, Barrett asked people to move all the supplies onto the ship, and Charlotte also took his wife and children onto the ship. Left the island. Captain. Sergei reminded us before that many people are already eyeing us. They dare not do anything on Cadden Island. They are likely to do it halfway when we go to sea, and I heard that there are a lot of people. Barrett came over and said. They are all jumping clowns. When the time comes, you will lead those children to fight, and I will not make a move. Charlotte sat on the chair and said, looking at the endless sea in the distance. Yes. Barrett backed away. Estes and Caesar also followed behind Barrett. Logan Phillip and several children who had just obtained the fruit ability followed suit. Seeing that Charlotte didn't respond, Barrett took them along too. Then more than 100 swordsmen, were called together, quietly waiting for the next battle. Charlotte sat on a high place and watched the forces under her command. He never showed up. From being poor and white to now having nearly 10,000 forces under his command, he has laid down this foundation in 12 years of going to sea, and he will shine the brightest light in his hands. Thinking of this, Charlotte's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Let your blood nourish the reputation of my Rockefeller family. Charlotte holds the red wine through the sea, and the bright red sea seems to be infected with blood. Woo! The ship's siren sounded. All the crew members took up the weapons in their hands and walked out one after another. Report. A large number of pirates and unknown armed personnel have been spotted ahead. The watchman stood on the watchtower, and through the communicator in his hand, it spread all around. Countless people came out one after another and looked at the ships not far away. Slowly, it gradually appeared from a small black spot. It's the West Sea Wolf King pirates, Big Bear pirates, Broadsword pirates, Burst pirates, Skull Crusher pirates. As the intelligence agent shouted out the strength of each pirate. Even a trace of cold sweat broke out on Estesh's forehead. People, too much. Are these people crazy? Caesar couldn't help cursing secretly. Quiet. Father is watching us from above, this time is a test for us. As the eldest sister, Estes said, the eyes of the pirates looking into the distance were full of murderous intent. Robert and the others nodded after listening. Pressed the panic in my heart. I'll be the first to create a powerful battlefield for you in a while. All of you follow me, don't get separated, and don't be impulsive. Caesar, adapt to the situation and protect your younger brothers and sisters. Estes made quick arrangements before the pirates approached. It's big sister. A look of determination appeared on everyone's faces. And their every move is within Charlotte's perception. Very satisfied with their calm performance. But this is just the beginning. Far away. Gia. It's such a big ship. I guess some nobleman is going on patrol again, but this ship belongs to us. Wolf King Allison stood on the bow of the pirate group and grinned. Humph. Allison, it's too early for you to say that. I've also taken a fancy to this ship. Whoever snatches it will belong to him. The Big Bear pirates, who were tied with the Wolf King pirates, said that it was hard to give Allison face. That's right. This ship can't just be given to you, it's mine too. The Broadsword pirates also said. Hee. I don't need the boat, but those little girls on the boat will belong to me. The captain of the Burst pirates said with a smile. Why do I look familiar with a ship? I seem to have seen it somewhere before. And other non-pirate forces suddenly became worried when they looked at the huge ship ahead. Everyone around has their own thoughts, but their goal is only the ship in front. Hey. Little ones. Come on. Don't fire, this is our future main ship. The two sides met 100 meters away, and Allison shouted with his western sword in his hand. A group of pirate squids screamed strangely behind him. Intended to directly take over the string battle. After Estes saw it, he tipped his toes slightly, and a white figure jumped out and landed on the sea. And at her foothold, layers of ice formed. Estes pulled out the western sword at his waist and walked slowly on the sea. Every time he took a step, a layer of ice would form under his feet. Many pirate leaders who were rushing over were taken aback for a moment. What did they see? A human being, a little girl walking on the sea alone. Estes looked at the rushing pirate group, the coldness on his body kept spreading, and the murderous intent in his eyes continued to permeate. Use your lives to praise the greatness of the Rockefeller family. Frozen. Estes yelled loudly, the chills scattered all over his body, and endless chills hit him. A light blue energy emanated from the mountains around Estes. And wherever the light blue energy passed, the sea seemed to have pressed the pause button, and the entire sea was frozen. The range of several kilometers around was sealed by the entire ice. The progress of the Wolf King pirates was blocked by the thick ice. What happened here? Countless people around were almost thrown away by the emergency brake, and quickly stabilized their minds and looked towards the sea. Backed. Frozen. Countless pirates looked at this scene and shouted in horror. Their ship was stuck in the ice, and they couldn't escape even if they tried to escape. After releasing the fruit ability, Estes turned pale immediately. This is the first time she has fully used the fruit ability. The energy in the body seemed to be emptied by half in an instant. His legs softened and he almost knelt down. Using the sword to prop up his body, he looked at the pirate who was only 30 meters away from him. And the pirates can clearly see the people blocking them. Brush, brush, brush. Behind Estes, after seeing the battlefield created by Estes, the others were also indifferent, and jumped off the boat one after another, and came behind Estes. Caesar stomped on the ice beneath his feet. Not to mention, it's pretty solid. Caesar's bad joke didn't make the slightest difference. Chapter 3:14 The Battle of the Rockefeller Family. Barrett stepped forward and put his hand on Estes' shoulder. You don't have much fighting power anymore, go back. Barrett's voice came from beside Estes, and then he stepped forward. No. I can still fight. Estes turned down Barrett's offer. And not far away. The many forces that were still panicking, including pirates, immediately rose up after seeing a group of children coming down. Bastard. Hold on to me, kill them all, and I will share the treasure with you. Allison immediately jumped off the boat and pointed to the group of children. Zog next to him followed closely behind Allison. Feeling the thickness of the ice, everyone jumped off. In an instant, the hundreds of meters of ice was immediately crowded with people. Others stopped on boats because they had nowhere to stay. Come on. Let them see how powerful the Rockefeller pirates are. Caesar shouted, and immediately turned into a humanoid tyrannosaur, charged up with a mace in his hand. This mace is a weapon made according to Caesar's size. Originally, Caesar also wanted to play sword like his father, but it was not smooth at all after trying, and he didn't have any talent for swordsmanship. He is more suitable for brute force. Some heavy weapons are more suitable for him. Then Charlotte thought about it and built him a Hailu stone mace, which was the same style as Kaido's, but smaller than Kaido's. But it is very suitable for Caesar. Rush. Tesla, Robert and others also followed Caesar and rushed out. Estes followed closely behind. He originally wanted her to rush ahead, and Caesar was in charge of protection, but he didn't expect it to be the other way around. Estes protects many younger brothers and sisters behind him. Caesar rushed into the crowd and immediately killed all directions. Wherever it went, there was no single enemy, and no one could survive Caesar's stick. Little devil. Go to hell with me. Seeing Caesar's power as if entering no one's land, the captain of the Skull Crusher pirates couldn't stand it anymore. Immediately rushed up. Hey. If you want to fight Brother Caesar, pass me first. Explosive impact. Didera stood in front of this person and swung out a fist. The explosive force carried by that fist immediately threw the captain of the Skull Crusher pirates flying. Bang. Ah. A person with fruit ability? The captain of the Skull Crusher pirates looked at the child standing in front of him in horror and said. At this time, he was seriously injured by that child. Hey. Want to try some explosions? I'll satisfy you. Didera smiled, and the brilliance of that smile seemed so shocking in the eyes of the pirate in front of him. No. Don't. Don't come here. Seeing this, the captain of the Skull Crusher pirates retreated quickly, but still couldn't escape Didera's explosion. The captain of the Skull Crusher pirates drowned in the sea amidst the explosion. Cut. Vulnerable. Didera said, slightly panting. Then he turned his attention to the others. All of a sudden there were explosions. The screams continued. Blood stained the entire ice surface, and broken limbs and arms flew around. It looks bloody now. just when Daedala killed the quartet. Robert is also extremely brave. Rely on the elementalization ability of natural gas fruit. He is invincible on the battlefield, and no one's attack can hit Robert. Robert turned into gas and entangled many enemies. In an instant, the enemies in that area were suffocated to death. Because of that terrifying scene, it seemed extremely strange, and the people around him died silently without knowing it. Let the people around you panic. Quick, cover your mouth and nose, don't breathe. People around shouted. But this is of no use. Countless people still clutched their necks in pain and died on the spot. Everyone was terrified. Sif is also a natural type snowfruit capable person, transforming into ice and snow, freely crisscrossing the ice. But the attack power is obviously not as good as the previous two, and they can only rely on the elemental talent of the natural department to resist the attacks around them. And this made this group of people who didn't even know the domineering color of their weapons despair. No matter how many times they attack, they still can't hurt the girl. The surrounding battlefield was extremely chaotic, and people were in a mess. Elder brother. Zog looked at Allison, who was blown away by a stick, and shouted. Bastard. How dare you hurt my brother, die for me. Zog roared, and raised his mace to hit Caesar. It turned out to be the same weapon as Caesar's. Clang. The two maces slammed together violently, and there was a huge sound of gold and iron delivery. Caesar frowned slightly. The big fool in front of him is actually stronger than the man just now, so he can't be taken lightly. Caesar thought of this, and immediately fought with Zog wholeheartedly. Seeing this, Allison, who had been sent flying, immediately wanted to rush forward and attack Caesar together. But when he just made a move, a white figure blocked his way with a western sword in his hand. Your opponent is me. As soon as the voice fell, a sword was swung out, and a long sword carrying a cold sword was swung out quickly. Tear. Allison couldn't dodge in time, and his chest was cut by a sword. Asshole. Seeing that he was injured, Allison's eyes turned red immediately, and his body swelled rapidly. Instantly turned into a werewolf. Oh. Still a devil fruit user. Estes frowned slightly, pulled a sword flower, and stabbed the long sword with a little tip of his toe. The two sides fought back and forth, but in general Allison was injured unilaterally. If it weren't for Estetha's use of the fruit ability before, it would be very easy to solve Allison. The battlefield is constantly changing. Barrett killed a reckless pirate captain with one punch and looked around. It's really worrying. Shoot me. Shoot. The surrounding force commanders shot at Barrett. Barrett didn't take these people's attacks to heart at all. Looking at Eve, who was chased by the pirates, and Kakarot and the others. Except for those who can rely on the ability of devil fruit to resist the enemy, the others are driven away by the pirates. These people include Eve, Logan, Trunks, and Kakarot. And those who can barely resist by relying on the devil fruit are Sif, Julie, Philip, and Gilbert. But these people barely resisted the enemy's offensive, and if they lacked physical strength, they might be in danger. Thinking of this, Barrett immediately rushed over, stopped Eve and the others behind him, and smashed the surrounding pirates with one punch. Thank you, Brother Barrett. Eve and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw it, and thanked them immediately. You're welcome. You should also be careful, there are too many enemies around, and protect yourself. Don't get lost. Barrett looked at the little ones and said. Guns were fired on the battlefield, and some little ghosts had already been injured. Chapter 315 sees the spoils. Haha. I'm out of strength. Now it's my turn to perform. Caesar took the mace and slammed it down on Zog. Bang. A crisp crack sounded. Zog stood there dumbfounded with blood all over his head, his gaze gradually lost. Younger brother. While resisting, Allison looked at the fallen Zog. Heh. How dare you be distracted while fighting me? Court death. Estetha's eyes flashed coldly, his pupils shrank instantly, and his domineering arrogance concentrated on the werewolf in front of him. Allison's eyes were slackened for a while, and his heart immediately tightened, and he hurriedly tightened his mind. But it was too late, and Esteth struck with lightning speed. Pft. Blood is scattered everywhere. The head is separated from the body. Captain. The people around were shocked when they saw it. Run. The hearts of countless people are already terrified, and they have no will to continue fighting after seeing the leader killed by a method. Quick. Clean up the surrounding ice. There was a shout, but few heard it. But there are still some smart people who are not in a hurry to get on the boat, but are hammering the ice crazily. One of the conspicuous figures emerged. This person's 4-meter-tall figure was slashing at the ice, dressed in gothic clothes, and had a very immature face. He seemed to be only about 10 years old, and he was very conspicuous in the crowd of fleeing people. Several people around his age also moved with him. Molia. What to do? The captain and the others are dead. The other party is rushing over. When the people on the side saw the enemy chasing after them, they were so frightened that they couldn't even hold the knife in their hands. Shut up. Dig through the ice, or we'll be in their pocket. Holding a big sword bigger than the person next to him, it is Moonlight Mariah, one of the Shichibukai of the later generations. But at this time, he was only 11 or 12 years old, and he was anxiously slashing at the ice layer with an immature expression on his face. Yes, yes, yes. The people around quickly slashed. Fortunately, their ship was close to the sea, and it didn't take long for a passage to be smashed. Quick! Get on the boat, let's get out of here. Mariah rushed onto the boat and said to everyone around him. Yes. People around are talking about Moria as the backbone. And those pirates around who were hunted down by Caesar rushed over when they saw a ship that could sail. Moria did not refuse, stopped and waited. But a small boat is only this big, and it is not bad to hold 5 or 60 people, so how can we continue to hold it? Brother Moria, let's go, or the other party will come over if we don't go. The crew members on the side said anxiously. Yes. But there are still so many crew members who have not boarded the ship. Moria looked at the people still blocking the boat and said. Brother Moria, I'm not thinking about these things now. Even if we stop here, we can't hold so many people. And even if we do, our ship won't be able to run fast because we will be caught up. We are still dead. The people around pleaded and persuaded. Seeing the anxious faces of so many people around, Moria gritted his teeth. Go. Get out of here. As Moria's voice fell, the ship moved immediately. Get off the ice quickly. Bastard. I haven't boarded the boat yet. Damn Moria, I shouldn't have asked the captain to let you aboard. Seeing the ship sailing away, the pirates who hadn't boarded the ship cursed one after another. But they didn't scold for long, and Caesar rushed over with everyone. Cornered them all. Finally, Caesar smiled ferociously. Haha. Now you can't escape. Brother. A ship has already escaped. Upon hearing that, Gibberta pointed to the ship that was slowly turning into a black spot in the distance. When Caesar heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Kill. Not one left. After Caesar's order was issued, the surrounded pirates huddled together in chaos, and were ruthlessly massacred by the people brought by Caesar. In the entire battlefield, only Moria evacuated here with a small group of people. After cleaning up all the forces, Caesar returned to the ship with everyone. Came in front of Charlotte. Charlotte stared blankly at the children in front of her who were almost all wounded, just watching them quietly. This made the group of children afraid to speak, their heads lowered, and the atmosphere became depressed. Only Caesar and Estes looked up at Dad. There was an indifferent attitude in Caesar's eyes, as if he didn't care about what Charlotte said next. As for Estes, his face was indifferent, with blood stains sticking to his body, which looked really scary. Quiet for a while. I don't need to say anything more about this battle. How are you guys cooperating? You know something in your own mind, and I don't want to say anything. Everyone starts today and completes the training I prepared for you every day. If you dare to procrastinate, I will hoist you up and hang you on the boat pole. Charlotte stared, looked at everyone and said. Yes. All the children nodded their heads. In this battle, Charlotte also watched, except for the performance of Caesar and Esther's, no one else was good. Robert and Deidara performed very well at the beginning, each killing a captain, but then drifted away. It didn't take long before I had no strength at all. If it weren't for Barrett's haste, the two children might have been cut to pieces. The individual combat is okay, but the coordination is terrible. Barrett came over. Captain, there are 7 pirates coming this time, 2 kingdom forces, and several armed merchant ships. Except for 1 pirate ship that escaped, all of them died here. There are a lot of treasures on board. The money from the auction was not spent, I simply counted, and a total of 19 billion Baileys were seized, including a lot of goods. Barrett reported the statistics to Charlotte. Charlotte took a look. Oh, so rich. What the hell is there to rob, and he is obviously a gift boy, knowing that he just spent 19 million, and gave himself another, billion. Don't worry about this month's salary. Charlotte nodded with great relief. calculate all the finances, and then hand them over to Elena. As for the remaining supplies, if needed, they will be moved onto the ship, and those not needed will be sold on the next island. The heads of those pirates are also kept, and they will be exchanged for bounties when they meet the Navy branch. Charlotte quickly arranged the next things, which were already very familiar to him. Yes. Barrett stepped back. Charlotte looked at the children who were still standing there. Don't go back and wash up, or your mother will be worried to death. Charlotte waved at these people and said. As soon as the children heard this, they ran back happily. Chapter 316 Moria. With the end of the battle in this sea area, the monitoring ships of the 5 major families in Shihai immediately reported back the battle situation. What? Rockefeller Charlotte didn't make a move, all his sons and daughters were fighting. What a monster pirate group. I remember most of them are less than 10 years old. The heads of several major families were shocked when they heard this. Yes. The eldest son of the Rockefeller family is very powerful. He turned into a giant dragon, and the ship was destroyed by a flame. The eldest daughter of the Rockefeller family is also very powerful, freezing the entire sea. The strength is extremely powerful. The gang's intelligence agent reports. Furdo waved his hand. Don't offend the members of the Rockefeller family in the future, you must make friends with them. In the future, if he has any troubles in Shihai, please notify the various responsible persons to help as much as possible, and make a good relationship. After the speakers of the 5 major families spoke, Charlotte was basically in the West Sea. As long as there were people on the island, things would go smoothly. The battle was over, and the Rockefeller pirates left this place and went to the next area. And on the ship that slipped away from the Rockefeller pirates, Mariah threw away the big knife in his hand and sat down on the deck, looking at the vast sea around him. Where should we go? Moria asked. He looked at the endless sea all around him with confusion in his eyes. The pirates who just joined were killed within a month, and only the people on their ship were left. Now on this ship, the captain has been killed by that dragon man, and all the cadres have been poisoned to death by that little ghost who emits poisonous gas. The pirate group he just joined, only the captain's ship is still there. Brother Moria, why don't you become the captain? Your strength is the strongest here. I believe you can lead us to continue sailing. The people on the side looked at the decadent Mariah and said suddenly. What? How does this work? After hearing this, Moria subconsciously refused. But you. Who else can lead us to continue sailing in this dangerous sea? So Captain Moria. Promise. The crew beside him spoke and called the captain directly. Yes. Brother Moria, if you hadn't saved us, we wouldn't be able to survive. We are all a group of homeless people, and only you can lead us to survive. The people around looked at Moria and said. Moria's bravery and wisdom led them to escape from the battlefield before, leaving a trace of prestige in these hearts. Seeing everyone around him looking at him, Moria was stunned. After that, the emotion in my heart couldn't be added. Since the brothers all recommended me to be the captain, then I will not refuse. As long as I have a bite to eat in the future, you will never be hungry. Moria looked at the many crew members who followed him and said. About 30 or 40 people looked happily at Moria, the new captain. And the other dozen pirates also bowed their heads when they saw it. Moria is still very happy to be supported by many crew members as the captain, sweeping away the previous decadent confidence. Long live Captain Moria. On the deck, more than 60 pirates who escaped from birth cheered one after another. Moria grinned after seeing it. The 4-meter-tall figure stood among the group of people like a little giant. At the age of 12, he took the first step in life. After deciding on a new captain, everyone on board swept away their previous fears and began to prepare a banquet to celebrate Captain Moria. Captain Moria. Look what I found. Just when everyone was going to celebrate, a crew member suddenly ran out of the cabin excitedly, holding a treasure chest in his hand. Captain. Look what I found. The shouting attracted the attention of many people, including Mariah. Moria's tall figure came over and looked at the person coming. What did you find? Captain. When I was cleaning the captain's cabin, I found a devil fruit, which was left by the previous captain. As soon as these words came out, everyone's breathing became short of breath. Devil fruit. They haven't forgotten how they failed just now. Was defeated by a group of imps with various devil fruit abilities. They were not convinced, thinking that it was just using the ability of the devil fruit. But now that a devil fruit appeared in front of them, none of them could calm down. For a moment, the greedy eyes around looked at the kid holding the treasure chest. And the boy with the treasure chest twisted his expression instantly, looking around vigilantly, waiting for Captain Moria. Boy! Give me the devil fruit. Sure enough, someone couldn't bear it anymore, and started to grab it, and immediately slashed at it with a knife. What? The kid who was hugging the treasure box was immediately stabbed in the back and lay down in the blood amber, still holding the treasure box tightly in his hands. Captain! Quick! This sudden change caught Moria by surprise. But after reacting, asshole! An incomparable momentum erupted from Mariah. The domineering arrogance burst out, instantly making everyone around him agree. With a painful expression on his face, he fell to the ground. Mariah drew out the big knife and slashed at the person who shot it. The pirate who shot was cut off in an instant. Moria did not stop and continued to swing the knife to kill those who wanted to do it. At one time, dozens of people were killed or injured on the deck. After killing these people, Moria threw away the long knife in his hand and came to the little brother. The younger brother was lying on the deck tightly holding the treasure chest in his hand. Brother! Moria looked at this self-conscious brother who didn't even know his name. Looking at the treasure chest in the opponent's hand, Moria gently opened the treasure chest, took out a black devil fruit with a small wing inside, and looked at the devil fruit that his companions protected with their lives. Mariah took a bite. Brother! I will live with your will, Moria said to the younger brother lying on the ground with a knife stuck in his back. Those crew members who didn't do anything around looked at all this in horror. Obviously nothing happened just now. Why is there a river of blood in the next second? Moria stood up and looked towards the calm sea, with a kind of ambition rising in his eyes. From today, we are called the Mariah Pirates. Moria looked at more than 40 companions around and said. These companions were a little dazed after experiencing the sudden change just now. But the companion who was still clever immediately cheered. Long live Captain Moria, long live the Moria Pirates. Hearing the cheers from all around, Moria clenched his fists silently. He wanted to lead his companions across the West Sea. Pack up the corpses of your companions. In a deep sorrow. He. The little ones have a banquet. Moria suddenly smiled and looked at the crowd and said. Chapter 317 Collecting Ships. West Sea. The Rockefeller pirates have been sailing in the West Sea for more than 2 months. I have seen a lot of customs and scenery of the West Sea. He also participated in many battles. Caesar and his party will have a naval battle almost every other day or two within the past 2 months. Charlotte didn't intervene, leaving everything to Caesar and the others to decide. Even in order to prevent them from using the Poseidon, a big killer, Charlotte specially bought several sailing ships equipped with cannons for them to use. Train them for naval warfare. As a pirate, the sea cannot escape. They must be made aware of the dangers of the sea and the vicissitudes of the situation. Train them early. Otherwise, when we return to the New World, the age of discovery will almost begin. At that time, the pirates swarming in will greatly involve Charlotte's energy, and it will be difficult to take care of her children. You must let them grow up to help you gain a firm foothold and win a large territory after the opening of the Great Navigation Era. Today's New World, because of his departure, the territory in the New World is already in jeopardy. Carter and the others have already shrunk their defenses and concentrated their forces near Kame Island to resist the ambitions of those pirates. Fortunately, with Charlotte's prestige, the Rockefeller pirates only went to the world and did not die. Those big pirates did not make progress, and only acted outside the territory of the Rockefeller pirates. On the other hand, Wano country, which is located in a remote place with a unique geographical location, is not a big deal. At most, some surviving samurai of Wano country seek to restore the country. But the samurai of the Wano country had been cleaned up almost as early as the period when Charlotte was resting in the Wano country. The daimyos in various regions were also beheaded by Charlotte, leaving only the usurper Kuroten Orochi of Wano country to hide. However, it is difficult for the usurper of Heighten Orochi to gather all the samurai in Wano. So it's safe for now. But Charlotte must ensure that Kazuki Oden doesn't know about Wano country. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. If you want to deal with Kazuki Oden, you have to be silent. Otherwise, once the trouble is known to the whole world, the Whitebeard pirates will never stand idly by. At that time, Charlotte will face the threat of Whitebeard. Not afraid, but not necessary. If it hurts both sides, is it going to make the Golden Lion and Charlotte Lingling, or the navies cheap? At this point, Charlotte believes that Whitebeard is not willing. However, whether Whitebeard will avenge Kazuki Oden is another matter. because Kazuki Oden got off the ship midway and left the Whitebeard pirates. At that time, I don't know whether Whitebeard still recognizes Kazuki Oden. However, based on Charlotte's understanding of Whitebeard, Whitebeard probably still has to do it once. But there is no need to fight to the death. Whitebeard should not be willing to consume his son for an outsider who has already disembarked. Not Ace. There are great challenges in the future, and Charlotte must be prepared for everything. And all of these require strength as the backing. That's why Charlotte began to consciously train her children. Hope not to be eliminated in future wars. Dad. It's been solved. Seeing Caesar's relaxed look after he came back, Charlotte nodded and said nothing more. No compliments either. Today's pirates in the Four Seas are basically no longer a threat to Caesar and Esther's. Counting on a group of low-level pirates who don't even have weapons and knowledge, will they be the opponents of Caesar and Estes, who are proficient in knowledge and domineering? If it wasn't for being too young, his body hadn't grown up yet, and his armed domineering spirit couldn't be awakened for the time being. They definitely have the strength of lieutenant generals. Now they, in Charlotte's view, already have the ability to compete with the major general. Especially Caesar, with his phantom beast species, the green dragon fruit, even a lieutenant general can break his wrist. The next destination. What is it? Charlotte looked at the navigator and asked. Further ahead is the country of flowers, the most powerful country in the West Sea, but before we enter the country of flowers, there is an iceberg lying on the road. We need to bypass the iceberg to reach the country of flowers. The navigator had already engraved the map of the West Sea in his mind, and said immediately. Iceberg? Charlotte murmured. He remembered that there was hundreds of years of wealth accumulated by the 8 Treasures Navy in the iceberg. And next to it is the Kingdom of Flowers, so it's hard not to let Charlotte guess that the wealth of the 8 Treasures Navy is buried in this iceberg. Think of this. No detour. Go to that iceberg. Charlotte said immediately. Hearing this, the navigator frowned. Captain. There are many hidden reefs and icebergs on the other side of the iceberg. It is easy to hit the rocks there, causing the ship to be destroyed and people killed. Basically, no one in the West Sea will go there. The navigator reminded. As a navigator, I still know a little about some dangerous places. Whether our ship can enter the iceberg? Asked Charlotte. It's hard. The boat is too big and it's easy to hit the rocks. Said the navigator worriedly. Hearing that, Charlotte also hesitated, and she definitely wanted to go. The centuries-old wealth of the 8 Treasures Navy is still very attractive to Charlotte. Although it will offend green peppers, but will Charlotte be afraid? However, considering that it is easy to hit the rocks, Charlotte still thought about it for a while. Seeing the captain lowered his head in thought, the people around him did not bother him. It was Caesar who scratched his head. Why don't you go in with a small boat? We have captured so many pirate ships, why don't we take them out to explore the way? Caesar's childish voice fell, and the boat entered the entire lobby. Everyone looked at the eldest son in surprise. Charlotte also raised her head sharply. Yes, why didn't he expect that it was the bystanders who were clear, and those who entered the game were fascinated? How many ships do we have? Charlotte asked quickly. Caesar scratched his head. Because of your father's instructions, we only rob property and don't kill people very much. After the battle, we only collect treasure. Except for some stubborn ones, the rest of the pirate ships are released. Only 5 pirate ships are in our men. Caesar explained. Forehead. Charlotte heard that there were black lines all over her forehead. He also knew that it was immoral for him to do so. As a pirate, he actually robbed pirates. This is the same route, why is it too urgent to fry each other? Because of his operation, he has a bad reputation among the pirates in Beihai and Shihai. This is why after sailing for so long, not even a subsidiary pirate group joined. Of course, Charlotte didn't want to accept it either. During this time, collect the ships and prepare to enter that iceberg. Charlotte was only embarrassed for a while, and then ordered. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison. Immediately go and order your subordinates to complete the tasks that Charlotte entrusted to them. Chapter 318 Bayou Iceberg. In fact, Charlotte still has another option, which is to go directly to the Kingdom of Flowers and find a roadmap for Green Pepper to enter safely, but the other party is definitely unwilling. But Charlotte still has means, and her knowledge in mind reading is not just for fun. As one grows older, one's sense of knowledge becomes stronger and stronger. Mind reading has almost evolved into soul searching and memory searching. comparable to the supernatural powers of the three-eyed tribe. And in the past few years, Charlotte's knowledge has reached the level of listening to the voice of all things. Every time I just stare at my eyes quietly, I can hear the breathing of everything. Even stones have their own breath. This kind of operation really surprised Charlotte for a while. But foreseeing the future, still not. I don't know if it's my talent or what. Foreseeing the future is always out of reach. But the premonition of danger has always been there. The first talent Charlotte awakens is to foresee danger and avoid it in advance. But this is not predicting the future. Still not the same. Now with his knowledge color distance, he can clearly see the sky above, meters. But outer space is still a bit embarrassing for him. I don't know where the future General Fujitora is now. You can also ask him for advice, by the way, win over. It's unlikely, but it's worth a try. Just like the Red Earl. But speaking of the Red Earl. In the past few years, he has earned a great reputation in the New World. Challenge Whitebeard, Roger, and Golden Lion. Not one is left behind. Go find them to fight every once in a while, a complete fighting lunatic. Fortunately, I am not in the New World. But his name is getting bigger and bigger. He also forcibly broke through his base camp, Kame Island. This incident was a great loss of face. There are already many opinions in the New World, and the title of the 4 legendary pirates in the New World of Charlotte will be assigned to the lonely Red Earl Parkrick Redfield. There was a lot of buzz around that time. There are many pirate groups wandering in the New World who want to join the Red Earl's command, making up for the lack of power of the Red Earl in one fell swoop. But unfortunately, the Red Earl refused without thinking. The Red Earl, who has mind-reading skills, dismisses those who want to join him and rely on his own name to do things. They ignored each other and left. This also makes those good-for-nothings want to lose the title of the 4 legendary pirates. It is difficult to be sure whether there is any handwriting of the world government or the navy. After all, this kind of thing is often done by their navy. But the Red Earl's name is still called by the good-for-nothings as a man who is on an equal footing with the 4 legendary pirates by himself. The bounty of Charlotte Lingling is higher and more famous than the Red Earl. Because Charlotte Lingling is a pirate group established by blood relationship. It is difficult for outsiders to enter the Big Mom Pirates to climb to a high position. The Red Earl was much more relaxed. For more than half a month. All the pirates in the West Sea know one thing. The Rockefeller pirates who entered the West Sea were plundering wildly. All the forces are wondering what the Rockefeller pirates want to do. As soon as he entered the West Sea, he wiped out 6 or 7 of the more famous pirate groups in the West Sea. Now it is crazily robbing passing ships in a sea area. Not even a fucking naval surveillance ship is spared. Is there anything sadder than this? After all the forces in the West Sea received this news. The sea area where the Rockefeller pirates were located was empty. Caesar wandered the sea with his brothers and sisters all day without seeing a ship. I can only return to the sea god Poseidon. More than 60 ships have been collected. Are there so many in the West Sea? Charlotte was also taken aback when she heard that she had collected more than 60 ships. Immediately went out to have a look. This look startled Charlotte. Around the sea god Poseidon, there are more than 60 ships densely lined up. All the ships seem to be waiting for a review, very neat. Hiss. Charlotte gasped. Hey. If the Navy finds out, will they think that I am expanding my power? Charlotte suddenly thought of this possibility. Then I saw that among the more than 60 ships, there were 3 or 4 warships flying the Navy flag. You even robbed the Navy? Charlotte said in surprise. The pride on Caesar's little face when he heard this appeared, he raised his head and waited for Charlotte's praise. Ha ha. Seeing Caesar's appearance, Charlotte hee-heed, but didn't say anything else. Go. Let's go to the iceberg. Charlotte waved her hand and got into the cabin, not wanting to say anything more. Caesar did nothing wrong, he just collected the ships according to his instructions. Sailing with mighty ships. Fortunately, there is no one nearby, otherwise it must be startled. Poseidon, the god of the sea, stopped at the periphery of the ice layer, looking at the large ocean covered by ice. Hiss. It's cold. A few little devils suddenly hugged their shoulders and said. At this time Trunks stood up. The hot fruit ability is activated immediately. In an instant, the surrounding temperature rose, dispelling the chill. There are 2 people, Estes and Trunks. Warm in winter and cool in summer is not meant for fun. And there is a temperature fruit in Charlotte's hand. That is the artifact. Send someone to row a boat and try one by one. Charlotte commanded. As Charlotte's voice fell, the people who had already prepared immediately drove in the boat. Not Charlotte making a fuss. But these reefs and ice floes are too dangerous. Referring to the Titanic in the previous life, didn't it sink because it hit an iceberg? Charlotte's sea god Poseidon was built after exhausting Charlotte's hard work, so it can't be destroyed here. Entering with one ship after another. There are already many ships that have been stranded there. Only search and rescue personnel can be dispatched to rescue. As time goes by. Finally a ship is approaching the glacier. Captain. Someone has already landed on the glacier and found a safe way. The navigator came over and said. Let's go. Let's go. Barrett, you stay on board and report to me immediately if anything happens. Charlotte gave Barrett an order, and then took the boat and rowed in according to the previous route. Come to the glacier. Looking at the flat glaciers all around, Charlotte knew that she was right. Come to the middle of the glacier. Charlotte swiped her foot, sweeping away the pile of snow piled up under her feet. Everyone watched Charlotte's movements intently. As the snow drifts on the glacier. Everyone saw through the translucent glacier that there seemed to be something shining under the glacier. Dad. There's something under the ice. Caesar looked down and said. Charlotte rolled her eyes. Your father, I'm not blind. Chapter 319. Charlotte felt the freezing sensation in her hands. The temperature of the ice layer was even colder than he had imagined. The 7-star sword appeared in Charlotte's hand. The tip of the sword stabbed towards the ice layer without using much force. As a result, when the sword tip touched the ice, it only broke a little bit of ice. This surprised the people around. You know, the sword of their captain is a demon sword, it is extremely sharp, enough to be compared with the 12 works of the supreme large block knife. But now there is only a little mark inserted in this ice layer. Anyone who didn't believe in evil immediately drew out the long knife at his waist and slashed towards the ice below. Clang sound. Everyone looked at the man wielding the knife, only to see that the man wielding the knife had a trembling arm, and a gap was actually cut by the edge of the knife in his hand. This made the surrounding people look at all this in surprise. What kind of ice is this? So hard? Estes asked incredulously. No one could answer her question. This is Bayou Iceberg. Charlotte only gives this explanation. Bayou Iceberg. Everyone was surprised. Dad. What's buried under here? Caesar was curious about what was underneath that made his father think so hard. Charlotte glanced at Caesar and everyone. Under our feet is a huge treasure. This is the treasure buried by the 8 Treasures Navy for hundreds of years. I plan to loot this place. Charlotte didn't hide anything, she said it all. Anyway, they will know when the ice will be split. Babeo Saijun. It's the green pepper that was caught by Vice Admiral Garp 2 years ago. I seem to remember meeting him when I was a child. Caesar had a vague impression of this name. Yes. You did meet him when you were a child, but your eldest sister should know that you were still young at that time. Charlotte looked at Estes. Estes nodded. It was under his oppression that my domineering aura was awakened. Speaking of which, he is still my benefactor. Estes made a lukewarm joke. Most of the people have no impression of green peppers, after all, 7 years have passed. Caesar was about 3 years old at the time. Okay, don't gossip, your mother is still waiting for us on the boat, back away, I want to blast this ice layer. Charlotte said to everyone. After hearing this, everyone didn't dare to be sloppy, and quickly retreated to the boat, watching Charlotte's movement from a distance. Charlotte looked at the large piece of ice under her feet, how many treasures there would be, but they were all her own. As for the bell peppers. This is the life money that saved his life 7 years ago. If he refuses to accept, you can let him come to you. The 7-star sword in Xia Luo's hand immediately lit up with a strange green color, and lightning was wrapped around the sword. A tyrannical aura suddenly rose around Charlotte. And everyone who noticed this scene didn't blink their eyes, and looked at Charlotte intently. You must know that it is very difficult for Charlotte to see him do anything at ordinary times. Basically, it's up to them to do it. The most recent fight was also 2 years ago when he fought with Admiral Zifa the Black Armor for 4 or 5 days. Now you can see Charlotte making a move again, and everyone looks at Charlotte excitedly. Especially the newly recruited crew members are the bosses with staring eyes, not letting go of any details. Charlotte slowly raised her right hand, and the 7-star sword was raised high. Demon. Sword. Ba. Sky. A burst of anger. With all her strength, Charlotte blasted towards the underground ice. Boom. The A-meter-long sword chi slashed across the ice. In an instant, the entire glacier was shaking violently. Charlotte stood in the center of the shaking and felt it most clearly. The violent shaking made Charlotte almost unsteady. Did I use too much force? You must know that one blow with all your strength can break an island. Can this precious jade ice layer really hold up to his full blow? The strong shaking caused snowflakes to dance on the iceberg. The people who stayed on the periphery could no longer see clearly what happened on the ice, but still stare at the center. On the Poseidon in the distance, there was a loud boom. Barrett immediately looked into the distance. What's going on? The captain made a move? Only the captain can make this movement. What on earth forced the captain to take action? Barrett thought in his heart, but no one answered this question, so he could only stand there and wait quietly. Island center. The snowflakes dispersed. Charlotte's figure was revealed. Charlotte stood in the torn-apart ice and looked at the bottom of her feet. The gleaming treasure smiled. The ice layer of Bayou is quite hard. Little ones, move all these treasures up. Charlotte turned around and shouted to the gaping people on the boat behind her. When a group of newcomers saw Charlotte make a move for the first time, they were already dumbfounded. But the old crew member reacted immediately, and immediately greeted the people around him and ran towards the ice. Captain, get rich. Everyone walked among the gold coins, and the gold coins made a crisp sound when they stepped on them. Everyone stepped on it carefully, fearing that it would be crushed, and looked around in disbelief. This ice layer with a radius of meters is actually full of treasures. For the first time they saw so much treasure in front of them. Ha 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 ha. Of course. Don't be dazed, move on to the boat, it will be ours from now on. Charlotte shouted at the crowd. There are at least tens of billions of treasures here. It is the most powerful kingdom in the West Sea, the Kingdom of Flowers. There are tens of billions of treasures passed down from generation to generation by just one leader. This is definitely the biggest harvest in Charlotte's history. The only one who wants to break this record is the golden city of Sky Island. Witness icebergs paved with gold. Charlotte suddenly wants to see the city made of gold again, but there is no rush, it will be his sooner or later. Many crew members ran over one after another, each holding a handful in their arms, feeling the weight in their arms. They were then transported back to the ship. Even those kids know how valuable these are. They also began to collect them and put them on board. Charlotte looked around, and besides the gold, there were 3 treasure chests in it. Charlotte walked over. No need to think about it, these 3 treasure chests must be devil fruits. Devil fruits that can be passed down by the 8 treasures navy are absolutely precious. Thinking of this, Charlotte couldn't wait to get up immediately. He picked up a treasure chest and opened it to have a look. Sure enough, a devil fruit lay quietly inside. And there is a piece of paper in the box. Charlotte took a look at it immediately. Natural type mercury fruit. It's actually a natural type devil fruit. Charlotte looked happily at the silver-white devil fruit in her hand. A natural devil fruit has never appeared in the original book. Unexpectedly, the 8 treasures navy still hid this treasure. Posted. Chapter 323 Top Devil Fruits. The first treasure chest opened a precious natural system. Charlotte couldn't wait to look at the remaining 2 treasure chests. Put in quicksilver fruit. He picked up another treasure chest, opened it, and a purple-red banana appeared in his eyes. The patterns on the bananas are very messy and dazzling. There is also a note next to it. It is estimated that it was buried for future generations to watch, and now it is all cheap for Charlotte. Superhuman phantom fruit. Possesses the ability to create illusions. Ha 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 ha. It's another top-notch devil fruit. Once you hear the name, you will know that this fruit is not simple. Fantasy. This word is not simple, the upper limit of this fruit is very high. Sure enough, there is nothing simple that can be put together with the natural department. You can add another one to your collection. Putting down the phantom fruit, Charlotte looked at the last treasure chest. Open it up and take a look. It's another banana, but this banana is khaki, giving people a heavy feeling at first glance. What's even more peculiar is that the pattern on this fruit seems to be torn by sharp claws, with intertwined grip and hatred, and the shape of the fruit is like the arm of a beast, giving people a feeling of power. Pick up the little note next to it. Animal type phantom beast Kirin fruit, with the power to control the earth and elements, it is really an amazing devil fruit. Charlotte held up the strong banana and said. Successive surprises have used up all the surprises Charlotte has had this year. 3 devil fruits. Nature, Superman, animal, every kind of fruit. This 8 treasure navy is really rich. Sure enough, these centuries-old forces should not be underestimated. Undoubtedly, Charlotte was the happiest when she opened 3 top-level devil fruits. I am happier than having collected tens of billions of wealth. Ha 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 ha. Charlotte's wild laughter shook the whole field, shaking the surrounding icebergs a little. Dad. What did you find? Caesar laughed when he saw Charlotte, thinking he had found something. He ran over immediately. I saw a devil fruit in my father's hand. I'm going. Devil fruits. The 8 treasures navy still has devil fruits in their collection. Caesar looked at the devil fruit in Charlotte's hand in surprise. I don't know how many times he was surprised today. Ha 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 ha. That's right. It's a devil fruit. Charlotte put away the 3 devil fruits and walked towards the ship regardless of Caesar. Already ignored the son of Caesar. Seeing that his father had nothing to say, Caesar didn't bother himself. Continue to mint treasure with your siblings. But after all, with tens of billions of gold and all kinds of jewelry and valuables, it is still very difficult to move all of them to the ship at once. Especially some antiques. Caesar couldn't figure out why a pirate still collects antiques. Are you in a hurry? Charlotte took the treasure chest and returned to the sea god Poseidon. Barrett also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Charlotte come back. Think what happened inside the iceberg. Captain. What just happened? But Barrett still asked. Charlotte was in a good mood. There is a treasure jade iceberg inside, and there are some gold and some precious jewels under the iceberg, but it is difficult to get them out, so I split the iceberg with a sword, revealing the treasure inside, and now everyone it's like treasure inside. If you're okay, go and help, bring more people, and bring them back as soon as possible. Charlotte said with a smile. Barrett nodded after listening. Okay. I'll take people to transport right away. Barrett nodded, but didn't care. It's just treasure, it's not like I haven't seen it before. But seeing how the captain looked at his heart, it was obviously because of the 3 treasure chests in the captain's hand. These 3 treasure chests can be seen to contain devil fruits at a glance. What else could make the captain so happy? Rockefeller Charlotte is known to be fond of collecting devil fruits, especially the prized devil fruits. Charlotte is back in the cabin, ready to enjoy his devil fruit. Barrett and some people rode to the iceberg. As for the sea god Poseidon, the captain sits there, and whoever would dare to provoke him came to the iceberg. Barrett was shocked instantly. A large piece of gold is spread all over the glacier, and the golden light is so dazzling. Here are some treasures that the captain said. For the first time, Barrett questioned Charlotte's words. But then I didn't think about it anymore, and immediately joined the sequence of collecting treasures. Now, due to Charlotte's plan to travel around the world, the steward Ivan stayed on Kame Island. Although Elena was in charge of the ship's finances, Barrett was in charge of the distribution. Money is a headache almost every month. He abruptly changed from a warrior to a steward. Managed numerous members and finances. Seeing so much wealth now, Barrett immediately became excited and joined in. The ship went back and forth, from the iceberg back to the Poseidon and back to the iceberg. After going back and forth several times until the evening, I checked it carefully again to make sure that there was not even a single gold coin left behind. The entire crew returned to the main ship satisfied. Only a piece of ruins remained. You must know that the Bayou iceberg has been shattered by Charlotte, but it can be restored after being cracked by green peppers. If this Bayou iceberg wants to recover, I am afraid it will be difficult to recover without tens or hundreds of years. Charlotte's shot basically destroyed this precious jade iceberg. Everyone returned to the ship and carried the last batch of gold onto the ship. Everyone roared with enthusiasm. Get rich! A loud roar aroused everyone's enthusiasm. Charlotte also came out. To celebrate this batch of treasures, everyone will have a banquet tonight with 100 million Baileys each. Charlotte waved his hand again and said. Thousands of people all cheered. Long live the captain! Long live the captain! Barrett also cheered for a while, and then he had a bitter face. Because nothing unexpected happened, he had to share the money. Have a banquet! Cried Charlotte. Have a banquet! Long live the captain! All crew members were immersed in the cheers. In the dark night. On the Poseidon, the lights are bright. The maid brought all the food out of the kitchen. After seeing Charlotte, she was all thankful that she had trained a cook with more than 50 people. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome to hold a banquet for this big family. Not only these cooks, but also some singing and dancing performances also gave the banquet full of joy and fun. Everyone held the banquet on the deck until the early hours of the morning before it ended. Charlotte was also dazed and carried back to the room by the women with blushing faces. As for the next thing, it goes without saying. Chapter 321. It was nearly noon when Charlotte woke up the next day. Lying on the big empty bed, feeling left and right, it was empty. In an instant, Charlotte regained consciousness. "Are you all up?" Charlotte sat up and looked around, then got up and walked out of the room. "Good afternoon, Captain." "Hello, Captain." People who saw Charlotte along the way bent down to greet him. Most of them are maids. Rarely does a male crew come to the upper 3 floors. The ship has 7 floors. Among them, the upper 3 floors are located on the deck, where Charlotte and the women stay. Under normal circumstances, only maids will be active on the upper 3 floors, while male crew members will only be active on the deck and the lower 4 floors. Although there is nothing clearly stipulated by Charlotte. But those crew members will still avoid suspicion. This kind of subordinate who will consider for the boss is Charlotte's favorite. All the way to the restaurant, it was noon, and many crew members were eating big pot meals in the restaurant. Charlotte came to a window. "Give me a copy too." Charlotte looked at the maid inside and said. The maid was obviously taken aback when she saw Charlotte, but she didn't expect that Charlotte would come to the cafeteria to eat. You know, as long as they are cadre members, there will be special chefs who cook individually according to their tastes. It is rare to have a big pot meal with ordinary crew members. But Charlotte is not the first time to eat. So the maid reacted immediately. Immediately made a pot full of meals for Charlotte. As for why Charlotte came to the cafeteria. Of course it's for convenience, otherwise, I don't know how long the wait will be for the cook in the kitchen to finish it alone. Charlotte doesn't want to wait. And the food in the cafeteria is not bad. Although she has been pampered for more than 10 years, Charlotte has no aristocratic airs. Occasionally, I will try the taste of big pot rice. After seeing the captain find a place to sit down with a plate. Many crew members secretly looked at Charlotte. You must know that he was able to board the ship, most of which were attracted by Charlotte's charm. One can imagine the feeling of being able to sit and eat with the idle captain. Charlotte ignored the admiring eyes around her. For her, these are all used to. After inexplicably gaining the title of the world's #1 swordsman 5 years ago, Charlotte has been able to turn a blind eye to this kind of look. After gulping down the food on the plate, he wiped his mouth and got up to leave. Charlotte is still very satisfied with the taste of the big pot rice, and the ingredients are still very sufficient, which is much better than the one in school in the previous life. Hey! The master is in a good mood today. He actually took the initiative to eat a big pot of rice, and the sun came out from the west. Elena came over, followed by several maids. Look at what you said, the captain, can't eat big pot meals. Charlotte ignored Elena's irony. You. Elena rolled her eyes at Charlotte and walked over. Charlotte shook her head, not knowing what offended her. After thinking about it, it seems that he didn't offend her either. Never mind, woman, there are always days in a bad mood every month. Charlotte went to the captain's cabin. Watching a dozen operators sitting in front of the console and operating. Captain. When you see Charlotte coming, say hello immediately. You have all eaten? Asked Charlotte. The maid has delivered the food and has already eaten. These operators basically have to stay in the control room all the time, so they will ask the maids to bring the food in advance. Okay. Charlotte nodded. How long will it take to get to the next island? Charlotte continued to ask. There is still a day's journey to the country of flowers. We will arrive almost tomorrow morning. After hearing the captain's question, the navigator said immediately. Okay. Charlotte nodded. He came here to observe. After looking at the sailing route, he went out. Came to the training room. When I came to the door, I heard the sound of metal clashing in the training room. Charlotte was very familiar with the sound of pulling iron. When you open the door, you can see the children sweating in front of their exercise equipment. Exercise your body. After seeing that none of these children was lazy, Charlotte nodded in satisfaction. After that, he didn't bother them, but looked around them. Some children immediately showed their father in front of their father when they saw him coming. One by one worked extremely hard. Looking at the many children, Charlotte suddenly frowned. Why didn't you see Caesar? Where is Caesar? Charlotte frowned. Come to Tesla. Tesla. Where's your brother Caesar? Charlotte asked suddenly. After seeing his father approaching, Tesla slowed down his movements and hesitated for a moment after hearing his father's question. Seeing his son's hesitant face. Say. Don't try to cover your brother. Where is your brother being lazy again? Charlotte asked immediately. Tesla was persuaded by what Charlotte said. Then the little finger pointed in one direction. Charlotte looked, there was nothing. Immediately walked over. I saw a person lying in a pile of equipment. Still sound asleep there. It was Caesar. Charlotte was instantly furious, can fall asleep amidst all the noise. Charlotte really doesn't know what to admire, still hate iron but not steel. Thinking of this, Charlotte immediately shouted. Caesar. An indifferent voice came. Caesar suddenly shuddered. Immediately opened his eyes. Old. Dad. Caesar panicked instantly. Did you sleep well? Charlotte asked suddenly. Caesar broke out in a cold sweat immediately. Dad, why are you here? Caesar suppressed his fear and quickly asked with a flattering smile. Charlotte looked at her son's forced smile and smiled slightly. A big hand was placed on Caesar's shoulder. Caesar. We haven't practiced for a long time. How about practicing with Dad? Charlotte's smile gradually enlarged in Caesar's eyes. Haven't waited for Caesar to say anything. Caesar immediately felt that his body's center of gravity was unstable and immediately flew up. Bang. There was a heavy landing sound. Caesar was thrown into the ring by Charlotte. The next second, Charlotte's figure also came to the ring. Dad. Wait. Caesar stood up and waved his hands quickly, wanting to stop. Creak. Charlotte clenched her fists. Let me see how strong you are. Dare to be lazy? Bang. One punch. The fist hit Caesar in the face. Caesar was crippled, hit the side rope, and bounced back. No. Don't, Dad. Caesar screamed from the beating, his face immediately swelled up, and he immediately begged for mercy. How can I not? Seeing you are so comfortable, I think you are very strong. Let Dad see your strength. Son. Charlotte didn't give Caesar a chance to speak at all, and threw out another punch. Caesar quickly protected his head and was sent flying by Charlotte again. Hey. Not bad. You can still dodge it, it seems that you really have some skills. Chapter 322. Although Charlotte didn't take it seriously or use any force, it was pretty good if she could block her own attack. Caesar was sent flying on the side rope and immediately stabilized his figure. Dad. Don't bully people too much. Caesar stabilized his body and looked up at Charlotte. Oh. Why did I bully you? Charlotte shook her head, moved her wrist, and waved to Caesar. Asshole. Caesar rushed over angrily. With a punch, there was a burst of breaking wind. And Charlotte just tilted her head slightly, and then dodged. Then there is a leg lift. Caesar's body arched immediately. He flew back at a very fast speed. With this level of strength, you dare to talk to Dad like that? Charlotte said disdainfully, and then hooked Caesar, who was lying on the ground again. People around have gathered around, watching this big drama between father and son. Many little devils watched their brother who was beaten so badly by their father and mourned for a while. Being lazy was actually caught in a formal manner. He is not unlucky, who is unlucky. Tesla felt guilty for a while looking at his brother who was beaten up on the stage with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Asshole. Caesar slammed his fist on the floor, bursting into rage. Are you only incompetent anger? Aren't you very powerful? Just this little strength? Charlotte continued to stimulate Caesar with words. Caesar stood up immediately after hearing this. Bastard. Stop looking down on people. Caesar's figure immediately swelled up, and his original height of about 1.7 meters immediately swelled to 3 meters. A huge half-dragon form appeared in everyone's eyes, with blue scales covering the whole body, and the vertical pupils in the pupils suddenly widened. Tear the sky claw. The sharp claws slashed towards Charlotte's face. Charlotte didn't evade, but stood where she was. Slowly stretched out a finger, and tapped it in the palm of Caesar's lower paw. Pointing out, Caesar's sharp claws could not move down half an inch. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Weak and weak. Then his fingers moved up gently, and Caesar's whole body couldn't help but retreat. This power is not enough, Charlotte said contemptuously. Caesar didn't speak, one blow failed, and immediately followed up with the next blow. Completely in a state of madness. He kept being knocked into the air, then stood up, and was knocked into the air again. After going back and forth more than a dozen times, Charlotte was a little annoyed. It can only be said that it is worthy of the form of animal, phantom beast, and blue dragon. Charlotte is envious of this recovery ability and this durability. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. There was red light in Caesar's eyes, and there was a sense of oppression on his body, and the domineering look faintly emanated unconsciously. Gasping heavily. Don't stop. Continue. Let me see your support. Charlotte hooked her hands and said. Caesar rushed forward with red eyes, roaring continuously. Charlotte didn't save face for Caesar. In front of so many brothers and sisters, he beat Caesar severely. Grabbed Caesar's dragon tail and smashed left and right. Caesar was taken by Charlotte without any resistance. Gradually, he also lost the strength to resist and returned to his human form. Other people train, you sleep, let me see how strong you are and dare to do this. Do you think that you have a little strength, so you swell? Think that you are great because you have dealt with a few little pirates these days. Charlotte took turns talking until Caesar lost his resistance and lay motionless on the ground. Looking at Caesar with blood on the corner of his mouth, this is the first time Charlotte has hit hard. In the past, at most, the nose would be bruised and the face would be swollen, but now the blood is coming out. The people around were silent and did not dare to speak, and did not dare to take a breath. Soon, the ladies knew what happened here. They all ran over quickly one by one. Charlotte. Elena looked at Caesar being beaten and shouted. Although he was not her own son, he was also watched by her to grow up, and now he was beaten like this by Charlotte, and immediately said angrily. Naichin. Naichin. Call Naichin over. Elena quickly shouted to the people around her. The maid next to her immediately ran out. Charlotte. Why are you crazy? Elena ran to Charlotte and said. Don't worry about this matter. If you don't teach him a lesson, you don't even know how old you are. Everyone else is training, and he's the only one lying in the equipment to sleep. If it wasn't for the surprise inspection, I wouldn't even know. Charlotte looked at Caesar's appearance. Although she felt a little distressed in her heart, she still hated it. Isn't it just sleeping? Why are you calling it like this? Elena came to Caesar, and Martha hugged her son sobbing. I just let him know, don't think that you are very powerful after killing a few pirates who haven't even been to the Great Route, and your tail is up to the sky. This world will always be the most powerful. As my Rockefeller son, his future is destined to be unstable. With his attitude, he will kill himself and others sooner or later. Charlotte hated iron and said. Caesar narrowed his eyes slightly, and wanted to say something, but another mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and he passed out completely. Caesar! Caesar! Martha looked at her son and yelled. But how could Caesar, who had fainted, respond? Soon, Naichin came. She also learned about things here. After seeing Caesar on the ring, Naichin gasped. So miserable. Naichin glanced at Charlotte cautiously. Then he squatted down and checked, and breathed a sigh of relief. After taking out the healing medicine and giving it to Caesar, he stood up. Don't worry, madam, Master Caesar just suffered some skin trauma, it's nothing serious, just rest for a few days. Seeing Mrs. Martha's worried expression, Naichin didn't dare to keep her secret. Martha breathed a sigh of relief. No one saw that Charlotte was also frowning. Don't look at the ruthless beating just now, in fact, Charlotte is not willing. It's just that when he saw his son who gave him hope to be lazy, his temper suddenly became angry. Thinking that everyone else was training desperately, and Caesar actually slept, Charlotte couldn't beat her. Take a look at Caesar. Charlotte turned away. He didn't stay any longer, otherwise what was waiting for him would be Ileana's persistent noise. The others didn't dare to stay too long after seeing the captain leave. This is the end of the family drama. None of the unrelated personnel discussed the matter either. Joke, what do you mean by discussing your own captain's family affairs here? Caesar was carried back by Elena and others. In the training ground, I thought about it again. Everyone started training desperately, and no one dared to be lazy. Charlotte's lesson has once again become more dignified in the hearts of other children. Charlotte wants to let them know that laziness requires strength through this lesson. Chapter 323 The Country of Flowers. Since Charlotte beat Caesar hard, all the children broke out with a strong enthusiasm for training. Finally, there is no need for Charlotte to rush behind. Of course, Charlotte doesn't know if it's a 3-minute heat, but if they relax, Charlotte will let them know why the flowers are so red. This time, Caesar was beaten in full view. It can only be said that Caesar hit Charlotte's muzzle. Charlotte has long wanted to rectify these children. Charlotte took them out of Kame Island and into the North Sea, and now they came to the West Sea. Having seen so many things, and being basically invincible in the novice village of 4 seas, their hearts have already swelled. No one has been put in the eyes. It can be seen from these few attacks. Charge without thinking, no matter who the other party is, he will charge up when he sees the pirate flag, and even dare to directly provoke the navy. Although these are not a big deal for Charlotte, but this kind of personality, Charlotte must definitely correct it. Now is the stage of shaping their characters, so they can't be raised and disabled. Caesar was taken away by Elena and others, and with the treatment of pharmacist Nichin, Caesar has recovered more than half. He was lying on the bed right now, staring at the ceiling blankly. His mother, Jillian, looked at her son and shed tears of distress. Caesar. Jillian softly called Caesar's name, but Caesar didn't respond. Sister Jillian. Let Caesar think about it by himself. Elena pulled La Jillian and said. Jillian glanced at Caesar in a daze and nodded. Caesar. You have a good rest. Mom won't bother you, and don't blame your dad. He just wants you to become a dragon so much, and the burden on your dad is heavy. Promise Mom not to be lazy again. As he spoke, he covered Caesar with the quilt, and was supported by Elena and walked out. The other girls shook their heads worriedly after seeing it. I hope Caesar can figure it out by himself. Everyone left, leaving only Caesar lying quietly on the bed, thinking about what happened just now. The voices of hatred and disappointment came to mind, causing Caesar to close his eyes silently. After a commotion in the training room, everyone on the ship knew that Charlotte had beaten his eldest son. The conflict broke out between the two father and son, which made the atmosphere of the whole ship depressed. No one would offend Charlotte's bad head at this time. The day ended in this weird atmosphere. The next day. Captain. The Kingdom of Flowers has arrived. In the morning, the maid counted the time, knocked on Charlotte's room, and said to Charlotte. Charlotte opened her eyes. Well. Get ready in a while, the supplement that should be supplemented will stay in the Kingdom of Flowers for a few days. Charlotte has long been interested in the Kingdom of Flowers. I am afraid that only here can I find some shadows of my previous life. Early morning. The sky is bright. The cool weather cheered everyone up, and the temperature dropped. It's winter time of the year again. The workers at the port have come out to work. When I came to the port, I saw a big ship leaning against the shore, and looked at the ship in surprise. And some of the people in the group immediately became horrified when they saw the ship again. Then he ran back in a hurry, unable to hide the panic on his face. Those little ghosts in the boat were hearing the boats coming in. Almost everyone woke up, and one by one ran out excitedly, wanting to see the outside world. Caesar also came out with the crowd. Compared with the past, there is a little less agility. But when everyone saw Caesar coming out, they also greeted him one after another. I'm sorry, brother. I betrayed you yesterday. Tesla has been trying to find an opportunity to apologize since yesterday, but was stopped by several mothers. This time I had the opportunity to walk up immediately. Caesar looked at his second brother and shook his head. I don't blame you. Brother is too lazy. Hearing what Caesar said, Tesla's self-blame felt better. Brother. Are you okay? Tesla asked concerned. It's okay. It's just that I was beaten up, and my brother is used to it. Caesar smiled slightly and regained his usual look. Tesla also smiled. In his impression, his eldest brother really grew up while being beaten. Let's go. Don't stay here anymore, go see the scenery on the island. Caesar said to his many younger brothers and sisters. Then he took the initiative to get off the boat with a group of people. Charlotte stood quietly on the top of the boat and looked at the group of children on the deck. The slightly raised smile at the corner of her mouth showed that Charlotte was in a good mood at the moment. You are obviously good at talking, why do you have to do it, and make the relationship between father and son so stiff? Tianyue came over, took a cloak and put it on Charlotte. You don't understand. This is a communication between father and son. Charlotte gently hugged Tianyue's waist and said. After hearing this, Tianyue gave Charlotte a blank look. He's still a child. Charlotte smiled slightly after hearing this. Let's go. After breakfast, let's go to the Kingdom of Flowers. Meet the most powerful country in the West Sea. As he said, he hugged Tianue and walked towards the dining table. A large group of people had already sat down and started eating. And in the country of flowers. What are you talking about? The Rockefeller pirates appeared in the Kingdom of Flowers. What nonsense are you talking about? The green pepper with a flat forehead and a decadent face was lying on the big chair with a distorted expression and looked at the minion below. Boss. I'm not lying. I followed you to the New World. I will not mistake the characteristics of the big pirates in the New World. The ship parked in the port is the sea god Poseidon of the Rockefeller pirates. Minoru said solemnly. What this minion said was not a lie. Qingjiao also sat up straight. I have indeed heard a lot of news about the Rockefeller pirates these days, saying that they have entered the West Sea and are still cleaning up pirates everywhere in the West Sea. I thought it was fake news, but I didn't expect it to be true. No way. I have to go their Imperial Palace. If there is a conflict with the other party, we can't stop them. Qingjiao said solemnly. Recalling the battle 8 years ago, touching that flat forehead, and that shocking sword mark still haunts him to this day. Quick! Follow me to the palace. Qingjiao hurriedly greeted other cadres and ran towards the palace in a hurry. For a while, everyone nearby noticed the green pepper. What is this guy doing, in such a hurry? Some ministers looked at the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy who was lying at home every day and said that he had been devastated since he came back from the New World. I don't know, but looking so anxious, there must be something wrong. Let's go in quickly, there is going to be a court meeting. The minister on the side walked in immediately after speaking. Chapter 324 Hometown. What are you talking about? The Rockefeller pirates, the big pirates from the New World, have appeared at the port of the Kingdom of Flowers. In the palace, in the main hall, a middle-aged man with a majestic complexion was sitting on a dragon chair with a golden dragon robe draped over his body. This man was the Emperor of the Kingdom of Flowers. Your Majesty. Exactly. The soldiers under my command reported this morning that they are indeed the Rockefeller pirates. Qingjiao stood on the main hall and slightly bowed to report. For a while, the hall became noisy. Why did the Rockefeller pirates appear in the West Sea? Isn't the Navy all trash? Damn it. Immediately mobilize the army, we must take them down, otherwise, with the cruelty of the pirates, the people of this country of flowers will be devastated. The ministers in the main hall who had heard of the prestige of Rockefeller Charlotte said one after another. For a while, the hall was extremely noisy. Enough. The emperor sitting on the throne looked at the ministers below and shouted. Silence. The chief eunuch at the side immediately stood up and shouted in a shrill voice. The momentum emanating from his body made all the ministers immediately quiet down after hearing this. General Qingjiao, I don't know if your 8 Treasure Navy is capable of resisting the Rockefeller pirates. As soon as these words came out, Qingjiao's slightly bent waist pressed down even more. It's over, in the past, he was so awesome to fool His Majesty, but now the Lord has come to the door. Cold sweat dripped from Qingjiao's forehead, and his heart turned back and forth for a while. The emperor on the throne frowned when he saw that Qingjiao hadn't answered. I probably already have some bottoms in my heart. Call other water army leaders to hold a meeting together. The emperor ordered immediately. As the first kingdom of the West Sea, its domestic strength ranks among the top among many countries that have joined the world government, and even the world government has to be courteous. And all this is supported by its deep strength. Soon, outside the main hall came 6 or 7 generals wearing armor and imposing manner. His Majesty. As soon as they entered the main hall, these generals bowed down to greet them one after another. Eiichiro, I believe that when you came here, you already knew why I called you here. Let's all come to discuss, should we expel or ignore the Rockefeller pirates' views? The emperor's words made many generals fall into deep thought. But after contemplating, he immediately set his sights on Qingjiao. As someone who has entered the New World, he should know the Rockefeller pirates. Green Pepper also knew that he couldn't escape. Step forward immediately. Your Majesty. The Rockefeller pirates are very strong. It's no longer a matter of numbers, but of friendship. Qingjiao said, although this might increase the momentum of others and destroy his prestige, it is also telling the truth. After hearing this, the emperor tapped the throne lightly with his fingers. He also knows the meaning of Qingjiao's words, and has seen Qingjiao's ability. He has already said that, and he can't allow him to ignore it. Since this is the case, you guys should go to negotiate on behalf of the country of flowers, make friends with the Rockefeller pirates, and express the goodwill of our country of flowers. I don't know how many generals are willing to share my worries. The emperor's words greatly increased the pressure on several generals. But the emperor said so, how could they not agree? The minister is willing to share the worries for his majesty. A court meeting was spent discussing Charlotte, and everyone's backs were covered in cold sweat. Qingjiao frowned and walked out of the palace, surrounded by many cadres of the 8 Treasures Navy who had been waiting for a long time. Green Pepper. You are the only one of us who has been to the New World and dealt with the Rockefeller pirates. How about the Rockefeller pirates? Will they invade the Kingdom of Flowers? The general next to him suddenly looked at Qingjiao and asked. Green Pepper frowned. The Rockefeller pirates' reputation is not bad, and they are still well-mannered. Qingjiao thought for a while and said. Hearing this, several generals breathed a sigh of relief. Go. Take us to Rockefeller Charlotte. Qingjiao asked the man just now to take them to find the Rockefeller pirates. Charlotte didn't know that the Kingdom of Flowers had noticed her. He has already brought many family members into the city of Flower Country. This country of flowers deserves to be the largest country in the West Sea, and it is really prosperous. Charlotte looked at the figures of people coming and going around, and the sound of hawking on the street came one after another, which Charlotte had never seen in other countries. The people here don't say how good they are, but everyone's spiritual outlook cannot be seen in other kingdoms. Although there are some beggars and orphans, their mental outlook is not bad. It can be seen that the king's governance level in this country is still relatively good. Walking on the street, I suddenly smelled a familiar smell. This familiar feeling suddenly made Charlotte burst into tears. Go. Let's go there and have a look. Charlotte pointed to a steaming place and said. As they approached, Charlotte smelled the scent of food. Familiar taste, this is the taste of home. Charlotte smelled the fragrance with nostalgia. Go. Go and try it. Charlotte said, and then sat down on a table regardless of the people behind her. Shopkeeper. Bring up your store's signboard. Charlotte yelled immediately as she sat down. Okay. Wait a minute, guest. That skillful yell made Charlotte very comfortable. In Tianjue, Elena and the girls also sat next to Charlotte, looking at Charlotte who looked a little confused. Charlotte's behavior was a little strange. Charlotte. Is there anything different about this country? Elena said curiously. Elena and Charlotte have been together for nearly 10 years, and it is rare to see Charlotte behave like a novel child. Ha 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 ha. This country is really different and has some special meaning to me. Charlotte said with a smile. While they were talking, the shop waiter had already brought up the food, which were all for breakfast. Look at this fried dough stick bun and a bowl of hot and spicy soup. Charlotte took a deep breath. After eating barbecue and some Western food for more than 10 years, it has been a long time since Charlotte has eaten this kind of pure Chinese food. Immediately pick up the chopsticks and start working. Ileana and the others didn't understand why they ate breakfast again after they had just had breakfast. But Charlotte had already started eating, and Elena didn't say anything. Seeing Charlotte's gobbling action, Elena also tried to take a bite. It feels average, and I don't know why Charlotte eats it with such relish. Several children also gathered around, but none of them had eaten. In order to taste the delicacies of the island, I deliberately did not eat on an empty stomach. Dad, I want to eat too. Several little ghosts gathered around and said. Okay. Enough. The store is bringing some bowls over. Charlotte shouted immediately. After hearing this, the little ghosts immediately found an empty seat and sat down, waiting for the food to be served. Elena and her daughter let their father and son play around, and finished eating with them. Chapter 325 The Arena. After eating this breakfast with a hint of memory, Charlotte stopped and looked at the surrounding streets. There is a trace of strangeness in the familiarity. Let Charlotte sigh softly. I can't go back after all. And Charlotte's sigh, the girls around were a little puzzled, but seeing Charlotte's expression, they didn't say much. Let's go. Let's go shopping again. We won't make trouble today. Charlotte took one last look and said. Robert and the others were also taken aback after hearing this, looking at their father. I don't understand what happened to Dad today. But Dad had already said not to make trouble, so they could only follow their dad honestly. The scene of yesterday is still fresh in my memory. Caesar. More than 20 people from Charlotte walked out, and many people still noticed the group. In fact, this group of people gave them a very different feeling. The female is beautiful, the male is handsome, and the small is cute. The aura exuding from his body is obviously that of a superior person. This made those people around avoid him, not daring to conflict with him. Charlotte didn't care and led the crowd straight to the street. But not for a while. The street became chaotic. Quick! Get out of the way, the people from the 8 Treasures Navy are coming. A panicked voice sounded. The streets that were still crowded were quickly emptied in an instant. There are only a few vendors left by the roadside. From a long distance, Charlotte saw a burly middle-aged man with a few generals in armor walking over with a large group of men, with a very serious expression on his face. Charlotte knew who it was without even thinking about it. Hey! Isn't this a green pepper? I heard that you were beaten by Carp 2 years ago? What about your proud old head? Why is it missing? Seeing the old acquaintance, Charlotte couldn't help but speak. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was an old hermaphrodite. As soon as the words fell, Qingjiao, who was approaching, was taken aback, but then the expression on his face gradually distorted. Carp is the pain in his heart, the cone on the head is even more painful. The subordinates next to Qingjiao became nervous when they heard what Charlotte said. Watching Qingjiao, who was about to erupt, quickly stopped him. Since the green pepper was sent back by the Navy, the name Garp has become a taboo in the country of flowers. No matter who mentions the name Garp, the green pepper will go crazy once. The green pepper was pulled tightly by his subordinates, but he didn't burst out, but stared at Charlotte. Combined with his sword mark, it looks extraordinarily ferocious. Charlotte, what is your purpose in coming to the Kingdom of Flowers? Qingjiao said in a deep voice. At this moment he suddenly had courage in front of Charlotte. Listening to Qingjiao's words, Charlotte smiled. Purpose? What purpose can there be? I'm just here to travel. Is there a problem? Or is it? Can you stop me? What Charlotte said can make people furious. Qingjiao kept suppressing the anger in her heart and looked at Charlotte without saying a word. Seeing the expression of green pepper wanting to eat people, Charlotte still felt quite interesting. I warn you. The Kingdom of Flowers is the most important member country of the world government. If something happens here, the Navy will arrive within half a day. You better stay safe. Qingjiao looked at Charlotte and said, but there was a hint of lack of confidence in his tone. Nonsense, the Admiral has nothing to do with Charlotte, he just looks at the group of useless navies in the West Sea. Even he was ignored. After listening to the words that were a little lacking in confidence, Charlotte smiled. It's okay. I won't do anything. Of course, the premise of all this is that you don't provoke me. Don't worry. Charlotte didn't want to entangle too much anymore, and waved her hand at the green pepper. After hearing this, Qingjiao looked at Charlotte for 3 seconds, and then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing that the other party won't do anything, Qingjiao still believes it. As far as he knew, the other party was still a person who kept his promise. Not the kind of treacherous and evil pirate. But Qingjiao still didn't relax, and followed Charlotte from a distance, watching Charlotte and his party. It's not because I'm afraid that Charlotte will be in any danger, but because I'm afraid that some blind people will provoke Charlotte and cause trouble for the Kingdom of Flowers. Charlotte didn't care, so she let the green pepper follow him from a distance. As time passed, the streets were once again overcrowded. There are still many interesting things in the country of flowers. Charlotte was also very happy to visit with her family. This made the green pepper in the rear wonder. A well-known big pirate in the New World actually hangs around in the Kingdom of Flowers. Doesn't he know that his territory in the New World is being eroded? Charlotte and his party came to a huge building. This building was seen from a distance as soon as Charlotte got off the boat. Is this the arena? Charlotte looked at the building and said uncertainly. With a glance of knowledge, Charlotte instantly had a panoramic view of the scene inside. Interesting. You have actually arrived at the arena, so you have to take a good look at it. Charlotte walked over with someone walking up. This gladiatorial arena can be regarded as a feature of the Kingdom of Flowers. Mentioned in the original work. Charlotte also wanted to see it. After paying the tickets, Charlotte walked in with a group of people. Came to the high platform and found a good place to sit down. He saw 2 figures intertwining each other on the stage. The confrontation between the 2 swordsmen caused the surrounding stands to explode with intense enthusiasm. This is Bao Shi's number 30 consecutive victories. I don't know if he can break the record of the arena. Just Bao Eiichiro. Let's forget it. I'm lucky enough to have met someone who has won 100 consecutive victories, and his strength is simply not comparable to Bao Eiichiro. Who said it wasn't? I remember that more than 10 years ago, the record of consecutive victories was still Captain Green Pepper from the Kingdom of Flowers. That's not comparable to this Bowsy. The surrounding discussions were heard by Charlotte. He glanced in surprise at the green pepper sitting not far from them. Qingjiao also stared at Charlotte's figure, found a seat and sat down. Dad. Can I go down and participate? Estes spoke suddenly. The fighting spirit on his body was hard to suppress, and he looked at the arena excitedly. She feels that this arena exists just for her. He touched the hilt of the sword at his waist and looked at the two people on the stage. Charlotte glanced at the eldest daughter and nodded. Go. Hone your swordsmanship. Today's Estes swordsmanship has reached a bottleneck, stuck at the watershed of swordsmen. As long as one breaks through, then the realm of swordsmen is at your fingertips. And this is not easy for Estes. You need to fight more swordsmen to verify your way of swordsmanship. To put it simply, Estes is still in a state of confusion, and she doesn't know where to swing her sword. Her sword has no soul yet. All of this was seen by Charlotte, the world's #1 swordsman, and told her about her situation. Estes also knew why he couldn't break through Jianhao. Chapter 326. Estes didn't know where to swing her sword, and she was also very confused. Charlotte didn't know how to explain it, so she could only look at the other party's own. I hope she can understand how to go her own way when playing against other people. If she can't make it through, she may stay at the peak of the swordsman for the rest of her life. Estes walked out of the arena and came to the registration place. Are you sure you want to sign up? It's very dangerous in the arena, little girl, why don't you forget about it? At the place of registration, looking at such a 12-year-old girl, the staff couldn't bear to say. Countless challengers die in the ring every year, and she really doesn't want such a good-looking girl to die in the ring. No. You report to me for the next battle. Whether you live or die is none of your business. Estes said grimly. The staff member who wanted to say something looked at the other parties in different expression and finally shut up. Report the next game to Estes. And Qingjiao, who had been monitoring Charlotte's movements, hurriedly beckoned to go down to check what Charlotte's daughter was going to do. Speaking of which, Green Pepper still has an impression of Charlotte's eldest daughter. After all, it is not easy to awaken the domineering arrogance under the oppression of one's own domineering aura. Although Bawang's domineering is like a Christian carp crossing the river in the New World, there are countless of them, but there are not many Bawang's domineering awakened at a young age. What's more, the other party is Charlotte's daughter. This is worth remembering Green Peppers. Soon afterward, his subordinates came back to report. After hearing that the other party actually signed up to fight in the arena, Qingjia was stunned for a moment, and looked at Charlotte. I don't understand why the other party participated, maybe it's itchy hands. But Qingjia didn't say much, just gave an order to let the people in the arena do what they used to do. As the head snake of the country of flowers, he is still very familiar with the arena. Charlotte looked listlessly at the chickens below pecking at each other, although he didn't look interesting. But the people next to him showed a little interest, and looked at the two sides fighting below with full interest. Soon, the man named Bao Yi defeated his opponent and ushered in the number 33 game winning streak. And the next opponent's notification made Charlotte a little interested. The next battle is Baosher vs Estes. Contestants, please prepare for the battle will start in 10 minutes. Following the briefing by the informant, all the caring people present showed a hint of interest. Whether it's discussing the rookie Estes, or discussing whether Baoshi can continue the winning streak. You know, every game in the arena can be gambled. These people bet one after another during these 10 minutes, betting on Bao Isi to win. After all, Bao Isi had already won 33 games. Although the opponent's odds were not high, no one would be willing to bet on a sure win game. As for Estes? This is the new guy, never heard of it, although the odds are high, if someone who has never heard of it bets on the opponent, even if they have money, they will not waste it. Of course, there are also some gamblers who want to take a chance. There is never a shortage of people in this world. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Two figures appeared on the stage. This. It's actually a little girl. After seeing the figure of Estes, the audience in the field was surprised, and then a heated discussion broke out. This contains some insults. And these insults are those gamblers who want to take a chance, and they put their bets on Esther's. And the rest are happy. It's actually a little girl, no wonder the odds are so low. The people in the field looked at Estetha's figure and said. Estes on the platform with all kinds of unbearable voices also heard it. She is still very keen despite her knowledge. But with a firm heart, she was not affected by those words. Instead, he drew out the western sword at his waist and pointed it at the opponent. The blade that was shining coldly in the sun was cold. In the hands of Estes all the year round, the long sword has inadvertently been stained with a layer of frost. Just like Yen Mana, with a little different ability. Icy. Bao, who was facing SDC directly, immediately felt a chill in the ring. Famous knife, this is a famous knife. Bao Isi looked at the weapon in the opponent's hand with greed in his eyes. For a swordsman, the allure of a famous sword is very strong. I don't know how many swordsmen use their sabers all their lives as ordinary weapons. It is extremely difficult to obtain a famous knife, even a good one. This kind of weapon is basically a treasure of a shop, and it will not be sold easily. This made him, who was a little contemptuous at first, instantly become vigilant. The intuition in his heart told him that if he was careless, he would lose. It is definitely not easy for the opponent to have such a good weapon. The two sides are ready to fight and are on guard against each other. Estes looked at the opponent's double knives and was also secretly on guard. Dual-sword swordsmen are rare. They looked at each other for 3 seconds. Estes attacked first. The long sword stabbed straight, and a cold light pierced Bao Isi. Bao Isi was stared at by the sword, and felt a burst of cold sweat on his back. In this sunny weather, he actually felt the coolness. Bao Isi swung his knife to block the stab. Clang. Affected by the force from his hand, Bao Yin's expression changed slightly. The strength of the opponent is so great. I almost couldn't even hold the knife myself. He looked at the little girl in front of him in horror. From the immature face, it can be seen that the other party is definitely not very old, and her strength actually exceeds that of a middle-aged person like herself. Little devil. Who are you? Why haven't I heard of you in the Kingdom of Flowers? Bao Isi hurriedly blocked and retreated, wanting to ask the other party clearly. Why is there so much nonsense in the battle? Estes didn't want to explain, and slashed with his sword again. The quick sword directly made the opponent unable to dodge, and his clothes were torn. Feel the bone-chilling chill. Bao didn't dare to continue talking at all, and concentrated all his energy on fighting Estes. But the bigger he got, the more frightened he became, and the bigger he got, the heavier his heart sank. Not as strong as her, not as good as her swordsmanship, being crushed in all directions. Bao surely was knocked down to the edge of the ring. Your knife is dishonest. After Estes finished speaking the last sentence, he slashed across with his sword and swept the opponent down. The opponent fell off the ring. Bao Isi sat below and stared blankly at Estes on the stage, unable to believe that he lost in such a daft way. After seeing this scene in the field, they were also stunned. But then the roar of the day broke out. Fake match. Fake match. This is definitely a fake match. Many people looked at Estes on the stage and said angrily, waving his fists. Who would have thought that a little girl would actually defeat Bao Isi, who had won 33 consecutive victories? Chapter 327 Barrett and #039's Challenge. Strong resistance erupted in the arena. Most of the people shouted on stage, they could not accept that a little girl defeated Bao, who had won 33 consecutive victories. The movement on the stage quickly made Qingjiao, who was watching the battle, frown. How can Qingjiao not know about those performances on stage? These people must have used their wealth to bet on Bao Isi's victory, but a dark horse appeared and defeated Bao Isi. Then all the money they spent on Bao was for nothing. Qingjiao looked at the voices around him and frowned. He was not worried about the anger of these people, but he was worried that these voices would offend Charlotte, who was also sitting on the stage. Looking at the other side, Charlotte, who was still sitting on the stage after roaring in the field, Qingjiao became worried. Quick! Tell the people in the arena to control the arena. Qingjiao said to the people around him. The background of the arena is not simple, but the background behind it has the shadow of the royal family members, and it is not easy for Qingjiao to intervene too much. Estes retracted his sword and turned to look at the excited crowd around the stage. The sorrow of the fool. Estes looked at the people around him disdainfully and said. And this sentence was covered up in the noise of the audience. Only a few people nearby looked at Estes with red eyes. Bao also stood up, looking at Estes with complicated eyes. Losing to a little girl in swordsmanship made his sword heart a little unstable. You're not bad either. But you're too obsessed with what's in front of you. Estes also looked at Bao Shi and said suddenly. Afterwards, he withdrew his sword and stepped down, and signed up for the next competition. She decided that she wanted to challenge all the swordsmen in the entire Kingdom of Flowers. She's going to beat everyone. On stage, Charlotte also stretched after seeing the end of Estes. Charlotte was not surprised by this result. With Estetha's kendo talent, it was completely within his expectation. At only 12 years old, he has already reached the pinnacle of swordsman, only one step away from being a swordsman. His terrifying talent is even worse than Charlotte himself. Coupled with my own guidance over the past few years, I have even walked out of my own way. With his own devil fruit, even the Major General may not be Estetha's opponent. Dad. I want to go up and challenge. Seeing the glorious performance of the eldest sister in the ring alone, the little ghosts around couldn't help it, and they all spoke out. Looking at the excited expressions of Tesla and Robert, Charlotte knew their little thoughts. Go. Go. Be careful. Hit if you can beat it, and surrender if you can't beat it. You are still young, and Dad doesn't expect you to be so good. Dad is watching everything from behind. Charlotte looked at them and said, yes. Hearing his father's agreement, Tesla Robert and his party rushed to the registration office of the arena excitedly. Even Caesar followed. A few children left, and the remaining girls saw that their brothers had gone, and they couldn't sit still anymore, and they all followed. The people around me suddenly became much quieter. Barrett, aren't you going to play? Charlotte looked at Barrett sitting aside and asked. Barrett shook his head. The people here are too weak, so I don't have the slightest desire to fight, but I am very interested in the strength of that green pepper and those generals. As he spoke, Barrett looked at Qingjiao and the generals who were watching them. Since he fought with the rear admiral of the Natural Department 2 years ago, he has never met an opponent again. This made him feel a little lonely inside. If it weren't for Charlotte giving him tricks from time to time, he probably wouldn't be able to sit still. Oh. Do you want to fight green peppers? It's not impossible. Charlotte put her eyes on Qingjiao, looking at the disappearing all head of Qingjiao. The decadence exuding from her body made Qingjiao a little lifeless. But even so, green peppers are not to be underestimated. The opponent's strength is still very strong, probably similar to Barrett's. Barrett is now 16 years old. The body is in a period of rapid development. With a 5-meter-high body, strong muscles, and years of training and fighting, Barrett has always been the number 2 figure in the Rockefeller Pirates. His strength is so strong that no one is his opponent except Charlotte. The overlord-like domineering like a ghost, and the armed domineering like Shura's purgatory, were honed to an advanced stage by Barrett. Coupled with his devil form, his huge body gave him a little bit of ability to rival a general. Let him have the strength of the strongest emperor's deputy below the emperor's level. Already able to fully grow up. Sitting in the auditorium, Qingjiao suddenly felt a chill hit her scalp, and immediately raised her head to look at the gaze. He found Charlotte and the deputy captain Barrett beside him staring at him. For a moment, the green pepper felt full of malice. It was as if he was being watched by the god of death. Charlotte stood up and walked over. Seeing Charlotte walking over step by step, Qingjiao was a little restless. Charlotte came to the side of Green Pepper and sat down 3 or 4 seats away from him. Are you interested in playing with my deputy captain? Charlotte looked at the ring, but as soon as the words came out, Qingjiao's heart twitched fiercely. Although he was asking, the tone of the words that could not be refused told him that if he refused, he would die. Qingjiao looked at the young man who was as tall as him again. He remembered this person, the deputy captain of the Rockefeller Pirates, who was awarded the title of Nation Destroyer at the age of 12. Douglas Barrett, known as the heir of the devil, is the right-hand man of Rockefeller Charlotte. As for the strength, Qingjiao couldn't figure it out. Barrett looked at Qingjiao and looked at himself, showing a cruel smile. Green Pepper looked at Charlotte. Yes. When? Green Pepper doesn't have the strength to refuse. This was proposed by Charlotte himself, and it is impossible for him to refuse the other party. Then let's play the next game. Charlotte raised her eyebrows and said. Qingjiao's heart sank a little, but she still nodded. Looking at the ring under the stage, since he won 100 consecutive victories, he has never been on the ring again, and it has been decades in a flash. I didn't expect that there would be a time for me to appear again. Think about it. Qingjiao got up and walked down step by step. Leader. After the people around saw it, they couldn't help but speak. You wait for me here. Nothing will happen. Qingjiao finished speaking and left. When Barrett saw it, he also stood up, raised his mouth, and walked down. On the ring, Estes swept his sword and knocked down his opponent, and saw Qingjiao walking to the ring. This made Estes frown slightly, but then he saw Barrett also walking up, so he understood. Miss. I will leave this place to me. Barrett looked at Estes and said. Well. Come on. Estes jumped down after saying that. Chapter 328 Barrett vs. Green Pepper. What's going on? How did I see the leader of the Green Pepper come on the stage? Who is the opponent? What's the matter with the leader of the Green Pepper? He's here? Immediately after seeing Qingjiao playing on the court, heated discussions erupted. They are no strangers to green peppers. As the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy in the Country of Flowers, they have a very important status in the Country of Flowers. He even led the 8 Treasures Navy into the New World, where they lived among the many great pirates in the New World for 5 or 6 years. Not only the pride of their Country of Flowers, but also the pride of Shihai. For many Shihai people, Green Pepper is like a star. Although he was defeated by Carp and withdrew from the New World, he still has great prestige in the hearts of the people of Shihai. Who is the other party? He can stand with the leader of Qingjiao. Everyone turned their attention to Barrett again. No one knew each other. Right. For years have passed since Barrett's fame battle, and his fame was also in the New World. It was only as a member of the Rockefeller Pirates that there was such a big commotion. It's still far away from the West Sea, so it's normal not to know. Ha 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 ha. It's true that the waves of the past push the waves of the past, and that kid from back then is actually standing in front of me. Qingjiao looked at Barrett's immature face, and remembered the figure behind Charlotte when she met the Rockefeller Pirates 5 or 6 years ago. Old guy. Stop talking nonsense. Your domineering look was very arrogant back then. Barrett clenched his fists together, making a crisp bone-crackling sound. The unruly look in his eyes was fully revealed. Ha 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 ha. Really? I remember that you also seem to have a domineering look, so let me see your strength. After Qingjiao finished speaking, her eyes widened sharply, and the domineering look burst out from Qingjiao's body. The blue overlord-colored domineering impact burst out and went straight towards Barrett. Barrett let out a strange laugh, but he couldn't stop the smile in his eyes. Moment. An unrivaled momentum rose. The domineering arrogance like a ghost erupted from Barrett's body, and the tyrannical arrogance rushed directly to the domineering aura of Qingjiao. The domineering purple domineering color collides with the domineering green pepper blue domineering color. Waves of fluctuations surrounded the two of them. What? Humph. Okay. On the seats near the ring, many people rolled their eyes and fainted on the seats. What monster is this? The people near the back looked at the two people on the ring with bulging eyes and said in shock. Humph. Charlotte sat on the seat, with an extra glass of red wine in his hand at some point, and tasted it quietly. Qingjiao frowned and looked at Barrett. It's amazing. It's like hell. Green Pepper murmured. Hey. Barrett let out a weird smile, and bowed his body slightly. Step on it, the body rushed out of the string like a cannonball. When Qingjiao saw it, she immediately covered her right hand with domineering arms, locked on to Barrett with knowledge, and punched Barrett with a punch. 8 punches. A powerful shockwave converged on the right fist and blasted towards Barrett's face. Bump. Barrett also swung out his right fist, his armed domineering covering his arm. The powerful force made the impact of the green pepper have no effect at all. Humph. Qingjiao felt the strength from his right fist and snorted. The veins on his forehead burst slightly. A powerful force erupted again. Hey. Overlord color domineering explosion. The fists of the two attacked together, and the surrounding air was twisted. Although the green pepper at this moment has retreated from the New World, it is not the green pepper 30 years later. Although he lost his all head, his physique was still extremely strong. The offensive that broke out was similar to that of Barrett. Bump. The two looked at each other for a moment, and took 3 steps back at the same time. Ha. You really can't underestimate the young people of today. Qingjiao looked at Barrett with a serious face, and the aura on his body was extremely strong. Hands together. Bachong fist martial head. The top of Qingjiao's head quickly covered the armed domineering, and headed towards Barrett. Although the all was punched in, his head was still extremely hard. Barrett stood where he was, didn't dodge, raised a punch that also covered the armed domineering look and blasted towards the top of Qingjiao's head. Bang. Another heavy bombardment sounded. After a moment of stalemate between the two sides, Barrett was the first to take a half step back. Looking at his numb right hand, Barrett's interest completely exploded. Did not wait for the green pepper to continue attacking. Barrett's body rushed forward. The fists were swung out like raindrops, and every time he swung a punch, the powerful and heavy punch caused a great impact on Qingjiao. Qingjiao's domineering look locked onto Barrett's attack, and blocked Barrett's attack with his fist. The attacks of the two sides were very primitive, punching to the flesh, and everyone around was full of heart. "Leader, come on. Leader, come on." Qingjiao's subordinates looked at the ring and kept shouting. And everyone in the Rockefeller Pirates who heard the movement was not to be outdone. "Come on, Deputy Captain. Brother Barrett, come on." Both the crew and Charlotte's children are crying out for Barrett. Barrett stood in the ring and smiled slightly. The strength in his hands increased again. Barrett's status in the Rockefeller Pirates is very high. Second only to Charlotte, she is also very friendly to the crew and never initiates troubles. The treatment of the crew is also fair and just. Help Charlotte manage the entire pirate group. Very popular. The two fought for an hour. Asshole. Qingjiao felt that her offensive was completely brought into the opponent's rhythm. Damn. If my all head is still there, how could I let you, a brat, show off your power? 50% of Qingjiao's strength lies in the all above his head, but his all was flattened by carp, leaving Qingjiao helpless. Hey. Green pepper. Come down for me. Barrett swung his fist suddenly, hitting Qingjiao in the face. Qingjiao's pupils shrank, and she was frantically warned, but the soreness in her body made it too late for Qingjiao to react. Bang. A huge boom sounded. Qingjiao's huge body was blasted away. The powerful attack power split the surrounding arena inch by inch. Leader. Seeing this scene, the surrounding subordinates all exclaimed. The leader of the Green Pepper is defeated? Who is the opponent? In the auditorium, people who saw this scene exclaimed. A smile appeared on the corner of Charlotte's mouth as she sat on it. Hey ha 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 ha. Green Pepper. You are old. Barrett stood still and looked at the green peppers on the ground and said. Defeated. Lost again. Qingjiao didn't have the mind to pay attention to Barrett's words at the moment, but sat on the ground blankly and said with blank eyes. Chapter 329 Everything carried by Caesar. The result of the battle was beyond the expectations of most people present. In their hearts, the invincible leader of Qingjiao was actually defeated by an unknown pawn. This made others unacceptable for a while. Even Qingjiao couldn't accept this reality in his heart. Even the generals who came with Green Pepper looked at Barrett in shock. Seeing Barrett with a proud face, Qingjiao slowly lowered her head, and the decadent aura on her body became heavier and heavier. This couldn't help but make Barrett frown slightly. He felt that his opponent was a bit unsatisfactory. Turned around and left the ring without a trace of lingering. After this battle, Barrett became more and more clear about his own strength. The self-confidence in her body was also seen by Charlotte. I am very happy with Barrett's growth. Since he brought Barrett by his side in 1484 of the Hyuan calendar, the other party's growth has grown to the present stage step by step under his nose. Even Qingjiao, who has been in the New World for 5 or 6 years, is no longer his opponent, and is gradually catching up with him. Captain. Barrett came to Charlotte and smiled. Charlotte nodded. That's right. The strength is getting stronger and stronger, and you already have the strength of a quasi-general. Within 5 years, you will be on par with me. By then, our Rockefeller Pirates will completely dominate all the pirates. Charlotte has high expectations for Barrett, and now those little devils are still growing, and only Barrett with this combat power can make a move. This has a key force for the next few layouts. Defend the Rockefeller Pirates to the death. Barrett said immediately. After hearing this, Charlotte patted Barrett's arm and nodded. Then the two continued to look at the ring. At this time, the arena is no longer usable. Because of the battle between Barrett and Qingjiao, the ring has been torn apart. After receiving the notification from the arena, those little ghosts walked back with unhappy faces. Really? Such a big arena, and the venue is so poor, I really don't know how they manage it. When Robert came back, he complained to Charlotte for a while, and finally found a fun, but it was over before he played. If you like it. When you return to Kame Island, build an arena and invite all the strong people in the New World to fight with you. For Robert's fighting spirit, Charlotte is still very supportive and has no intention of fighting. Really? Robert immediately became excited when he heard it. Didera on the side also looked at Dad excitedly. These two children have the same personality, they are both active people. Not as lazy as their elder brother. Of course. Didn't I remember that I built a ring before? When the time comes to remodel it, it will be done. Charlotte remembered that in order to deal with the many swordsmen, she built a simple arena, and it was time to transform it. At that time, you can also provide yourself with income, which can kill two birds with one stone. Why didn't I think of it at the time? Great. At that time, I must also win a game winning streak and let everyone know my name is Rockefeller Robert. And me. Rockefeller Deidara. Robert and Deidara both said one after another. Ha 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 ha. Good. Fighting spirit. You are worthy of being my son of Rockefeller Charlotte. Charlotte laughed and looked at the two children. Although their talents are not top-notch, their fighting spirit is undeniable, and they will definitely be the top combat power of the family in the future. Robert and Deidara were extremely proud of being praised by Charlotte. And Caesar behind them showed sadness in his eyes. Estes stood next to Caesar and patted him on the back. Come on. Listening to Estes' comfort, Caesar cheered up again. Because the arena is damaged. Charlotte and his party stopped staying in the arena, but continued to stroll around. But this time they were separated, not together. Caesar followed Estes down the street. Sister. Did I disappoint you very much? Caesar asked as he looked at Estes, who had a cold face beside him, as he walked on the street. Estes glanced at Caesar. Why do you ask? I always feel that my father is very dissatisfied with me. No matter what I do, my father will only nod his head and never praise me properly. Caesar lowered his head in disappointment. Don't think so. You are the eldest son of the Rockefeller family. Dad expects you far more than the rest of us. In the future, you will be the heir of the Rockefeller family. In this world, strength comes first, Dad. Expectations are high from you. Estes looked at the younger brother and comforted him. Sometimes Estes envied Caesar, because in Estes' eyes, his father cared more about Caesar than other children. Estes envied this. Although I saw my father beating my younger brother every day, it was not a kind of love. At least Estes didn't feel that way. Her father has been very kind to her since she was a child. Whatever you want, Dad will try his best to satisfy him. She has never been punished, not even preached. She sometimes envied the relationship between Caesar and her father. Well, I also know that my father has high expectations of me, but this is not what I want. Caesar turned his head to look at his sister and said. Hearing this, Estes stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Caesar. Caesar. You are the eldest son of the Rockefeller family, and everyone in the Rockefeller family will be related to you in the future. We live in this world of the jungle, and we can't tolerate whether you like it or not. Dad's identity is a pirate, so that determines we are born with the blood of pirates. This world is dangerous, you must have the strength to protect your family. Dad did nothing wrong. Estes stared into Caesar's eyes and said solemnly. After hearing this, Caesar looked at Estetha's firm eyes and silently lowered his head. Me? I know. Caesar said as if all his strength had been relieved. What he carries on his body does not allow him to slack off. The first heart-to-heart talk between the two siblings ended like this. Caesar found another purpose in his confusion. But it was too heavy for him. Don't put too much pressure on you, and earnestly complete the tasks assigned to you by your father. Estes patted Caesar on the shoulder and said. Okay. Caesar nodded. Walking aimlessly on the street with a heavy heart. Until the evening and returned to Charlotte. And this time, Charlotte is receiving a distinguished guest. Mr. Rockefeller. This is an invitation letter from His Majesty the Emperor. I hope you will be honored to attend this banquet. Chapter 330 The Emperor and #039's invitation. Please come to the royal banquet. Looking at the sharp and feminine voice in front of her, Charlotte immediately thought of the identity of the person in front of her. Eunuch. Charlotte didn't worry too much about the other party's identity, but accepted the invitation. Dear Mr. Rockefeller Charlotte, welcome to the beautiful country of flowers. As the Emperor of the country of flowers, I solemnly invite you and your family to visit the palace, handwritten by the Emperor of the Kingdom of Flowers. Look at the neat font on the invitation. Charlotte nodded. Yes. When will we go there? Hearing that the person in front of him agreed, the person who came to invite was immediately overjoyed. Anytime. The royal family is waiting for your presence anytime. The eunuch was not in a hurry, but waited for Charlotte's reply. That's all right. Let's go there now, and we can't make the host wait for a long time, it will make me look rude. Barrett. Go, call those children back, let's have a banquet tonight. Tell the crew to be free tonight. Charlotte instructed Barrett. You too. Then he said to Barrett. Yes. I'll arrange it now. After hearing this, Barrett turned and went out. My lord, we will go in a while. Charlotte looked at the eunuch with a smile and said. To be honest, this was the first time Charlotte saw a eunuch in her previous and present life, and she couldn't help but look at the man in front of her curiously. Seeing Charlotte's sudden and blatant sizing up, the eunuch suddenly had goosebumps and a chill. This guy doesn't have any special hobbies, does he? The eunuch couldn't help but secretly slandered in his heart. Although he didn't know why His Majesty invited a pirate leader, he also vaguely knew that the other party's identity was not a simple pirate. When His Majesty asked him to invite him again, he repeatedly urged him to be more polite. Otherwise, as a eunuch, he was stared at by a stranger, and he would have been allowed to enter the palace to accompany him long ago. Since I like staring at eunuchs so much, then let you become a eunuch too. Charlotte, we won't go, you can take the children, we have to take care of these little guys, otherwise, we will make trouble again if we leave. Elena and the girls said to Charlotte while holding their 2-year-old child. Looking at Klein and the 2-year-old children, Charlotte thought for a while and agreed. Okay. Pay attention to safety, if there is any change, send a message immediately. Although Charlotte was a little worried about what would happen if they left under her nose, but she thought it would be fine. Let's go. Charlotte looked at Caesar and the others and said. Then he followed the eunuch and walked towards the palace. And in the palace. Your Majesty, is this too risky? Inviting a pirate into the palace, if something happens, it will be a sin. The palace was extremely lively at this time, and countless maids shuttled back and forth, arranging the upcoming banquet. Plates of delicacies were brought up. Prime Minister. The other party did not invade the Kingdom of Flowers. As the Emperor of the Kingdom of Flowers, wouldn't it be rude not to invite you? And I also inquired about the Rockefeller pirates through various forces. The other party is not the kind of vicious person, it is very reasonable. The Emperor looked at the crowd walking back and forth and said. But I'm still worried. If he wants to attack you, none of us can stop him. You must know that the leader of the Green Pepper was defeated by the deputy captain of the Rockefeller pirates in the afternoon. A deputy captain is so powerful, then Rockefeller Charlotte can be imagined. The Prime Minister is not without worry. Humph. A cold snort sounded. Everyone looked over immediately. After Qing Jiao heard the Prime Minister say that he lost to Barrett, he immediately snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. The Prime Minister apologized immediately after meeting. I'm sorry, a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Facing Qing Jiao, a person with great power and strength, he dared not offend him. Don't worry, Your Majesty. If Rockefeller Charlotte really wants to do something, the old minister will block him no matter how hard he tries. Qing Jiao glanced at the Prime Minister and said respectfully to the Emperor. With Eiichiro here, I have no worries. The Emperor still gave Qing Jiao a lot of face. Although he actually lost to a vice-captain when he received Qing Jiao in the afternoon, his strength can still be recognized by him. After hearing what the Emperor said, the Prime Minister said nothing more. Quickly. Rockefeller Charlotte came to the palace. TSK. This palace is really big, much bigger than my castle. Arriving at the gate of the palace, Charlotte stopped and looked at everything around her and sighed. Dad. When we go back, we will also build a palace. Then, Dad, you will also be the Emperor. Robert stood behind Charlotte and said. As soon as these words came out, the eunuch who led the way for Charlotte staggered and almost fell at the gate of the palace. Then he turned to look at Robert who was speaking. Your Highness is really filial. After holding back for a long time, the eunuch only uttered 7 words from his mouth. After hearing this, Charlotte looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. After hearing this, Robert looked at Didala with a proud face. Children are ignorant, please don't care about it. Charlotte looked at Robert's expression and said lightly. Where is it? I think your son is the capital of a dragon and a phoenix, and the future is absolutely limitless. As the Emperor's close minister, he has long practiced talking to people, talking nonsense to hell. The words of flattery spit out like they don't want money. Those little ghosts who listened were full of pride. Uncle. You have a good eye. This is the first time I see you so pleasing to the eye. Didera said carelessly. Haha. Hee. The eunuch looked at these boys, and for some reason, suddenly wanted to adopt him as a foster son. But thinking of his father, he immediately dismissed the idea. Please. Seeing that Charlotte had been staying at the gate of the palace, the eunuch waved slightly and said. Then he took Charlotte into the palace. Your Majesty. Rockefeller Charlotte is here. In the palace, someone came to report immediately. Quick. Prime Minister. Take me to greet you. The Emperor immediately ordered the Prime Minister to say. Yes. Your Majesty. The Prime Minister walked out immediately. Your Majesty. Veteran, go and have a look. Qingjiao also stood up and said, and then followed after seeing the Emperor's consent. The two came outside the main hall and saw a group of people walking over. Mr. Rockefeller. Your Majesty is already waiting in the hall. Welcome, welcome to honor you, the banquet is waiting for you. The Prime Minister also welcomed Charlotte and his party in with a smile. Charlotte is also a person who stretches out her hand without hitting the smiling face, and copes with it with a smile. Everyone came to the main hall, looking at the resplendent and magnificent hall. A middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe with a majestic face sat at the head. Chapter 331. Welcome guests from afar, to the Kingdom of Flowers. In the hall, a majestic middle-aged man sitting high on the throne spoke suddenly. After hearing this, Charlotte raised her head and carefully looked at the Emperor above. The two looked at each other. They are all looking at both sides. Charlotte wondered what the ruler of the Kingdom of Flowers looked like. And the Emperor is also looking at what the world-renowned top pirate is like. The two sides looked at each other for a moment. This weird atmosphere permeated. The noble ministers around were nervous in their hearts. And the most important thing is green pepper. Ha 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 ha. Hello. Your Majesty the Emperor. Charlotte first broke the embarrassing atmosphere, bending slightly to the Emperor above to show respect. Ha 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 ha. Thank you for your compliment. The Emperor also laughed. The invitation this time is a bit abrupt, and I hope Mr. Charlotte doesn't mind. The Emperor first expressed his apologies for his sudden invitation. After all, I thought of it temporarily, and I didn't make any preparations before. Even those who participated in the banquet just hurriedly summoned a few nobles and ministers to support the scene. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? You don't dislike me as a pirate, and you condescend to invite me as a pirate. Is it too late for me to be happy? Charlotte said nonchalantly. Mr. Charlotte, what are you talking about? The so-called pirates are just forced by the Navy on you. In my opinion, there is no problem with what you have done to be called a hero. I like making friends with heroes the most. Already. The Emperor looked at Charlotte and said with a smile. Charlotte was caught off guard by the Emperor's flattery. It is not that he has not participated in some emperors' and kings' banquets, and no emperor or king has ever boasted so much. For a moment, Charlotte felt a little flustered. Your guests are invited to sit down, the banquet is about to begin. The Emperor looked at Charlotte and said. Charlotte was guided by a group of maids to sit next to the Emperor at the side of the hall. As the banquet begins. The sound of singing and dancing sounded, and groups of graceful women in tulle came out and began to sing and dance. Charlotte also quickly integrated into it. Exchange cups with the Emperor on the throne. Although I don't know why he was invited suddenly, but the banquet for whoring is still very fragrant. Those children of Charlotte were also immersed in the banquet. Except for the helplessness shown by Estes and Barrett, everyone else was chatting with smiles. Both Estes and Barrett are unflattering. So be silent at the banquet. On the contrary, Robert and Didala, the two brats, had a great time at the banquet. You are the crown prince of the kingdom. Doesn't that mean that the future of this country is yours? Didera stared at the prince who was fidgeting because of his words, staring at the big cute eyes and asked. Brother. You can't say that. Robert immediately covered Didara's mouth and said. The prince greeted them and sat there with an embarrassed expression. Don't know what to say. The situation at the banquet was very harmonious. It didn't end until the early hours of the morning. Charlotte walked out of the palace with a group of drowsy brats. Drink. I want to drink more. Robert was held in Charlotte's hand, looking around with a rosy face, and kept waving his hands. Deidara next to him was also drooling dizzily on Charlotte's shoulder. Why don't you look at them? Young. How can you drink? Charlotte looked at the two uneasy children in her hands, and said to Esteth and Barrett. As for Caesar, he was also lying in Barrett's arms and fell asleep soundly, still muttering incessantly. Dad, I was wrong, and I will never dare again. Listening to Caesar's nonsense, Charlotte's complexion turned dark. Immediately took the lead and walked back. It wasn't just the three of them who got drunk. Even Tesla and Logan were drowsy, but they were still following Charlotte closely at this moment. Oh. I will be scolded by your mother again after I go back. Charlotte looked at these little ghosts and said. Hearing this, Tesla and the others were shocked immediately. The original drunkenness dissipated immediately, and then they stared at Estes, hoping that the elder sister could speak for them. Estes looked at these younger brothers and sisters, slightly speechless. She didn't expect that these brats were so courageous that they could drink. After further investigation, it was discovered that it was taken by two bastards, Robert and Didala. Not even Caesar was tempted. You are looking for good luck, I can't control it. After Estes finished speaking, he hugged Julie, who was almost asleep, and followed. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. This group of 5 or 6-year-old little ones couldn't hold on any longer, and fell drowsy. After hearing what Estes said, a group of people followed behind with pale faces. Prepare to face their mother's preaching. In fact, Charlotte is also very guilty. It was agreed to take care of them. As a result, as soon as he got drunk, he immediately became brothers and sisters with the Emperor, without noticing at all, what are these brats doing? I guess I will be alone in the vacant room again these days. Charlotte couldn't help wailing in her heart. Looking at the two little ghosts in his hand. Charlotte felt it was time to let them know what family law was. A group of people walked on this empty and dark street. Charlotte couldn't help complaining that she just recognized the Emperor's elder brother. They were not allowed to stay in the palace so late, and let them go back. Also so unfriendly. But Charlotte didn't think about his lustful reputation either. If Charlotte were to live in the palace, the Emperor would not know how many hats would be on his head, so send them away quickly so as not to peep into his harem. Return to temporary accommodation. Fortunately, Elena and the others had already fallen asleep, and Charlotte and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. After the commotion that night, Charlotte also held back and dozed off. Immediately groped into someone's room and fell asleep. The next day. Bang. Whoa. Early in the morning, the sound of ping-pong-pong sounded, and there was also the faint sound of crying. Charlotte also woke up in a daze and walked out. What happened? Charlotte came out and looked outside. Charlotte. How did you guarantee it? With the roar of the East Lion, Charlotte immediately came to a clear understanding, and yesterday's events flashed in his mind. It's over. Charlotte immediately knew something was wrong. Just about to turn around and run, a huge bubble appeared and immediately covered him. Charlotte knew that he couldn't run away. Bastard. Why did you dare to let them drink? Elena's roar sounded. Charlotte listened to Irina's snarl without love, and quickly explained. The noise around her didn't give Charlotte a chance to explain. The crying of the child and the roar of the lion in the east made Charlotte miserable early in the morning. Chapter 332 The Martial Arts in the Land of Flowers. I was trained by Elena all morning. Blame him for not taking good care of the children. Charlotte was indeed responsible for this matter and did not refute it. After listening to Elena and the girls chatting for a long time, it ended. Look at the empty living room. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. The lion's roar from the river east really lived up to its reputation. You can't do this next time. Charlotte thought so in her heart. Put on your coat and walk out the door. Today he wants to visit the Kingdom of Flowers alone. Of course, he still needs to make necessary preparations. Put on the iconic mustache, put on a top hat, and walk towards the street with a civilized staff in hand. We're recruiting. We're recruiting. Master Tan has opened a shop to accept apprentices. South Main Street. Master Yi opened a shop and recruited disciples. Hurry up. Hurry up. Today, Master Zhang is going to have a showdown with Shaolin monks. We can't miss it. The bustling streets are all converging towards one place. After seeing it, Charlotte became a little interested. The country of flowers is a special and mysterious country, and Charlotte wants to get to know this country better. Can't help but follow up to the place where the crowd gathers. Schwanzi. Someone Zhang is going to open a martial arts gym here today. You have to agree if you agree, and you have to agree if you don't agree. There were 7 young men standing behind a white-haired but ruddy-bearded old man and said. Zhang-san is crazy. You abandoned disciple. How dare you talk to the master like that? Have you forgotten who you learned your martial arts from? The young monks standing behind the big monk immediately said angrily when they heard the other party's rude words. As an abandoned disciple of your Shaolin school, I, Zhang Sanfeng, am no longer a member of the Shaolin school. Besides, my martial arts are not from the Shaolin school. Now I want to plant a flag here. If you don't agree, then fight me. Field. Hearing these arrogant words, everyone around looked at the bearded and haired old man Zhang Sanfeng on the stage. As well-known figures in the country of flowers, they generally know some of the origins of this sloppy old man and the Shaolin school. Fight. Fight. The people around kept booing, shouted excitedly. Hearing the shouts around him, the old monk on the stage, with the pain on his face, became serious again. Interesting. Charlotte looked at a sloppy old man and a sad-faced monk on the stage. Shihai actually has such a character. Charlotte felt the faint aura emanating from the two of them, which was not weaker than Qingjiao. I am more and more interested in the country of flowers. Since the benefactor said so, it would be impolite for the old monk to refuse, please. Xuanzi looked at Zhang Sanfeng and said. Wouldn't it be enough to do this earlier, Xuanzi? Look at my move. Zhang Sanfeng immediately punched him. That punch looked weak, but it was extremely fast. It has appeared. It has appeared. Zhang Sanfeng's special skill. Tai Ji Quan. The people around looked at the familiar movement and said excitedly. This is the signboard of the other party for so many years, no one can stick to the 3 tricks in the opponent's hands. This punching skill is really amazing. Charlotte squinted slightly, and nodded slightly as she watched the flowing movement. The power of qi and blood is like the sky, and every move exudes the demeanor of a master. This strength is already at the level of a quasi-general. It really deserves to be the most powerful country in the West Sea. The power of the people is also so terrifying, no wonder the world government is not willing to provoke it. Look. Abbot Xuanzi also made a move, it's the vigorous palm. Seeing that powerful and heavy palm collide with that limp fist, it was as if a mud cow had entered the sea, and nothing happened. The airwaves generated were also resolved one by Zhang Sanfeng, making him lose all strength. Good trick. Charlotte secretly praised in her heart. Abbot Xuanzi's great Vajra palm is so easily blocked. The people around originally wanted to see Abbot Shaolin show off his might, but they didn't see any movement at all, just like children fighting. This abbot's strength is not good. Many people couldn't help saying when they saw the abbot's strength for the first time. Shut up. What do you know? The fists and feet of these two people have reached the level of transformation, and there is a great essence between each move. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. The abbot fans around looked at the young man who didn't understand and said. That's right. That's right. The abbot was a celebrity in our West Sea when he was young. Do you know about Admiral Warring States? He was taught by the abbot when he was young, and he has achieved what he is today. Listening to those elderly people talking about the abbot's past deeds, the pride on his face was undisguised. Charlotte also stood aside and listened, unexpectedly eating a big melon. The Warring States period has some connection with the country of flowers. Looking at the two figures on the stage, you attack and I hide. They are all just boxing kung fu competitions and no other competitions. It seems that they fought for the purpose of opening a martial arts gym and recruiting disciples. However, their moves are also very subtle, not much better than the Bachung fist. The battle is almost over. I don't know who shouted. Everyone looked towards the sound. It's Master Tan. Charlotte also looked over. Looking at Master Tan, who has very abnormal leg muscles, it is obvious that he is practicing kicking, which is rare. Although the faint aura emanating from his body was not as good as the two above, it was still extremely powerful. It really is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Charlotte already had a hint of interest. The martial arts in this land of flowers far surpassed his imagination. Old monk. Go down. I saw Zhang Sanfeng pushing and pulling. Xuanzi's body fell down the stage uncontrollably. Cough. Poof. The huge shock force caused Xuanzi's chest to heave violently and immediately spit out a big mouthful of blood. Abbot. The bald monks around immediately surrounded him. Quick. Set up the Arhit array. A great monk said. Stop. Xian Ci shouted immediately. Then they were supported by everyone and looked at the smiling Zhang Sanfeng on the stage. The old monk's skills are not as good as others. Shaolin lost this battle. Master Zhang wants to open a shop to recruit apprentices. I have no objection to Shaolin. As he spoke, he backed away slowly. Ha 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 ha. Who else? Who else? Any comrade who wants to stop me from opening a martial arts gym can come and fight with me. Zhang Sanfeng looked around and said. Zhang San is crazy. Don't be crazy, let me come to the door to have a try. I saw a middle-aged man in a short coat come on stage, squatting with his legs slightly and looking forward with his right hand, looking at Zhang Sanfeng. It's the master of the Bagua sect, Dong Haichuan. The person who recognized it exclaimed. Wing Chun Yuan, please enlighten me. Another middle-aged man in a short gown came on the stage, slightly swung his gown and looked at Zhang San crazy. And me. Tan Dao Liang, please enlighten me. Master Tan, who spoke before, also played. Seeing the three people coming up all of a sudden, Zhang Sanfeng laughed loudly. Okay. Let's all come together. The old man wants to fight 10. Chapter 333, Charlotte and #039, S body technique. Hearing Zhang San's crazy words, the three of them were furious. Each attacked in one direction. Watching each of them use their own special moves to attack Zhang San madly. Zhang Sanfeng not only did not hide, but took the initiative to meet him. Only 3 plops were heard. As fast as the 3 came, they flew out as fast as possible. Can't take the next move at all. Ha 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 ha. Who else? Zhang Sanfeng swung his robe and looked at the audience. Bastard. You are just relying on your strength, it's not that my Wing Chun is inferior to yours. Yuan covered his chest and looked at Zhang Sanfeng and said. Ha 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 ha. You're right. Wing Chun is really exquisite, but it's a pity that you can't perform it well. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head slightly and said. Puff. Humiliated by Zhang Sanfeng, Yuan couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Master. Lift up the master. The surrounding disciples said hurriedly. Charlotte looked at this scene, and then at Zhang Sanfeng in the stands. Then tiptoe. The body came to the stage like a flash. Outsiders, come to ask for advice. Charlotte imitated the challenger before and slightly bowed his hands towards Zhang San maniacally. After Zhang Sanfeng heard this, he immediately looked at the visitor with a frown. Outsiders? Looking at this obviously different costume from the Kingdom of Flowers, Zhang Songquang believed it. Why, hi people. Why are you playing? This is our country of flowers. Zhang Sanfeng didn't do anything immediately but looked at Charlotte and asked. I want to challenge the martial arts of the most powerful country in the West Sea, the Kingdom of Flowers. Charlotte said lightly, the beard on her mouth trembling. Insanity. Hear this, the people of Kingdom of Flowers in the audience immediately cursed. Young people don't know the heights of the sky and the earth, and dare to come to the country of flowers to challenge. I don't know if you are ignorant or stupid. After hearing this, Charlotte was non-committal about what the people in the audience said. He didn't explain anything, but looked at Zhang Sanfeng. He wants to compete with Zhang Sanfeng in boxing and kicking. For so many years, he has been practicing swords, and he almost forgot that he was practicing body at the beginning. As a mercenary in his previous life, he was in the training camp for several months, not to mention familiar with the major boxing techniques. But I also know a little about military boxing, Muay Thai, Judo, Jiu-Jitsu, and those killing techniques. When she first started traveling, Charlotte had been training according to the training method in her mind. Looking at the eagerness in the eyes of the young man in front of him, Zhang Sanfeng knew that he had met a lunatic. Then he clasped his arms round and looked at Charlotte warily. Charlotte smiled slightly, accepting her own challenge. The whole body's aura suddenly changed, and a fierce aura burst out suddenly. Both legs ran towards Zhang San madly. A powerful right fist swung out, attacking Zhang Sanfeng's face. Zhang Songquang turned his head slightly to avoid it. But Charlotte didn't stop her movements, and followed closely behind with a knee top, attacking Zhang Sanfeng sideways. Now Zhang Sanfeng has no time to dodge. Covering his waist with his hands, he blocked the crown, but he also took a step back. But the next move was already coming, an elbow towards the temple. Hiss. This young man has such a vicious move. Everyone watching from the audience gasped. This move goes straight to the point. As long as Master Zhang is careless, it is very likely that he will be subdued by one move. Zhang Sanmeng's hand turned into a knife and struck on Charlotte's bicep, temporarily blocking Charlotte's elbow. Then he stepped back quickly, keeping a safe distance from Charlotte. Rubbed his wrist. This young man has great strength. Zhang Sanfeng secretly surprised. Come again. Charlotte immediately got up and stepped forward, without giving Zhang Sanfeng a chance to catch his breath. Kicked out. Zhang Songquan's pupils shrank, seeing the oncoming kick, his arms immediately moved forward to block. Bang. There was a dull bang. Ta-da-da. Zhang Sanfeng took another 3 or 4 steps back, clutching his numb arm and looking at the young man in horror. Stop. 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 Zhang Sanfeng said quickly. This young man's strength was frighteningly strong, and every time he took a move, his arm felt as if it had been smashed by a steel bar, and the pain was unbearable. Fighting against him was like hitting steel. Charlotte listened and looked at Zhang San crazy. No more fights. No more fights. If you continue to fight, my old bones will be ruined. Zhang Sanfeng looked at Charlotte and said. Old guy. You said no. You won't fight. It's a beautiful idea. Keep going. This time, I will put in more effort. After finishing speaking, he punched Zhang Sanfeng with a straight punch. Asshole. Has anyone taught you to respect the old and love the young? Seeing this straight punch, Zhang Sanfeng could only block it. Although his Tai Chi can overcome rigidity with softness. But that steel is not just steel. This young man's body was like a piece of fine iron, and he would have been hurt to death if he was hit. Bastard. Brat. You are making this old man go crazy. I saw a black substance covering Zhang San Maniac's arm. He punched Charlotte. With the blessing of armed domineering, Zhang Sanfeng felt that his arm was better. But this move was dismissed by those people in the audience. A martial arts competition is a martial arts competition. It's still domineering with weapons, isn't this old man unaffected? Hearing the eccentric tone of the people in the audience, Zhang Sanfeng wished he could go down and raise his palm and smack his mouth a few times. They said it lightly, and if they have the ability to come up and compete with this young man. After seeing it, Charlotte didn't say anything, and continued to attack Zhang Sanfeng with various parts of her body. Hone your physical skills. Feeling that her strength has been relieved a little, this makes Charlotte even more excited. He punched Zhang Sanquan so fast that he couldn't lift his head up. Suppressed to death. 10 minutes in a row. Zhang Sanfeng finally couldn't hold on anymore. The reaction was half a beat slow. I saw a huge fist stopped in front of my eyes. Looking at Charlotte, who took the initiative to stop. Zhang Sanfeng finally knew a rumor in the martial arts world. Fist is afraid of the young. Beat the teacher to death with random punches. It was the first time Zhang Sanfeng saw the opponent's boxing style. He was completely out of order, using all parts of his body to attack. Do not give the opponent the slightest reaction time. The main focus is a fast and hard. This is not martial arts, it is obviously a killing technique, killing the opponent at the smallest cost. When did this murderous person appear on the sea? Whirring. Zhang Sanfeng panted heavily. Boy. You won. What is your punch called? Zhang Sanfeng looked at Charlotte and asked. Okay. Charlotte thought for a moment. His moves were very complicated, softening the fighting skills of all the troops in the previous life, which is not the case in this world. There is no name, it was summed up in the battle. There is no name. Charlotte shook her head and said. Chapter 334 Collecting Martial Arts. Self-created. Another genius. Charlotte didn't know how much sensation her words caused in the crowd. Self-created moves like Charlotte's can all be established as the ancestors. Just like the man in front of him, Zhang Sanfeng, who created his own Taijiquan, beat Shihai without opponents, and established a sect when he was old. Zhang Sanfeng also looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. Although the mustache on the corner of his mouth looks quite old, how can this kind of concealment escape his eyes? The other party is obviously young. He has created his own school at a young age, and it can be said that he is extremely talented, even better than him. Little friend is really talented. Zhang Sanfeng sighed with emotion. Where? Charlotte also complimented. The Taijiquan of this person in front of him is exactly the same as the Taijiquan he heard in his previous life. Moreover, one named Zhang Sanfeng and the other named Zhang Sanfeng said that there were no joints in it, but Charlotte didn't believe it. And it's not just Zhang San Maniac, there are also some masters of Chinese martial arts that are well known in previous lives, which can also be seen here. And the Kingdom of Flowers represents China, and there must be many secrets that Charlotte doesn't know. After the two fought, they immediately walked down to discuss. Charlotte is envious of Zhang San Maniac's method of subduing rigidity with softness. I want to learn from Zhang Songquang. Martial arts are extremely rare in this world of pirates, and the only ones that can be used are probably the only ones that can compete with martial arts. As for the effectiveness of the Navy 6 styles, anyone who has practiced can say yes. And as the country of martial arts, the country of flowers is also famous for its famous martial arts. Just like the Ba Chung Fist mystery of the 8 Treasures Navy. That is all the way through, to the New World. Charlotte felt that it was necessary to stay in the Kingdom of Flowers for a while longer. He wants to decide on the martial arts of the Kingdom of Flowers. Thinking of this, Charlotte looked at the heads of other sects, his eyes unknowingly became hot. The people around who looked at it tightened their chrysanthemums. Thank you, Master Zhang, for your enlightenment. After discussing with Zhang Sanfeng for a long time, I also learned a lot about Taijiquan in Zhang Sanfeng's hands, and knew a lot of principles. There are no moves in Taijiquan, it all depends on self-enlightenment. This disappointed Charlotte. I thought I could learn it quickly, which would also help me in future battles. Especially when fighting Garp, the absolute effect is obvious. Using softness to overcome rigidity is no joke. It is definitely a big killer to deal with Garp Sengoku Zifa and Admiral Steelbone Sara. You must know that they are all strong in physical skills, and their moves are all straightforward. Against them, Tai Chi has an absolute advantage. Ha 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 ha. Little friend, what are you talking about? Since I established a sect, I want everyone to learn my boxing technique, so how can I hide my secrets? Zhang Sanfeng looked at the young man in front of him and said with a smile. Although he didn't know the other party's name, he was full of praise for the other party's talent and savvy. He was also very happy to teach such a young man his boxing skills. It's me who saves the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Charlotte felt a little ashamed of those thoughts in her heart. Facing the other party's unreserved teaching, Charlotte admired it. But let Charlotte do it himself, he absolutely can't do it. Those moves of his are the foundation of standing, and his spiritual realm is definitely not up to the opponent's level. This time I came to the Country of Flowers, I gained a lot, and also let me see the unique martial arts of the Country of Flowers. Charlotte looked at Zhang Sanfeng and said. Charlotte watched them play against each other in the morning, then went to fight against himself, and then sat and talked about it. A day has passed. Okay. Go slowly, little friend. Zhang Sanfeng heard the other party's intention to leave, and did not persuade him to stay. Sending Charlotte to the door, watching Charlotte slowly disappear into the night, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. I really don't know whether your appearance is good or bad for the martial arts or this sea. As an old fritter, he could faintly feel the ambition in the other party's heart. He felt that the martial arts in the Kingdom of Flowers would not be quiet for a while. As predicted. The next day. The young man from yesterday came to the Wing Chun Pavilion and wanted to learn Wing Chun. In the end, he was rejected by Master Yi, and the two sides fought. Unsurprisingly, Master Yi lost miserably. But the other party also left. This made Zhang Sanfeng slightly relieved, the other party did not kill. It's just that he didn't know what the other party meant by this, and he didn't take the opportunity to ask for the cheat. How did he know that Charlotte could read minds? Wing Chun's cheat book, after being defeated by Xia Luo, immediately read the opponent's memory, and remembered all the mysteries of Wing Chun in his heart. Left satisfied. That's it. Every day, Charlotte will challenge a sect. As long as the other party handed over the cheats, Charlotte would not kill him. If you don't pay, you will be hit. But there are also those who do not know what is good or bad. Like that Shaolin. Charlotte went to ask for advice, but the other party didn't give him any face. They also knew that Charlotte was strong, so they sent people directly from the sect to form a formation. This was the first time Charlotte had seen a formation in Pirate World. I was surprised for a while, and didn't immediately take action to solve it. After dodging a few moves, Charlotte also faintly noticed the unusualness of this formation. 108 people seem to be connected by breath, one move after another, and they can even concentrate the strength of all of them into one body, and use a stick that shocks the world and weeps ghosts and gods. The strength of this stick has reached his level. This horrified Charlotte. Not daring to be careless, with the 7-star sword in his hand, he slashed across with it. As a result, there was no accident, and it was broken with a single sword. The 108 people all died under Charlotte's sword. When Zhang Sanfeng learned about it, he stood in the martial arts hall and sighed again and again, then drank 3 big bowls at noon. After Charlotte defeated 108 people, Charlotte became more and more interested in Shaolin. When I broke into the sect directly, I saw the abbot sitting in front of the Buddha statue with his eyes closed and reciting scriptures a few days ago. After seeing Charlotte again, he didn't do much. Instead, he got up slowly and greeted Charlotte. This move also confused Charlotte. But he still followed the other party and headed towards the backyard. Charlotte is not worried about the tricks the other party is playing, all conspiracies and tricks are futile in the face of absolute strength. All the way to the backyard, I saw many bald monks looking at me with hideous faces. Charlotte just smiled back. Chapter 335 Collecting Martial Arts. Came to a small yard in the backyard. Charlotte saw an attic. The three large characters on the attic let Charlotte understand everything. Bookstore. Your Excellency. All the martial arts of Shaolin are in this sutra pavilion, please watch it yourself, and spare the many monks of Shaolin. Abbot Xuanzi looked at Charlotte with a compassionate expression. This caused the surrounding monks to shout the name of the abbot with sad faces. The corners of Charlotte's mouth twitched after seeing it. The other party's behavior made Charlotte feel a little uncomfortable. He thought that he was hypocritical enough, but he didn't expect anyone to be more hypocritical than him. He arched his hands towards the abbot. Abbot Dei. Finished, walked into the library pavilion. This Shaolin is worthy of being the #1 sect in the Kingdom of Flowers, and the collection of books in the pavilion is simply astonishing. Now he finally knew why the abbot didn't object. Who the hell remembers this? Looking at the rows of cheats. Charlotte was speechless. Randomly opened a book and looked at it. He frowned instantly. Why is this martial art so simple? Charlotte randomly opened a book, basically all about body training. But this kind of body training is not what Charlotte imagined. What kind of true energy is just a training method to polish the body? Compared with Charlotte's own training methods, they are similar. This disappointed Charlotte instantly. These moves can only use various parts of the body to create shock waves. It is also an application of the body. That's right, this is the world of pirates after all, not the world of martial arts. After all, these martial arts are just moves. Practicing to the extreme is about the same as the Navy 6 styles. Seeing so many martial arts, Charlotte's egg hurts. I had to go back to the sea god Poseidon and get a dozen people to start transcribing. This also made the corner of the abbot's mouth twitch. I secretly recited Umitba in my heart and left. Out of sight, out of mind. For several days in a row, Charlotte was transcribing these body training methods while comprehending these martial arts. He wanted to gather martial arts from 100 schools of thought to create one himself. But it's obviously not that easy. And the story of Charlotte's massacre in Shaolin was also spread. What? Someone invaded Shaolin and killed all people in Shaolin. How is this possible? Is there anything impossible? It's already spread in the Tao. It's the bearded middle-aged man who challenged Zhang Sanmad before. That's right. Go to Wudong first, then slaughter Shaolin, and defeat the heads of other sects and factions. This is the rhythm of unifying the martial arts. Many people sat in the tavern and talked loudly about what happened these days. Inside the palace. Your Majesty. The latest news. The captain of the Rockefeller Pirates, Rockefeller Charlotte, has challenged all sections. Now he has defeated Wudong first, and then Shaolin. Almost all people in the world are not Rockefeller Charlotte's opponents. Now there are rumors in the world, Rockefeller Charlotte is going to be the leader of the martial arts. The chief eunuch looked pale, but he reported to the emperor in a confident manner. The emperor put down the memorial and looked at the empty hall with a frown. Is there a purpose to find out the other party? The emperor asked. It seems to be for collecting martial arts. But so far, only Rockefeller Charlotte has collected Shaolin martial arts. The chief eunuch said. Collecting martial arts. Is he interested in that? The emperor didn't expect that a person as powerful as the other party would be interested in martial arts that only the reckless in the world would be interested in. Hearing the emperor's words, the eunuch nodded. Then let him go? As long as you don't cause any serious trouble. The emperor didn't want to care about these trivial matters. The chief eunuch stepped back after hearing this. For more than 10 days in a row, Xia Luo has collected almost all the famous martial arts in the country of flowers. Then put it together in a book. Dad. What are these? Robert looked at the thick book in his hand and said. Charlotte glanced at him. These are all you have to learn. In a word, all the children around looked at their father with pale faces. Old. Dad. Are you kidding me? You have to learn all this. Robert pointed to the rows of books on the bookshelf and said. Well. Of course it's not all about learning, just pick a few that suit you. Charlotte continued the work at hand and said. Caesar also frowned and looked at the rows of bookshelves. Suddenly saw a book called Dragon Claw Hand. I opened it and looked at it. It is a special training technique for grasping. The term gongfa was still heard from my father these days. Dad. This exercise is very suitable for me, can I learn it? Caesar walked up to Charlotte with the book and asked. Charlotte glanced at Caesar strangely. When did this Caesar take the initiative? Could it be that the previous meal had an effect? Then he glanced at the cheat book in Caesar's hand. Dragon Claw. It is indeed very suitable for Caesar's cultivation. Okay. Take it to practice. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Although Charlotte just glanced at it hastily, to him, these were nothing more than techniques for exerting force. It's still very simple. After hearing this, Caesar walked aside with his dragon claw hand and looked at it. Seeing the eldest brother like this, the others also went to the bookshelves one after another to see if there was anything suitable for them. Estes came to the sword. Opening a book at random, it is also a bright spot. These are also the skills of swordsmanship, which is just right for her now. Seeing that each of them picked a book to read, Charlotte didn't stop. The reason why Charlotte collects these is not all for the sake of their strength. He found that his training method, except for some basic training in his previous life, was too barbaric. There is no systematic method of cultivation. For example, holding a mountain to practice boxing and the like. Obviously not something they can train at their current age. Another example is deep-sea training. All devil fruit ability users, let them go into the sea, and this is not the way to seek death. Who can stand up in the sea except Tesla? Now that these are collected in the Kingdom of Flowers, it can be regarded as a solution to Charlotte's urgent needs. These cheats are just the foundation for these kids. After integrating these cheats, Charlotte had someone build a bookshelf. Charlotte intends to put these cheats in the hall and let the crew members under his command practice by themselves. I don't do any integral tasks, as long as you want to learn, go and see for yourself. Because these things are actually similar to the Navy type, dash. It's not something you'll know after reading it, you still need to practice. Some cheats are really not good if you don't have enough talent. Just like Tai Chi. Barrett. Tell the crew in the future, read these cheats as you like, but don't pass them on. Charlotte found Barrett and said. Barrett was also interested in these cheat books, so he picked one at random and opened it to read. Mighty Vajra Palm. A palm technique, practiced to great success, can send shockwaves from the palm, with the power to split mountains and rocks. Chapter 336 Martial Pavilion. Barrett looked slightly surprised at the secret book in his hand. It's actually a skill similar to Navy 6. A skill that specializes in palm practice, which can send out shockwaves to cause damage. Barrett is still fresh in his memory. The battle between the captain and Admiral Zifa 2 years ago. Relying on the 6-style extended technique, the opponent fought back and forth with the captain for 4 or 5 days, and the power was heaven-shattering. Seeing similar skills now, Barrett's heart is burning. Charlotte looked at the expression on Barrett's face and smiled slightly. The other party is not the kind of person who can restrain his expression. He can see his thoughts on his face. Take it. Practice hard. This will help you a lot. After speaking, Charlotte stuffed the cheat book into his hand. Thank you, Captain. Barrett bowed slightly to Charlotte sincerely. Everyone took their own cheats to practice. And these cheats were quickly uploaded on the ship. What? The captain brought a lot of cheats, let us practice at will? Is it true? That's still fake. You go to the 3rd floor now. The captain specially emptied a room full of cheat books collected by the captain. If you go late, they will be gone. Then what are you talking about? Let's go. The news of the secret script instantly spread to the ears of all the crew members. They all walked towards Wu Pavilion. This martial arts pavilion is where Charlotte put the cheats. Damn. So many people? How do we squeeze in? People who came late stood in the corridor on the 3rd floor, looking at the people who were already crowded in the corridor, speechless. Come one by one. Come one by one. Everyone can borrow it, but it cannot be passed on. Also, be careful not to damage the books. Olga, who has nothing to do, was arranged by Charlotte to be a librarian here, and was responsible for watching the library here. At this time, she was standing on the table and shouting with a loudspeaker. But the chaos around her left her distraught. Ha ha ha. I found a cheat book on swordsmanship. Suddenly there was a voice. Everyone watched, and the crew member holding a book of swordsmanship laughed loudly. Then the man took the cheat book and went to Olga to register. Blaster sword, isn't it? What's its name? Which team does it belong to? How many days? Seeing the person coming, Olga immediately sat down and took out a pen and paper to register. The person holding the cheat book of Blastering Wind Kuaijian quickly filled in the information excitedly, and happily left the martial arts pavilion with the cheat book. Remember, everyone can only take one copy. Don't take more. The captain said, you can't chew as much as you want. Practice one by one. Olga started shouting again, standing on the table. After hearing this, the people around immediately began to look for the most suitable cheats for them. But they were dazzled by the hundreds of cheat books. After staying in Wu Pavilion for a long time, no one came out. Those who lined up were angry and cursed. Standing in the captain's room, Charlotte watched what happened inside the Martial Pavilion through the surveillance camera and smiled slightly. Not bad. This kind of enthusiasm is needed. Charlotte couldn't help but praise. Charlotte always felt that after joining the Rockefeller Pirates, these people walked sideways in the North Sea and the West Sea, especially after defeating Zifa in the North Sea. These people are getting more and more drifting. Gradually relax the training. Charlotte could also vaguely feel this. For this reason, Charlotte can only continue to arrange battles to maintain their combat power, and they can't be used up. Now that these cheats exist, as long as they follow the above exercises, they can achieve their effects, which can be regarded as giving them a goal. After all, these are the elite of his subordinates, just like the elite soldiers in the Navy. Charlotte was also built according to the elite, so I don't want to waste it. Captain, I believe that with these cheats, the strength of our Rockefeller Pirates will greatly increase. When we return to the New World, we will shock the entire New World. Seeing Charlotte so happy, Caesar Courant immediately flattered her. Ha 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 ha. With that said, I'm really looking forward to it. Charlotte smiled. By the way, how is your devil fruit experiment going? Charlotte asked suddenly. As soon as these words came out, Caesar Courant, who was still smiling, suddenly became stiff. Captain, through the experimental products you gave me, the results obtained are somewhat unsatisfactory. The success rate of the artificial devil fruits cultivated is only 1/10, and they are all animal, and some can only awaken part of the beast. Defective products. Caesar Courant reported that he didn't dare to fool Charlotte. Charlotte frowned upon hearing this. Go. Take me to see. Saying that, Charlotte walked towards the laboratory. Caesar Courant followed closely behind. Coming to the laboratory, the entire 7th floor was built by Charlotte into a large laboratory, and there is also a prison. As soon as she entered the 7th floor, Charlotte could smell the chemical agent. After Charlotte's arrival, many research institutes who were doing experiments raised their heads. Captain. Captain. People around greeted him one after another. Charlotte just nodded and followed Caesar Courant to look at the experimental products. Come to the prison. Dozens of figures were imprisoned in the prison made of Hailu stone. When he saw someone coming, he immediately shouted. Let me go. Please let me go, I will never dare again. Damn Rockefeller Pirates. Damn Rockefeller Charlotte. There was an endless stream of shouts, and some cursed. Charlotte glanced at the prisoner who scolded him after passing the cell. Just choose him as the next experimental subject. Seeing how energetic he is, he should be a good experimental subject. After speaking, he walked forward without looking. Caesar Courant glanced at the man with pity and shook his head. You don't play like this if you want to die. And the man was also taken aback by Charlotte's words, and his body trembled instantly. These people are slave traders and vicious pirates. Because Caesar Courant lacked experimental products, Charlotte ordered someone to catch some. For him, this kind of sea scum, he can have as much as he wants, and just go to the sea to catch it when it is gone. With the existence of these people, Caesar Courant's experiment was very fast, and defective products have been produced. It is believed that in a few years, real man-made devil fruits will appear. Came to a special cell, in which there was an unconscious prisoner hanging in the room, his hands and feet were firmly locked by Heilushi. Hanging in mid-air in large characters. Captain. The other party's mind is deranged and he has no consciousness. I let him fall into a deep sleep. Caesar Courant looked at the experimental product in front of him and said. Charlotte looked at the sleeping man in front of him and nodded slightly. Wake him up. Let me see the effect. Charlotte commanded. Yes. Caesar Courant immediately began to operate. Chapter 337 The Weapon That Ate the Devil Fruit. Through the glass cover. Caesar Courant immediately released a smoke. After inhaling the smoke, the figure in the cell immediately trembled. Slowly opened his eyes, looking at everything in front of him. But at the moment of waking up, His eyes were reddened and bloodshot all over his eyes, his mouth was wide open, and sharp teeth were all over the mouth. Drink. Drink. A beast-like roar sounded. The person inside immediately writhed wildly, struggling desperately to bind his chains. The clanking of the chains. Let me see what he's capable of, Charlotte said suddenly. Yes. Caesar immediately cut off Heilushi's restriction on capable users. The man who was only slightly twisting at first immediately became mad. Roar. A loud roar. I saw that the whole man was gone, and there was only one in the cell with 8 tentacles growing on his back and a single horn on his forehead. His whole body was animalized, a bit like a leopard and a bit like a jackal. The whole body seems to be composed of 5 or 6 kinds of animals. Charlotte couldn't help closing her eyes when she saw it. He felt that he had seen something that he shouldn't have seen, it was really disgusting. Then he turned his gaze to Caesar Courant. What monster is this? Charlotte asked, pointing at the strange-shaped thing in the cell. Caesar Courant immediately felt guilty when he heard it. That. I didn't control the bloodline factor well, which caused some confusion. But I have already solved these things. The next experimental product will not have this effect. Caesar Courant quickly explained. Charlotte didn't say anything after hearing this. Suppressing the discomfort, he looked at the figure. Have you lost your will? Pick a death row prisoner and throw it in, let me see his fighting power, said Charlotte. Kaiser immediately arranged. He knew all about the prisoners in the cell. Immediately found the ruthless man who insulted his own captain before. Immediately pushed him over. You. What are you doing? Bastard. Let me go. I won't scold you. I won't scold you. But Caesar Courant didn't want to hear that. He took a big knife by hand. Throw the man in, and throw the big knife in. Then Caesar Courant came to the command room, looked at the man who was trembling on the ground and dared not move and said. Get up. Stand up, pick up the weapon on the ground, I will put an experimental product in later, as long as you can kill the other party, you will be free. Caesar Courant's voice was heard in the cell through the radio. After hearing this, the man raised his head to look at the open space and the wall without any dead ends, and then slowly picked up the big knife that was thrown aside. Seeing this, Caesar Courant nodded in satisfaction, and then pressed another button. A door suddenly opened, and the bondage on the original stitching monster was instantly loosened, and it fell to the ground. There was a bang. The man with the knife was so frightened that he trembled and wanted to see what it was. I saw a thigh-thick tentacle sticking out along the open door. The man's pupils dilated immediately after seeing it. This. What kind of monster is this? The man's exclamation sounded, and his legs immediately retreated unconsciously. And the movement made by the man also attracted the stitching monster. The stitch monster suddenly jumped towards the man. Help! Help! The man didn't have the courage to resist at all. Looking at the monster, he waved his hands indiscriminately. Quickly. In Charlotte's own eyes, the man was torn apart alive by the monster, and then eaten like a wild beast. Charlotte looked a little queasy. Caesar Courant next to him didn't react at all. On the contrary, he was excitedly watching the performance of the monster on the screen. Failure. What do I want for such irrational things? Charlotte shook her head slightly and said. Caesar Courant, who was still a little excited, calmed down instantly like a bucket of cold water was poured on him. Did not dare to speak. Don't tell me. It took you so long to build this thing. Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant and said. This. Caesar Courant suddenly trembled. But suddenly Caesar Courant raised his head again. Captain. Although I didn't create a man-made devil fruit, I made an unexpected discovery during the experiment. Caesar Courant was at once ready to save. Oh. What a discovery. If it wasn't something useful, I would consider reducing your research funding. Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant and said. You have to put pressure on him, otherwise when will it be? Caesar Courant trotted immediately after hearing this, walked out of the laboratory, and took out a weapon from a box made of Heilushi. Then trot back immediately. Look at this weapon, it's just a knife, what's the difference? Caesar Courant excitedly came to Charlotte holding a knife. Captain. I discovered that not only living things can eat devil fruits, but even dead things can eat devil fruits, and they have the same ability. Caesar Courant said. Upon hearing it, Charlotte instantly knew what it was. A weapon that ate a devil fruit. Charlotte blurted out. That's right. It's the weapon that ate the devil fruit. Caesar Courant held up the knife in his hand, and suddenly the blade twisted immediately. It turned into a white bear, the white bear fruit that was auctioned at the auction house not long ago. Charlotte takes the devil fruit weapon. Immediately feel better. Devil fruit weapon. How's his power? Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant and asked. Not weaker than Dequai Dao 21 workers. Caesar Courant said without hesitation. It's even better than the big knife 21. It has special abilities. Caesar Courant continued. What's the success rate? Charlotte asked, looking at the big knife that the white bear turned into in his hand. Charlotte had a plan in mind. He intends to create a devil fruit weapon, combined with a gun. In her previous life, Charlotte was very interested in devil fruit weapons. But there has been no opportunity to find it, and no one will build it. After all, it is still too far away from man-made devil fruit weapons. Unexpectedly, Caesar Courant was created by accident. 100% of the animal department, the superhuman department is not clear. But you can still give it a try. Seeing the captain's interest, Caesar Courant said immediately. After hearing this, Charlotte immediately thought of how many devil fruits she had, which seemed to be very suitable for making devil fruit weapons. Okay. Very good. I'll give you a task to make the superhuman devil fruits eatable by weapons. Can you do it? Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant and asked. As long as there are enough devil fruits, I can definitely create them. Caesar Courant said confidently. Chapter 338 The Guess of the Devil Fruit Weapon. Charlotte thought that she had several devil fruits that were very suitable for food. Just like the implementation of the castle. In her previous life, Charlotte read a lot of fan fiction, and gave an item to eat the castle fruit, and then got a portable storage device. Like a space ring. Charlotte has a lot of devil fruits suitable for weapons. Such as tons of pressed fruit and slow fruit. Just imagine, if your 7-star sword eats the fruit of tons of pressure or the fruit of slowness, how powerful it will be for his battle blessing. The more I think about it, Charlotte felt that her thoughts were very correct. There are also some animal devil fruits. If you let the guns and cannons eat the animal devil fruit. Incarnate into a mobile fortress, what a powerful force that is. Handing them over to their sons and daughters is another great boost to their combat power. The more Charlotte thought about it, the more likely it was. This is even better than artificial devil fruit. At least there is no shadow of artificial devil fruit yet, but the devil fruit weapon has come out, and the next step is just a test. Caesar Courant, your only task now is how to combine the superhuman devil fruit with items. I need you to solve this problem quickly, can you do it? Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant with joy and asked. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Caesar Courant immediately raised his head and promised. Okay. As long as you complete this task, I will find a suitable devil fruit for you and give you a reward. Said Charlotte. Don't worry, Captain. Upon hearing this, Caesar Courant immediately became excited. He also really wants a devil fruit. As far as he knows, Vegapunk is a devil fruit capable user. The ability to use his devil fruit gives him wisdom 500 years ahead of his time. So he doesn't reject devil fruit either. Hearing that the captain promised to find him a suitable devil fruit, Caesar Courant immediately burst into enthusiasm. Charlotte continued to visit various experimental data. Among them, the only thing that interests him is the artificial soldier. This kind of painless and thoughtless machine that only knows fighting and killing is what Charlotte will lack in the next few years. He knew that among the other big pirates, he did not have an advantage in numbers. After the outbreak of the Age of Discovery, the impact it faced was definitely the greatest. It is very difficult to hold the territory with just thousands of people. But it is impossible for Charlotte to recruit pirates without reservation. Charlotte only wants the elite. At this time, one smoke gauge's artificial soldiers entered Charlotte's eyes. But since one smoke gauge left, the experiment of artificial soldiers has come to a standstill. This made Charlotte miss Vin Smoke Gauge. Do you want to go to Beihai again and tie him back? Charlotte suddenly struggled. But I have already agreed to the other party, let him go free, how can I break my word? Forget it. Let's find out if there are other scientists. Charlotte abandons the idea of kidnapping Vin Smoke Gauge. The two began to work on their own, and Charlotte visited his scientific troops. Take a look at your own scientific troops and see if you have given yourself any surprises over the years. And Caesar Courant started experimenting with devil fruit weapons, and the research on bloodline factors immediately increased. And the Stitch monster played by them hammered the surrounding walls frantically after eating the corpse. But the wall made of Hylu stone is so easy to break. Charlotte returned to the upper floor after visiting for a while. Overall, Charlotte is still very satisfied. Although it did not meet expectations, it exceeded expectations. The appearance of the devil fruit weapon made Charlotte see another direction. Back on deck. The excitement on the deck continued. The crew is still immersed in martial arts. They began to train their martial arts one after another. The Kingdom of Flowers also passed away in this calm. Although Charlotte has overthrown the martial arts in the entire Kingdom of Flowers. But the Country of Flowers doesn't know about Charlotte's identity. I am afraid that only some forces that have some relationship with the kingdom will know Charlotte's identity from the kingdom. When Zhang Sanfeng and Shaolin learned of Charlotte's identity, they were silent. Zhang Sanfeng didn't respond further. On the contrary, Shaolin made a call that he hadn't made for a long time. Moses. Is it the Warring States period? I am the abbot of Shaolin from the Kingdom of Flowers in the West Sea. It's nothing serious, but the Rockefeller pirates appeared in the Kingdom of Flowers. I don't know if your navy knows it, you know it. Then excuse me, I only called to report the movement of the Rockefeller pirates. Since your navy has arrangements, I will not care about it anymore. After finishing speaking, Abbot Xuanzi hung up the phone with a gloomy face. Originally, he wanted to rely on the power of the navy to save face, but he didn't expect that the other party would ask him not to worry about it. New World. Sengoku. What's the matter? I seem to have heard the Rockefeller pirates. On a military ship, two middle-aged men were lying on rocking chairs, holding coconut juice in their hands and wearing sunglasses. One of them is Carp asked. It's nothing. Didn't the Rockefeller pirates enter the West Sea recently? They came to the Kingdom of Flowers. Some friends from the Kingdom of Flowers called to report, and I told them to leave it alone. Warring States casually explained. The Country of Flowers? The most powerful country in the West Sea. Garp still had some impressions. Well, it is the most powerful country in the West Sea. Its country is extremely prosperous and its military strength is also the strongest in the West Sea. The kingdom also has a lot of high-end combat power, just like the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy you defeated Qingjiao 2 years ago. His strength is at least twice as strong as in the Kingdom of Flowers. Sengoku looked at Kapu Koku and said. Hearing this, Garp sat up instantly. So strong. I know the strength of green peppers. Even in our Navy headquarters, they are at least at the level of admirals. How can there be so many of them in the Kingdom of Flowers? Cap was surprised. The Country of Flowers is very rich in martial arts. They can rely on their own martial arts to practice step by step. As long as they practice according to the above, as long as their aptitude is not bad, they can cultivate to the peak. When I was young, I fought in the West Sea. Most of the skills are also learned in Shihai, so the Country of Flowers in Shihai cannot be underestimated. Warring States remembered that when he was young, he challenged the martial arts of the Country of Flowers, and learned a few martial arts from a Shaolin school. Even now he still benefits a lot. Oh. I have a chance next time. When I'm on vacation. I'm going to visit the Kingdom of Flowers too. Cap said with a hint of interest. You. Still want to take a vacation? Let's talk about it after catching the Roger pirates. Warring States shook his head. Asshole. I will definitely catch the Roger pirates. Chapter 339 Leaving the Land of Flowers. I stayed in the Country of Flowers for 2 consecutive months. Estes and the others have been staying in the arena these days, completing their winning streak. Charlotte didn't bother with them either, and studied these martial arts alone. Now it's time for the Rockefeller pirates to start their next voyage. Honey. It's been more than 10 days, and the anger should be gone. Don't be angry, okay? Charlotte came to the side of Elena and the girls to please her. Staying alone in an empty room for more than 10 consecutive days made Charlotte uncomfortable. Who would have thought that Martha and her daughters would unite to isolate Charlotte, which made Charlotte want to cry. Pfft. What are you talking about? Be honest with the children. Looking at Charlotte with a stern face, Elena said with a flushed face. The little hand twisted slightly on Charlotte's waist. The people around looked at the sky immediately after seeing it, and ignored the dog food between the captain and his wife. Estes rolled her eyes slightly. Since she can remember, she has been speechless about the relationship between her parents. My father is also a big radish, flirting with women every day, but my mother didn't respond at all. Okay. I have also stayed in this country of flowers for 2 months now, it's time to continue the next journey. Barrett. Are all the supplies on board ready? Charlotte suddenly became serious, looked at Barrett and began to care about the real thing. Captain. Everything on the ship is ready and ready to go. Barrett said immediately. These things have already been prepared as soon as they landed. After all, supplies are indispensable for sailing on the sea. Coupled with their special identities, they will be prepared as soon as possible to deal with some special situations. In case they need to leave urgently, they also have supplies to continue sailing. Well. Then let's go. After Charlotte finished speaking, she walked towards the pier. The others immediately followed after seeing it. A group of hundreds of people walked towards the port. Are they leaving? Qing Jiao, who has been in charge of taking care of Charlotte, looked at them and said. It should be. They have called back all the people who have dispersed, and they should be leaving. The leader of the city guard looked at the backs of Charlotte and the others and said. Phew. I'm finally gone. You can return to your majesty. Qing Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. For the past 10 days or so, he has been worried almost every day, trying to settle everything about Charlotte. Thinking of the next reward from His Majesty the Emperor, Qing Jiao became excited again. The Emperor agreed to him, as long as Charlotte would not let him make trouble, and Charlotte would reward him with a fortune when he left. Thinking of this green pepper, he walked quickly towards the palace. Charlotte and his party left the Kingdom of Flowers on the sea god Poseidon and continued sailing on the sea. After they left the Kingdom of Flowers, the forces that had been monitoring Charlotte immediately received the news. Red Earth Continent, Mary Joya, Panga City, among the flowers, Wuloxing office. Has Charlotte left the Kingdom of Flowers? Sa Tiancheng asked after listening to the report of his CP0. He didn't do anything to the Kingdom of Flowers, did he? No. Charlotte just spent 2 months in the Kingdom of Flowers, during which she attended several banquets in the Kingdom of Flowers, and did nothing else. CP0 reports. There is no change in the Kingdom of Flowers, right? Saint Satan asked again. No. The Emperor just invited Charlotte a few times, and didn't do anything? That's fine. Continue to monitor the movement of the Country of Flowers, and ensure that every move of the Country of Flowers is under the supervision of the world government. After Sa Tiancheng finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Rockefeller Charlotte left the Country of Flowers? Nasi Shilangxing, the bald-headed star with a knife, asked. Well. The other party has already left. Saint Satan said with a sullen brow. Is there any purpose to inquire about the other party? Nazho Langshang asked. Not at all. Judging from the current intelligence, the other party is simply sailing around the world. Satan asked. Then where is his next destination? At this time, the bearded Vochuli asked. Upon hearing this, Sa Tiancheng took out the map and looked at the route on the West Sea. If they don't go around, the next destination will be O'Hara. Satan-san said, then suddenly frowned. O'Hara, isn't that the place for those scholars? The bearded Mazsheng said suddenly. It's indeed a gathering place for scholars. Saint Satan nodded. But I seem to remember that the scholars of O'Harali seem to be studying the history that has disappeared for 100 years. Mazsheng asked with a frown. Saint Satan frowned after hearing this. He had indeed received some rumors that the group of scholars in O'Hara were searching for the 100-year history all over the world. And I want to interpret history through some documents. I will send someone to pay attention. If they really touch that taboo, then let them disappear. Satan said suddenly. Seconded. 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 Send out the Navy Demon Slaughter Order when necessary. Satan-san added another sentence. A meeting directly determines the next fate of O'Hara. If the scholars of O'Hara know that because of Charlotte, the world government has noticed them, I don't know how they feel. After leaving the Kingdom of Flowers, the sea god Poseidon has been sailing in the sea for 3 days. The interest of the entire Rockefeller pirates is obviously not high. In the past 3 days, there was not even a single pirate group on the sea. In the empty sea, only their boat floated. So boring. Robert lay on the railing, looking at the endless sea and said. Where are the pirates from the West Sea? Why haven't they come out? We've already taken the pirate flag and pretended to be a merchant ship. Why didn't the pirates come over? Didera also looked listlessly at the sea and said. Isn't it all dead? Sailing on the endless sea is no fun at all, which makes these children who are in the active age stage listless. On this sea, the only thing that can lift their spirits up is to fight the pirates and take their treasures. But let alone pirates for 3 days in a row, there were not many merchant ships. They complained, but they didn't know that 2 months ago, they robbed the pirate group crazily, which led to the disappearance of the pirates in this area. This is the reason why they couldn't see the pirates. Oh. I don't know when the next island will arrive. Deidara leaned on the railing and looked at the sea in the distance. Suddenly, Deidara narrowed his eyes slightly. Robert. Look at that. Are there 2 ships? Deidara pulled Robert and pointed in that direction. Chapter 340 The Pursuit of the CP Organization. Where? Where? Immediately, I saw 2 black spots in front of me slowly enlarging. It seems they are fighting, Robert said a little uncertainly. The naked eye can only see that the ships in the rear are constantly bombarding the ships in front, but those shells can only hit the sea near the ships in front, splashing water, and not hitting the ships in front. Quick. Go tell Dad. There's a fight ahead as we go. Robert pulled Deidara and quickly ran towards the captain's cabin. He knew that his father would usually stay in the captain's room to direct the overall situation if nothing happened. Robert ran over, but Charlotte, who was sitting in the captain's cabin, already knew what happened ahead through the cruise report. Even more familiar than Robert, they knew. Oh. The ships of the world government are attacking a ship bearing the flag of O'Hara. Have you seen who is on board O'Hara? Charlotte asked, looking at the watchman. The watchman continued to observe immediately after hearing it. It seems it's a woman. There's a man. The lookout was a little uncertain. And a pregnant woman. After hearing this, Charlotte immediately became interested, definitely not because of that woman. They are approaching us quickly. They are expected to approach within 10 minutes. The watchman said. Order to go on, the ship is on the first level of alert, and everyone is ready to fight. Charlotte stood up and walked towards the deck. Yes. The operator on the side immediately pressed the alarm device. Whoa. Level, dash, sirens sounded throughout the ship. Quick. Quick. There is a naval battle ahead, all combatants gather on deck. A large group of soldiers with weapons ran out of the cabin in an orderly manner, each with a serious expression, and their weapons were tightly held in their hands. The cadres also came out one after another. Barrett frowned slightly, looking at the world government ships that were constantly shelling in the distance. How can there be a ship of the world government here? And not far away? Albia. I'm sorry, I may not be able to accompany you. A man was shot in the abdomen and fell into the arms of a pregnant woman. No. You won't die. You haven't seen our children yet. You agreed to watch our children grow up. You can't leave me. The white-haired pregnant woman, Albia, cried while holding the man's head. You. Listen to me. What we are studying is banned by the world government. It is impossible for the world government to allow us to study it. Promise me? In the future, accompany our child to watch her grow up, don't go study the blank 100 years. The man looked at the woman in front of him tenderly and said. No. No. We agreed to unravel the 100 years of historical blank together. How can you give up? Albia shook her head desperately. My body. I know that I may not be able to hold on. The man lay in the woman's arms and said sadly. No. No. We will survive. Albia's bean-sized tears kept falling. Yes. From now on. Me. I may not be able to accompany her anymore. Promise me to protect her well. After the man finished speaking, he tilted his head and was completely silent. No. The woman hugged her husband's head and cried loudly. But no matter how she shouted, the man in her arms remained motionless. Pursuing ships. Sir. The man on the other side seems to be dead. On the ship that has been chasing after, a masked man saw the moment of the man's death through a telescope. Keep shelling, don't stop, anyone who tries to understand the taboo will have to pay with their lives, and don't let that pregnant woman go. Chief CP said, looking at the ship ahead with a blank expression. Yes. Eliminate some threats. The shelling continued to hit the unmanned ships ahead. But the ship in front of him is like the goddess of luck possessed. No one was manipulating it, and it actually dodged one after another shells from behind. All the shells hit the sea near the ship. The swaying waves accelerated and pushed forward the ship in front. Bang. Bastard. How did you fire the cannon? CP grabbed an operator and pointed forward and roared. If he didn't know that these were all members of the world government, he would have thought they were undercover agents sent by the other side. Long. Sir. Too windy to aim. The gunner stammered. Bastard. Damn it. Chief CP put down the man and continued to stare at the ship ahead, not letting it disappear before his eyes. Sir. A huge ship is spotted ahead. Suddenly. The watchman beside him said suddenly while holding up his binoculars. What ships? Let them go. Commander CP doesn't care about giant ships or not. In Shihai, he never put anyone in his eyes. Not good. That giant ship is coming towards us. CP personnel shouted. The CP officer next to him was baffled by the surprise of this subordinate, and immediately hid his subordinate's binoculars and looked over. Look towards that black dot. What came into view was a huge mermaid statue, Poseidon holding high the trident of the sea god. This is the Rockefeller Pirates. Seeing such a conspicuous statue, Chief CP immediately thought of a big person who was active in the West Sea recently. Rockefeller Pirates. An existence that makes even the Navy fearful. Damn, why did the other party appear here? Why didn't CP0 report? At this moment, Chief CP hates the group of intelligence personnel in Shihai very much. The CP on the side was stunned when he heard that it was the Rockefeller Pirates. Sir, what should we do? Should we continue to pursue? Listening to his subordinates, Chief CP gritted his teeth and looked at the ship that was almost catching up in front of him. Keep chasing. If you can't complete the mission, you will be punished if you go back. Chief CP said. Thinking of not completing the task, you will be punished. The CP chief didn't even care about the threat of the Rockefeller Pirates, and ordered to his subordinates to try to solve the opponent before the opponent approached. And his subordinates also gritted their teeth, and quickly operated the ship to try to kill the pregnant woman before the Rockefeller Pirates noticed it. On the ship ahead, Albia stood up slowly, looking at the warship of the world government behind her. A malicious look flashed in his eyes. He trotted to the rudder of the ship, and approached the giant ship in front of him. I hope that the giant ship can help me block the pursuit of the warship behind me. Damn it. Fire me up. The warship behind noticed the opponent's intention and roared. Chapter 341 Orbia. Interesting. Do you want to use us to block the CP behind you? Charlotte stood at the bow of the ship and looked through the telescope at the woman who was steering the rudder and moving straight towards her. And that woman, Charlotte had already recognized who she was. The snow-white hair, I don't know if it's because of the wind and the sun, the skin is slightly dark, and the big belly is Nero Hera. Who else but the mother of Nicole Robin, son of the devil? It's been a while, and Charlotte can't remember what the other party's name is. Let's go. Save that pregnant woman. Although I don't know why Nicole Robin's mother was targeted by the CP of the world government, it may be because of the butterfly effect caused by her own appearance, which led to her being chased. The man lying on the deck should be her husband, and he seems to be dead. Charlotte touched her chin and thought. I still know a little about the woman Charlotte in front of me, but I have forgotten the name after too long. If it weren't for her snow-white hair, her slightly dark face, and the fact that it was Nero Hera, Charlotte probably wouldn't have thought of it. As Charlotte's voice fell, the sea god Poseidon moved forward at full speed, although I didn't know why the captain wanted to save the pregnant woman. But it is also possible that the captain took a fancy to that woman, and everyone still carried out the captain's order without compromise. Looking at the approaching ship behind her, Charlotte frowned. It's almost over. Lock on the warship behind you and fire. Charlotte's order was transmitted to the captain's room in an instant. The operator immediately locked onto the warship behind him. A railgun located in the bow took aim immediately. The current is constantly gathering. In just 10 seconds. With a bang. An electric current passed through Albia's ship at a high speed and hit the sea in front of the warship. It didn't even hit. Robert stood behind Charlotte and muttered. But this blow also startled the warship desperately chasing. Stop. Chief CP looked at the evaporating sea ahead, with cold sweat on his forehead. This blow completely woke him up. Quick retreat. The mission failed, the Rockefeller Pirates took action, immediately evacuate the sea area. Chief CP roared loudly. The men standing in front of the rudder hurriedly turned the rudder and turned around immediately. Ran? After watching the warship of the world government turn around and run away, Didera frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. My own fun is gone. After Charlotte glanced at the fleeing ship, she stopped paying attention, but looked at the dilapidated ship coming towards her own ship. He was a little confused. How did the other party run past a warship with a broken ship? But I can't allow him to think too much. The opponent's ship has already arrived at his side. Albia looked up at the warship in front of him. She saw the fleeting attack just now. The reason why the warships chasing them turned around was all because of the owner of this huge ship. After seeing the whole picture of this huge ship and the figure standing on the bow, Albia also knew the identity of the other party. The legendary pirate entrenched in the New World, the captain of the Rockefeller Pirates, the world's #1 swordsman, Rockefeller Charlotte. Although I knew that the other party had come to Shihai, I didn't expect to meet here. Thinking of this, Albia immediately shed tears. Why didn't the other party show up earlier? But Albia didn't blame the other party didn't owe him anything, but because of them, he also escaped the pursuit. Thinking of this, Albia wanted to thank the other party. But she just took a step. The next moment, his feet went limp, his head tilted, and he fainted in front of the rudder. Dad. The other party has passed out. Robert looked at this scene and said. Charlotte rolled her eyes after hearing this. Then what are you still doing here? Why don't you pick him up? Charlotte looked at Robert and said. He suddenly felt that his third son was also a little silly. After hearing what his father said, Robert immediately turned into a cloud of smoke and floated down. Look at the dead body on the deck, and the pregnant woman at the rudder. I will be merciful and take you all up there. Robert's elemental body stretched out 2 arms, holding a person in one hand, and returned towards the original path. Back on deck. Robert threw the body aside, and came to Charlotte with the pregnant woman in his arms. Hold her tonight, Chin. Heal her, she is useful to me. Charlotte looked at Robert and said. So Robert ran towards the cabin with the pregnant woman in his arms. As for the corpse, Charlotte glanced at it, but didn't have any impression. Go. Build a coffin and put him in it. Charlotte would not keep this corpse on the deck, otherwise it would affect her mood a lot. The people around him immediately took action after hearing this. Although I don't know why the captain would do this. But they all subconsciously thought that the captain had taken a fancy to the pregnant woman. Without speaking, he immediately acted. As for the broken boat, Charlotte kindly hung him behind the boat and floated behind them. The warship that escaped reported the mission situation immediately after arriving at a safe place. Hey! The mission failed. I encountered the Rockefeller Pirates and was rescued by the Rockefeller Pirates. CP0 reported immediately. As a result, the people at the headquarters immediately turned pale with shock. Have you met Rockefeller Charlotte? That's right. CP0 also knew that his mission had failed, so he poured dirty water on Rockefeller Charlotte as much as possible. Anyway, they wouldn't believe what the other party said. Okay. I got it. Keep watching those archaeologists and report any abnormalities immediately. The people at the headquarters didn't care about the failure of the other party's mission. Instead, he hurried towards Woloxing. They even felt that it was a skill for these people to escape from Rockefeller Charlotte. After knowing the situation, Woloxing immediately frowned. It's hard to handle. The appearance of Rockefeller Charlotte has disrupted our layout. Satanchang looked at the information in his hand and said. Although he knew that the Rockefeller Pirates would pass by O'Hara, he did not expect to meet them by such a coincidence. It is also unlucky to save a key criminal from their world government. What should we do next? Should we contact Rockefeller Charlotte and warn him not to interfere? Nasi Shou Langsheng touched his own knife, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. No. We don't have much combat power in Shihai. If Rockefeller is really pissed off, those people in Shihai will definitely not be able to stop him. Meizisheng, one of the 5 old stars, immediately refuted. Now is not the time to tear yourself apart with the Rockefeller Pirates. They also expect the Rockefeller Pirates to return to the New World to fight with those big pirates, absolutely not now. Chapter 342 The Crisis of the Roger Pirates. The 5 old stars disrupted their original plan because of Charlotte's appearance. Everyone temporarily put aside the matter of O'Hara, and stared at Charlotte not to let him make trouble. At this time, the world government has all eyes on the New World. Especially the Roger Pirates. Because of Master Im's words, Wu Laoxing put all his energy on Roger. Order CP0 to monitor the Roger Pirates, and order the Navy to enter the New World to hunt down Roger. At the same time, it creates conflicts in the New World, causing the big pirates to kill each other. Shiki, the golden lion of the flying pirates, has been feeling extremely uncomfortable recently. What? Another brother was killed by the Roger pirates? Shueisha looked at his subordinates with a ferocious expression and asked. Yes. Yes, Admiral. The subordinate replied tremblingly. Bastard. Roger. Shueisha raised his head to the sky and roared loudly. Waves of sword energy were released by him in a venting manner. In the sky, the surrounding space was broken layer by layer, and then restored to its original state. The surrounding pirates looked pale at the majestic boss Shueisha. No one dared to offend Shueisha at this time. Ask me about the Roger pirates, I'm going to kill him. Shueisha's roar spread across the sky, and everyone left here as if fleeing. The territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Father. Please let me join the Whitebeard pirates? I saw a young man with pink hair kneeling in front of Whitebeard. Edward Newgate with a white beard sat on the top and looked at the young man below. Boy. I see hatred in your eyes, leave. I will not accept a person full of hatred as my son, that is a kind of harm to other sons. Whitebeard refused mercilessly. Father. Your benevolence and righteousness are widely spread in the new world. Please accept me. The man didn't give up, but lowered his head firmly, knocked his head on the deck, and said with a sad face. Whitebeard didn't speak, and let him continue to kneel. Marco. Throw this man out. Cried Whitebeard. It's Daddy. Marco flew over immediately, grabbed the young man with his claws and threw it towards the boat they came over. Daddy Whitebeard. Seeing this, the young man kept twisting his body and shouting towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard didn't move. But the man did not give up, but kept following behind the Whitebeard pirates, kneeling in front of Whitebeard whenever he had time. TSK. Don't give up. Why didn't Baishiaoji accept him? Kazuki Oden came over, holding Oden in his hand, and looked at the man kneeling in front of them. From the young man in front of him, he saw the shadow of him before he went to sea. Whitebeard glanced at Kazuki Oden lightly. I will not allow my sons to be his accomplices in revenge. Whitebeard's words hit the man's heart deeply. His head was lowered even more tightly, and tears kept streaming from his eyes. Boy. You go back. After the Whitebeard finished speaking, he turned and left. Hey. Baishiaoji. Why don't you ask him? Kazuki Oden quickly caught up with Whitebeard and asked. Whitebeard gave him a sideways glance, and then looked at the sons around him. I found that their eyes were also looking at me, as if they had recognized this persistent young man. Sighed. Whitebeard came to the young man. Boy. What's your name? Whitebeard came to the young man and asked with Song Yunche in his hand. The man raised his head immediately after hearing this. Father. My name is Squared. Looking at the young man named Squad in front of him. Get up. I've accepted you. From now on, bear the banner of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard laughed. Although he was a little reluctant before, but now that he has decided to accept him, he is his own son. Thank you, Daddy. Squad said happily. Can you tell me about your enemy? Whitebeard looked at the hidden deep hatred in the young man's eyes and asked. Father. This. Squad suddenly didn't know how to speak. Let's talk. In this sea, there is no one that my Whitebeard dare not do. Kula la la la. Whitebeard raised his head to the sky and howled, that heroic voice scattered the clouds. No. Dad. I will do my own revenge. Squad looked at his father with firm eyes and said. Whitebeard looked at Squad with approval when he heard this. Kula la la la. Good. My son is indeed courageous, but you also have to tell me who your enemy is? After hearing what Squad said, Whitebeard changed his previous view of the person in front of him for the first time. This. Squad hesitated and didn't speak. On the contrary, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were a little impatient. Squad. It's okay. Speak out, with Dad here, no one dares to do anything to you. Listening to the encouragement from the people around him, Squad made up his mind. It's the Roger pirates. The Roger pirates killed all my companions. Squad looked up at Whitebeard. And Whitebeard originally had a relaxed look on his face, but he immediately became serious after hearing Squad's words. The surrounding crew members also fell silent one after another, looking at Squad with solemn expressions. Although they knew that Squad must be carrying some hatred. But I didn't expect that it was the Roger pirates, the guy who was as famous as the old man, and the bounty was higher than the old man. Seeing the silence of the people around him, Squad gritted his teeth. Father. Don't worry. I won't get involved with the Whitebeard pirates because of my hatred, I will take revenge myself. After Squayad finished speaking, he immediately knelt down again. Whitebeard looked at Squayad with complicated eyes. Get up. Your hatred. Dad, I will take over, and I will protect you from now on. No one dares to hurt my son. Whitebeard looked at Squayad and said firmly. Thank you, Daddy. Squayard kowtowed to Whitebeard again. And on another sea area. Roger. There's something wrong with this new world recently. It feels like everyone is deliberately targeting us. The pirates I met along the way seem to have some background. Rayleigh looked at a pirate group that they had just sunk and said. I also faintly noticed this. It seems that someone is provoking our relationship with other pirate groups. Roger looked at the ship in front of him with the flag of the Big Mum Pirates, which was obviously under the command of Charlotte Lingling, and there were a large number of deserts on board. It seems someone is manipulating all this behind the scenes. Roger looked at the calm sea around him and said, it was like the calm before the storm. Captain Roger. Your bounty has increased again. At this moment, Bucky ran over at a trot, holding up the reward order he had just obtained and said. Captain Roger Pirates, Brother D. Roger, with a bounty of 43 billion Baileys, is alive and well. Chapter 343 Archaeologists. It seems that behind this is the intervention of the world government. Roger looked at the latest reward order and said. Yes. We must find the final island as soon as possible to complete our voyage, and then leave the new world to them. Riley suggested. Here we come to the final island. Wahahahaha. Roger didn't get too entangled, but laughed and continued to sail toward the depths of the new world. Roger. Roger. Don't run. Come on and let me catch you. Behind, an exasperated voice sounded. Roger turned his head with a smile and looked at Garp, who was chasing him. Wahahahaha. Garp. Want to catch me? In the next life. Wahahahaha. Full speed ahead. The target is Shueisha. The chaos of the new world is already approaching a climax. And all this Charlotte has no way of knowing. West Sea. How is it? Is the other party awake? Charlotte stood outside the door and asked Naichine. Captain. The opponent's body is too weak. I won't be able to wake up for a while. Naichine said helplessly. Well. Tell me as soon as she wakes up. Charlotte left after giving an order. Naichine looked at Charlotte's back. So caring. Could it be because I have a crush on him? Naichine slandered in her heart. Charlotte left the cabin and came to the deck, and contacted Carter of the New World Came Island as usual about the latest situation. I have also heard about some recent changes in the New World. What Charlotte didn't expect the most was the Red Earl, Patrick Redfield, actually lived in Kame Island. He said that he would challenge Charlotte as soon as he came back. This news stunned Charlotte. Is this necessary? Charlotte was speechless. But Charlotte didn't say anything, just ordered to entertain the other party and then hung up the phone. Inside the cabin, Albia, who was lying on the hospital bed, frowned in pain. He raised his eyelids and looked at the bright room. This. Where is this? Albia said softly. Naichine, who had been researching herbal medicine by the side, immediately reacted when she heard the voice, and immediately picked up the communicator on the side. Captain. The pregnant woman you brought back is awake. Naichine's words made Charlotte's head full of black lines. What he brought back? He obviously rescued her after seeing her faint. But Charlotte didn't have time to chat with her. Immediately walked back to the cabin. Came to the ward. Looking at the pregnant woman with a high swollen belly on the bed. You wake up. Charlotte stood by the bed and looked at Albia and asked. Thank you for saving me. Albia looked at the man in front of him and immediately knew his identity, and thanked him immediately. It's nothing. It was my son who saved you, you don't have to thank me. What's your name? Asked Charlotte. For a long time, he had forgotten the other party's name. My name is Albia. Archaeologist of O'Hara. Albia introduced herself. Archaeologists of O'Hara. Then why are you being chased by agents of the world government? Asked Charlotte. Because we are studying the taboo of the world government, the 100-year history that disappeared. Albia hesitated for a moment, then spoke out after considering the other party's identity. 100 years of history disappeared. Charlotte asked, deliberately pretending not to understand. Well, the history that was deliberately hidden by the world government. My husband and I wanted to study that history. After being known by the people of the world government, they have been hunting us down. My husband was killed by them. Thinking of her husband dying in her arms, Albia immediately burst into tears, shedding tears of grief. Looking at the weeping pear blossoms and the rainy Albia. Charlotte doesn't know what to say, saying that they don't know how to live or die, but they don't hesitate to die in order to understand the secrets of the world. This spirit is great. Charlotte also admires this spirit very much, even if she knows it is death, she must fight. Okay. I've kept your husband's body for you. You can visit him at any time. Where are you going next? We're going to O'Hara later. If you go to O'Hara too, I'll give you a ride. Charlotte looked at Albia and said. Thank you, Mr. Charlotte. Albia wiped away tears and thanked Charlotte. You know who I am. Now Charlotte was also a little surprised. She actually knew her identity as a pirate. Why did she act as if nothing had happened? Charlotte boasted that her own reputation was quite big. Ordinary people, after knowing their identity, would not say that they were scared to death, but they were definitely trembling. But the woman in front of her was calm. Maybe you are still immersed in your own sadness. Charlotte said a few words, asked some more questions, and left. Not too many stops. After resting for a while, Albia sat up and got out of the hospital bed. Excuse me. Where is my husband's body? Albia came to Naichin's side and looked at Naichin's constantly pounding herbs and asked. After hearing this, Naichin raised her head and glanced at Albia, pointing in a direction. Where is it? But let me remind you. You are pregnant now, and you are going to give birth in less than a month, so don't get too excited. After hearing this, Albia thanked her, and then walked in the direction of the opponent's finger. Walking to another room, I saw a simple coffin placed in the center of the room. This coffin was obviously just built, and it was very simple. It's made of a few planks of wood. But Albia didn't care about what the coffin looked like, and immediately trotted to the coffin, looking at the bloodless figure inside the coffin. In an instant, sadness poured into my heart. The sobs kept coming out. Naichin in the other room sighed after hearing it. He stopped what he was doing and walked towards the next room. The captain ordered to take good care of this pregnant woman, but he can't let her have an accident under his nose. Come to the door of the room. Looking at Albia lying on the coffin. Seeing such a heartbroken pregnant woman, Naichin immediately stepped forward. Ma'am. Don't be overly sad, be careful not to move your fetus. After Naichin finished speaking, she wanted to help the other party up. But suddenly. What? There was a cry of pain. Albia sat on the ground weakly, traces of blood flowed from the bottom of her skirt. Naichin's pupils shrank. Not good. Naichin immediately picked up Albia and came to the delivery room. Fortunately, the Rockefeller pirates had already prepared for it, and there was no shortage of delivery rooms, otherwise it would be troublesome. Charlotte hurried to the ward again. Hearing the cries of pain coming from the room. Charlotte is very familiar with it, isn't this the rhythm of production? The huge movement also attracted other people. In Tianue, Ileana and the girls came over one after another. They also knew that a pregnant woman came on board and was rescued by Robert. Chapter 344 Nicole Robin. What's going on? Didn't you say, take care of her? Why did something happen in just a moment? Charlotte came over immediately after receiving the news. People around made way for Charlotte and came to the door of the delivery room. It seems that because of excessive sadness, I gave birth prematurely. Elena looked at the delivery room and said. Then he looked at Charlotte. Why did you bring back a pregnant woman? Don't make any crooked ideas. So many sisters are watching. Elena said softly to Charlotte. When Charlotte heard this, she rolled her eyes, and then explained. After hearing the ins and outs of Charlotte, Elena reluctantly believed what Charlotte said. Naichin has already arranged for someone to deliver the baby. I believe there will be results soon. Elena heard the screams in the delivery room and said. Charlotte looked at the delivery room with a worried expression. He was really afraid that something might go wrong and Nicole Robin would die at birth. Wow. Wow. Not long after, the cry of a baby was heard in the delivery room. Charlotte let go of the big stone in her heart and breathed a sigh of relief. In the eyes of the girls next to him, this move was a bit strange, and it wasn't Charlotte's child, so they were so excited. Charlotte. Why are you so happy? Don't tell me that the child inside is your illegitimate child. Elena looked at Charlotte suspiciously and said. After hearing this, Charlotte's original smiling face froze. How is this possible? Don't talk nonsense, you can't let people hear it, but your husband just died. Charlotte whispered quickly. Only then did Elena let go of that trace of suspicion. Captain. It's a daughter. Congratulations to the captain for getting a daughter. The maid who delivered the baby didn't know the inside story, and thought it was Charlotte's son, who immediately ran out with the baby in her arms and said congratulations. As soon as these words came out, Charlotte felt a stagnation in the surrounding air. Don't talk nonsense. This is not my child. Charlotte quickly interrupted the maid's congratulations. The maid also sensed the surrounding atmosphere, and immediately kept silent. Back to the delivery room with the baby in my arms. Placed in the crib. Everything is missing on Charlotte's ship, except for babies. After cleaning up the dirt in the delivery room, Charlotte also came in with his wife. The women breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the woman lying in the delivery room. The woman's complexion was darker, probably from the sun. After staying with Charlotte for so many years, I also know Charlotte's taste. He likes fair-skinned ones, some are smooth, but he doesn't like dark-skinned ones, not even slightly dark ones. Charlotte looked at the slightly pale Albia on the bed, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, Elena and the girls are more careful. Sister. Your child has been born safely without any disease, congratulations. Elena walked to Albia with the baby in her arms and placed the baby next to Albia. The baby, who was still distressed, immediately calmed down. Look. Recognizing people at such a young age. Elena teased the baby and said. As a mother, I am very familiar with how to bring up children. Albia looked at the baby with a maternal radiance on her face. This sister. Have you thought of a name for the child? Elena asked while teasing the baby. After hearing this, Albia immediately recalled what her husband said before he died. Don't let us affect your child's childhood. Those words full of love hit Albia's heart deeply. Nicole. Nicole Robin. Albia said. Put your own surname on it. Nicole Robin? What a name. You say so, Robin? Elena liked this baby more and more. It may be that her children have grown up and become uncute, and now they want children a little bit. Then he glanced at Charlotte. Seeing that there were many people around, he quickly waved to them. Okay. What to do? Why go? Don't be crowded here and affect people's rest. Get out. Just leave us a few. Also. Naichin makes some body replenishing potions, and give the guests a good boost body. Elena looked at the crowd and said. Charlotte didn't object after hearing this, and left the delivery room. Seeing that Charlotte was gone, the others also left the delivery room. The delivery room immediately became empty. Elena and the girls chatted with Albia, telling about what happened to their Rockefeller pirates. Albia also listened quietly. Time flies and half a month has passed. Charlotte stood in the captain's room, staring at Albia on the deck in a daze. Half a month had passed since Albia arrived on the boat. During this half-month, with Naichin's conditioning, she quickly regained her vitality, and even her previous hidden injuries also recovered. In half a month, he was able to walk alive and well. Over the past half-month, Albia's mood has also improved a lot, and she has not continued to immerse herself in the grief of losing her husband for the time being. Captain. O'Hara's here. A report, pulling Charlotte back from her thoughts. Looking up, I saw a huge tree standing in the middle of the island in the distance. Is that the tree of omniscience? Charlotte came to the deck in a flash, stood beside Albia and asked. Albia was taken aback for a moment, but then she reacted. Yes. That's O'Hara's tree of omniscience, with all the books in the world. Albia said, anyone could hear the pride in his tone. Charlotte set her eyes on the tree of omniscience, and then at the baby in Albia's arms. There was a complex look on his face. Albia didn't notice Charlotte's gaze. Instead, he looked at the island not far away with joy. The boat quickly approached O'Hara. And the huge ship quickly attracted the attention of all the people on the dock. Among them, several shadowy figures retreated slowly after seeing the ship. Came to the secret place, started to make a phone call. All this was seen by Charlotte. Pity. Charlotte said a little pity. He can't change all this, even if he kills all the agents on the island, the next batch will still come in a steady stream. O'Hara's destruction is doomed, and Charlotte can't change it, nor can it be changed. Even if Charlotte wants to know all this, the world government will not allow it, let alone O'Hara. Without enough power, delusional understanding of things beyond the ability, there is only one end, and that is death. Who can be blamed for O'Hara committing suicide? It's a pity that all of this has to be weighed on this little girl, which is really lamentable. Whenever Charlotte thought of O'Hara in her previous life, she would think of Nicole Robin, the hatred she carried at a young age. Under the 900 million reward order, he avoided the malice of countless people. The ship is slowly docking. Charlotte jumped off the boat. Chapter 345 and hashtag 039, Hara. Looking at the crowd walking back and forth, everyone held a book in their hands, and walked hurriedly while watching. It seems very busy. This style of painting made Charlotte feel a little uncomfortable. This reminded him of the time when he was forced to study by his teachers and parents in his previous life. Albia walked off the boat with Nicole Robin in her arms. Looking at the huge tree of omniscience towering in front of her, tears welled up in her eyes. She and her husband meet under the tree of omniscience, get married, and do archaeology. Unexpectedly, after going to sea this time, she will be the only one left after returning. Do not. And their children. Looking at Nicole Robin in her arms, this child has lost his father since birth. Orbia. An exclamation sounded. I saw two pieces of white hair on the top of the head, a cattail leaf fan, and a cattail fan-like fan leaf on the chin, like a clover. When Charlotte saw this person, she immediately knew the identity of the other person. Dr. Clover. Ph.D. Albia cried out immediately when she saw the person coming, the tears in her eyes couldn't hold on anymore. Seeing Albia's crying expression, Dr. Clover's heart immediately sank. What a big deal. Thinking of this, Dr. Clover hurried to Albia's side. What happened to Albia? Where's Robin? Dr. Clover asked. After hearing the doctor's question, Albia burst into tears again. Nicole Robin in her arms seemed to feel her mother's sadness, and cried loudly. Doctor. Robin. Robin, he's dead. Albia said sadly. What? What is going on? Dr. Clover immediately asked, but the seriousness in his eyes let him know that this matter was not simple. Go. Go back to the tree of omniscience and tell me everything. Dr. Clover pulled Albia and walked towards the tree of omniscience. Charlotte just watched helplessly as Dr. Clover ignored his existence and walked over him towards the tree of omniscience. Charlotte's mouth twitched. Looking at the people around who have already started to disembark. Everyone come down and walk around to collect supplies. Charlotte said with a dark face. Elena covered her mouth and smiled at Charlotte's appearance. Then he carried Klein and walked down. Don't run around, this island is not safe. Charlotte said to those sons and daughters. The moment she got off the island, Charlotte noticed dozens of eyes looking at her. Then moved quickly. This made Charlotte understand that O'Hara had long been targeted by agents of the world government. He seemed to be involved too. What Charlotte said made the group of little devils puzzled. Only Barrett, Estes and Caesar noticed something was wrong. Captain. There seem to be a lot of mice here. Barrett frowned. Well. For a while, we will play by ear, as long as the other party doesn't make a move, you don't have to worry about it. Charlotte nodded and said. To be honest, when watching anime before, Charlotte only felt that O'Hara was very pitiful. But now that I've lived in this world for nearly 20 years, I'm looking at O'Hara again. I just feel that the other party is extremely stupid. There is no power to try to know the secrets of the world. Even if he knew, so what, can the power of the world government be stopped? It can only be said that its destruction was done by these scholars. Of course, Charlotte also admired their spirit, and dared to bet the determination of the world government with the lives of the entire island. If Charlotte remembers correctly, everyone on this island will die under the demon slaughter order, only Nicole Robin, because of Kuzan's kindness, let her go. Became the only survivor of O'Hara. It's not easy for Charlotte to comment too much on this, after all, it's their own choice. And the unlucky ones are always the people. Go and take that coffin. Go and see it, the place with the most knowledge in this world. After Charlotte finished speaking, she led everyone towards the island. And after Albia was brought back to the Tree of Omniscience by Dr. Clover. After carefully observing the surroundings, Dr. Clover determined that no one spoke. Albia. What happened to you? Dr. Clover asked. Doctor. My husband and I were studying a stele with inscriptions. Suddenly, we encountered a group of masked men in black. These men in black were extremely powerful. We fled back to the boat, but my husband was shot, died on the boat. Albia cried. Stone tablet? What's written on it? Dr. Clover immediately asked excitedly when he heard the stele. But Albia shook his head. It was a huge cube with a white-gray surface. After we found the stele, the group of men in black immediately attacked my husband. They didn't see the words on it carefully, but those words were definitely not ours. Any text that is known now, I suspect it is 800 years ago or the text that was blank for 100 years. Although Albia's face was a little sad, but after talking about the words on the stone tablet, he suppressed his sadness and recalled it. That's right. That's right. It's definitely a historical text. It's definitely a historical text. Dr. Clover shouted immediately after hearing what Albia described. Historical text? After hearing this, Albia looked at Dr. Clover suspiciously. That's right. It's the text of history, something that the world government tries to cover up, it's indestructible, and it's the text of history scattered all over the world. Clover said frantically. Albia. Do you still remember where the historical text is? Dr. Clover asked. I know. It's on an uninhabited desert island in the West Sea. But it's probably gone now. After we escaped, those who pursued us divided into two teams, one of which was responsible for escorting the stele. Albia shook her head and said. What? Was taken away by people from the world government? Dr. Clover's face immediately sank when he heard it. Damn it. Damn it. Why do these historical sinners prevent us from understanding the blank 100 years? Dr. Clover looked at Albia with a pale face. PhD. Seeing the doctor's appearance, Albia hurriedly comforted him. The doctor took a deep breath. I know about you. I'm sorry for your husband's death, but his death will not be in vain. Sooner or later, we will know the history of this world and let everyone know that the continuation of history is ours. The lifelong goal of an O'Hara scholar. Dr. Clover comforted Albia looking at the sad face. Yes, doctor. Albia nodded. For the truth of history, all O'Hara must understand even if they don't want to live. Chapter 346 Dr. Three-Leaf Clover. Snapped. 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 There was a burst of applause. Charlotte didn't know when she appeared outside the door, and applauded hearing the voices of the two people inside. Who? Dr. Clover's complexion immediately changed, and he looked out the door nervously. After Charlotte heard it, she immediately opened the door and walked in. The locked door, like paper, was opened by Charlotte. Doctor. What you said just now really moved me and felt shameless. Charlotte walked in and said in the shocked expressions of the two. Charlotte. Why are you here? Albia said immediately after seeing Charlotte. You left without saying goodbye. Is your husband's body still here? No. I brought it to you. Charlotte rolled her eyes, pointed to the door and the two looked in the direction of Charlotte's finger, and saw a simple coffin lying quietly at their door. After seeing the coffin, Albia couldn't help crying again. This left Charlotte speechless. No wonder people say that women are made of water. And Dr. Clover, who was standing at the side, was sizing up the person who came, with golden hair and a tough face, exuding arrogance and domineering all over his body. The white gold robe on his body clearly shows that this person is extraordinary. And the two mustaches on the corners of his mouth. The more he looked at Dr. Clover, the greater the horror in his heart. Hastily came to a table and opened the drawer. There were actually a lot of reward orders in the drawer. Dr. Clover hurriedly flipped through the pages. After turning to the fourth one, I was stunned. Picking up the reward order, he gestured to the person who came. Rockefeller Charlotte. Dr. Clover was surprised. After approaching O'Hara, Charlotte concealed her face as usual, and put on those mustaches for herself. Just in order not to cause panic among the people on the island. After the Rockefeller pirates entered the Four Seas, the Rockefeller pirates almost became the headlines of the newspapers in the Four Seas. Every newspaper will have Charlotte's name and photo. Let those people who didn't care much about pirates know that the great pirate of the New World, Rockefeller Charlotte, is now all over the world. It caused his fame to soar. It's really easy to let go without some cover-up. Although his performance is a bit redundant, after all, his Poseidon is the only one in the world, and it is easy to distinguish it in the eyes of interested people. Ph.D. Charlotte smiled at Dr. Clover. You. How did you come here? Dr. Clover asked stammeringly. Oh. You have to ask Albia about this, But I saved her from the world government. Charlotte pouted at Albia from the corner of her eyes. The doctor was relieved after seeing Albia nodded. I don't know the purpose of your coming here, but do you need anything? Asked the doctor cautiously. The opponent is really too dangerous. Need? There really is. Supplement the supplies on the ship, and I want O'Hara's collection, and I want to make a copy. Charlotte stated her purpose. Because Charlotte looked at the books all around when he came, if they were destroyed, it would be a loss to mankind. Since he can't intervene in the destruction of the other party, then preserve these books and let the fire of world civilization continue to be passed on in his hands. When Dr. Clover heard it, the former request was fine, but the latter request actually wanted to copy O'Hara's collection of books. What is this going to do? How is it? Doctor. My little request can be satisfied. Charlotte looked at Dr. Clover with a smile and asked. This. Dr. Clover couldn't answer either. After all, O'Hara's collection of books was not his alone. It's not something that can be decided just by patting his ass. I need to consult with others, this is not my O'Hara. The doctor glanced at Charlotte and said cautiously. Fearing that the other party would be dissatisfied, he slashed him with a sword. After all, the book is here, even if he disagrees, Charlotte can still be strong. Okay. As soon as possible. Give me an answer before tonight. I will rest in O'Hara for a few days. Charlotte didn't care. If the other party cooperates better, if he doesn't cooperate, then don't blame him for being unruly, after all, he is a pirate. Okay. I've sent you things, you can find me if you need anything, I believe you should be able to find out where we are. Charlotte looked at Dr. Clover and said. Dr. Clover immediately nodded and sent Charlotte out. Talking to Charlotte made his pressure increase sharply. After seeing Charlotte leave, Dr. Clover hastily closed the door again. Then he looked at Albia. How did you get involved with the Rockefeller pirates? Dr. Clover asked. I couldn't help myself. I was chased by the men in black, and finally met the Rockefeller pirates. The Rockefeller pirates beat the men in black away, and I was saved. However, because of long-term fleeing and being pregnant, fainted, it was the Rockefeller pirates who saved me again, and my child was also born on the Rockefeller pirates. Albia explained. When Clover heard this, she immediately sighed. Hey. The world government has been paying attention to us all the time, and now we are building a relationship with the Rockefeller pirates. What should we do if the world government uses this as an excuse to attack us? Dr. Clover found a place to sit and said. Upon hearing this, Albia immediately turned pale. She only now wants to understand the consequences of this incident. Yes. Should. No way. Albia wasn't sure. Who can tell? Forget it. Go and bury your husband. I'll take care of this matter. Dr. Clover waved. There were too many troubles today, which made him feel a little helpless. Doctor. Thank you for your hard work. Albia hugged the child, bent slightly, and walked out of the room. Looking at the reward order in his hand. Dr. Clover sighed helplessly. Also walked towards the door. He didn't forget that request from Charlotte just now. It is a request, but does he have the ability to refuse? A troubled autumn. After the Rockefeller pirates entered O'Hara. Everyone in O'Hara who got the news was shocked. Especially those hidden forces, immediately reported to the people behind them after learning that the Rockefeller pirates had arrived in O'Hara. Damn. Satan, one of the 5 old stars, picked up a cup angrily and threw it on the ground. This Rockefeller pirates. Why is it so annoying? Satan said. Send out the God's Guard. Destroy the Rockefeller pirates. Satan-san suggested. No. The main target now is the Roger pirates, this is the order of Master Im. Peter St. refused. Chapter 347. Then shall we let Rockefeller Charlotte run the world? Satan asked. As soon as these words came out, St. Peter fell silent. The others didn't speak either, they were all meditating quietly. After a while. Since we can't make up our minds, let's ask Lord Im for his opinion. Lastly, Nashu Rangsho, who was holding the first generation of ghosts, said. Do you want to bother Lord Im for such a trivial matter? Hearing this, Saint Vauchuri, who had a birthmark on his head, retorted. Then what's your opinion? Nasi Sholong asked back. Hearing this, Saint Vauchuri choked and did not speak. In that case. Let's go ask Lord Im. Go T5 Old Star Mazasheng decided. Seeing that 2 people had already decided to ask Mr. Im, the remaining 2 stopped wavering. Towards the depths of Panga City, among the flowers. Grown-ups. When they came to the throne, the 5 elders knelt down together. What's up? Im on the high seat asked. The Rockefeller pirates appeared in the 4 seas and arrived in O'Hara. We suspect that O'Hara has any contact with the Rockefeller pirates. After all, O'Hara has been studying history. We are worried about their previous cooperation. I want to send out the God's Guard, but I haven't made up my mind. I want to ask my lord to make a decision. Pete still lowered his head and said. Rockefeller pirates? Is that the 4 legendary pirates of the New World, Rockefeller Charlotte, who appeared in the West Sea? Im asked back. Yes. Since 1490, the Rockefeller pirates have left the territory and wandered aimlessly towards the 4 seas. Satan said. Is Rockefeller Charlotte a member of the D family? Im asked. No. He appeared on a small island called Kame Island in the New World, and his ancestors were just ordinary fishermen. Sa Tancheng reported the news he had inquired about. Then what are you doing here? Did the Roger pirates catch it? Im suddenly changed his style of painting and asked. This strong voice of questioning made Wu Laoxing's forehead drip with cold sweat. Not at all. Nazho Langshang lowered his head and said. Then don't catch the Roger pirates for me. Except for the Roger pirates, let me let go of everything else. M said angrily. Yes. Wu Laoxing hurriedly responded. Under Im's wave, he retreated. The 5 of them left Huajian, looked at each other, and smiled wryly. Peter Saint looked at Satan Saint and said. You have always been in charge of the Roger pirates' affairs, and you know the current situation. Lord Im is very concerned about that Roger pirates, and you must not disappoint Lord Im. Peter Saint said solemnly. I have ordered the Navy, but the Navy always almost catches the Roger pirates. Hearing about the Navy, Nishiro Shang said hastily. Now all the strength of the Navy is placed in the New World. Garp and Sengoku have been staring at the Roger pirates. I believe that they will be able to catch the Roger pirates in a short time. Then why hasn't there been any news in the past 2 years? Maz Shang also questioned. This. I'll urge the Navy. Nazho Langshang said with an ugly face. Don't forget. This is Master Im's order. Meizisheng didn't make things too difficult for Nasi Shilangsheng, but just reminded him. Yes. Lord Im's order, I will personally watch over it. Nazho Langsheng said seriously, the raging anger in his eyes was hard to hide. The next Navy will be uncomfortable. Charlotte, who is far away in O'Hara, West Sea, doesn't know that she is almost about to be entangled by the world government. After a few days, Charlotte copied all of O'Hara's collections. The entire ship with a large collection of books cannot fit it. But not bad. The research of the devil fruit item that Charlotte ordered to give to Caesar Courant has been successful. Captain. The experiment of combining the superhuman devil fruit with the item was successful. Caesar Courant ran over panting with a knife in his hand. Charlotte is currently practicing against Caesar and Barrett Esters. The 3 besieged Charlotte alone. After hearing Caesar Courant's yell, Charlotte punched, kicked, and kicked again, and the 3 of them flew upside down. Charlotte straightened her clothes, turned around slowly, and frowned at Caesar Courant, who was carrying a long-handled knife. Success? Asked Charlotte. When Caesar Courant came to Charlotte, he immediately raised the heavy guan knife in his hand and handed it to Charlotte. This is Guandao who ate tons of fruit. You can freely adjust the weight of Guandao. I have tested it, and it can be lifted up to a weight of tons. Caesar said excitedly. After hearing this, Charlotte took the Guandao in front of her, and really felt the heaviness emanating from her body. How to control? Asked Charlotte. You only need to put your hands on the handle, and you can freely adjust the weight with a movement of your mind, up to tons. Caesar said. Hearing that it was so convenient, Charlotte immediately became interested. With a thought, he held the 4-meter-long Guandao with both hands. Immediately felt a huge weight hit in his hand. But this ton weight is not too heavy for Charlotte, and it is still easy to lift it up. Not bad. It's a pity that this length is not suitable for me. Charlotte weighed his weight and said. But where did you find this guan knife? It's of good quality. It already has the hardness of a large knife with 21 workers. Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant and asked. I got this from the armory. I heard that it was obtained from Bingshan last time. No one put it away with a knife. Caesar Courant said. Okay. Charlotte nodded, then waved again, a little out of place for herself. It's too open and closed. Then he looked at Barrett. With a height of 5 meters, it can only be said that it is barely compatible with this 4-meter guandao, and it can be used as a short knife. Barrett. See if I need it as a weapon for you. Charlotte threw guandao at Barrett. As soon as Barrett heard it, he immediately caught it firmly and weighed it in his hand. Then shook his head. Captain. I don't like weapons, I prefer the feeling of punching to the flesh. Then he returned guandao to Charlotte. After Charlotte took it back, she didn't say anything. Look around. Focus on Caesar. He didn't forget that his eldest son took the path of opening and closing, and he broke all kinds of tricks with one effort. Think about it. Caesar. Do you think this knife is suitable? If it is suitable, it belongs to you. Then he handed the knife to Caesar. Caesar took over the 4-meter-long guandao without hesitation, which was twice as big as him. At the age of 10, his height has reached 2 meters. Chapter 348 Castle Bracelet. It grew so fast that Charlotte wondered if it was her own. If it weren't for the A% blood relationship of the paternity test, Charlotte would have dismissed this problem. He was already 2 meters tall at the age of 10, so how tall would he be as an adult? He must be taller than his father. Charlotte suspected that it was caused by a genetic mutation. Charlotte also had Caesar Courant study Caesar's blood. And Caesar did have something different in his blood. These things are as if they were remodeled the day after tomorrow. Caesar Courant also explained this. The reason is the man-made devil fruit that Caesar ate. The man-made devil fruit was copied by Vegapunk through Kaido. And Vegapunk not only copied Kaido's devil fruit ability, but also copied Kaido's talent. All added to that man-made devil fruit. After being eaten by Caesar, those copied talents also subtly changed and merged with Caesar's body, making his talents more powerful. It's like Kaido, who is one size smaller, but his talent is more than one step better than Kaido. After knowing the news, Charlotte didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Although there must have been some flaws in the real man-made devil fruit, it can't be said to be flaws. But Charlotte always felt strange. The son is his own son, but the genes are actually fused with a trace of Kaido's genes. This has to be said to be a trick of good fortune. But an enhanced version of Kaido still makes Charlotte very happy. After Caesar took the guan knife, he waved it twice without any rules. It feels like this knife is like an arm in his hand, much better than his mace. Dad. This knife is just right. The mace I made before is too light, and I have to change it every once in a while. Now I have this devil fruit knife, which is just right. Caesar said happily. Then stroked the blade. Caesar couldn't put it down, that big knife that radiated cold light in the sun. The corners of Charlotte's mouth rose after hearing this. Okay. Since it suits you, it's yours. Afterwards, choose a cheat book on how to use a sword in Wuga and practice it well. You can't let down this good sword. Charlotte looked at Caesar and asked. Although he was rectified by himself not long ago, Charlotte doesn't know if he will relax in the future. Still need to be reminded. Although Charlotte was like this when she was young, she didn't study hard, was beaten by her father, and forced to learn. But after being honest for a few days, he let himself go again. I have to say that Caesar really deserves to be his seed. Exactly the same as his childhood personality. Uncle Courant. Can you help me add some dragon patterns on the handle to create some friction? Caesar played with guandao for a while, and then found that the handle of guandao was still wrapped with white cloth. After uncovering it, it was found that the handle of the knife was extremely smooth, no wonder it was entangled with cloth. When Caesar Courant heard this, he immediately looked at guandao. It's not a problem. I'll make some changes at that time, but this requires the cooperation of the deputy captain. After Caesar Courant finished speaking, he looked at Barrett. Caesar Courant was not all that familiar with material science. On the contrary, Barrett, the owner of the combined fruit, is very familiar with the materials. When the time comes, just let Barrett integrate into it. Caesar Courant immediately looked at Barrett with glowing eyes. Brother Barrett, can you? Caesar asked. Barrett smiled slightly. Anytime. That's great. In addition to tattooing some dragon patterns on the handle, I also want to create a golden dragon coiled on the back of the knife. Caesar gestured at Barrett with a knife. Charlotte on the side immediately looked at Caesar strangely after hearing this. Listening to his description, it looks so much like a weapon in his previous life memory. You say yes. Second Master. Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant. You came at the right time. This technology also came at the right time. I still have a devil fruit that needs to be combined with the item. Charlotte said and walked towards her room. He opened his treasure and took out the castle fruit. Caesar Courant, this is the superhuman castle fruit, can you combine it with the bracelet? Asked Charlotte. Caesar Courant took the castle fruit, looked at it, and then looked at a gold bracelet that the captain handed over to him. No problem. Caesar immediately agreed, then took the bracelet and the castle fruit, and walked back to the room. Dad. Are you going to use the castle fruit as a storage space? Caesar knew the usefulness of the castle fruit. Charlotte smiled and nodded. There is not much space on the boat, and my father has a lot of things to collect, and the boat can't fit. I wanted to build a few more boats, but I didn't expect Caesar Courant's technology to come in such a timely manner. It just solved my problem. It's urgent, said Charlotte. Caesar nodded after listening. Stayed in O'Hara for 4 or 5 days in a row. During this period, Charlotte did not go to Albia and the others again. Because Albia and Charlotte are not the same kind of people at all. Albia, who rested in O'Hara for a few days, actually wanted to go to sea to fulfill her husband's last wish and learn about the 100-year history that disappeared. This is beyond Charlotte's imagination. Just because of that will, he left behind his daughter who was born less than a month ago, because of the illusory 100-year history. Although this is admirable, Charlotte still can't accept it. Nothing is more important than family. At least that's what Charlotte thought. After Caesar Courant made the castle bracelet, the mountains of books and the inheritance of civilization were officially collected by Charlotte. After O'Hara is destroyed, Charlotte will rebuild O'Hara in the new world. Moreover, before Charlotte left, she asked Dr. Clover for a seed of the Tree of Omniscience. At that time, copy an O'Hara in the new world. You know, Charlotte's third daughter, Eve, has the ability to flourish fruit. Ripening a big tree is still no problem. Of course, she is only 7 years old, even if she is squeezed dry, she can't do it, but what about the future? Come home loaded with books. Charlotte was obviously in a very good mood. Continue to start your own voyage in the West Sea. And studying those martial arts, wanting to find a way to break the limits of the human body. The growth of Charlotte's strength is really too slow, it seems to have reached the apex of this world. But Charlotte obviously won't just give up so lightly, since ordinary training can no longer achieve any effect. Charlotte can only find it in other ways. One is to find martial arts that break the limits of the human body. The second is to use scientific methods to break through the limitations of one's own body. This is quite a lot in the pirate world. Such as IQ, another example is the secret medicine of Fishman Island. In short, Charlotte will not give up easily. In the world of One Piece, strength always comes first. Chapter 349 Invasion of Kame Island. Charlotte leaves O'Hara. No hiding and no doing anything. Let everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Scholars at O'Hara are grateful for Charlotte's departure. The world government also breathed a sigh of relief and continued to increase surveillance on O'Hara. Not long after the Rockefeller pirates left, Nicole Robin's mother went on a journey to study the lost 100 years of history. And the New World because of Im's urging. The world government began to increase its penetration into the New World. New World. Is this where the Rockefeller pirates are stationed? Not far from Kame Island. A fleet is slowly heading towards Kame Island. More than a dozen pirate ships sailed slowly near Kame Island. Captain. Are we really going to invade Kame Island? That is the territory of the 4 legendary pirates and the world's #1 swordsman, Rockefeller Charlotte. The people around looked worriedly at the bustling island in front of them. Bastard. Do you think I want to? It's not that Charlotte Lingling's crazy woman keeps expanding and makes us lose our territory. Drifting around like a lost dog, I've had enough of this kind of life. Besides, the Rockefeller pirates' Tuan is still in Shihai now, but there is no way to stop me. Even if I come back, I can grab a fortune and run away. The captain looked at the crew under his hand and said. In the past few years, the expansion of the Big Mum pirate group has caused countless pirate groups around to be expelled and eliminated. In front of Charlotte Lingling's terrifying strength, and those monsters from the Charlotte family. These forces have no power to resist, and are constantly being killed and eaten away. There is no place for them in the center of the New World. Apart from the bustling Kame Island in front of them, they have nowhere to go. The flying pirates in the first half of the New World would not dare to go there even if they had 10 guts. After all, there are quite a few pirate groups here who were driven over by Golden Lion Shurji from the first half of the New World. And the second half of the New World. In the face of that tall and stalwart man, they could not afford the slightest resistance. There is no place for them in such a huge new world. Kame Island in front of them is their hope. Get ready. Take Kame. The captain put his hand on the hilt of his sword, and looked at the island in front of him seriously. And in the distance of this group of fleets, the same huge pirate group stands above the sea. A huge pink pirate group sails above the sea. Mom. Mom. Can this really work? What if I offend the Rockefeller pirates? A slender young man with a pointed face and heavy makeup. He has a long nose and a tongue that reaches to his chest. He wears a top hat with several lollipops on it. He wears a light yellow long coat with a light yellow coat. The coat collar and the candy cane in his hand are none other than the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Perospero. And the one he calls his mother is Charlotte Lingling of the Big Mom Pirates. Well. Let them try Kame Island's defense force, and test Rockefeller Charlotte's reaction by the way. This old lady of the New World Center wants it. Charlotte Lingling ate the cake and looked at the fleet driven by her in the distance. Mom. Wouldn't this be too risky? Perospero worried. Well. Perospero, you are my mother's son. There is nothing to worry about, even if you let Charlotte come. My mother is not afraid of Charlotte. You must know that 10 years ago, my mother was suppressed. Charlotte did it. Charlotte Lingling said nonchalantly, the cake in her mouth never stopped. The figure is also becoming more and more bloated, and she no longer looks like the #1 beauty in the sea 10 years ago. After Charlotte Lingling finished speaking, Perospero stopped talking. Instead, he looked at the battle ahead. The dozen or so pirates have already approached Kame Island. Coming. Carter, who was ordered to guard Kame Island, looked at the huge pirate coalition army in front of him, and a trace of sweat appeared in his palm. Carter had already received news that such a huge fleet was coming. Except for Wolf, who was stationed in Wano country, the other cadres were gathered by him. Even Mr. Stanley, the island's swordsmanship instructor, was invited by Carter to fight against the pirates. Let the old man use this old bone to achieve my final reputation as Stanley. Stanley looked at the fleet coming from a distance and said, That's right. Will and I will protect Kame Island too. The giant house held a big knife in his hand and looked at the pirate fleet in the distance and said. Will also nodded, holding the mace in his hand constantly. The two gatekeeper giants who were bought by Charlotte for a meal also stood up at this time. Don't worry. They can't break through us. Paul and Isaac looked at the long knife in their hands and said. Then let's fight. Carter raised his right fist and roared. Yes. Defend Kame Island to the death. Countless people roared. Carter assembled nearly 6,000 people on this Kame Island. These 6,000 people are all subordinates of their captains. After receiving the news that Kame Island was being targeted by the pirate coalition forces, they immediately gathered together. Unbelievable. A huge roar spread to the pirate fleet. A leader standing in the middle looked at those dregs standing in the port with disdain. If Rockefeller Charlotte was here, I might turn around and leave, but an island where Charlotte is not stationed dares to stop me. I really want to die. Shoot me. The captain twitched his long knife and said, pointing at the port of Kame Island. Bombard the port. One command. The pirate alliance, composed of more than a dozen ships, began to pour firepower one after another. Boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. One by one cannonballs were fired. In an instant, a bullet screen was formed. Shoot me. Carter yelled. The port of Kame Island also immediately counterattacked. As the base camp designated by Charlotte, its defense strength is not weak. The hundreds of cannons around the port were immediately loaded with shells. Several electromagnetic guns installed on the hillside also started attacking. For a while, the cannons from both sides continued. But in general, Kame Island still occupies the geographical home court advantage. One after another, the shells were continuously shot down on their pirate ship. Some pirate ships are sunk immediately after being hit. Some still swam towards the port firmly after being hit. And the attacks from those electromagnetic cannons, like the god of death, kept harvesting the advancing ships. The firepower is so fierce. Some leaders of the pirate alliance were forced to stand up one by one, and attacked the electromagnetic guns, resisting the damage of the electromagnetic guns. The big mum sailing behind were a little shocked when they saw this scene. They never thought that the firepower of the cannon was so powerful. Chapter 350 Invasion of Kame Island. Fortunately, we let those pirates find the way for us, otherwise this round alone will cause us heavy losses. Charlotte Katakuri looked at the barrage ahead and said in shock. He could feel that no one except his mother could pass through those electric currents unscathed. The strength of Kame Island is even stronger than he imagined. No wonder the captain of the opponent dared to leave the New World when this powerful enemy was around. These strengths alone are enough to gain a foothold in the New World. And Charlotte Lingling's eyes lit up immediately when she saw the electric current from the special weapon. Well. What is that, my mother? I want it. Charlotte Lingling stared at the electromagnetic cannon installed on the hillside and said. Anyone can see the greed in his eyes. When Katakuri saw his mother, he knew that the next battle was inevitable. He shook the trident in his hand. He can't stop his mother from fighting, but he can protect his siblings. And on the battlefield. Asshole. After 3 or 4 rounds of shelling, the group of pirates finally reached the port and jumped off the ship one after another. Looking at the pirate coalition, which originally assembled nearly 5,000 people, there was only a team of less than 3,000 left after a while. The captains of many pirates stared at the Rockefeller pirates waiting ahead with bloodshot eyes. Kill me. A pirate captain pointed forward with a huge axe in his hand, and immediately took the lead in rushing up. Quick. Let's go too, we can't let the giant axe pirates steal the limelight. The other pirate groups also rushed forward. Kill me. Stop these pirates. Carter took the lead, and immediately turned into a zebra and rushed towards the giant axe. Fighting broke out in the port. The fierce battle caused the port to flow into rivers of blood. Countless low-level pirates on both sides died in the port. The entire port was dyed red. One is for survival, the other is for protection. The relentless battle between the two sides lasted all day. This battle immediately attracted the attention of countless forces. The Navy also sent a major general to check, but no more senior generals were sent. There has been a discontinuity in today's naval hierarchy. There are only 2 admirals in the Navy, Sengoku and Zifa no longer cares about it. He only retains the rank of general to train recruits. Only one Sengoku is still fighting for justice. Among the vice admirals, there are not many who have been fighting continuously in these years, which means that the middle-level combat power of the Navy has broken down. Moses. Is it the headquarters of the Navy? I am Paul Usolino. I have now arrived at Kame Island, the center of the New World. At this time, the battle between the two sides is coming to an end, and the strength of both sides is almost exhausted, not much generally speaking. The Rockefeller pirates have the upper hand, the bottom pirates have already won, and only some high-level combat forces are left. Paul Usolino watched the battle ahead and reported on the phone in his hand. Usolino, monitor every move on the island at all times, and report any abnormalities immediately. Naval Headquarters Steelbone Air Command Road. Yes. Marshal. But it's so dangerous here. Isn't it a little too dangerous for me, a major general, to come over and monitor me? Why don't you pay more? Paul Usolino looked at the constant explosions in the distance and the slashing strikes with sword energy. Cold sweat poured out of his forehead. Usolino. Your mission is to monitor and you don't need to do anything. After finishing speaking, Sara immediately hung up the phone. For the sudden large-scale battles that broke out in the New World, it was especially the territory of the Rockefeller pirates, one of the 4 overlords of the New World. If it's not tricky, even if you kill Kong, you won't believe it. Today's naval combat power is chasing after the Roger pirates, and the mid-level Navy's combat power has suffered too much loss, and it is no longer possible to draw generals at the lieutenant level. It can only let the fastest Rear Admiral Paul Usolino go to monitor temporarily. He. There is no overtime pay for overtime work. Can I complain to the world government? Paul Usolino looked at the phone bug that hung up and said. Your Excellency, Major General. Do we want to get closer? The colonel on the side looked at the bloody battle at the port and asked. No. You stay here. I am enough alone. Saying that, the figure turned into a yellow streamer and flew towards Kame Island. Yo. Is it really scary? Paul Usolino stood on the roof and looked at the port full of corpses. The port had already been stained red with blood. Isn't this a small scene for your Navy? A slightly muffled voice sounded. This voice directly made Paul Usolino's hairs stand on end. Who? Pagliusolino said in a panic, his body immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared in place. Hee. Navy, I have no malicious intentions. As the voice fell, a crimson figure appeared next to Pagliusolino. You are Patrick Redfield, the Red Earl. Pagliusolino looked at the Red Earl who had been flourishing in the past few years before him and said in horror. What? Am I surprised to be here? The Red Earl looked at the Rear Admiral in front of him with great interest. He dared to go to Kame Island alone. I don't know whether to say he is ignorant or courageous. However, the natural type Shining Fruit did give the other party a speed that far surpassed that of others. Ordinary people really can't catch up with him, but unfortunately, he is that extraordinary person. Why are you here? Pagliusolino no longer had the calmness he had just now, and looked at the Red Earl with a serious expression. Me? Why did I tell you? The Red Earl smiled. Slowly raised the umbrella in his hand. The domineering black-armed color immediately covered the umbrella body. After Pagliusolino saw it, he immediately ran towards the boat without looking back. Big trouble. Want to run? Did you ask me? A crimson sword aura immediately covered Pagliusolino's escaping steps. Pagliusolino was forced to stop, looking at the slash that was only a hair away from hitting him. Pagliusolino's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Senior. You don't need to embarrass me, a junior, right? I'm in the Navy just to make a living, or else, treat me like a fart and let me go. Pagliusolino raised his hands high and smiled sarcastically. This made the Red Earl a little interested. Navy. You are a little different from the navies I have encountered before. Don't your navies hold justice high and fear death? The Red Earl put away his umbrella, looked at Pagliusolino and asked. That. I'm new here. Pagliusolino said. Huh? The newcomer has actually become a major general. It seems that your background is very strong. The Red Earl said meaningfully. Where is there? Master Navy Admiral Black Arm Zifa. Pagliusolino tried to use Zifa's reputation to bluff him. Chapter 351 Charlotte Lingling vs. Red Earl. Zifa? That's right, I heard that he set up a boot camp, you should be in the first batch. The Red Earl Q&A. Yes, senior. Pagliusolino raised his hands and said. Then you. Just when the Red Earl was about to ask something, there was a loud noise. Hegemony. A sharp female voice sounded. The Red Earl immediately frowned and looked towards the loud noise. Then I saw a group of overlord-colored shocks rushing towards the port at high speed. Not good. The Red Earl didn't have time to care about the Major General of the Natural Department in front of him. Immediately, the figure flashed and came to the port. Quickly wrapped around his waist with a domineering look, and swung an umbrella. Crimson slash. A dark red sword energy flew out and immediately collided with the huge dark red slash. Who? A sharp shout sounded. I saw Charlotte Lingling wearing Prometheus on her head, Napoleon in her hand, and Zeus on her feet, coming to the top of the Red Earl. Charlotte Lingling has been watching the Kame Island battle from the boat. After the battle came to an end, Charlotte Lingling couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately flew towards Kame Island. For the cannon that can emit electric current, I am more and more eager. She didn't even take a look at those trash at the port, and threw out Wagwa with a move. But he didn't expect his blow to be taken by someone. The smoke dissipated. He looked at the person coming. Lonely Red Earl Patrick Redfield. Why are you here? Charlotte Lingling looked at the man in front of her in surprise. As a figure who has been on the same level as the 4 legendary pirates in the past 2 years, Charlotte Lingling was of course familiar with the Red Earl. There is even some hatred. After all, in the past 2 years, the two of them have been the most popular, and even the Red Earl has surpassed Charlotte Lingling. Huh? Find someone. The Red Earl stood at the port with his umbrella stuck on the ground, looked at Charlotte Lingling and said. Find someone? Charlotte Lingling was stunned. See Charlotte Lingling's goofy look. The Red Earl was speechless. Of course it is the owner of this island, Rockefeller Charlotte. Otherwise, who else? Said the Red Earl. Then you go to Shihai. Isn't he in Shihai recently? Charlotte Lingling said. The West Sea is too far away. I'm afraid I'm in the West Sea, and he doesn't know where to go? Why not just wait for him to come back in the New World? The Red Earl spread his hands and said. Then why are you stopping me? Charlotte Lingling roared suddenly. Ah. This is Charlotte's territory after all. As a friend, he can't help you when he's not around. The Red Earl thought for a moment and explained. For saying the word friend, the Red Earl is a little hard to say. But still said. Charlotte Lingling immediately lifted Napoleon up. So you are going to be my enemy? Charlotte Lingling picked up Napoleon and asked the Red Earl. With a height of 9 meters, he looked at the Red Earl with a sense of oppression. The Red Earl raised his eyebrows. You can understand that, said the Red Earl. Bastard. If you want to get ahead so much, then let me die. Charlotte Lingling immediately slashed at the Red Earl with a knife. Clang. The handover of weapons from both sides, immediately, a huge sound of metal delivery erupted. What a powerful force. The Red Earl thought to himself immediately after feeling the blow. Another monster. After the Red Earl sensed that the opponent was a powerful player, he immediately changed his strategy and stopped fighting head-on. Speed is his strength. The Red Earl, who changed his tactics, turned his umbrella sword slightly, and stabbed wildly at Charlotte Lingling's whole body. Dang 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 dang. There was another sound of gold and iron knocking. What kind of monster is this, with copper skin and iron bones? Looking at Charlotte Lingling, who was fine, the Red Earl almost lost his heart. These are all monsters. In the past few years in the New World, it is not without fighting. Whether it's the great strength of Edward Newgate with the white beard, the weirdness of the Golden Lion Shiki, or the domineering spirit of Brother D. Roger, he is still within the range of tolerance. But what is going on with this bloated woman in front of me? Why are her strength and defense so exaggerated? Damn it. You little mouse that can only scurry around. I'm going to kill you alive. Charlotte Lingling grew impatient with the Red Earl's innocuous little harassment. A huge saber aura covered the Red Earl's surroundings. Prometheus. Charlotte Lingling roared loudly, and the flames in her hair seemed to come alive. Immediately, it floated to Charlotte Lingling's side and aimed at the Red Earl, a merciless jet of flame. Damn. There was no way for the Red Earl to dodge this large area of flames. Immediately, the armed color domineering covered the whole body, resisting the flames. But the high temperature of the flame still made the Red Earl uncomfortable. Damn. The Red Earl was also angry, and kept waving the umbrella in his hand. This time, the slash that belonged to the great swordsman was a real move. Zeus. Charlotte Lingling roared again and landed immediately. Zeus, the thundercloud under his feet, also floated out and released lightning towards the Red Earl, constantly compressing the Red Earl's attack range. Make the Red Earl unable to cast it. You little mouse. I see where you are going. Being called so shamelessly by Charlotte Lingling also made the Red Earl look gloomy. Without saying a word, a sword slashed across. Finding an opportunity is a trick of domineering entanglement. Although he was at a disadvantage, he still fought back and forth. Seeing that the Red Earl was restrained, Pagliusolino didn't dare to make any more waves. He immediately returned to the warship and turned on the phone bug. Marshal. Something went wrong. Charlotte Lingling and the Red Earl appeared on Kame Island at the same time, and a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. Pagliusolino reports quickly. Sarah, who had been sitting in the marshal's office waiting for news from Pagliusolino, couldn't sit still anymore and immediately called a meeting. Start discussing the purpose of pirates, and the next arrangement of the navy. And Charlotte in the West Sea also received news from Kame Island. Or, in fact, this battle has always been in Charlotte's eyes. Since receiving the siege of Kame Island by a pirate fleet, Charlotte felt that something was wrong. As soon as the battle broke out, Charlotte asked the people on the island to start the live broadcast. Charlotte sat in the captain's cabin all day watching the battle on Kame Island. After seeing Charlotte Lingling appear, Charlotte's fists were clenched. Charlotte Lingling. You are courting death. But Charlotte was a little surprised by the appearance of the Red Earl. Although he knew that the Red Earl would appear on Kame Island from time to time, as if he was waiting for him. But he didn't expect the Red Earl to save his subordinates. Chapter 352 Charlotte Lingling vs. Red Earl. Charlotte remembered this kindness. For the changes in Kame Island in the New World, Charlotte has already prepared for the worst, and if it doesn't work, she will organize the evacuation of people. Wait until you return to the New World before making a decision. But now the appearance of the Red Earl made Charlotte completely at ease. Although I don't know why the other party would do this. But Charlotte remembered his kindness. This time I owe another favor. As for the matter of owed favors, I didn't think it was a big deal before, but now it seems that it is extremely troublesome. I still owe the Golden Lion a favor, now he owes the Red Earl another favor. When will this favor be repaid? Thinking of this, Charlotte leaned helplessly on the sofa and rubbed the space between her brows. Captain. Are we really not going back to the New World? Barrett watched those crew members who had been trained under his hands die in the hands of the enemy one after another, and he still watched helplessly. This made Barrett a little unbearable. No. Our trip is not finished yet. The New World has already been arranged. You don't have to worry too much. Charlotte understood Barrett's mood, waved her hand and said. After hearing this, Barrett had no choice but to suppress the idea of going back. Looking at the eyes of the Big Mom pirates, killing intent filled the air. New World. It has been 3 days since Charlotte Lingling fought with the Red Earl. The children under Charlotte Lingling also fought with Carter and the others. Both sides have long been exhausted. Carter's side, in particular, suffered heavy casualties. Except for the cadres, basically all fell down. Some of these people died, and some were so injured that they fainted. Some of them were stunned by the domineering arrogance generated by the battle between Charlotte Lingling and the Red Earl. At this time, the 6,000-strong legion had only 100 people standing on the port, not retreating a step. The two giants were even more tired and slumped on the ground, waving the weapons in their hands, and killing the pirates who surrounded them. Quick! Grab these two giants quickly, Mom will definitely like it. Parasparrow looked at the two giants who were so tired that they slumped on the ground and said. They haven't forgotten their mother's dream. Now they, Wangua, don't have a single giant. Unexpectedly, there are 2 giants on Kame Island. Don't hurt them. Parasparrow commanded. Brother. What do you think these people are doing? Looking at the groups of dwarves charging forward without fear of death, Will asked. These people are trying to capture us as slaves. We can't let them do that. House said. What? Let our great family of giants be slaves, giants will never be slaves. Roar. Will roared, picked up the mace again and smashed it down. Parasparrow dodged immediately after seeing it, dodging the blow. But those of his subordinates were not so lucky, they were immediately smashed into meatloaf. Damn. If you can't break through his defense line, and now you can't even beat the 2 giants, your mother will be angry. Parasparrow secretly thought. Katakuri. How are you doing? Parasparrow, who had no choice but to give up, came to Katakuri who was protecting his younger siblings and asked. Brother Parasparrow. The enemy's strength is too strong, we can't break through at all. Katakuri said helplessly. Whether it was the opposing centaur or the 2 swordsmen, Katakuri was helpless. The current Katakuri is not the future Katakuri. At a young age, his strength is still very weak, and he can barely protect his younger siblings in the battlefield. Mom is still fighting. We can't hold back. Parasparrow watched as he was still fighting fiercely with the man named Red Earl Patrick Redfield. Neither side will let anyone else. Hey. It's all because we are too weak. Parasparrow sighed. Katakuri stood in front of his younger siblings and silently clenched his fists. The desire for strength in his eyes once again reached its peak. And on the field. Charlotte Lingling is already close to the madness state. He didn't even feel conscious, relying on this instinct, he frantically attacked the Red Earl. At this time, the Red Earl was not feeling well either. The original elegant and noble form no longer exists, and the clothes are tattered, so there is no such thing as the Red Earl before. His chest heaved violently, without saying a word, looking for the weakness of the woman in front of him. As for his own mind reading, the Red Earl once again felt speechless. Why did this woman keep thinking about cakes when she was fighting him? This was the first time that the Red Earl was so helpless and speechless. Shouldn't you be thinking about how to deal with your opponent when fighting, why bother with dessert? The Red Earl, who couldn't figure it out, could only vent his anger on Charlotte Lingling. Even Charlotte Lingling's body like a steel balloon was torn apart by the Red Earl's sword energy. The Red Earl, who had been suppressed all this time, slowly controlled the rhythm of the battlefield. Not good. Mom is in danger. Katakuri, who was always concerned about his mother's battle, said suddenly. How come? But in the next second, Parasparrow was speechless. I saw Charlotte Lingling being swung out with an umbrella by the Red Earl, and he slashed on Charlotte Lingling's chest with a domineering blow. A flower of blood rises. Charlotte Lingling was knocked out. Cake. I want cake. I want cake. The domineering look on Charlotte Lingling subconsciously rose. A tyrannical momentum erupted, and the high-pitched scream made everyone around tremble with fear. Especially for those people who were trembling with fright, substances in the state of souls continuously floated out of their heads, flying towards Charlotte Lingling. It went straight into Charlotte Lingling's body. Prometheus, Zeus, and Napoleon, who had been somewhat bleak, immediately came alive as if exuding vitality. Moreover, the wounds on Charlotte Lingling's body were also nourished by these soul powers, and they healed quickly. Not good. It's a hymn to the soul. Cover your ears. Paraspero yelled immediately after seeing this terrifying scene. As the eldest son of the Charlotte family, he is very familiar with this scene. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Dessert. I want dessert. Charlotte Lingling stood up unconsciously, her eyes were red, she looked at everything around her, and the corners of her mouth were drooling. The Red Earl watched this scene in shock. What kind of monster is this? The Red Earl murmured. Before the Red Earl could react, the members of the Big Mom Pirates took action. Quick! Move the cake out quickly and guide Mom to retreat. There is nothing you can do, stop doing unnecessary battles. Chapter 353 The relationship between the Red Earl and Charlotte. Mom is thinking about eating, take Mom out of here quickly. Paraspero did it because he knew it. A mother in this state is inseparable from the enemy. Unless you eat cake, you can't wake up. While fighting while unable to wake up, Paraspero didn't think his mother could defeat the Red Earl. After receiving the order from Brother Paraspero, the children of the Charlotte family took action one after another. Immediately brought the cake that was already prepared from Mom's Queen Mother anthem. The moment the cake aroma was exposed to the air, it immediately attracted the attention of Charlotte Lingling, who was destroying the port. Cake. Cake. I want cake. Give it to me. Charlotte Lingling stood up, stretched her hands towards the cake, and ran. The huge body ran in the port, making a bang bang bang. Mom waiting for us? Seeing Charlotte Lingling, Prometheus, Napoleon and Zeus immediately put away their fighting stances and flew towards Charlotte Lingling. The Red Earl stood there quietly and did not move. He didn't intend to pursue it. Even if he catches up, the Red Earl is not sure that he can really kill him. With the opponent's terrifying physical body and strength, as well as that weird ability, the Red Earl felt that he was more likely to be counter-killed. When Paraspero saw his mother stepping into the boat, he immediately put the cake on the deck. Quick! Get the boat out of here. Paraspero immediately directed the crew and said. Charlotte Lingling, on the other hand, lay directly next to the cake, grabbed it with her big hand, and immediately stuffed the cake into her mouth. To keep Mom from stopping, the back kitchen immediately brought in another batch of cakes, which were delivered continuously. Charlotte Lingling enjoyed eating the cake with a smile on her face. Paraspero breathed a sigh of relief, looking in the direction of Kame Island. Fortunately, the other party did not chase out. Otherwise it will be troublesome. Let's go. Let's go back to Cake Island. The operation failed this time. Let's wait for Mom to recover. Paraspero said. After the other children heard this, the younger ones showed signs of fear. Katakuri calmed down immediately after seeing it. Don't be afraid. Mom won't hurt us. Katakuri's consolation didn't have much effect. On the contrary, it made several children around his age tremble. The crisis of Charlotte Lingling's invasion is resolved. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief when the audience saw this scene through the impact phone bug. Although a lot of low-level crew members were lost. But most of those crew members were pirates who joined at sea, and they caught a lot at sea, and they were not core members of the Rockefeller Pirates. Charlotte didn't feel bad about anything. As long as the cadres have no losses, everything can be saved. But this Chioshialua remembered it. The crisis is over. After seeing the other party go, Carter sat down on the ground and said. After 3 days of fighting, Carter couldn't hold on anymore. At this time, after letting go of the string in my heart, I immediately collapsed to the ground. Others also lay on the ground one after another. Stanley looked at everything around him, and suddenly his face turned red. A mouthful of reverse blood spurted out. Puff. Cough cough. Stanley clutched his chest, and the blood from the corner of his mouth kept flowing out. Then he gave a wry smile. Old. Old. Then he fell to the ground. The people around hadn't noticed anything yet. When Carter realized something was wrong, he came to Stanley's side for a moment. Stanley. With a quick cry, Carter picked up Stanley and shouted. But Stanley had died without a sound. How could this be? Was it fine just now? Isaac and Paul also immediately ran to Stanley to look at Stanley, who was already dead. The sadness in my heart rushed out immediately. You know, as sword masters, the relationship between them is very good. Even their breakthrough to the realm of the swordsman was thanks to the guidance of the veteran swordsman, Stanley. How could he die here? Regarding Stanley's death, even Charlotte didn't expect it. Charlotte, who was originally complacent, immediately sank. This is exhaustion. Charlotte reacted immediately. Then he sighed deeply. Glorious burial. Charlotte's voice came from the phone bug. The younger brother on the side handed the phone bug to Carter. Carter nodded. Although Stanley joined them very late, at most 5 years. But in the past 5 years, because of Charlotte's arrangements, I don't know how many swordsmen have actively sought out Stanley to give advice on their swordsmanship. I don't know how many swordsmen have received Stanley's favor. Stanley's death touched even the group of swordsmen who followed Charlotte far away in the West Sea. The Red Earl sat on the roof and watched the group of sad people, consciously not approaching. He didn't want to be bothered by this boring relationship. Although he heard Charlotte's voice, he did not choose to say hello. He was waiting for the moment when Charlotte returned to the new world. He wants to surprise Charlotte. As time goes by, the battle on Kame Island also spread. Although the ending was a bit unexpected, many people still pinned the winner of the battle on the head of the Red Earl. This made the Red Earl's reputation once again improved. Although the bounty was still lower than that of Charlotte Lingling, people only thought that it was caused by the lack of influence of the Red Earl. This also made more people want to join the Red Earl, but unfortunately, they couldn't find the Red Earl. The Red Earl seemed to have disappeared. The end of the Kame Island battle. Let the world once again see the power of pirates. After fighting for so long, the Navy didn't even dare to fart. And he consciously played down this battle, so that his influence was so little known even in the first half of the Great Rout. And this battle also made the Navy begin to pay attention to the relationship between the Red Earl and Rockefeller Charlotte. What is the relationship between them? It is worth the Red Earl's shot to save Kame Island. Although according to their information, the period when the Red Earl and Rockefeller Charlotte got along was only a short year, which was 8 years ago. Although I don't know how their relationship is, it is enough for the Navy to be vigilant and take it seriously. We must find a chance to kill the Red Earl, Sarah said while looking at the information from the New World. He was alone in the office. Other forces in the New World were also silent after seeing this news. Especially the Golden Lion Shurji, after hearing that his favorite opponent, the Red Earl, actually saved Charlotte's forces, he wanted to recruit the Red Earl even more. Just never had a chance. After being rejected last time, Shurji the Golden Lion never saw the Red Earl again. Even if I tried to find him, there was no trace, can only temporarily put down. Chapter 354. See you on calendar 1495. The time has come to January 1495 in the lunar calendar. 2.5 years have passed since the last Kame Island battle. For the past 2.5 years, the New World has mostly been peaceful. Only the Roger Pirates have become very famous in recent years. The bounty was raised continuously as if no money was needed. Successfully throwing away the bounties offered by Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Charlotte, and became the top existence. And the Roger Pirates also sailed to the final island of the New World, Waterstar Island. But the other party didn't seem to do anything. Instead, they went to the Great Rout, and stayed on the Great Rout for a while, and then continued to set off towards the New World. During this period, a major event happened to the Whitebeard Pirates. I don't know who actually broke into the Whitebeard Pirates and had a fight with Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The intensity of this battle is very high. And Whitebeard Edward Newgate was injured. A huge knife mark on his chest made everyone who saw Whitebeard tremble in their hearts. This incident was only briefly mentioned by the newspaper, mentioning the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard, Kazuki Oden, and saying that this is a samurai. The course of the battle was not reported. But Charlotte has her own intelligence in the New World. Soon came the latest information about Whitebeard from the New World. A secret person who seems to be the world government came to Whitebeard's land and wanted to assassinate Kazuki Oden. But was spotted by Whitebeard, and a fight broke out between the two. Although Whitebeard successfully repelled the opponent, he also suffered a deep bone wound on his chest. It can be imagined that the opponent's fighting power is definitely in the same team as them. An unfamiliar strong man, the background of the world government is really not to be underestimated. Charlotte murmured. It seems that Roger is terminally ill, and he went to Mount Upside Down for the ship Dr. Coloca's. Doesn't that mean that the famous Ed Wall naval battle is about to break out when Roger enters the New World? Time is running out. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Charlotte analyzed. During this period of time, the Golden Lion Shueisha knew what it meant to shoot the first bird. Since Roger entered the second half of the New World, there were white-bearded pirates in front of him, and the forces of the Navy could not enter. A carp in a warring states, the two goals are too big, breaking into the Whitebeard's territory is easy to be besieged by the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates. For this reason, the warring states could only return to the first half of the New World to sit in command, and Garp led a warship to pursue it alone. At this time our pirate admiral came out. Bringing his invincible air fleet to the center of the New World, colliding head-on with the Big Mum pirates, there was a bloody storm. Fought for a month. Home was stolen again. Who made his site close to the Navy? The idle Navy directly launched a tentative attack on the New World. Recover those strongholds in the New World. In the face of Admiral Sengoku. The Golden Lion's territory soon changed. After all, the management methods of the Golden Lion pirates are simply unsightly. If it weren't for the Golden Lion Shueisha's force that can crush everything, I'm afraid it would have been chaotic long ago, but the appearance of the Admiral Sengoku immediately gave hope to the people in the first half of the New World. They have changed their flags and joined the embrace of the world government. Faced with this situation, Golden Lion Shueisha can only return to the first half of the New World with his invincible air fleet to regain the lost ground. At this moment, he couldn't help thinking that if someone with similar strength as him helped him, he would have been able to dominate the world long ago. Thinking of this, Golden Lion Shueisha couldn't help thinking of three people in his heart. In the past 2.5 years, Charlotte has sailed through the West Sea and arrived in the South China Sea. And it has sailed more than half of the South China Sea. And met Roger's old lover Port Gas de Logio. Charlotte didn't have any hobbies, so she just glanced at it from afar and had a drink at that bar. Feeling bad, I left without actively disturbing the other party. She is a respectable mother. 2.5 years away. Apart from wandering around every island, Charlotte has been studying the martial arts collected from the Kingdom of Flowers. And successfully realized something. A thing called will. Charlotte found that this kind of thing seemed to be constantly changing her body. It's like armed color, knowledge color, or overlord color. An existence that is different from the three-color domineering, but can be combined with the three-color domineering. Charlotte has only researched these for the time being. And this will, after combining knowledge and color, can shield the opponent's 5 senses, or disturb the opponent's will. After combining the armed color domineering, it can also reflect a momentum, indestructible. Charlotte felt as if she was about to touch the world's top secret. But the process is too much and too slow. And have no clue, you can only find out by yourself. But it's good to have a beginning. Time, the most indispensable thing for Charlotte. In the past 2.5 years, Charlotte has successfully added a few newcomers to the Rockefeller family. And in 1494 in the Hyuan calendar, 4 boys and 3 girls were born. The 10th daughter, Rockefeller Rachel, was born on May 1494, in the lunar calendar. Her mother, Wendy, was a maid. Number 11 female, Rockefeller Daisy, was born on June 1494 in the Hyuan calendar. Her mother, Monica, is the head maid. Number 14 son, Rockefeller Sarah, was born on July 1494 in the lunar calendar, and his mother was Tianyue. Number 15 son, Rockefeller Coffee, was born on August 1494 in the lunar calendar. His mother, Nina, was a maid. Number 12 female, Rockefeller Tina, born on September 1494 in the lunar calendar, mother Irina. Number 16 son, Rockefeller Powell, was born on October 1494 in the lunar calendar, and his mother Karina was a maid. Number 17 son, Rockefeller Foster, number 1494 in November 11th of the Hyuan calendar, mother Sophie, a maid. In the past 2.5 years, although Charlotte has not focused on women, there are still many women who have been recruited. Now that they have all been recruited, what else can they do? Of course they were born. Except that Irina wanted children, everything else was accidental. Although these maids used to be maids, after they were pregnant with Charlotte's child, the mother was more expensive than the child, and immediately became the group of people with the highest status besides Charlotte. Today's Rockefeller family has a total of 29 children, which can be considered a big family. Charlotte felt it was time to stop. If things go on like this, I don't know when I will be born. Time to make the case. Charlotte couldn't help thinking. Walking to the deck and looking at everything around, the sky is still so blue. But the rampage of the times is about to begin. Chapter 355 The South China Sea. In the past 5 years, I have seen a lot, and the most is poverty and greed. Just like the South China Sea. After Charlotte entered the South China Sea, her first feeling was poverty. People here can't even afford food. At the beginning, the girls on the boat showed kindness when they saw these people who couldn't even afford to eat. He even took the initiative to serve porridge. This approach made Charlotte want to laugh. But Charlotte didn't stop. Because they will soon see the dangers of the human heart. Not long after, those poor people received a porridge from here, and immediately surrounded them. Elena and the girls wanted to maintain order, but the huge crowd formed a ball. Order. All order is futile in the face of hunger. Soon these porridges will be sold out. Those who are strong and strong eat their mouths full of oil. The group of skinny people were still shivering in the cold wind. Seeing this, Ileana killed all those people who robbed food. There is nothing but numbness in the eyes of those people. Yelena asks why you guys don't go to work. Although this question is idiotic, it is indeed the best way to understand the national conditions here. After hearing the oppression of the gold in the sky and the nobles of the kingdom, Elena fell silent. Then I asked why you didn't resist. As a result, these poor people brought Elena to a mass grave. It was full of poor people who resisted and died. Tianue was silent, and wanted to ask Charlotte to rescue them. But why should Charlotte help them? Even if you help them deal with the nobles here, so what? The people here are numb. After seeing the oppression of the people by the nobles and the kingdom in the South China Sea, Charlotte no longer has any interest in the South China Sea. Here there is only the luxury of the upper classes and the poverty of the lower classes. Captain. How about seeing the scenery? Barrett came over and saw the captain lying on the railing alone in a daze. Oh. It's Barrett? Why are you looking for me? Charlotte recovered and looked at this Barrett who was twice as tall as herself. It's nothing. I just feel a little unhappy in my heart. This country is very similar to the country I was in when I was a child, with the same poverty and the same luxury. Barrett looked at the blue sea and said. Ha 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 ha. What you said is a common problem in this world, what can be done? Charlotte lay on the bow and said. Captain. Do you want to change all this? Barrett suddenly asked. Huh? Why do you ask such a question? Charlotte turned her head and took a serious look at Barrett for the first time. I can feel that the captain hates this sea and wants to change it, but he can't do it. Barrett said. Charlotte didn't speak. Watching Barrett quietly. If the captain really wants to do something, I will always be behind you. Barrett said. Ha 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 ha. Brat. Do you think you have some strength and become arrogant now? Charlotte suddenly laughed. Barrett didn't speak, just smiled. Where is our next destination? Charlotte asked while lying on the railing of the boat. The Kingdom of Sorb. Barrett said. Kingdom of Sulby? Charlotte was surprised, the name was so familiar. Huh? Captain, you know? Barrett asked. Charlotte shook her head, then nodded again. I hope this kingdom can give me some different changes, said Charlotte. The Kingdom of Solbay, if Charlotte remembered correctly, this was the kingdom of the tyrant Bartholomew Bear. I don't know if there will be anything different in this kingdom. Time passed quickly. The sea is boring. If it weren't for some scumbags who spent some time bored for Charlotte, Charlotte would have to thank those pirates who were ransacked by him. Came to the Kingdom of Solbay. The port is bleak. In the huge port, Charlotte couldn't see a few merchant ships, all of them were small fishing boats. After Charlotte docked, there was a commotion immediately. Good. What a big ship. The idle dockworkers at the port looked at the giant ship and said. Quick. Tell King Bartholomew that a big ship is coming to the port. Charlotte listened quietly to the cries from below. King Bartholomew. I wonder if the bear has become a kingdom now. Charlotte looked at the island. Get off the ship and buy supplies. We will stay here for a while. Charlotte commanded. Although I don't understand why Charlotte would stop in such a small kingdom, but the captain has said it all, and he will do it right away. Let's go. Go to the island. Charlotte looked at the girls and said. Then I got a headache. With so many women rushing forward, it is estimated that this street will be crowded. Forget it. Go shopping on your own. Signal if something happens. After Charlotte finished speaking, she walked towards the city. The town at this time immediately sounded the alarm after seeing so many people with weapons in their hands. At this time, a young man sitting in the palace and reading the memorial frowned immediately when he heard the alarm bell. Is there another pirate invasion? It seems that the countries that join the world government must act as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be more and more pirates in this area, and merchant ships will never come again. Thinking of this, the boy took the Bible and walked out of the kingdom. Then he patted his chest lightly. The body immediately disappeared in place. In the next instant, he flew towards the city gate rapidly. After 1 minute, the boy's figure appeared on the city wall. Your Majesty the King. The moment they saw the young man arriving, all the soldiers looked at the young man enthusiastically and shouted, "Long live His Majesty the King." The movement was immediately felt by Charlotte and he looked towards the city wall. And the boy looked around. Where are the pirates? The boy didn't see any pirates, but saw many women in luxurious clothes and guards with weapons. That's right, the guard. In the eyes of young people, those with weapons are guards, because pirates are not like that. Then the boy immediately noticed an undisguised gaze looking at him. Okay? The boy immediately stared at the past. Then the pupils shrank. Looking at the young man with blonde hair, wearing a platinum dress, and looking at him with his hands behind his back. He who often reads newspapers immediately understood the identity of the other party. People who have frequently appeared in newspapers in the past year. The 4 legendary pirates in the New World, the captain of the Rockefeller Pirates, the world's #1 swordsman, Rockefeller Charlotte. Trouble. The young man said in a low voice, and for the first time another look appeared on that expressionless face. Tension. That's right, it is nervous. Your Majesty the King. Do we want to expel each other? A city guard general asked. No. Don't provoke the other party, otherwise it will bring disaster to our Sorb Kingdom. The boy interrupted immediately with a wave of his hand. You guys wait here, I'll go over and have a look, no matter what happens. Even if I die, don't conflict with this group of people. Chapter 356 Bartholomew Bear. The boy's words shocked the surrounding soldiers. Just when he was about to say something, the boy had already disappeared above the city wall. The next moment, the boy came to 10 meters in front of Charlotte. Charlotte looked at the boy in front of him very familiarly. The boy is very burly, wearing a trapezoidal white hat with scattered brown spots, 2 bare ears, and a pair of rimless glasses. His black curly hair is draped behind his head, and his upper body is black. Jacket with front sight graphic printed on the front. Hello. Dear Mr. Rockefeller Charlotte, welcome to the Kingdom of Sulby. I am the King of the Kingdom of Sulby, Bartholomew Bear. Came in front of Charlotte, bowed slightly to Charlotte, and introduced himself. Charlotte looked at Bartholomew Bear in front of her. He was the first to bend and bow to him as a king. Hello. Young king. I have no intention of being an enemy to anyone, so please rest assured. Charlotte felt the other party's state of constant defense and said, Thank you for your forgiveness. The Kingdom of Sulby welcomes you. Bartholomew Xiong said while bending down again. His face was still expressionless. With such a dead fish face, Charlotte felt a little uncomfortable, but didn't say much. Can you invite us to enter the Kingdom of Solbay? Asked Charlotte. Then he glanced at the city wall, and glanced at the soldiers who might attack at any time. After Bartholomew Xiong heard this, a trace of struggle appeared on his expressionless face, and he glanced at Charlotte and the thousands of people behind him. Please. Bartholomew Bear stepped out of the way and begged Charlotte. Because he knew that even if he refused, he couldn't stop the other party's progress. Instead of hurting the other party, it is better to speak up. Thank you. Charlotte thanked her. Then he led a large group of people into the city wall behind Bartholomew Bear. Inside the city wall, there is no prosperity as Charlotte imagined, but rather desolate. Charlotte looked around. Bartholomew Bear also noticed Charlotte's movements. I'm sorry, our Sorb Kingdom is located in a remote place, and is often harassed by pirates, so we are a little poor. Bartholomew Bear explained. Oh. With your strength, you should be able to easily deal with those pirates, right? Charlotte asked back. My strength is not very strong, it's all because I ate a devil fruit, and I can barely deal with pirates. Said Bartholomew Bear. Devil fruit ability. Upon hearing the other party's words, the little ghosts behind Charlotte exclaimed. Charlotte gave these brats a blank look. Make you different. Bartholomew Bear looked at the children behind him. He was stunned for a moment, then took off his gloves, revealing a pair of big hands with several fleshy balls in his palms. Like a bear's paw. My devil fruit is a meatball fruit, not very powerful. Bartholomew Xiang spoke the most Versailles words in the calmest tone. Charlotte rolled her eyes again. If I hadn't watched One Piece, I would have been fooled by you big-eyed bastard. Meatball fruit, not bad. I just saw you teleporting from the kingdom to the city wall. It should be caused by the elasticity of the meatball fruit. Charlotte pretended to be profound and said. As soon as these words came out, Bartholomew Xiang's expression changed for the third time, and he looked at Charlotte in shock. He was right. Charlotte smiled slightly, ignoring Bartholomew's shock, and continued walking towards the street. The further you go in, the street gradually becomes lively, but it is not as prosperous as it is. Your Majesty the King. Your Majesty the King. Your Majesty the King. After seeing Bartholomew Bear's burly body, the people here immediately recognized Bartholomew Bear's identity and bent down to say hello. Bartholomew Xiang also nodded in response. It seems that you are well recognized by the people in this kingdom. Charlotte praised. I just let my people afford to eat, said Bartholomew Bear. A black line rose up on Charlotte's forehead, and Charlotte felt that talking to this little kid was really easy to flash to the waist. Hee hee. That's pretty good. I've seen quite a few kingdoms. Even the Kingdom of Flowers, the most powerful country in the West Sea, has people starving to death every day, but you have made your citizens have food. It's already more than 90% the Kingdom of the Nine, said Charlotte. Bartholomew Xiang paused after hearing this. Really? Bartholomew Xiang's eyes fluctuated. Of course it's true. I don't have to lie to you. Charlotte nodded. Are people abroad suffering this much? Bartholomew Bear's words made Charlotte stagger, and Charlotte thought that Bartholomew Bear was happy for his achievements. I didn't expect him to care about people abroad. This world is like this. The strong control 80% of the world's wealth, and the weak share the remaining 20% equally. In this world, after all, there are fewer strong people and more weak people. As a strong person, you will consider for the common people and solve the problems of the common people. Food and clothing, you are amazing. Charlotte said something meaningful. Bartholomew Xiang clenched the Bible in his hand after hearing this, but did not speak. What is your aspiration? The two walked side by side for a while, and Charlotte suddenly asked. Bartholomew Xiang was taken aback for a moment, as if he hadn't thought why Charlotte would ask such a question. But after hesitating for a while, he still said. I want the people of my kingdom to be rich. They will no longer suffer from hunger and cold. Your dream is very great, the greatest one I have ever seen. Do you know? I heard a dream before, and it actually wants to rule the world. Ha 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 ha. Charlotte smiled as if thinking of something. That's right. It's you, Golden Lion Shurji, who is laughing. Bartholomew Bear didn't respond after hearing this. What about your dream? Bartholomew Xiang asked with the courage he didn't know. Charlotte, who was still smiling, immediately changed. He looked at the group of people behind Caesar. My dream is to protect my family and live in this world carefree. How about it? Do you think my dream of a big pirate is mediocre? I think so too. Charlotte laughed to herself. No. Your dreams are also very powerful. Everyone has everyone's dreams. We shouldn't laugh at their dreams. Bartholomew Xiang spoke suddenly. Immediately interrupted Charlotte's self-deprecating sound, which made Charlotte very embarrassed. After all, he just laughed at Shurji's dream of ruling the world, and now he is being educated by a boy who is a little younger than himself. This really made Charlotte not know what to say. After all, what they said is right and very reasonable. We should not laugh at other people's dreams. Charlotte was speechless, looking at the street. Have you ever thought about going to sea? I can feel that your heart is yearning for the sea. Chapter 357 The Kingdom of Sulby. Charlotte's words stunned Bartholomew Bear. Eager to go to sea? Are you eager to go to sea? Thinking of those pirates killed by him, after killing them, he always looked towards the sea involuntarily. I want to know what the high is like, but unfortunately he has his own mission. Shaked his head. I have my kingdom, and the people of my kingdom cannot do without my protection. I remembered that a few years ago, because of my weak strength, I led the people to escape into the mountains to avoid pirates, and I found my devil fruit in the mountains. After hearing this, Charlotte completely gave up her intention to take Bartholomew Bear away. Charlotte remembered the tragic life of Bartholomew Xiong in his previous life, and wanted to change, but everything he carried would not allow him to live according to his heart. Really? That's really a pity, there is another hero missing in the sea. Charlotte said regretfully. Although I don't know why Bartholomew Bear was wanted, he even became one of the 7 martial arts under the king, and became a reformed person. In the end, he didn't have any consciousness of the transformation, and became a plaything of the Tianlong people. Charlotte felt very sorry. Bartholomew Bear heard the pity, but didn't say anything. He has his own kingdom, as long as he takes good care of the people of the kingdom, he doesn't feel any pity. The two walked forward, chatting about some things in the north and south, and Charlotte also said something that Bartholomew Xiong didn't know. This had a great impact on Bartholomew Bear. It also broadened the horizons of Bartholomew Bear. The two chatted like no one else. Robert. Dad, what's the situation? Why did you chat with that person for so long? Is there anything different about that person? Didera looked at his father who had been chatting with that bear paw from the very beginning and asked. You ask me, I'll ask who to go to, if you're curious, just follow up and listen. Robert was speechless. Robert. What do you mean? I'm just asking you. If you don't know, you don't know. Why are you so choked? Deidara was not in a good temper either, and he said angrily when he heard Robert's impatient tone. When Robert heard this, he immediately quarreled with Didala. You two give me a break. Isdeath came behind Robert and Deidara, knocked on the heads of the two and said. Master the armed and domineering Esters, one knock. Let the two hold their heads and scream in pain. For these two younger brothers, Esters was speechless. It's as if they were born enemies. The older they get, the sooner they meet, they will quarrel without saying a word. Not as cute as when I was little. After being scolded by their eldest sister, Robert and Deidara held their heads and dared not speak. A group of people walked on this street, and there was nothing to do in the desolate streets. It's just that I stayed behind my dad and wandered around boringly. And the conversation between Charlotte and Bartholomew Bear continued into the evening. Watching the sun set in the distance. It's getting late, Mr. Charlotte, if you don't mind, you can live in my palace. There are a lot of vacant rooms there. Let me also do my best as a landlord and entertain everyone. Bartholomew Bear looked at Charlotte and the people behind him and invited. After hearing this, Charlotte agreed without even thinking about it. No problem. But our appetite is huge. Are you sure your little kingdom can afford it? Charlotte joked. Don't worry. Mr. Charlotte, although the Sorb Kingdom is poor, it is not so poor that it can't afford to eat. Bartholomew Bear smiled with the corners of his mouth upturned. This was the first time he laughed after talking to Charlotte for a day. Then I will trouble you. Children, I will take you to live in the palace tonight. Charlotte said to the children behind her. He gestured to his woman again. After reading it, Ileana immediately understood what Charlotte meant, and gave instructions to Panis who was beside her. Panis immediately walked towards the port. Bartholomew Bear led Charlotte and his party into the kingdom. Although it is poorer, it is still a royal palace. Where the atmosphere is, it is still the atmosphere. There are very few people in the palace. Charlotte and his party were almost at the main hall, but they didn't see any maids or anything like that. Let me tell the kitchen to prepare a banquet for 1,000 people. If it's too late, I'll invite the chefs of those restaurants to do it, and I'll pay the salary. Bartholomew Xiong said softly to the butler. The butler was about to do it immediately after hearing this, but was stopped by Charlotte. No. No. I have a chef here. You don't need to invite others, just let my chef come when the time comes. Charlotte said quickly. How can this be done? Bartholomew Xiong immediately refused. After all, he is also the king of a country, and he still knows some etiquette. Haha. No guests. Listen to me. You just need to provide good wine and good food. As he spoke, he pulled Bartholomew Xiong into the hall, as if he was the master here. The banquet will begin soon. Charlotte's cooks are still quite fast, maybe they are used to it. After all, Charlotte likes to have a banquet now and then. However, the Sol Bay Kingdom is indeed poor, and it doesn't even have much wine. The only ones are left over from the previous generation of kings. Charlotte had no choice but to take out some fine wines from her collection, which were all collected from the West Sea or the North Sea. A group of people drank very drunk. Charlotte was also helped onto the bed by the maid and fell asleep. The next day, Charlotte squinted her eyes slightly and looked at the strange ceiling. Head a little dizzy, feeling a little after effects of alcohol. I looked around at the empty room and at the wall clock on the wall. It's almost 10 o'clock. Overslept. Picked up a glass and poured a glass of water. Putting down the water glass, Charlotte fell into deep thought. Since Bartholomew Bear couldn't be recruited, there was no need to stay any longer. After all, if his identity stays in a kingdom for a long time, and the kingdom is still so poor, the world government is likely to investigate here, and then it will cause trouble for Bartholomew Bear. Well, sometimes it's not okay to be too famous. Think of this. He looked at some blank papers on the table. He picked up the pen beside him and started writing. Charlotte wants to leave something for Bartholomew Bear. And these things are to teach how to practice two-color domineering, and also copied some practical martial arts. Take it as a thank you for living in the palace and resting. After writing all this, put it into the bracelet. With this castle bracelet, Charlotte is much more convenient. There are many handy things that are placed in the bracelet space. Then walked out of the room. Along the way, many people have seen Charlotte and know that this is the king's distinguished guest. After hearing that Charlotte is looking for the king, they immediately lead the way. Chapter 358 Dividing Devil Fruits. Came to a simple room. I saw Bartholomew Xiong reviewing some documents. Compared with others, I slept until almost noon. Mr. Charlotte. You had a good rest last night. Bartholomew Bear's magnetic voice gave Charlotte goosebumps early in the morning. Very good, very good. I slept until the sun was up. I came here this time to say goodbye. I'm going to continue my travels, and we'll see you again. This is a gift from me, some worthless things, you can let you better protect your kingdom. Goodbye. Charlotte put the cultivation method she had copied on Bartholomew Xiong's table, and then left the kingdom in a flash. The speed was so fast that Bartholomew Xiong had no chance to keep him. Mr. Charlotte is really impatient. Bartholomew Xiong sighed with emotion. Then he glanced at the few pieces of paper left by Charlotte on the table, and took a look. Immediately his expression changed. Now I owe someone a big favor. Bartholomew Bear muttered. Armed Color Domineering Practice Method, Advanced Application of Armed Color Domineering. Learn about dead domineering cultivation methods, and advanced applications of sex domineering. The practice method of the sixth form of the Navy, and the application of the extended technique of the sixth form of the Navy. Martial skill vigorous Vajra palm. All of these things, any one of which would make people crazy if spread out, are now all placed on Bartholomew Xiong's table. Charlotte brought everyone to the port. Although I don't know why the captain suddenly changed his mind and didn't stay here anymore. But they still have to listen to what the captain says. Shout out to Charlotte. The ship is leaving. Continue to start the trip belonging to the Rockefeller Pirates. It has been 7 days since they left the kingdom of Seoul Bay. During these 7 days, Charlotte stopped and walked. No kingdom is for one day. Because the kingdom of the South China Sea is really hard to describe in one word. Not all kingdoms are as vibrant as Sulby's. Most of them are lifeless, leaving Charlotte without a trace of wandering thoughts. Floating on the sea all the time, looking at the group of lively little ghosts. Charlotte thought for a moment. Calculate the time, Klein and the others are already 5 years old, it's time to eat devil fruit. Thinking of this, Charlotte immediately called the children into the captain's room. Seeing Dad's solemn expression, some of the older children already knew what was going to happen later. Immediately, they felt that there was something exciting to watch, and they all followed. Captain's interior. Looking at Klein, Slood, Shikoti, Leonard, Hyrid, and Sweefa, these 2 men and 4 women were still little ones 5 years ago. After 5 years, they are already alive and kicking. Charlotte couldn't help but sigh, time flies so fast. I saw my father nodding his head there alone. Klein couldn't bear it anymore. Dad. Did you ask us to come to give us fruit? Klein asked. Charlotte, who was still feeling emotional, immediately withdrew her previous emotion. Looking at Klein, he nodded. Now that you are all 5 years old, it's time to eat devil fruits. Brother Klein will choose first. Charlotte took out all the devil fruits and placed them in front of everyone. At this time, there are only devil fruits. Natural Department Mercury fruit. Superman slowness fruit, Superman door fruit, Superman mirror fruit, Superman temperature fruit, Superman stone fruit, Superman glass fruit, Superman momo fruit, Superman cube fruit, Superman type paper fruit, Superman type thorn fruit, Superman type phantom fruit, Superman type repulsion fruit. Zoology ancient species Titanoboa form, Zoology ancient species imperial crocodile form, Zoology Ancient Species Pterodactylus form, Zoology Ancient Species Archaeopteryx form. As for the Phantom Beast Devil Fruits, Charlotte will observe them, and only those who are approved by Charlotte will give them. Among them, the talented people will get Charlotte's Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. These 17 Devil Fruits are the only one left in Charlotte's collection. Klein. Come up. Pick the one you like. Charlotte said to Klein. Klein couldn't wait. Seeing Klein's appearance, Charlotte smiled slightly. She was another active child. Klein looked at the devil fruit above, skipping the animal department, and then the only nature department. However, I stayed in the natural department for a while, thinking about it, I was still struggling. In the end, I set my sights on the Superman department. Looking at the superhuman devil fruits, one devil fruit was finally placed in it. Dad, I want this one. As he spoke, Klein picked up the door fruit and said. Okay. You can eat. Charlotte nodded. The door fruit is a very powerful devil fruit with many uses. After Klein heard Charlotte's reply, he immediately bit down. In an instant, a disgusting feeling spread through his taste buds, almost causing Klein to vomit. Looking at the devil fruit that he had bitten, he remembered that Brother Caesar said that he had to eat all the devil fruits. I can only close my eyes and eat it in one bite. Seeing this, Charlotte glanced at the group of children standing aside watching the joke and smiled. This has almost become a tradition of their Rockefeller pirates. After eating, Klein couldn't wait to try the fruit ability. He even ignored the milk handed over by the maid beside him. I saw Klein clapping his hands towards the air in front of him. Immediately, a translucent door appeared, and Klein immediately opened it and walked in. Disappeared in place in the next second. Another sound was heard. A small transparent door appeared behind Caesar, and Klein walked out excitedly. Woohoo! It's so cool! Klein stepped down and shouted. Charlotte also smiled slightly. Not bad. You can control it very well. You need to practice more in the future. This devil fruit is of great strategic significance to our Rockefeller pirates. Do you know? Charlotte's words made Klein, who was originally happy, faint instantly. He knew that after eating the devil fruit, he would no longer be as comfortable as before, and he would start training himself like his brothers and sisters. Got it, Dad. Seeing the dejected Klein, Charlotte ignored him, but looked at the next person. Slud. Come here, Slood. Come and pick a devil fruit you like too. Looking at the submissive Slood, Charlotte smiled softly. Good. Good, Dad. Slood came over and looked at the devil fruits on the stage. As a girl, she was the first to deny those animal devil fruits. He looked directly at the superhuman and natural systems, and finally looked at the superhuman. After looking around, I locked on one of them. Dad, I want this one. Chapter 359 Dividing Devil Fruits. Charlotte took a look. Mirror mirror fruit. It is also a good strategic fruit. Yes. You can eat it. Charlotte agreed. After receiving it, Slood ate it cautiously. But the distorted expression on his face knew that the other party was feeling uncomfortable right now. Vomit. After eating the devil fruit, Slood's little face immediately retched. Seeing this, the maid hurriedly brought a glass of milk and handed it to Slood. After taking it, Slood immediately took a sip of susuzui, and after spitting it out, he felt that his mouth felt better. It's so disgusting. Seeing this, Charlotte immediately took out a mirror and handed it to Slood. Slud, give it a try and see how good you are, said Charlotte. Seeing this, Slood immediately reached out to take it. But after the finger touched the mirror rippled like a drop of water falling into the sea. Slood's little hand actually blended into it. Dad, I seem to be able to enter this mirror world. And I can also see things outside the mirror through the mirror, Slood said somewhat uncertainly. After hearing this, Charlotte patted Slood's head. Good ability, develop it well in the future, don't waste this devil fruit. Charlotte exhorted. Yes. I will develop my abilities well. Slood nodded and said. Charlotte smiled. Slood went down. Charlotte looked at Shikoti. Come here. Shikoti, it's your turn. Charlotte said to Shikoti. Shikoti couldn't bear it anymore and ran over immediately. Dad. Well. Pick one. Charlotte waved his hand and said. 2 devil fruits have already been picked away, and only 13 are left. Shikoti looked at the 13 devil fruits and immediately locked on the Superman. Dad. I want this fantasy fruit. Shikoti pointed to the phantom fruit above and said. Charlotte nodded. Shikoti immediately took it overexcitedly. Eat it right away. This phantom fruit was obtained by Charlotte in the Baoyun iceberg of the 8 Treasures Navy. To be honest, Charlotte didn't know the upper limit of this devil fruit. But if it is only developed on the surface, a mirage does not seem to be very powerful for One Piece world. After all, knowledgeable domineering is no joke. It can perceive things invisible to the naked eye, and this alone greatly limits the ability of phantom fruit. Shikoti ate the devil fruit while Charlotte was meditating. But he didn't move when he saw his father, he just looked at himself in a daze. Seeing this, Shikoti experienced her own devil fruit ability. Then he waved his right hand. Immediately, a figure exactly like Shikoti appeared on the right side of Shikoti. Cool! Robert immediately yelled when he saw this, and watched the scene with glowing eyes. He found that his gas fruit was so ugly compared to theirs. Robert's exclamation woke up Charlotte, who was deep in thought. Charlotte looked at the 2 Shikoti in front of her eyes, and then immediately looked at Shikoti on the left. Although the eyes tell him that there are 2 Shikoti, but the knowledgeable domineering tells him clearly that the one on the left is the real one. That's right. The power of the illusion is far more than that. In the future, you have to spend a lot of time on this devil fruit, otherwise it will be difficult to display the true power of this devil fruit. Charlotte exhorted. No problem. Dad, if I don't understand anything in the future, can I ask you? Shikoti asked. Of course there is no problem. Not only you, but everyone else, if you have any questions you don't understand, you can ask me, or you brothers and sisters can discuss together, don't be afraid. Charlotte looked at everyone and smiled. Yes. Dad. Everyone said in unison. Shikoti happily walked back to the team after hearing Charlotte's agreement. It's Leonard's turn next. Leonard, come up. Pick a devil fruit too. Charlotte looked at the sun and said. Leonard walked up immediately after hearing this. Mingming is only 5 years old, but he behaves very calmly. Look at the only 14 remaining devil fruits. He didn't set his sights on the natural and superhuman ones, but on the animal ones. Charlotte also noticed Leonard's gaze. Interesting. Charlotte couldn't help thinking to himself. Except for Caesar and Logan, these children of my own are all natural and superhuman. Very few people eat the devil fruit of the animal family. Especially girls, one by one dislikes the ugliness of animal-type devil fruits, and they don't even look at animal-type devil fruits. This leads to both boys and girls not liking animal devil fruits. I didn't expect my son to take the initiative to look at the animal department. Leonard's line of sight has been wandering between the 2 devil fruits, the king crocodile fruit and the true pteranodon fruit, and he is a little undecided. The king crocodile fruit must be powerful, while the true diodontosaur can fly, and each has its own advantages. Then he didn't know what to think of. Leonard's gaze became firm. The hand reached out to the devil fruit in the form of a true diodontosaur. Dad. I want to eat this one. Leonard said firmly. Charlotte nodded. The reason why Leonard chose this devil fruit was because of its ability to fly. He found that his older brothers and sisters could fly very little. Only brother Caesar can fly at high altitude, while brother Robert can only fly at low altitude for a while, and the others have no flying ability. If he chooses the form of a true diodontosaur that can fly, he will definitely help his dad and his brothers and sisters. Thinking of this, Leonard took a bite and ate it, suppressing his nausea. When only the core remained, Leonard stopped. Then carefully feel the changes in the body. My mind moved slightly. Leonard's body swelled rapidly. Immediately, the hands became longer, and a small pterosaur with a wing length of 10 meters appeared in everyone's sight. So big. Seeing this scene, Slewed couldn't help exclaiming. The little hand covered his mouth. Under the eyes of everyone, Leonard turned into a 10-meter-long wing, 15-meter-long body, and a tail that was nearly 10 meters long, constantly fiddling with it. Make a mess of Charlotte's room. Charlotte rubbed her forehead. Immediately, he took out a Halushi handcuff and put it on Leonard. Leonard immediately felt a sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. Immediately fell to his knees on the ground, his body shrinking continuously. Gradually back to the human form. Take it. If you can't control it in the future, take it with you, and don't turn into a beast in the cabin in the future, go to the deck during training. Charlotte exhorted. I'm sorry. Dad. I didn't control it well. Leonard was a little disappointed. After all, the abilities of the previous brothers and sisters were perfectly controlled, but when it came to him, he lost control. Chapter 360 Dividing Devil Fruits. It's okay. Compared with other types of devil fruits, the animal type is more violent, and some animal type devil fruit users lose their willpower because they can't control their own power, so they want to be a beast. So you will redouble your training in the future and hone your will, you know? Charlotte looked at Leonard's disappointed expression and said. This animal type devil fruit still has such dangers, you lose your will. Upon hearing what Charlotte said, the group of brats exclaimed in surprise. Charlotte glanced at them. Don't think that the animal type devil fruit is so unbearable. Those who can lose their will are those with weak will. As long as you honestly follow my plan and train, there will be no such problem. Charlotte said angrily. Although these children are at the age that they like to play, they are always in the state of Charlotte's training, fishing for 3 days and drawing the net for 2 days, but Charlotte has no choice but to send someone to monitor them. If the training cannot be completed, Charlotte will teach them personally. Under Charlotte's supervision, each of these children is far ahead of their peers. Coupled with the devil fruit, even experienced pirates will die in the hands of these children without paying attention. Charlotte has seen a pirate in Shihai with a bounty of 3,000 million. For the sake of Caesar and Esther's not taking action, it was a dozen children who cooperated with each other to kill the pirate in Shihai with a bounty of 3,000 million. Thief. Charlotte is not worried at all about whether they can suppress the crazy thoughts of animal devil fruits. Dad. I will train myself well. Leonard promised. Charlotte also nodded in satisfaction. Leonard is also a good boy among this group of children. The homework assigned by Charlotte will be completed in the first time, which is a more obedient type. It's not like Robert and Deidara, who are running around every day, are much better. In one's own children. Most of the girls are fine, with Estes in charge. Although there are a few who are not active, they are just not active, and the task will still be completed. But boys, it's hard to say. Stinghead, the first one is Caesar, the eldest son, who takes the lead in slacking off every day, and then those younger brothers also follow suit. Although Caesar is lazy, it doesn't mean he likes to play, he prefers to sleep. But those who like to play are a large number of people. Robert, Deidara, Philip, and Trunks are the 4 who like to play, jumping up and down in the boat every day. Sometimes I play crazy, and even forget about the tasks assigned by Charlotte. For such a prickly head, Charlotte generally only speaks with a belt. There are also people like Tesla and Kakarot, although they will complete the tasks assigned to them by Charlotte. But their hearts have never been on their own training. Tesla didn't know why he fell in love with science, so he studied all kinds of weird things with the group of scientists when he was free. Charlotte is very supportive of this, and the group of scientists also said that Tesla's talent is very good, with academic talent. Kakarot, on the other hand, was concentrating on his card fruit, and he would complete the training, but the efficiency of completion would be greatly reduced. But there are also serious ones, such as Logan and Gilberta, who are meticulous in completing the tasks assigned to them by Charlotte. It was one of the few that made Charlotte feel at ease. In this regard, Charlotte has no choice but to beat Robert and the others first, and send someone to watch them. If they dare to be lazy, they will be served with a whip. As for Tesla, they can only remind them from time to time. My own children are now growing up slowly, and their personalities are slowly getting finalized, so it's not easy for Charlotte to intervene too much. The room is a mess. Charlotte asked the maid to clean it up. Next. Hyrid. Come here. Charlotte said to Herod. Hilda hesitated after hearing this, and then trotted over. He looked hesitantly at the 11 devil fruits above. She felt that none of the above devil fruits seemed to be what she wanted, and they were not within the scope of her heart. Dad. Can I not choose? I don't think there is one that suits me. Hyrid bit his finger and looked at Charlotte and said. Charlotte was stunned. There are very few children who don't want to eat devil fruit. Charlotte looked at the 11 devil fruits above, and it seemed that there was indeed nothing suitable for girls to eat. Okay. If you change your mind in the future, if you want to eat a devil fruit, tell Dad directly. Charlotte has no objection to Hilda's choice not to eat, and this is also the children's freedom. Now Charlotte is not worried about the strength of the children. Most of the children have the ability to protect themselves and no longer need Charlotte to worry about them. Charlotte no longer insists on not eating devil fruits. After obtaining father's consent, Hilda retreated back. Next. Shueisha. Come up. If you don't want to eat devil fruit, it's fine. Charlotte looked at Shueisha and said. After hearing this, Shueisha looked at the 11 devil fruits above. Forget it. I won't eat devil fruits anymore, I'll focus on practicing swords in the future. Shueisha shook his head and said. Okay. After practicing swords, if you don't understand anything, you can ask your eldest sister, and I can do it too. Charlotte nodded and said. After hearing this, Death smiled at Shueisha. Shueisha also smiled. Now that the devil fruits have been distributed, we must train well in the future. This sea is very dangerous. Even I can't guarantee that I can protect you. You must grow up by yourself. Charlotte looked at the many children and said. Yes. Estes, Caesar, and others said in unison. They could hear some different meanings from their father's words. Okay. Let's all go down. Train yourself well, don't let me live up to your expectations. Charlotte waved. Then he put away the devil fruit on his own. The children also left Charlotte's room. Estes walked towards Shueisha at this moment. Shueisha, you want to practice swordsmanship? My sister has a few famous swords here. I'll take you to pick one. Estes touched Shueisha's head and said softly. Okay. Thank you, sister. Shueisha nodded obediently. Thank you, sister, we are family members. Hilda, you come here too. Learn swordsmanship from sister, so that you can protect yourself. Estes smiled and looked at the two younger sisters. After hearing this, Hilda and Shueisha immediately followed Estes towards Estes' room. Already 15 years old, Estes is the oldest of this group of children. His status in the hearts of this group of children is second only to his parents, and he has a high prestige. Chapter 361 Members of the Rockefeller Family. With Charlotte's 15 years of hard work, the Rockefeller family has slowly grown into a behemoth. Rockefeller Estes, the eldest daughter of the Rockefeller family, 15 years old, born on October 1480, 10 in the Hyuan calendar, proficient in three-color domineering, swordsman, superhuman and cold fruit ability, elite lieutenant general strength, mother Jenny. Rockefeller Caesar, the eldest son of the Rockefeller family, 13 years old, born on April 1482 in the lunar calendar, proficient in three-color domineering, in the form of animals, phantom beasts, and blue dragons, with fruit awakening, quasi-general strength, mother Jillian Stahl. Rockefeller Tesla, the second son of the Rockefeller family, 12 years old, was born on July 1483 in the Hyuan calendar. Sarah. Rockefeller Robert, the third son of the Rockefeller family, 10 years old, was born on January 1485 in the Hyuan calendar. Rockefeller Sif, the second daughter of the Rockefeller family, 10 years old, was born on January 1485 in the Hyuan calendar. She has mastered knowledge in domineering, natural department Zuexueguo, comprehensive combat power, colonel level, and mother Elena. Rockefeller Deidara, the fourth son of the Rockefeller family, 10 years old, born on February 1485 in the Hyuan calendar, controls knowledge and domineering, Superman bomb fruit, comprehensive combat power, major general level, mother Nell. Rockefeller Eve, the third daughter of the Rockefeller family, 10 years old, born number 1485 in February 15th of the Hyuan calendar, Superman, lush fruit, mother Alice. Rockefeller Logan, the fifth son of the Rockefeller family, is 9 years old, born on January 1486, 24 in the Hyuan calendar, in the form of a saber-toothed tiger in the animal department, and his mother is Jenny. Rockefeller Julie, the fourth daughter of the Rockefeller family, is 9 years old and was born on February 1486, 21 in the Hyuan calendar. She is a Superman and sickle fruit, and her mother is Jillian. Rockefeller Phillips, the sixth son of the Rockefeller family, was born on April 1486 in the Hyuan calendar, and his mother was Nell. Rockefeller Trunks, the seventh son of the Rockefeller family, 8 years old, was born on September 1487 in the Hyuan calendar. He is a Superman and his mother is Elena. Rockefeller Cockoroat, the eighth son of the Rockefeller family, was born on April 1487 in the Hyuan calendar. He is a Superman with card fruit ability and his mother Martha. Rockefeller Gilberta, the ninth son of the Rockefeller family, 8 years old, was born on November 1487, 23 in the Hyuan calendar. He is a superhuman and obsidian fruit capable, and his mother is Alice. Rockefeller Klein, the 10th son of the Rockefeller family, was born on October 1490 in the Hyuan calendar. He is a Superman with door fruit ability and his mother Elena. Rockefeller Slood, the fifth daughter of the Rockefeller family, is 5 years old, born on November 1490 in the Hyuan calendar, a Superman with the ability of mirror fruit, and her mother Martha. Rockefeller Shakoti, the sixth daughter of the Rockefeller family, is 5 years old, born number 1490 in November 11th of the Hyuan calendar, a superhuman and phantom fruit ability, and her mother Jenny. Rockefeller Leonard, the number 11 son of the Rockefeller family, 5 years old, born number 1490 in November 30th of the Hyuan calendar, animal and ancient species, in the form of Eudiodontosaur, and his mother Alice. Rockefeller Hillard, the 7th daughter of the Rockefeller family, was born on December 1490, in the lunar calendar, and her mother Nell was 5 years old. Rockefeller Sweefa, the 8th daughter of the Rockefeller family, is 5 years old, born number 1490 in December 15th of the Hyuan calendar, and her mother is Jillian. Rockefeller Simon, the number 12 son of the Rockefeller family, was 3 years old and was born on May 1492 in the lunar calendar. His mother was Wendy, a maid. Rockefeller Rolling, the 9th daughter of the Rockefeller family, was 3 years old, born on June 1492 in the lunar calendar, and her mother was Tianue. Rockefeller Ackerman, the number 13 son of the Rockefeller family, was 3 years old and was born on June 1492 in the lunar calendar. His mother was Kelly, a maid. Rockefeller Rachel, the 10th daughter of the Rockefeller family, was born on May 1494 in the Hyuan calendar, and her mother Wendy was a maid. Rockefeller Daisy, the number 11 daughter of the Rockefeller family, 1 year old, was born on June 1494 and her mother is Monica, the chief maid. Rockefeller Sarah, the number 14 son of the Rockefeller family, was born on July 1494 in the lunar calendar, and his mother was Tianue. Rockefeller Coffee, the 15th son of the Rockefeller family, was born on August 1494 in the Hyuan calendar, and his mother, Nina, was a maid. Rockefeller Tina, the number 12 daughter of the Rockefeller family, 1 year old, was born on September 1494 in the lunar calendar, and her mother, Elena. Rockefeller Powell, the number 16 son of the Rockefeller family, 1 year old, was born on October 1494 in the Hyuan calendar, and his mother and maid Karina. Rockefeller Foster, the number 17 son of the Rockefeller family, 1 year old number 1494 in November 11th, mother and maid Sophie. The above 29 children formed a huge Rockefeller family. Just wait until they come of age, the Rockefeller pirates will shock the whole world. Charlotte attaches great importance to each of these family members. Cultivate their character and ability, and those with scientific research talents will be led by those scientists. Those with artistic talents are also handed over to the maids to lead them. But fighting always comes first. Charlotte never falls behind in their training. Time passed slowly, always inadvertently. I have been driving in a hurry in the South China Sea for 2 years. Charlotte has already decided to leave South China Sea. The main reason is that there is nothing to visit in the South China Sea. There are luxurious nobles and poor people everywhere. Charlotte looked upset. Hastily left the South China Sea and headed towards the last sea in the world, the East China Sea. And while Charlotte was sailing, the Edwall naval battle in the New World broke out just like history. Golden Lion Shurji assembled a heavy army and blocked the first half of the New World. He invited Roger Pirates to join the Flying Pirates and became Golden Lion Shiki's deputy. But the result was still rejected by Roger, and a fierce conflict broke out between the two sides in the waters of Edwall. But the end result shocked the world. The Flying Pirates, who thought they were sure of winning, were completely annihilated under this once-in-a-century storm. The Golden Lion Shurji even disappeared. The anticlimax of this naval battle shocked many people's jaws. After Charlotte saw the news, she couldn't help but lament the power of historical correction. Chapter 362 Rogue Town. The time came to April 1496, in the lunar calendar. Charlotte has been sailing in the East China Sea for a year. I have seen Windmill Village, I have been to Xuanyue Village, and I have seen Coco Roya Village. Almost all the places the protagonist group has been to, Charlotte has gone there in advance. I also met a lot of people during the period. Ru Shimoyu Kozaburo, the famous master swordsmith. It's a pity that the other party didn't pay much attention to him, and his hair was already gray, but his child Koshiro Shimatsuki was very interested in him. After seeing Charlotte, he immediately pulled out the word Hadao from his waist to challenge Charlotte. As a result, Charlotte's daughter, Estes, was overthrown, and Charlotte didn't need to do anything. And Estes was also very excited. At the age of 16, she broke through to the realm of swordsmen as early as 14 years old. But has been suffering from no opponent. But I didn't expect that there was a young swordsman hidden in this small East China Sea. Even more excited than Koshiro. After fighting for a day and a night, Estes was still superior. After being defeated by Estes, Koshiro Shimatsuki behaved extremely unbearably. Maybe he couldn't accept being defeated by a girl, so he never appeared in Charlotte's eyes again. Charlotte is also not interested in arguing with Koshiro Shimatsuki. Charlotte didn't like this man who looked down on women in the original book but was defeated by his own daughter. Now Donghai took a quick stroll. The Rockefeller pirates have arrived at the town of Rog in the East China Sea, heading for the first half of the Great Route. Looking at the small town in front of him that has not yet become famous because of Roger's death, Charlotte was filled with emotions. If nothing else happened, Roger would be executed here 2 years later. Speaking of which, I have never met Roger a few times. The only time I had a hasty meeting with Roger was in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 12 years ago, and I didn't even fight. All right, Charlotte admits that she was discouraged when she faced Roger. I'm also very sorry for Rox. After all, he was the first to take the lead in betraying Lox, and it directly affected other people. Captain, we need to replenish supplies. Barrett came over and said. Watching the approaching port. Charlotte nodded. Yes. But be careful on the island, there is a naval base here. Charlotte reminded, but not to remind Barrett, but to remind Robert and the brats who are already eager to try. Understood, Dad. Never cause trouble. Robert and Deidara said. Charlotte rolled her eyes. Listening to their assurances is like farting. Ship docked. Let's go. Charlotte took the lead to get off the boat and came to Rogue Town. At this time, Rogue Town has received news of the arrival of the Rockefeller pirates. What should I do? What should I do? The Rockefeller pirates have come ashore. Should I fight for justice, or hide and wait for them to leave? Colonel Logetown stood pacing up and down in his office. Colonel, I think we should just pretend we haven't seen it. After all, that is the Rockefeller pirates. Even the Navy headquarters dare not easily provoke an existence. The major next to him said. The colonel looked at the subordinate. Okay. You're right. Let's pretend we didn't see it. The colonel decided. Then an order came out. The colonel of Rogue Town is currently undergoing emergency treatment due to a sudden illness. All the Navy in Rogue Town have returned to the naval base to prevent accidents. This news directly shocked many people who knew the inside story. Many people have cursed shamelessly. Today's Rockefeller pirates are not as unknown as they were when they first entered the world. As Charlotte wandered around, Morgan seemed to have found a hotspot, spreading news about Charlotte everywhere. Today's Charlotte's influence in the world is estimated to be even more famous than Roger's. It is estimated that as long as Roger is not executed, his reputation in the world will always be overwhelmed by Charlotte. Charlotte walked to the center of Rogue Town. At this time, the Rogue Town square was still empty, with nothing but a fountain flowing slowly there. I'm afraid no one would have thought that 2 years later, this place would cause a sensation all over the world because of one person. Empty and nothing to see. Seeing that there was no Navy around, Charlotte couldn't help shaking her head. The Navy is getting worse and worse. But yes, those navies are now competing with the Golden Lion for territory in the New World. Because of a naval battle, nearly % of the most powerful flying pirate group among the 4 great pirates was wiped out. Today's flying pirates are in a weak state. The Navy will not miss this good opportunity, and frantically regained some naval bases in the first half of the New World. He has no intention of paying attention to the 4 seas. Even if there is an uncertain factor of Charlotte in the world, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the Rockefeller pirates have been wandering around the world for almost 6 years, and they haven't seen each other do anything. Honestly, they don't look like pirates at all. But recently, I heard that the Roger pirates seem to have returned to the Great Route. Don't know what to do? However, Lieutenant General Garp has been sent to hunt him down. Charlotte wandered aimlessly on the streets of Rogue Town. Unbeknownst to him, his son started causing trouble again. Robert. There is a casino here, should we try it? Deidara suddenly saw a casino on the street and said. Robert looked over immediately after hearing it. It was discovered that there were 2 bunny girls constantly soliciting customers at the entrance of the casino. Casino. We don't seem to have seen it yet. Let's go. Go in and have a look. Robert immediately said with a little interest. Go. The 2 walked over shoulder to shoulder. The other brothers also followed after seeing him. But their father said, don't let them get separated. Little brother. Do you want to get rich overnight? Come to Bartholomew to realize your dreams. A few people near Robert heard that heart-piercing voice. It made Robert's faces turn red. Hey. Young masters, do you want to come and play? The bunny girl had already seen the little ghost standing at the door, and immediately looked at the 7 or 8 little kids with glowing eyes. You must know that Robert and the others were born with nothing to worry about, and all the things they used were the best. The clothes on her body are also luxurious. At first glance, he looks like a son of a rich family. If they can't grasp this situation, then they don't have to mess around. 2 bunny girls welcomed the group of little kids in, one on the left and the other on the right. Robert. Have you any money? Didera and the others were surrounded, and Didera came to Robert and asked softly. When Robert heard this, he immediately raised his face proudly. I've saved a lot of pocket money. I'll see how I kill the quartet later. Robert's voice was not suppressed, and the 2 girls around immediately looked at the leader Robert with glowing eyes. Chapter 363 Casino. Robert and his party came to a gambling table. Ha 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 ha. What's going on in your casino? Is there no one else? Arrange a group of brats to come to the gaming table. A middle-aged man with a beard sat aimlessly at the gaming table and waited, only to see 5 or 6 little ghosts sitting in front of him. Sir. Our casino will not reject any rich guest. The bunny girl came over, rubbed her big butt against each other, and said in a hoarse voice. The middle-aged man lost his mind due to this burst of tenderness. Then let's get started. The middle-aged man said. Robert. Are you okay? Didera looked at the cards on the table and said. Is it okay? You'll know if you try it. Robert ignored Didera's constant urging, but picked up the cards from the table. 100,000 Baileys. The middle-aged man on the opposite side raised the bet directly. Robert looked at the cards in his hand and gritted his teeth. Follow. 100,000 Baileys. These Baileys were all secretly saved by Robert from his father when he was with him. Seeing that 100,000 Baileys were sent to the gambling table, Didala, Trunks, Philip, and Cockroach all looked at each other nervously. Show your cards. As the croupier finished speaking, the middle-aged man on the opposite side showed his cards first. What? Robert immediately panicked when he saw the opponent's cards. Please show your cards. The croupier looked at Robert and said. Robert's face turned pale, the 4 cards in his hand were revealed. Big straight. The dealer wins. As the croupier's words fell, all the 100,000 Baileys piled up in front of Robert were transferred to the dealer. Damn. Almost. Deidara looked at the card Robert showed and said. Do you want to continue? Asked the croupier. The middle-aged man also looked at these little kids with joy. Robert, how much money do you have? Give me another one. Deidara said. Robert looked at the gaming table with a pale face. Only the last 100,000 is left. Robert said softly. There is still 100,000, then give me another one. Deidara urged. When Robert heard this, he immediately looked at Deidara viciously. This is my last 100,000. It's okay. As long as you win one more time, you'll get everything back. The whispered discussions between the two did not escape the ears of others. They all looked at these brats with smiles on their faces. Yeah. Brother Robert. If you give it another shot, you might win. Trunks also said excitedly. That's fine. Give it another shot. Seeing that so many people wanted to do it again, Robert gritted his teeth and took out all the savings he had saved over the years. Licensing. Seeing that the group of little ghosts had already made up their minds, the middle-aged man urged. The dealer will deal the cards immediately. Robert immediately took a look at the card with quick eyesight and quick hands. After this look, Robert's heart was half cold. Do not want. Robert immediately discarded the cards in his hand. See you croupier, the A-Bailey principle that Robert had placed on the gambling table was recovered. Why don't you? Isn't this a waste of Baileys? Didera didn't see the card and was puzzled. That card is too bad. I can't play it. Robert whispered. Losing berries in vain made his heart ache too. Then what to do? Do you want to continue? Deidara also felt a little regretful. With so much money, he didn't know how much delicious food he could buy, so he lost it all in the casino. That. Brother Robert, Brother Didera, can you let me come? Suddenly a voice sounded. Robert, Didera, and several other brothers all looked over. I saw Cockroach looking at the cards on the gaming table with great interest and said. No. You are too young. If you let Dad know that I take you to gamble, you will definitely be beaten up by Dad. Robert shook his head quickly. That's right. That's right. Deidara also objected. It's fine for the two of them to have fun, and bring the other younger brothers along. He feels that his ass may not be safe tonight. Brother Robert. Brother Deidara. I think I can help you win it back. Kakarote looked at the card above and said. Just now, Kakarote looked at the two hands, and he has already understood the rules of the game, very confident. Have the two elder brothers forgotten my ability? Kakarote said suddenly. The voice was so low that no one around noticed it. In addition, Robert had just folded, and everyone was nervously waiting for the final winner. Robert and Deidara were stunned for a moment after hearing this. My younger brother's devil fruit is a card fruit, which seems to be very suitable for casinos. Think about it. Robert and Deidara looked at each other. Then the two nodded. Robert got down from his seat. The middle-aged man who saw this scene laughed immediately. Little devil. Don't dare to play anymore. If you don't dare to play, go back to your mother. Obviously, the middle-aged man has won again, and he has begun to get carried away. Humph. You're too early to be complacent. Robert pushed Kakarote up. Standing behind Kakarote, he spoke disdainfully to the middle-aged man opposite. Oh. You brat. He didn't intend to leave the field when he saw the other party, he just changed another person, and he didn't bother to waste his time talking. Winning is the most important thing. Deal the cards. The middle-aged man looked at the dealer and said. Seeing this, the croupier immediately took action. Kakarote looked at the cards in front of him and couldn't help but feel a sense of intimacy in his heart. Then pick up the card. Follow. 100,000 Baileys. Kakarote didn't even look at the card and directly raised the price. Heh. Brat. Do you think I scared you too much? I'll follow too. 100,000 Baileys. The middle-aged man had obviously won several rounds, and he had already started to growl. Kakarote looked at the cards in his hand after listening. 3 of spades, 4 of hearts, 6 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds, his brows wrinkled involuntarily. Then he rubbed the card lightly with his fingers. Looking at the 3 of them facing each other, there was actually a faint red light in their pupils. After seeing the whole cards of the 3 opponents clearly, the corners of Kakarote's mouth rose. 2 for 3, the leopard takes all. Kakarote threw 3 twos and looked at the 3 with a smile. After the 3 cards appeared, the expressions of the 3 people who were still sitting on Daioutai changed suddenly. How is this possible? The middle-aged man looked at the A, 2, and 3 in his hand, and couldn't believe it. The only way to win was actually fooled by the boy opposite. The other 2 waved their cards unhappily and did not speak. The dealer also looked at the child in front of him in surprise. 2 of 3, the leopard takes it all. The dealer pushed all the bets on the table to Kakarote. Ha ha ha. Kakarote, you are really my brother's good brother. Robert smiled when he saw that there were more Baileys in front of him than before, and hugged the nearly 40 Baileys. Chapter 364 Exposure. Brother Robert. Don't worry. We're going to kill everyone tonight. Kakarote also felt the excitement he hadn't seen for a long time and said. Then, take out Baileys. Continue. Kakarote looked at the croupier and said. Asshole. I can't believe your luck is so good every time. The middle-aged man withdrew his principal unwillingly. Kakarote smiled slightly at this. In the next time. While observing the cards in his own hand, Kakarote looked at the cards of the other 3. In order to avoid suspicion, Kakarote deliberately lost. But after these 3 or 4, Kakarote completely defeated the middle-aged man opposite him. Ha ha ha. Kakarote. You are amazing. Deidara looked at the millions of Baileys piled in front of him and smiled. Kakarote just smiled lightly. Then look at the dealer. Excuse me. Can we join the table upstairs? Kakarote is already a little dissatisfied. He has made hundreds of thousands, and he wants to play a big game at once. When the croupier heard this, he was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at the opponent's bet. No problem. Little gentleman, please come with me. The dealer led Kakarote and his party to the second floor. Personally arranged a gambling table. What the hell? When will children be allowed to play at the gambling table? The people on the second floor looked at these little kids and said. Humph. It's time for you to cry later. Robert said to these people who looked down on them because of their age. Ha 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 ha. I hope you won't cry and call your mother when you lose. A group of people laughed loudly at the brat's clamor. Brother Robert, don't be angry, they won't be able to laugh later. Kakarote sat on the table and looked at the people across from him. Deal the cards. Kakarote was very elegant. The croupier ignored the situation and dealt the cards immediately. Kakarote still glanced at them with a faint smile on his lips. After an hour. Asshole. You are definitely cheating. You are cheating. A group of gamblers with red eyes looked at these brats and roared. Sir, please calm down. Please calm down, we are watching all these operations, and the other party is not playing tricks. The croupier stopped his own people and said. It's impossible. These brats almost won hundreds of millions of Baileys in this hour. How could it be possible without cheating? The gambler who lost the bet said with red eyes. Bah. A bunch of fucking rubbish, if you can't afford it, don't play it. Robert spit and looked at the group of people with disdain and said. Bastard. I want you to die. As he said that, he was about to draw out the gun pin to his waist and just raised it up. Boom. A shot rang out. There was a bullet hole in the forehead of the gambler who was still raising the gun, and he fell to the ground. Humph. If you dare to make trouble in my Bartholomew casino, you will die. On the third floor, a middle-aged man with green hair and exposed fangs held a musket in his hand, blowing the smoke from the musket and said. All eyes were on the third floor. It's Bartholomew Din. The boss of this street. After seeing the person coming, all the troublemakers became quiet. After losing to a group of children, they still refused to admit defeat. If you can't afford it, then don't play it, and kick them all out. Bartholomew Din said. Then a large number of gangsters appeared in the field, throwing out this group of red-eyed gamblers one after another. Bartholomew Din then looked to the kid on the second floor who was looking at him. Kids. Why don't you go upstairs and play with me? Bartholomew Din looked at the group of little devils and said. Playing what? Robert stood up and asked. After hearing this, Bartholomew Din glanced at the cards on the gaming table. Just play the fried golden flower you just played. After finishing speaking, he walked towards a box. Robert and Deidara looked at each other and then at Kakarote. And Kakarote glanced at the dozens of men in black around him, and nodded. Then Kakarote led the way to the box on the third floor. Ha 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 ha. What do you call these little brothers? Bartholomew Din looked at the group of brats who had won almost million in their casino and asked. Kakarote. Kakarote sat at the gaming table and said. Haha. Brother Kakarote, what a talent. In less than 2 hours, with only berries, he actually won almost million. The speed of winning money really opened my eyes. Are you interested in taking a gamble with me? Asked Bartholomew Din. Of course can. Kakarote will not refuse such a good thing. Hurry to the door to send money to them. That's good. Deal the cards. Bartholomew Din waved his hand and said. The croupier immediately began to deal cards to the two. The gambling battle between Kakarote and Bartholomew Din began. Time passed slowly. Kakarote is still so relaxed and comfortable. Stacks of Baileys were piled up in front of the table. But Bartholomew Din's face became more and more gloomy, almost dripping water. The croupier was also nervously dealing cards, and the field was extremely quiet except for the sound of betting. Bartholomew Din looked at how this child who was probably not even 10 years old managed to win all the time. Although he abandoned a few in the middle, no matter how you look at it, it was the bait thrown by the other party, waiting for his own bait. Bartholomew Din winked at the dealer as he took the cards. Kakarote and the others, who were immersed in the joy of winning money, did not realize this. Kakarote followed the previous action, first glanced at the opponent's cards, then at his own cards, and rubbed his fingers slightly. Straight flush. Hearts J, Hearts Q, Hearts K, appear in hand. Put it on the table. After seeing Bartholomew Din, he didn't speak. Put down the cards in his hand. The croupier immediately took out his pistol and pointed it at Kakarote. Kakarote narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing this. What? Is this something you can't afford to lose? Kakarote said in a deep voice. Although his voice was immature, the anger in his voice could still be heard. Bartholomew Din said nothing. Can you explain to me where these hearts of yours come from? The croupier threw it out, and the heart JQK that he had already hidden said. Kakarote was stunned when he heard it, and then looked at the cards. It was found that there was no heart in it. It's not easy to be discovered. Do it. Kakarote immediately threw out a card and hit the croupier's gun hand. Robert also reacted. Gas whirled. The body immediately released a large amount of poisonous gas, blocking the way of many men in black. What is this? Bartholomew Ding was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Quick! Take the money off the table and run. Robert said to the younger brothers around him, not forgetting to give instructions to Bailey on the table before leaving. Chapter 365 Gas Explosion. The box is too small, and these little devils can't use their abilities. Even Robert didn't dare to release gas without reservation. Asshole. Bartholomew Ding covered his mouth and nose. Although he didn't know what it was, his intuition told him that he couldn't inhale it. Quick! Shoot me! Kill these brats! Seeing that those brats had already touched the gate, Bartholomew Ding roared angrily. The dozen or so gangsters around covered their mouths and noses while taking out the pistols at their waists. Seeing this, Didera immediately stood in front of her younger siblings. As a bomberman, Didera can ignore the damage of bombs, even bullets. Bang bang bang. Gunshots sounded. Didera stood in front of everyone and blocked many bullets without any damage. What? See this scene, the gangsters were stunned and subconsciously let go of the cuffs covering their mouths. The next moment, gas was sucked into the mouth and nose, and a sense of suffocation came. Bang. Robert kicked open the door, leading Trunks and Kakarot out of the box. But the movement in the box has already attracted the attention of all the thugs in the casino. Quick! Don't let them get away. Shoot them. Bartholomew Dina's exasperated voice sounded. The thugs in the casino immediately reacted and wanted to do something. But Robert would not give these people a chance to take action. The space becomes larger, and Robert can attack unscrupulously. No empty world. Robert clapped his hands forward. A wave of air swept across all directions. The thugs in the casino soon discovered something was wrong. The air around them became thinner and thinner, and their breathing became increasingly difficult. Almost everyone covered their throats, trying to take a deep breath. But there are also those who want to make the last blow before dying. Maintaining the void world has been consuming a lot for Robert. Coupled with the continuous stream of thugs, Robert shed a trace of sweat. Didera. Quick! Use that move! Robert shouted immediately upon seeing this. After hearing this, Didera dealt with the people behind him and immediately came to Robert's side and exchanged glances with Robert. Robert's body immediately turned into wisps of special gas. Hold your breath! Robert shouted loudly, reminding his two brothers. Trunks and Kakarot immediately covered their mouths and noses. Gas explosion. Seeing this, Didera punched forward immediately after the gas spread. A huge explosion sounded. A stream of burning flames spread throughout the casino. Click. There was a sound of glass shattering. The entire casino was surrounded by flames. Except for the place where the four of them fought, Robert had specially created a vacuum space. There was no gas flow in the space, successfully blocking the spread of the flames. A huge explosion sounded. The entire robbed town was alarmed. Estes. Caesar. Barrett. Charlotte. Everyone looked in one direction at the same time. Rogue Town Naval Base. Standing on a 3-story building, the Navy captain watched flames break out in a house in the center of Rogue Town through the glass. It seems. It's Bartholomew's casino. Asked the colonel uncertainly. I don't care. Whatever you do, just pretend you didn't see it. The colonel drew the curtains and turned on the music to keep out the noise from outside. What's going on? There was an explosion. It seems to be Robert and the others. Death frowned and looked at the place where the smoke was rising. Then he walked quickly towards the place. At the same time, other people also went to check quickly. Charlotte's knowledge enveloped the entire island, and she immediately explored the past. Oh. These brats are quite noisy. Why did they appear in the casino? Charlotte frowned. Then he walked over slowly without rushing. Knowledgeable and domineering, he locked on at all times, making sure that the other party was not in danger. Cough cough. Didera faced the explosion head-on, though it didn't do him any harm. But the strong smoke still made Didera choke. It's so powerful. Robert also looked surprised when he and Didala cooperated with this attack. Cool. Brother Robert, Brother Deidara, this move is cool. Trunks said excitedly, looking at the damage caused by Robert and Deidara after feeling that he could breathe. Robert twitched his lips and smiled. The gangsters who were about to rush up in the casino fell to the ground motionless at this moment. The body was charred and black, and the whole place exuded the smell of barbecue. Deidara took a breath and immediately felt a shock in his heart, feeling a little nauseous. The scene was a bit tragic. Robert also reacted. "Let's go," Robert said. "Bastards. You nasty little brats." In the box, a man with scorched black body and severe burn marks on the surface came out. It was Bartholomew Din. "You are not dead yet." Robert looked at the middle-aged man in front of him in surprise. Bartholomew Din didn't speak, but looked at the four little devils who had ruined everything with vicious eyes. "Humph. I was lucky enough to survive, and if you dare to come out without your tail between your legs, then die to me." Deidara looked at the middle-aged man with hatred in his eyes, and immediately got up and stepped forward. His father told him since he was a child that he should be merciless when dealing with enemies, especially enemies with hatred in their eyes. Deidara pulled out the pistol from his waist, pointed at Bartholomew Din and immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! Bartholomew Din watched helplessly as the opponent pulled the trigger and shot him in the forehead. His body fell back to the ground without any resistance. Lost life. Deidara's quick and decisive shot ended the opponent's life. Kakarot took a look. "Let's go." Kakarot felt that this battle was a bit inexplicable. They cheated and killed the owner of the casino, which made him feel a little guilty. Deidara waved his hand after hearing this. "Wait. We haven't collected our loot yet. Let's go. Let's go to the 4th floor to see if there is anything valuable." After speaking, Deidara immediately ran down the stairs to the 4th floor. As for Deidara's words, Robert and Trunks immediately became interested and rushed towards the 4th floor. Kakarot looked at the boss's body. He didn't know the name of the other boss until now, so he died at the hands of his brother. "I don't know if I did something wrong." "Hey." Kakarot sighed and walked slowly to the 4th floor. "Brother Robert. Did we go too far?" Kakarot, who was a little uneasy, walked up to Robert and asked softly. Although Robert's attention has been rummaging through the baby at this time, he has no intention of answering him. Chapter 366 Superman Barrier Fruit. After hearing this, Robert, who was looking for treasures, stopped his hands and turned to look at Brother Kakarot, who looked thoughtful. Although he sometimes likes to make trouble, he is still very good to his brothers and sisters. "Why do you think it's too much? You must know that we are pirates, so don't have so much psychological burden." Robert patted Kakarot on the shoulder and said. "Kindness to one's own brother." Robert didn't know what to say. His subconscious mind was telling him that everyone in this casino had a reason to die. He will never show mercy to an enemy who dares to draw a gun on himself or his family. Kakarot fell silent after hearing this and said nothing. Yes, they are pirates. Why do pirates have to have a psychological burden? Don't pirates just do whatever they want? Shaking his head, he shook off those unrealistic thoughts in his mind, and quietly waited for his brothers to hunt for treasure. "Robert. Come on. See what I've found?" Deidara suddenly shouted in surprise. Anyone can hear the joy in this tone. Robert and the other three immediately walked over and saw a treasure box held by Deidara. The first time he saw the treasure chest, Robert already knew something about it. "You found the devil fruit?" asked Robert. Deidara looked at the three of Robert happily after hearing this. "That's right. Devil fruit. I saw it in a safe," Deidara said happily. "What? Quick. Open it and take a look." Robert was also excited. You must know that Dad likes devil fruits the most. If Dad knows that they have found devil fruits, he probably won't care about them going to the casino. "Open it and take a look." "Brother Robert and Brother Deidara, what are you doing?" A familiar voice suddenly sounded. In front of the stairs, two figures appeared. "Big sister, big brother," Robert exclaimed in surprise when he saw the two of them. Deidara also turned around and looked at the elder sister and elder brother. "Big sister. Big brother. We found a devil fruit." Deidara came directly to the two of them holding the treasure box. The arrival of Caesar and Estes surprised several people. "Oh. Devil fruit. Let me see." Caesar looked at the treasure chest in Deidara's hand with a little interest. Deidara immediately handed over the treasure chest, holding it in his hands. Caesar took it and opened it for a look, and a green devil fruit in the shape of a pineapple appeared in his eyes. "It is indeed a devil fruit. Your luck is really good, Caesar said. But what's going on here? Why is there a fight? Caesar put away the devil fruit and looked around. Except for the fourth floor, the lower three floors have been completely destroyed, and the air is still filled with the smell of gas. It was obvious that a few of them had just been fighting with others. But it was obvious that these little devils had won. Those bodies downstairs are proof. Brother Caesar is like this. Robert rolled his eyes and explained. After hearing the explanations of the four people, Caesar was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and looked at the four of them. Estes frowned. You guys. If Dad finds out that you are actually gambling in the casino at such a young age, he will definitely hang you up and beat you. Caesar looked at several people and said gloatingly. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the four of them immediately turned pale, even Kakarot was the same, and cold sweat came out of his forehead. Caesar looked at the four and smiled. However, this matter. Dad probably doesn't know yet, but it's not certain whether he will know in the future. As he spoke, he deliberately raised his hand at first, and inadvertently rubbed his thumb, index finger and middle finger together in front of the four of them. Robert immediately understood what it meant. He immediately took out 2/3 of the box full of Bailey, and handed one to Esteth and the other to Caesar. After Esteth saw it, he looked at the eager eyes of Robert and the four of them, hesitated for a while, and finally took it. Seeing this, the four of Robert immediately smiled. Caesar also took Bailey and smiled. I will keep your secret. After saying that, he immediately put it in his pocket. But the next second. What kind of confidentiality? Can I, as a father, know? Another familiar voice sounded. After the words fell, everyone in the audience felt their hearts sinking and their faces turned pale. Among them, Caesar was the most intense, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Old Dad. The six of them stiffened and looked at Charlotte, who was sitting on the handrail of the stairs. Even Estes stiffened. Dad. Why are you here? Caesar said hello, and then thrust the money back into Robert's hand as if nothing had happened. Esteth also stuffed it back into Robert's hand in a decent manner. Robert looked at Bailey with a large ticket in his hand and wanted to cry without tears. What? There is such a big incident, so don't worry if I come to see it? Charlotte said, and then looked at Robert and the others. Okay. I learned to gamble at a young age. Do you feel itchy again? Charlotte said with a smile. No. Robert immediately put down Bailey in his hand and waved. The other three are exactly the same. Charlotte shook her head, then looked at the treasure chest in Caesar's hand. Bring over the treasure chest. Charlotte started to speak. As soon as I heard it, I immediately handed over the treasure box with both hands respectfully. Charlotte opened it and took a look. It is pineapple-shaped, green as a hole, with patterns like a canopy on it. Charlotte immediately collected information about this devil fruit in her mind. Immediately a name came to mind. Superman-type barrier fruit. Charlotte blurted out. What Charlotte said made Estes startled. She didn't forget that the previous ability user of the barrier fruit died in her hands. It seems like a wretched uncle named Titan Chanwin. You are so lucky. You actually found this devil fruit. Charlotte looked at the barrier fruit in her hand in surprise, and kept playing with it. This star was hailed as an existence with invincible defense by countless Jaime in the previous life. Although the previous Heitan Chanwan was killed by Esteth when he was 10 years old, it was Esteth who consumed the Heitan Chanwan for nearly half a day before he died. After all, the original Heitan Chanwan was old and frail, coupled with the long-term excessive indulgence, the body had already been depleted, and was consumed by esters abruptly. Not bad. I'll let you go this time. Charlotte didn't intend to do anything to them, at most she wanted to educate them verbally, but seeing that they found a devil fruit, let's forget it. Charlotte's words made Robert and the others heave a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that it was a fluke. Chapter 367 Whiskey Peak. Because of an explosion caused by Robert and Deidara, people in Rog Town were panicked. Countless people are hiding in their homes and dare not come out. Looking at the deserted streets, Charlotte was only bored. The supplies are ready. Let's go. We don't seem to be welcome here. Charlotte spread her hands and said. The other crew members nodded after hearing this. Really, the island is more exclusive than they imagined. After one day. Rogue Township Harbor, the sea god Poseidon left the port and headed for the sea. Phew. Are you finally leaving? Report to the Navy headquarters quickly. Colonel Robb Town has been fighting the Rockefeller pirates resolutely. He called on the residents of Robb Town and forced the Rockefeller pirates back. The colonel said to the deputy on the side. Yes. As soon as the deputy heard it, he immediately went down and took action. It sailed for 3 or 4 days in a row. Come to Upside Down Mountain. This is the 4th time Charlotte has come to Upside Down Mountain. Hey. Where's the uncle guarding the tower? Robert looked at the lighthouse with no one there and wondered. The surroundings of the lighthouse are full of dust, and it seems that no one has cleaned it for a long time. I don't know. Could it be killed by some passing pirate? Didera wasn't sure. Probably not, that uncle doesn't feel that weak to me. Robert shook his head and said. Forget it. Never mind. The Great Route. Here I come. Robert looked at the sea leading to the Great Route and shouted. Charlotte didn't stop too much at Reverse Mountain and went straight to the Great Route. Whiskey Mountain. Have you heard? The Rockefeller pirates have entered the Great Route, and it seems that they are approaching our Whiskey Mountain. Inside the tavern, a group of people dressed as bounty hunters were sitting in a pub drinking. Suddenly a drunkard said. After the voice fell, the tavern was extremely quiet and everyone looked at the drunkard. Seeing being watched by so many people, the drunkard instantly became energetic. I've heard that. Many people have already set their sights on the head of Rockefeller Charlotte. TSK. 38 Baileys. It's enough to buy a kingdom and make it your own. The drunkard clicked his tongue in amazement and seemed very interested in the 38 billion bounty. After hearing 38, the bounty hunter in the tavern pondered eagerly. Heh. Just relying on them, they can defeat the world's #1 swordsman. If it was that easy, the Navy would have acted long ago. Don't you know that Rockefeller Charlotte defeated Admiral Zifa the Black-Armed Admiral 6 years ago? An untimely voice sounded. The same alcoholic looked at the man with a flagon in disdain. The people in the tavern who were still fanatical suddenly woke up like a bucket of cold water poured on them. Yes, if it's that easy, why doesn't the Navy do it themselves? The older people have already thought of the earth-shattering battle of Weeping Ghosts and Gods 6 years ago. That battle was recorded from beginning to end by Morgans. Although there was no blatant dissemination, some videos still leaked from the dark world. As for the profession of bounty hunter, it is still understandable that the reversal is between black and white. Humph. What do you know? Thousands of people have come to Whiskey Mountain today. Many of them want to form a team to kill Charlotte and exchange his head for a bounty. The ghost wine that had been mixed immediately turned red and retorted. Hee. Just rely on them. I don't believe it. Instead of focusing on the head of Rockefeller Charlotte, it is better to consider joining the Rockefeller pirates, board the ship Rockefeller Charlotte, and enter the new world. Let's gallop. Someone said longingly. Some want to kill Xiao Luo in exchange for the bounty, and some want to join Xiao Luo and become his subordinates. And there are many who want to join. At this time, there were 2 groups of people in Whiskey Mountain. One is the person who wants to take Charlotte's head and live a life like a king, and the other wants to board Charlotte's ship and go to the new world. And when they were still arguing endlessly because of Charlotte in the tavern. In the corner of the tavern, a figure was hidden in the dark. The man was very young, with short black hair, eagle-like sharp yellow eyes, a wine-red patterned shirt, a black windbreaker, white trousers, black short boots, and a white velvet black top hat placed on the wine table. The man held a glass of red wine in his hand, tasting it quietly, listening to the noise in his ears. The world's #1 swordsman. A low murmur sounded, and the man put on a black top hat and a huge cross-bladed broadsword on his back and walked out of the tavern. Outside Whiskey Peak. At the port. The 2 groups are against each other. Bastard. What do you mean? A group of bounty hunters looked at a group of people holding swords opposite and said. What do we mean? I still want to ask what you mean. What is your purpose in appearing in the port? The man holding the sword walked out. One of the leaders raised the knife in his hand and pointed it at the bounty hunter and said. This is Whiskey Mountain, the territory of bounty hunters, what do you mean by us? The bounty hunter said without showing any weakness. The gun in the hand is pointed at the opponent, ready to fire at any time. It's up to you. Dare to stare at Captain Rockefeller? Pass us first. Shouted the young man with the knife in his hand. That's right. That's right. A group of greedy hunters dare to challenge the world's greatest swordsman. Countless little brothers behind him raised their swords and shouted. All of a sudden, the crowd became angry. The bounty hunter was helpless looking at this large group of swordsmen. Brothers. Do you want to join the Rockefeller Pirates? Do you want to follow the world's #1 swordsman? Kill them and get a certificate of honor. Among the crowd of swordsmen, suddenly a swordsman shouted with a long sword in his hand. That's right. Get the certificate. This group of swordsmen had already been dazzled by excitement. A group of young people rushed up with swords in their hands. Bastard. Bastard. Shoot me. Shoot me, you crazy people. The bounty hunters didn't want to take action at first, but they didn't expect that the opponent would launch an attack regardless of everything. Now they had no choice but to fight back. Whiskey Peak, port. Thousands of people started fighting at the port. Anyone with a gun in their hand and no sword was slaughtered mercilessly by these swordsmen. Is this the influence of the world's #1 swordsman? Whiskey Peak. Those bounty hunters who were not fighting at the dock looked at the fighting at the port and were shocked. And on the sea. A huge warship is slowly approaching the Whiskey Mountain. Huh? There seems to be a battle there. Deidara, who had nothing to do, held the binoculars in his hand and looked around aimlessly. It was discovered that there was a battle in the port ahead. Where? Where? Is there a pirate invasion? As soon as Robert heard it, he immediately became interested, grabbed Deidara's telescope and looked over. Chapter 368. Didn't you see the pirate flag? Robert looked at the battle at the port and found no pirate flag. I don't know either, but if there's a fight, I'd better report it. Deidara walked back to the cabin and came to the captain's cabin. Dad. There's a battle on the island ahead. Deidara came to Charlotte to report. After hearing this, Charlotte looked towards the island whose outline could only be seen with the naked eye. The knowledgeable domineering also enveloped the past. At the port, there was chaos, there was a constant sound of killing, and countless corpses fell to the ground. What's going on? Charlotte was also taken aback. Whiskey Mountain, isn't this the place of bounty hunters? Could it be that they broke down to take my head? Charlotte murmured. However, why do some people shout for Rockefeller? Is there someone named Rockefeller among them? Charlotte stroked her chin and thought to herself. The notice goes on, everyone is ready to fight. Charlotte said to the messenger. Yes. The orderly immediately sounded the 3-level alarm. The moment the alarm sounded, on the sea god Poseidon, there was a sound of urgent assembly. Countless fighters came to the deck one after another. Everyone looked at the island that had appeared in the distance with serious eyes. Charlotte sounded the alarm, in fact calling out all the people and making them ready to fight at any time. Charlotte is no longer easy to do it now. All were handed over to Estes and Barrett. As long as there is no existence of the same level as Charlotte, Charlotte will basically not make a move. But Charlotte still had to watch. In case, a master who doesn't know where they came from attacked them. This kind of old six has been seen a lot in the past few years of Charlotte's voyage. After all, the era of great voyages has not yet begun, and not all pirates like to go to the New World. There are always some strong masters who are not weak in the 4 seas, acting as their own emperors. Port. Quick. Look. The Rockefeller pirates are here. The world's #1 swordsman is here. A sharp-eyed person said excitedly when he saw the approaching ships on the sea. After hearing this sound, almost everyone looked towards the sea in unison. Next second. Kill. Kill this bunch of rubbish for me, don't let the great Mr. Rockefeller Charlotte down. A more intense fight began. Originally, there were still some people who did not work hard, but now they have exploded. In less than a moment, the fighting at the port had basically stopped. The remaining 500 or 600 swordsmen cleaned up the port and stood in 2 rows at the port, ready to meet the great Rockefeller pirates. On the sea god Poseidon, everyone who was prepared for battle was a little dazed when they suddenly saw this scene. After the ship docks in port. Welcome to the Rockefeller pirates. 500 or 600 swordsmen at the port shouted enthusiastically. This moment made Charlotte even more confused. What is this for? When did I mess up? What is the meaning of this gangster style? Wrong, I seem to have a little relationship with the gang. Thinking back to those years when he just crossed over, didn't he start off by collecting protection fees? The stairs were lowered. Charlotte went down first. He walked on a path that these people gave way to. Looking at the people around him, they all looked at him frantically. You. What is this? Asked Charlotte. Charlotte spoke, and the voice was heard clearly in everyone's ears. Everyone looked at Charlotte excitedly. Finally, the leader stood up. Captain Rockefeller. Allow us to follow you. As he spoke, he bowed deeply. Only now did Charlotte understand what the other party was doing. Looking at this group of people who have fought, everyone has a trace of blood on their bodies. They have all seen blood, and everyone has either a knife or a sword in their hands, and they understand their identities. Swordsman. A swordsman longing to follow him. Normally, Charlotte would not refuse in such a situation. There are still countless swordsmen on Charlotte's ship. It was brought out from Kame Island, and now after traveling all over the world, there are more than 1,000 swordsmen on board. Obviously this has reached the limit of Charlotte's ship. I can't take it anymore. At this moment, Charlotte hesitated. Obviously Charlotte wanted to accept them very much. Because of the war 3 years ago, Charlotte's power in the New World has shrunk sharply. After successive attacks by the Pirate Alliance and the Big Mom Pirates, the bottom forces have been killed and injured. If they join, it will play a decisive role in the restoration of Charlotte's forces. But how can I accept it? Let them go to New Worlds on their own, or pack them all into the castle space. Or, let them drive the boat behind them. Charlotte was lost in thought. Seeing that Charlotte didn't reply for a long time, these 500 or 600 swordsmen knelt down in unison. Captain Charlotte. Please allow us to follow you. We will be your most loyal knights. Seeing this scene, Charlotte sighed. I agree with your following. Charlotte nodded. In order to cope with the ensuing turmoil, Charlotte will definitely recruit a lot of people. Early recruitment and late recruitment are the same. It has come to such a situation, if Charlotte doesn't accept it, it will be a bit unreasonable. Charlotte's agreement instantly caused the entire audience to burst into fierce roars. Everyone looked at Charlotte excitedly. Long live the Rockefeller Pirates! Long live Rockefeller Charlotte, long live the captain! Amidst the sound of long live, Charlotte smiled. Welcome you to join us and have a party. Charlotte opened her arms. There was another deafening roar. The whole Whiskey Mountain shook. This scene was watched by countless people. Many of them were frowning. Seeing this scene, several of them immediately picked up the phone and reported. And not far from the port, a figure stood on the hillside, looking at everything in the port. The #1 swordsman in the world. Here I come. After the words fell, the man jumped down the hillside with a giant knife on his back. Night. The Rockefeller Pirates threw a huge banquet to celebrate the new additions to the crew. Captain. How do we arrange these new crew members? Barrett walked over with the wine and asked. After hearing this, Charlotte glanced at the group of people. I am going to let them enter the new world with us, said Charlotte. Barrett couldn't help frowning after hearing this. Captain. Wouldn't it be too ostentatious to do this? The Navy will definitely not watch us return to the new world. There will definitely be interceptions. By then, how can these people bring them back to the new world safely? Barrett worried. Chapter 369 Jorkle Mihawk. After hearing Barrett's concern, Charlotte put down her wine glass. Safe? Why is it necessary to enter safely? Only the last survivors are eligible to enter the new world. The new world does not need waste. Charlotte glanced at those who were still celebrating joining the pirates and said, I didn't join the Rockefeller Pirates just because I wanted to. The Navy will be their first test. Only by getting through can you be a real member of the Rockefeller Pirates. If you want to intercept the Rockefeller Pirates, in addition to the Chambord Islands, it is Fishman Island, or the gate to the New World. Charlotte doesn't plan to go to the Chambord Islands, but it will be troublesome for the Fishman Island. Charlotte is not worried about the New World. If the Navy really wants to block them at the entrance of the New World, Charlotte will be very happy. You know, the first half of the New World is not just the territory of the Navy. But there is a dormant lion staring at the Navy. In short, the only thing Charlotte has to worry about is Murloc Island. As for the pursuit on the sea, Charlotte is not worried. The speed of the Poseidon, the ironclad ship, is unimaginable. Continuous optimization over the past few years has made the sea god Poseidon far faster than other warships. Coupled with the firepower it is equipped with, to put it arrogantly, one salvo of the 120 electromagnetic guns on Charlotte's ship is enough to destroy an island. It can be called the real version of Pluto. With this power, Charlotte is not afraid of being surrounded by the Navy. Fishman Island. Charlotte tapped the table lightly, and suddenly a flash of thought appeared, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had already thought of a solution. Drink. Don't think so much. Charlotte pulled Barrett and started drinking again. The next day. Captain. Everything is ready. Barrett came to the captain's room to report. Let's go then. Charlotte nodded. This time, Charlotte was not alone in the boat. With the joining of 500 or 600 people, Charlotte took out 5 or 6 large ships from the castle bracelet. Since getting the castle bracelet, Charlotte has become more and more fond of collecting things. Anything of value, Charlotte put it into the bracelet. There are more than a dozen ships alone. And they are all big ships over 50 meters, and the hulls are kept in good condition. Although Charlotte likes to collect things, it doesn't mean that she also wants rags. Just these dozen or so large ships can form a fleet of 3,000 to 4,000 people after Charlotte returns to the New World. It will be of great help to Charlotte's strength in the future. Never worry about resources again. It is conceivable that when Charlotte used all the items in the castle bracelet, Charlotte's power definitely swelled. At that time, it will be enough to form a huge army of tens of thousands of people, which will play a decisive role in Charlotte's next arrangement. The ship left Whiskey Peak. Aside from the first day of conflict with the bounty hunters, nothing ever happened. Everything seemed very peaceful. As usual. But this calm was soon broken. Just after the Rockefeller pirates left the port, a small boat blocked the front of the sea god Poseidon. The coffin-sized boat parked quietly on the sea. Compared with the Poseidon, it looked like a whale looking at a shrimp. Hey. Do you want to die? What are you doing blocking here? Go away. The navigator who was controlling the ship drove away after seeing the small boat blocking the way ahead. But the owner of the boat sat quietly on the boat with his head bowed, wearing a black top hat, and carrying a huge cross blade on his back. Charlotte noticed the movement and looked over. After seeing that iconic attire and carrying that luxurious cross knife, he was taken aback for a moment. Hawkeye Joracle Mihawk. The world's #1 swordsman in the original work did not expect to run into each other here. However, from the slightly immature face of the other party, it can be seen that the other party is still very young. Charlotte was a little interested. I walked to the bow of the ship and looked at the future world's greatest swordsman. Oh no, there is no future. Boy. What are you doing here? Do you want to die? Charlotte asked, holding up the red wine. After hearing Charlotte's voice, Coracle Mihawk, who was still motionless, raised his eagle-like eyes to look at Charlotte. Then he pulled out the cross sword behind him and moved towards Charlotte. Rockefeller Charlotte, I'm here to challenge you. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of many people. The crew came over one after another. The captain burst out laughing when he heard that the brat below was actually going to challenge himself. Ha 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 ha. Brat. Come and challenge our captain. Our captain is the #1 swordsman in the world. Countless crew members began to talk obscenely. Charlotte shook her head after hearing this. The quality of the crew this year is not good, not elegant at all. After hearing this, Joracle Mihawk looked over with his sharp eagle eyes. Those who were still laughing at him immediately couldn't make a sound, as if their throats were strangled. Those eyes firmly suppressed them. This. What kind of eyes are these? The crew members were stared at by the other party's eagle-like eyes, as if death had stared at them. Charlotte just smiled. After drinking the red wine in his hand in one gulp, he hooked his hand at Joracle Mihawk. Signal him to come up. Charlotte thought of something interesting and wanted to try it. After seeing it, Joracle Mihawk hesitated for a moment, then immediately looked firm, tiptoed, and immediately jumped onto Charlotte's sea god Poseidon and landed on the deck. Mihawk looked at the many Rockefeller pirates surrounding him and couldn't help frowning slightly. The reason he challenged Rockefeller Charlotte was to see how far he was from the world's #1 swordsman. Charlotte came over, and the people around gave way one after another. Boy. You want to challenge me, don't you? Give you this chance. Charlotte grinned. Putting down the wine glass in his hand, he wiped it slightly towards his wrist. Pulled out a nail clipper. I don't have a smaller knife than this. Charlotte shrugged slightly and said. When the people behind saw it, they burst out laughing. The captain is too bastard to look down on people like that. Countless people were booing around. Charlotte also smiled and shrugged, then reached forward and looked at Mihawk. Are you still coming? Asked Charlotte. The nail clipper, which was only 5 centimeters long, was held in Charlotte's hand. Mihawk looked at the nail clippers in the opponent's hand, clenched his fists tightly, and did not move. Charlotte looked at the other party without moving. What? Look down on this nail clipper? Or are you afraid? Charlotte asked, tilting her head. Mihawk stared fixedly at Charlotte. A trace of humiliation flashed across that immature face. With his hands facing back, he pulled out the gorgeous cross knife behind his back and held it tightly in his hand, aiming at Charlotte. Chapter 370 Becoming the World and #039, #1 Swordsman. Don't regret it if you die. Mihawk's suppressed anger sounded. With a wave of both hands, the flickering blade came towards Charlotte. Clang. Charlotte just made a steady block in front of her, and immediately held Mihawk's sword. Frog at the bottom of the well, let you experience how big the world is. Charlotte stood still, holding back firmly with a nail clipper. Mihawk swung the broadsword in his hand, but facing Charlotte, who was not moving at all, sweat broke out on his forehead. Bastard. Why is the gap so big? Mihawk looked at Charlotte's relaxed expression and asked in his heart. Charlotte smiled. Flick the nail clipper lightly with your fingers. Clang. Mihawk's body immediately felt the power from the blade, and immediately retracted the blade to dodge. But the huge elastic force still made Mihawk take a dozen steps backwards. Dad. What are you doing? The movements on the deck were quickly known to the people in the cabin. A large group of little ghosts came over one after another. Among them are Estes and Caesar. Hey. Who is that man? He is actually fighting with Dad. Caesar pushed aside the crowd surrounding him and saw a young man who was confronting his father. Young master, a young man who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, wants to challenge the captain, and the captain agrees. Hearing Caesar's question, the surrounding crew members explained. After hearing this, Caesar immediately looked at the young man. Want to know who the other party is, why Dad accepted his challenge. In Caesar's impression, Dad rarely accepts challenges from others. Even if you want to challenge, you have to challenge the crew first, and only after defeating everyone can you be eligible to stand in front of your father. But this time, Dad actually accepted the opponent's challenge, which made Caesar curious. Not only Caesar, but even Estes. Hiss. What kind of eyes are those? Caesar was shocked when he saw the other's eyes. It was the first time he saw eagle-like eyes. Estes also looked at each other with a serious face. She actually felt a hint of threat in the other party. You must know that she is a swordsman, and the opponent is only a swordsman at best. Mihawk in the field kept swinging his knife at Charlotte. Every time the knife is cut, Mihawk will pant for a while, and the sweat on his forehead will increase. Physical strength is also constantly declining. The world shouldn't be so far apart. Mihawk swung his knife again. Clang. Clang clang. Dang 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 dang. He was easily blocked by Charlotte with nail clippers. Huh? What are Dad doing, using nail clippers? I understand, Dad is too bored and looking for fun. Caesar only noticed the nail clippers in Charlotte's hand at this time. Estes frowned slightly as he looked at the nail clippers in his father's hand. She didn't like her father's way of doing this. This is insulting the other party, a real swordsman shouldn't be like this. Clang. With a wave of Charlotte, Mihawk flew out again. It shouldn't be this far away, it shouldn't be this far. Mihawk murmured, swinging the big knife in his hand faster and harder. But every time it was firmly caught by Charlotte's nail clippers. I'm not being teased because of this gadget. I've only been swinging swords until now. Another knife. Clang. Without any surprise, he was caught again and didn't move at all. It's getting fiercer. Charlotte sighed with emotion. Although he stood still, Charlotte could clearly feel that Mihawk's swords were becoming more and more fierce. The opponent was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye under his eyes. With this kendo talent, he glanced at Estes. I am afraid that only Estes can compete with him. I must become the world's #1 swordsman. Mihawk roared angrily, and slashed down on Charlotte's head with the broadsword. Clang. I'm going to win this man. Clang. Become the world's #1 swordsman. With unyielding words, the people around him who were originally watching the excitement gradually became quiet. The persistence of the young man in front of them made them a little moved. Constantly being repelled, and constantly rushed up. That faith and persistence moved countless swordsmen and swordsmen around him. This belief. He will definitely become the world's #1 swordsman. For some reason, this voice resounded in everyone's heart. Everyone showed respect for the boy. Why do you want to become the world's greatest swordsman? So what if it becomes stronger? The powerless weak. Clang. Charlotte used a little force this time. Mihawk was knocked down on the deck, his hands holding the cross sword trembling. Mihawk did not give in, he immediately stood up and swung Charlotte's knife. Charlotte stared at Mihawk. The body moves, and at the same speed as the opponent. Take a stab forward. Mihawk's pupils shrank, and his eagle-like eyes fixed on Charlotte. The nail clippers poked deeply at Mihawk's shoulder. A drop of blood trickled down his shoulder. It dripped on the deck, but Mihawk still stood unyielding, holding the broadsword in his hand high, but it couldn't fall down no matter what. You want to just let me pierce the heart? Why don't you hide? Asked Charlotte. I don't know. I always feel that if I take a step back here, the world's #1 swordsman will be in vain. I no longer have the belief in competing for the world's #1 swordsman. Mihawk stared into Charlotte's eyes and said. Oh. So afraid of failure? Asked Charlotte. That being the case, there is no reason to back down. Mihawk smiled. Oh. Aren't you afraid of death? Charlotte continued to ask. Compared to death, I'm more afraid of failure. It's a joy to die. Mihawk raised his head and looked at Charlotte with a grin. Charlotte stared at Mihawk, wanting to see panic and fear in Mihawk's eyes. It's a pity that there is only no fear. Charlotte slowly retracted the nail clippers. Boy. Report your name. Mihawk's body trembled after hearing this, completely ignoring the blood flowing from his body. Jollicle Mihawk. I will remember you. I will use the gift of a swordsman to end your life with the strongest demon sword in the world. Charlotte put down the nail clippers, and the 7-star sword emerged in her hand, looking at Jollicle Mihawk. If you fail, you will die. Be #1 in the world or die. But I am more afraid of failure. Jollicle Mihawk is in battle mode. Boy. Let's see the power of the world's #1 swordsman. Charlotte raised the 7-star sword and waved it at Mihawk. Demon Slash. A green slash flew out of Charlotte's hand and slashed towards Mihawk. Mihawk also swung his knife vigorously towards the slash. Puff. There was a sound of a sharp sword breaking flesh. I lost. The skills are inferior to others. Is this the power of the world's #1 swordsman? Chapter 371 Drum Kingdom. Mihawk stood up slowly, ignoring the long sword mark on his chest. He turned around, put the knife on his back, and slowly opened his hands. A wound on the back is a shame to a swordsman. Mihawk said with a smile on his face. Fear not death, face death with a smile. This move deeply shocked everyone on the deck. There is a kind. Caesar couldn't help but say. The others nodded their heads. This is the most handsome man I've ever seen. Robert also admired it. Charlotte looked into Mihawk's eyes. Another sword swing. Poochie. Blood is scattered everywhere. Mihawk was sent flying. He flew straight towards his coffin ship. Don't be in a hurry to die. Young man. Charlotte watched as Mihawk flew upside down and landed on the boat. My name is Rockefeller Charlotte. Understand yourself and the world and become strong, Jollicle Mihawk. In the years to come, I will wait for you in the strongest position, come and surpass me. Jollicle Mihawk. Charlotte sheathed her sword, stood at the bow of the boat and looked at Jollicle Mihawk lying on the boat. Coracle Mihawk was lying on the coffin boat, raising the broadsword in his hand. Silently expressed his meaning. I will surpass you. I will never fail again. Until I defeat you and become the world's #1 swordsman. On this road, I will never fail again. Mihawk lay on the boat looking at the blue sky, raised his knife and swore. Charlotte smiled. The opponent's unyielding success convinced everyone present. All the swordsmen remembered their arrogance and dreams when they practiced swords. They saw a glimmer of the future in this young man. Charlotte sheathed her sword and turned around. Let's go. Next destination. Drum Kingdom. Charlotte's voice echoed throughout the deck. Everyone came back to their senses, looked at Charlotte's back, and dispersed. Standing at the bow of the boat, Estes looked at the young man lying on the boat below, raising his knife and swearing. His eyes fluctuated slightly. He tightly held the hilt of the western sword at his waist. I want to see how many steps you can go. Estes said softly, then turned back to the cabin. The ship continued sailing towards the sea. The appearance of Jollicle Mihawk is just a small episode for Charlotte. The current strength of the opponent is not enough for Charlotte to value him. At most, it's just because of some feelings from the previous life. It sailed for half a month. Stopped in the kingdom of Alabasta for a day on the way. A kingdom built in the desert, Charlotte obviously doesn't have the heart to take a stroll. Is it possible to go to see the sand? I only stayed for a short day and left after replenishing my supplies. This made the king of Alabasta breathe a sigh of relief. A secret phone bug that was tightly held in his hand was put down. After leaving Alabasta, within a few days, the sea god Poseidon came near the Drum Kingdom. This is a world-famous medical power. Charlotte was very interested. The captain can dock. Barrett came over and said. Charlotte nodded and walked towards the stairs. This time, as the chief doctor of the Rockefeller Pirates, Nichine also took the initiative to step out and follow everyone. Obviously interested in this world-renowned pharmaceutical power. There is a very good medical treatment here. All the doctors and nurses on the ship can come and learn. We will stay here for a while. Charlotte made some arrangements first and exhorted. Yes. I have long wanted to compete with the doctors of the magnetic Drum Kingdom. Nichine also looked at the Drum Kingdom with great interest. It was still snowing. Charlotte nodded. Charlotte herself actually has a few things going on. He wanted to find out if the two princes of the magnetic Drum Kingdom had eaten devil fruits. After all, there is a devil fruit that has been reserved by Charlotte and will be given to Caesar Courant. To swallow the fruit, Charlotte is imperative, and so is the fungus fruit. As for the form of animals, human fruit, and ordinary people, Charlotte depends on fate. After all, the first two were clearly collected by the magnetic Drum Kingdom. As for the fruit of everyone, it was just eaten by Chopper in the wild by accident. The original book didn't say where it was, and besides, it wasn't a powerful devil fruit, so it wasn't worth Charlotte's troublesome search all over the island. It will be troublesome if the world government is attracted. Charlotte is not afraid of the world government, but afraid of trouble. The crowd parted at the port. Charlotte arrives in port with nothing to hide. There were 5 or 6 large ships flying the Rockefeller pirate flag, and there was also a large ship that was over meters tall. It was impossible not to attract attention. Word spread quickly here. Quick! Report to the king, there are a large number of pirates in the port, they are the Rockefeller pirates. The soldier shouted out of breath. Soon the news reached the kingdom's table. The king of the Drum Kingdom took a look. It's the Rockefeller pirates, so I'm relieved. Don't provoke the other party, and don't make it difficult, just pretend you didn't see it. As a member of the world government, the Drum Kingdom is still very familiar with the Rockefeller pirates. During the World Conference, it was not that no member countries approached the world government. But at that time, the world government was trying its best to contain the Roger pirates and had no time to deal with the Rockefeller pirates, who were not even members of the D-Clan. He also told these world government-affiliated countries not to have conflicts with the Rockefeller pirates and to just treat them as if nothing happened. Although this order dissatisfied many joining countries. But there is nothing you can do, you can only pretend that nothing happened, you can't do it yourself. Fortunately, the other party has not done anything outrageous in the past few years, and gradually got used to it. That's right. Call Waldo back, and don't let him out of the palace these days. The old king said, thinking of his troubled son. Yes. The guard went out and conveyed the king's order. But the old king didn't know that things in the world are very wonderful. Just after thinking of his troubled son. His son got him into a big trouble. Bastard. Bastard. Damn it. After I become king, I must drive out all the doctors on the island. I saw a slightly younger but greasy big fat man walking on the street. While yelling curses, he kicked the stones under his feet. The surrounding guards were already used to His Royal Highness' temper. Many traders around avoided His Royal Highness for fear of getting into trouble. I saw Waldo kicking with his right foot. A stone the size of a table tennis ball flew out with a swish. Ouch! A childish cry of pain sounded. Not far from the street, a little girl in a skirt was covering her forehead with a painful expression, and tears gradually rose in her eyes. A large lump appeared on the forehead. Chapter 372 Waldo. Sister Eve, what's the matter with you? A child of the same age next to the girl expressed concern immediately after seeing it. Brother Robert. It hurts. Eve had tears in her eyes, and the tears swirled in her eye sockets. She covered her forehead and looked at the stones under her feet. Robert looked at the stone under his feet, his eyes were full of anger. Who is it? Who kicked the stone? Stand up for me. Seeing his sister's appearance, Robert was furious. Not only Robert, But several children around looked around with anger in their eyes. Then locked in the group of people directly in front. Robert stood up immediately. "Fatty man. Did you kick the stone just now?" Robert pointed to Waldo and said. At this time, Waldo was staring at Eve with both eyes. The peach blossoms in both eyes are almost seen. So cute. So cute. How can there be such a cute person? Waldo murmured. Robert's words were not heard at all. Robert saw that the other party ignored his words and looked at his sister with a disgusting look. Immediately blocked in front of Eve, blocking Waldo's sight. When Waldo saw that the girl was invisible, he immediately reacted. Then I saw people who were blocking me and my peers. Damn fat man. I'm asking you a question. Robert shouted. Waldo was stunned. Fatty, is he scolding me? Then he reacted immediately and looked at Robert with a flushed face. Damn kid. What did you just say about me? Waldo pointed at Robert and said angrily. Fatty. Fatty. Robert didn't give Waldo any face and directly scolded him. Asshole. Damn it. Catch him. Waldo jumped up and down when Robert scolded him, pointing at Robert and saying. I'm going to tear his mouth apart. After hearing this, the surrounding guards looked left and right, then nodded, separated the two of them and went straight towards Robert. Look at the two big hands stretched out. Robert looked at Waldo with disdain. Gas was emitted from the body immediately. The two masses of gas immediately turned into a big hand, grabbed the two guards, and threw them towards Waldo. The two guards didn't even have the strength to resist. Bang! Waldo was knocked down instantly. He was pinned down by two guards. Cough. Cough. I'm crushed to death. Get up. Waldo was pressed down by two big men, he was almost out of breath, his fat body was struggling constantly. Just like a caterpillar. Ha 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 ha. The younger brothers behind Robert pointed at Waldo and laughed when they saw it. Your Highness. Your Highness. The many guards behind Waldo immediately stepped forward and quickly pulled up the two guards who were pressing on His Highness. Robert looked at the fat man sitting on the ground with a smile. Step out. Apologize to my sister. Robert pointed at Eve and looked at Waldo and said. Waldo was helped up by the guards. He looked at Robert with his face flushed and ignored the little girl behind him. Bastard. Give it to me. How dare you laugh at me? I will torture them to death. Waldo said viciously. Robert's smiling face instantly darkened. If you don't eat the toast and eat the fine wine, it seems that I won't teach you a lesson. It can't be done. Robert looked at Waldo and said. The malice on his body couldn't be stopped. The guards pointed their spears at the child one after another. You must know that the weird scene just now has not been forgotten. Now they dare not step forward. Robert stepped forward step by step. Wisps of green smoke were constantly floating on his body. A smell of gas filled the audience. You. Don't come here. Quick. Stop him for me. Waldo was frightened by Robert's current state. Ghost. Waldo's legs went limp, immediately fell to his knees on the ground. Seeing Robert's appearance, the other guards immediately dropped their weapons and ran away. While running, shouting Ghost. Robert stayed at this time. Except for the head, it still maintains its original shape. The body has turned into gas, floating in mid-air. It feels like the head is floating in mid-air. Jia. Robert kept making a piercing sneer. Don't come here. At this time, Waldo was not as arrogant as before, and immediately cried with tears in his eyes. His legs kept kicking the ground, trying to keep a distance from Robert. But Robert still approached slowly without haste. Suddenly, the tip of Robert's nose sniffed lightly. It seems to smell of feces. Robert looked down at Waldo's lower body. Hey! How disgusting! Robert immediately floated back, keeping a distance of 10 meters from Waldo. Watching the piss and shit coming out of Waldo's pants. It was the first time that Robert hated someone so much. Waldo was already frightened and stupid at this time, sitting on the ground motionless. It's so disgusting. Someone will be so scared that shit will come out. Didera looked at Waldo on the ground, covered his nose and said. Others looked at Waldo with disgust. He seems to be a prince. He is so cowardly. Sif just noticed the people around him addressing the boy and said. Is it a prince? Then did I cause trouble? Dad said that we will not let us cause trouble. When Robert heard this, his heart moved. It's okay. It's a mediocrity who doesn't dare to cause trouble. This time, the other party took the initiative to provoke us. Who told him to kick things indiscriminately, and even hit Sister Eve? Sif looked at the redness and swelling on Eve's head and said with concern. Sister Eve. Are you okay? Sister Sif. It's okay. It's just a little painful, just go back and apply ice for a while. Eve is already feeling better now. Humph. How dare you bully my sister? Sif made a move with both hands. Large flakes of snowflakes flew over. Drum Kingdom is surrounded by snow. In Sif's view, this kind of environment is as comfortable as getting into the bed. With a wave of his hand, large snowflakes rushed toward Waldo. In an instant, Waldo was overwhelmed. Sister. So he won't die, right? Eve said quickly after seeing it. Don't worry. I can't die. Sif looked at the snowdrift and said disdainfully. The pile of snowflakes masked the smell of shit. Then, with a wave of his hand, snowflakes flew over and crumpled into a ball, then wrapped it with a piece of cloth. Handed it to Eve. You take this and apply it on your forehead first. Relieve the pain. Sif was concerned. Thank you, sister. Eve obediently accepted it. One hand rested on his forehead and applied ice to his forehead. It's really disappointing. It's so disgusting that it spoils your interest. Let's go. Change to another street and continue shopping. Robert said, looking at the snowdrift with only the top of his head exposed. Then he left here with many younger brothers and sisters. And the situation here was quickly informed to his chief by the group of guards who had just escaped. What? Someone attacked His Royal Highness. Why don't you hurry up and support him? Chapter 373 Revenge Back. The city guards of Magnetic Drum Kingdom quickly became restless. The prince of his own family was actually beaten in his own territory, which was okay. Teams of city guards ran out with weapons in their hands, and ran towards the prince's location. Soon I saw a pile of snow piled in the street on the street. And on the snowdrift, a fat head was exposed, fart tears streaming down. Quick! Quickly rescue His Royal Highness! The city guards shouted immediately after seeing it. But as soon as the group of city guards approached, they immediately smelled a stench. Everyone frowned subconsciously. He looked at the ass of His Highness the Prince. Suppressing the nausea, he pulled the prince out. Snapped. After being pulled up, Waldo immediately turned around and slapped the city guard captain. Asshole! Why are you here so late? Waldo roared angrily. Sorry. The city guard who had been slapped did not dare to speak, but just lowered his head. Call the city guards. Arrest those untouchables who humiliate me. Valder roared at the people around him. The anger in my heart is hard to add. He has never been wronged like this since he was a child. The surrounding city guards immediately took action after hearing this. I dare not stay with His Royal Highness any longer. The surrounding streets have long been emptied. That direction. Chase in that direction. Valder shouted, pointing to the north. Yes, yes, yes. The city guards immediately took action. The whistles continued. The shouts of the city guards were everywhere. In an instant, the streets of Drum Kingdom were disturbed. It's them. It's them who humiliated His Royal Highness. The traces of Robert and his party were quickly discovered. After all, the city of Drum Kingdom is not that big, so it is easy to find. What's the situation? Looking at the soldiers holding spears around him, Deidara took a fighting stance. What else can happen? It must have been made by the prince we just cried. Robert looked at the soldiers surrounding him and said disdainfully. The momentum on his body slowly rose, ready to fight at any time. Get ready. Give them some color. Let them know how powerful the Rockefeller family is outside. Everyone is in battle mode. Robert's body immediately turned into a ball of gas. Sif's body also turned into an element, and snowflakes kept flying. Deidara also clenched his fists, looking at these soldiers excitedly. Eve also waved 2 vine whips with both hands and appeared in her hands. Logan immediately turned into a half-beast, and appeared in the form of a saber-toothed tiger. Julie drew out the double knives at her waist and was alert to the surrounding soldiers. Philip's arms turned into mud and flowed slowly. Trunks was radiating heat. A card appeared on Kakarote's fingertips. Layers of obsidian immediately appeared on the surface of Gibberta's body, reflecting the penetrating cold light in the sun. Everyone is ready for battle. What is this? The city guards had never seen such a scene before, and they all stopped and looked at this group of teenagers who were estimated to be less than 10 years old in horror. Humph. If you provoke our Rockefeller family, then use your lives to make up for it. Kill. Robert waved his hand as the big brother here. Then he took the lead, and his body rushed into the crowd of soldiers like a puff of smoke. Gas continuously entangled the soldiers. Soldiers died silently. The strangeness of the method made the soldiers behind them startled and kept retreating. You can't let Robert stand alone. Brothers, let's go. Deidara looked at the corners of the soldier's mouth slightly raised. The body stepped on the ground quickly, and one dodge came to another group of soldiers and began to bombard indiscriminately. Every time the fist touches an object, a strong bombardment will occur. For a moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere where Deidara was. Like a slaughterhouse. Sisters. Don't let these guys look down upon you. We're going too. Sif looked around at the soldiers rushing in one direction. Eve and Julie followed closely behind. Sif waved her hand, and a large snowflake rushed towards everyone like an avalanche. In an instant, a large piece fell. Eve kept waving her hands, as if she was dancing. The surrounding vines continued to extend and waved, like arms, pulling towards the soldiers. Julie was even more ruthless. She drew out the double knives at her waist with both hands and swung them at the soldiers. 2 wind blades flew out, like 2 sharp blades. Cutting the body of a soldier, even if the soldier is wearing thick armor, will not help. Broken limbs and broken arms are everywhere. Help. Devil. Devil. This incident immediately caused the surrounding city guards to suffer a devastating disaster. In just 10 seconds, 62 people have died, and hundreds of people have been injured and fell to the ground. This group of children was sent to the battlefield by their unscrupulous father when they were still 5 years old, and fought desperately with the enemy. Everyone's combat experience is not to say rich, but they are also very powerful. There is no mercy at all, and the best solution to encountering enemies is to destroy them. A dead enemy is the best enemy. Under Charlotte's training since childhood, everyone has developed a disregard for life and coldness. After being identified as an enemy, he will not hold back. If it weren't for their humanity, Charlotte would have thought that she had given birth to a group of killing machines. The battle will soon be over. The hundreds of city guards around were quickly wiped out. Except for a few people who escaped, almost all died here. The surrounding streets were filled with blood. Seeing that the battle was over, Robert immediately returned to his original state, and then covered his nose. Hey! Every time you fight, you have to make it so bloody. It's so disgusting. Robert looked at the blood stained on Deidara's body and said disgustedly. Chi. The smell of gas on your body also makes me feel sick. Deidara retorted unceremoniously. Robert ignored Deidara's ridicule but looked around, rolling his eyes. You say, should we go to the prince for an explanation? Robert looked at the lying soldier and asked. Robert's words made the surrounding brothers and sisters frown. Dad doesn't seem to let us cause trouble. Sif stood up and said what Charlotte gave them before leaving. Are we causing trouble? The other party is obviously coming to kill us. If we don't go back with revenge, how will our Rockefeller family survive in the future? Robert retorted. Robert's words moved most of the people present. Especially Deidara, Philip, Trunks. The 3 of them have the same character as Robert. They don't come back after being killed and don't take revenge. We must take revenge. Deidara made a final decision. Chapter 374 Art is Explosion. After Deidara spoke, the others didn't react too much. The reason why Sif said this was just to remind Robert not to forget his father's advice. But seeing so many people wanting revenge, Sif didn't say anything anymore. This incident was provoked by that prince in the first place. Waiting for someone to beat him up can be regarded as venting for Eve. But I didn't expect that the other party would still be reluctant. To be honest, Sif was also very angry. Let's go. Isn't he a prince? Let's go to the palace of this island. Let's ask their king for an explanation. Sif stood up and said. Okay. Listen to the second sister. Philip and Trunks were immediately excited upon hearing this. A group of characters who don't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement make them excited. It's a lot of fun to follow behind a few brothers and sisters. After everyone in the team agreed, everyone, led by Robert, walked towards the depths of the kingdom. Charlotte didn't know that just a few hours after they separated, Robert's children made such a big commotion for him. Charlotte, at this time, I'm asking around for Dr. Kureha, a witch. Charlotte wanted to see this 100-year-old woman. Of course, Charlotte is not lustful, but something really happened. Charlotte is very interested in Kureha's medical skills, and also interested in the secret of Kureha's youth. After all, Charlotte has many women. Although she has pure gold, Charlotte doesn't recommend letting her woman take care of herself. In addition, Charlotte always feels that Kureha has some secrets. Charlotte wanted to find out more. Just after Charlotte inquired about Kureha's specific residence, Robert also brought the crowd to the palace. Look at this tall palace. Deidara. Can you blast the gate of this palace? Asked Robert. Deidara glanced at the wooden gate after hearing Robert's words, and then immediately raised his head. Leave it to me. Deidara walked towards the palace gate immediately after speaking. And this scene was immediately seen by the guards guarding the palace gate. Who stops? Little devil. This is not a place for you to come, go home. The guards standing at the gate of the palace drove away. Deidara didn't listen to the group of people at all, and walked straight towards the palace gate. Some guards wanted to stop Deidara, but Deidara was immediately blasted out as soon as he touched him. Immediate death. Deidara's devil fruit is very destructive. Against some ordinary people, even the whole corpse cannot be saved. Not good. Enemy attack. It's the enemy. Seeing this scene, the guards reacted immediately. The muzzle was aimed at Deidara. Shoot. Shoot. The guards don't think this is an ordinary child when all of them are dead. Boom. Boom. The bullet landed on Deidara, and Deidara didn't feel anything at all. As a bomberman, bullets and shells have little effect on him. Just like that, Deidara walked slowly to the gate of the city. Look at the tall palace gate in front of you. Slowly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Drink. Art is a blast. Deidara raised his fist and slammed towards the palace gate. After the fist touched the palace gate, a huge explosion sounded. I saw the flames explode at the palace gate. Huge plumes of smoke rose and sawdust flew. There was a boom. The soldiers standing on the city wall only felt their feet shaking, and they all lay down on the ground in horror. What's the situation? In the palace, the king of Magnetic Drum Kingdom suddenly raised his head and looked towards the palace gate in the distance. Although he couldn't see it, his intuition told him that something happened at the palace gate. Go and see what happened? The king said to the servants beside him. Yes. The servant immediately trotted out to check what happened ahead. And in another part of Drum Kingdom. This explosion. Why is it a bit like Deidara made it? Caesar looked into the depths of the distant island, although he couldn't see anything. This is what Deidara made. Something must have happened there. A fight broke out. Estes was much more knowledgeable than Caesar, and immediately noticed something faintly. A fight broke out. Didn't Charlotte tell them not to let them cause trouble? Alice worried. It's okay, Auntie. They are not weak if Deidara pulls them. Nothing will happen. Caesar comforted his aunt when he saw her worried look. Then look ahead. Sister. You stay here to protect the mothers. I'll go take a look. Caesar exhorted. Estes nodded. Be careful, if something happens, send a signal. Estes exhorted. Okay. Caesar nodded. The body immediately swelled up, turned into a meter giant dragon, and flew towards the depths of the island. And at the gate of the palace. The smoke is gone. Deidara stood unscathed at the entrance of the palace, gesturing to punch. The palace gate in front of him had long since disappeared, and a lot of debris was piled next to Deidara. Seeing his destructive power, Deidara raised the corner of his mouth slightly, turned around slowly and looked up at everyone. It seems to be saying that I am great, right? Robert and others rolled their eyes, ignored Deidara's arrogance, and immediately walked up. The accident just now awakened all the defense forces. Quick! Fight back! Shoot! Shoot, kill these intruders! A general suddenly stood up and pointed at Robert and the others with a weapon. Then shoot first. Boom! Gunshots sounded. The bullet struck Robert and flew out from behind him. A large hole appeared in Robert's chest. Green smoke kept rising from his chest. Robert looked at his chest and shook his head. The big hole in his chest immediately returned to its original shape. This is the dominance of the natural department. Without the armor color, there is nothing you can do with the natural type. What? A user with natural abilities. This general obviously knows the ability of nature elementalization. How can there be people with natural abilities? The general couldn't believe that there would be a natural ability user here. In recent years, the most famous natural department is the 3 monster lieutenant generals of the Navy. It was also because of them that the general knew how powerful the natural department was. At this moment, the general's face turned pale. He didn't know where these children came from, and he didn't take it seriously at first, but after seeing the natural department, his mentality collapsed a bit. Shoot. Shoot me. The general standing on the wall roared. Whether it works or not, shooting was his only resistance. Bang bang bang. The sound of bullets was endless. After hearing the sound, Gebetta, who was standing behind her, came out. Let me do it. I'll stand in front. Immediately, hard obsidian appeared on the surface of Gilberta's body to block everyone. Robert shrugged after looking at it. The bullets kept hitting Gebetta's body, making a bang-bang sound. Chapter 375 Breaking into the Palace. Gilberta stood in front of many brothers and sisters. Bullets kept hitting his body, making bang-bang sounds. But it didn't cause any harm. And with Gebetta's abilities, Obsidian raised a large shield in his hand. Gebetta protected her brother and sister behind her against the enemy's fire. Brothers. We can't let Geberta handle it alone, let's take action too. Robert said as he saw Geberta advancing with difficulty. Although it didn't cause much damage, Geberta soon couldn't withstand such huge firepower. Yes. After hearing this, the people around him used their own methods to hide behind Geberta and attack. Except Robert, Deidara, Sif, Philip. Everyone else is made of flesh and blood, unable to ignore the threat of bullets. He could only hide behind Geberta. Scythe Blade. Julie made the first move. As the destructive power here is second only to Deidara, Julie has an advantage that Deidara does not have. That means you can attack remotely. The two swords kept flying. Wind blades 2 to 3 meters long attacked the city head quickly. In an instant, the firepower output of the city was suppressed. And it took the pressure off Gebetta. Well done, Julie. Robert's eyes lit up when he saw this. The body floated quickly. I want to take advantage of this gap in firepower to directly kill the city. Just let him rush to the city. Those soldiers can basically be declared dead. Robert didn't hesitate and acted immediately. In a few steps, he approached the city head, and his body immediately floated. In the horror of many soldiers, he rushed into the crowd. Large areas of gas continued to tilt. The soldiers close to Robert covered their throats one after another, feeling a sense of suffocation. Without holding on for a few seconds, they all fainted on the ground with wide eyes, foaming at the mouth. Robert's gas fruit played a greater role in the large-scale melee than Robert imagined. If he waits until he reaches adulthood and his devil fruit awakens, the gas environment created can easily destroy the life of a city or even an island. Damn. The general's eyes turned red as he looked at the natural ability users rushing towards him. Countless soldiers had died, and his heart was bleeding. Humph. Old guy. You want to stop me? Do you think you can do it? Robert immediately stood up and stepped forward, punching the general. Under this punch, the general didn't even hold on for a second, and was immediately knocked off the city wall by Robert. Life and death do not know. Robert quickly cleared the soldiers on the wall and continued to spread gas. And the Deidara people under the city wall entered the palace gate directly after the threat of bullets on the city wall disappeared. Like entering nowhere. He quickly rushed to the palace. Who are you? The guards who came to check saw the dead and injured soldiers in front of them, and then looked at the group of boys and girls walking over. Humph. I'm from the Rockefeller Pirates. Hand over your prince to me. Upon seeing this, Trunks immediately stood up and said coaxingly. Snapped. Who are you talking about? Be civilized. Sif immediately knocked Trunks on the head, interrupting his uncivilized behavior. Trunks immediately looked at the second sister aggrievedly. We are from the Rockefeller Pirates, tell your Prince Waldo to come out, we want to settle accounts with him. Sif looked at the person in front of her and said. Pirates? Pirates are invading. The guard's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. In this world, the reputation of pirates is very loud. Any ordinary person would be frightened when they saw a pirate. The guard ran away immediately, but he still had some conscience and ran towards the main hall. There was chaos around the palace. Even though Sif and the others didn't kill anyone, they themselves were in chaos. Humph. Trunks looked at the other party's reaction with great satisfaction. This is the attitude they should have. Trunks walked behind everyone with his hands in his pockets. At this time, we arrived at the palace. Everyone was not in a hurry to trouble Waldo. Instead, he looked at the palace curiously. Brother Robert. After seeing Robert come back, several people greeted him. Well, the soldiers here have basically been dealt with by me, and most of them have escaped. Robert said. Under Robert's weird method, no one would rush forward to die in a foolish manner. Let's go. Let's go to the king of this country and ask for an explanation. It won't work if we don't give us some compensation. Robert said with shining eyes. Looting a country is so interesting no matter how you look at it. Others followed Robert excitedly. There are not many good things like this. Now came a huge castle. What? Your king has escaped? Robert said while holding the collar of a guard. The guard's face was full of panic and fear, and his nose and tears were constantly flowing. King. His Majesty the King was immediately taken away by the guards after hearing about the pirate invasion. Robert was speechless listening to the guard's words. Ran, how could he just run away? You are the king, this is your country. Although Robert was speechless about the king's escape. But now that he has run away, what can he do? Where can I go to chase him? Where is the treasure trove of your kingdom? Robert sets his sights on the treasure trove of the Drum Kingdom. Robert has not forgotten his father's views on this country. How can a country with great medical care be poor? This. The guard immediately hesitated and did not dare to speak. If you don't tell me, I'll cut you into pieces. Robert said fiercely. But combined with his immature face, there is no deterrence in the eyes of others. But in the eyes of the guards, he is like a devil. He had seen the killing techniques of the young man in front of him. Yes. There. As the guards of the palace, the guards certainly know where the kingdom's treasure trove is. He immediately pointed in the direction. Get up. Take us there. Robert glanced at the direction, but that direction was to the left of the palace, but there were many rooms inside. Robert didn't know which palace it was. Was thrown to the ground by Robert. The guard immediately stood up, looked at Robert and the others nervously, and then led the way with his head down. Don't dare to resist at all. Robert and others followed the escort and walked over. But suddenly a dark shadow in the sky approached quickly. Robert. What's going on here? A loud roar sounded. A huge dragon head poked out from the clouds. Asked looking at Robert. Robert looked up at the dragon's head above. Brother Caesar. Come down quickly. We are going to hunt for treasure. Robert was not afraid at all when he saw Caesar but became even more excited. Treasure hunt? The giant dragon head, who was still majestic at first, looked for treasure after hearing it, and its reflexive eyes lit up. Chapter 376 Tunton and Junjun. Treasure hunting? What are you doing? Have you forgotten what Dad said before about not causing trouble? Caesar's body quickly fell from the clouds and continued to shrink. It has shrunk down to a body of 3 meters. Her childish face looks very young. The guard next to him was already frightened. He lived for more than 30 years, and it was the first time he saw a legendary creature like a dragon. Brother Caesar is like this. Robert and the others immediately explained to Caesar what happened during this period. After learning this, Caesar immediately looked at Eve. It was discovered that Eve's forehead did appear red and swollen, and a bump formed. Robert, how did you protect your sister? Caesar immediately looked at Robert seriously and asked. I'm sorry, Brother Caesar. Robert also immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Who makes him the biggest here? An older brother must protect his younger siblings. This is the truth that Charlotte has instilled in the hearts of many children since childhood. Perhaps Charlotte was a little biased in training her children. But Charlotte was still very successful in educating her children. Elena, really? Let's go. No one dares to bully my sister. My sister can be safe and sound. Caesar looked around and said. Upon hearing this, Robert immediately kicked the guard. Let him take them to the treasury. After arriving at the treasure house, they saw a gate blocking it. Caesar tapped the hardness. There was a dull sound. "You all stand back," Caesar said, looking at his younger siblings behind him. After hearing this, Robert and others immediately retreated. Caesar took out the guandao carried on his back. With one move of both hands, armed color domineering covers it. Thunder and lightning wrapped around. 10,000 tons thunder half-moon slash. Caesar roared loudly. Guandao immediately slashed at the gate. Bang! The door exploded. Countless pieces flew out. The material of the gate is made of rock. It's difficult to open without a key. And Caesar broke through it directly with the most primitive power. The great rock door fell apart. The door shattered. The treasure house is completely open to everyone in Caesar. Caesar cleared the rubble around him and looked at the treasure trove. Ha 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 ha. Brothers. We are rich. Caesar turned to look at his brothers and sisters behind him and said. Then the body stepped aside. The treasure house has everything from gold, silver, jewelry, and Bailey antiques. This is the background of the great medicine country. The accumulation of the Drum Kingdom for many years is now in the eyes of everyone. Get rich. Robert and others immediately looked at the treasure house with glowing eyes and rushed in. Their resistance to gold and silver Bailey is almost zero. Love these sparkly things. This is mainly due to Charlotte's usual training and the environment in which they live. Floating on the sea all year round, basically their childhood was spent on the boat. The sea is boring, with only a few pirates to keep them occupied. In order to train these children, Charlotte often took the children to rob pirates and plunder their treasures. As a result, they all like treasures. Caesar smiled slightly. He also walked into the treasure house and looked at the surrounding layout. Caesar is looking for something. Find something to calm Dad down. Devil fruit. Although there was a reason this time, it still violated Dad's order. Only a devil fruit can appease Dad. Caesar doesn't know if there is a devil fruit in this treasure trove. But thinking about it, as a world-renowned pharmaceutical power, there should be no devil fruits. After a while Caesar saw 2 treasure chests. The 2 treasure chests appeared in Caesar's eyes, and Caesar smiled. What's usually in a treasure chest the size of a basketball? Caesar knew this all too well. Immediately go to the treasure chest. Open them one by one. A purple devil fruit lay inside. The devil fruit was shaped like a big mouth. Pick up the note on the side. Superman ton fruit. Caesar murmured. Caesar was very happy after successfully harvesting a devil fruit. Open another treasure chest. It is also a purple devil fruit shaped like a spore. There is also a note next to it. Superman-type fungus fruit. See you later, Caesar laughed immediately. Haha. Dad will probably be extremely happy now. Caesar knew Dad well. I really like collecting devil fruits, and now I have 2 devil fruits in hand. Caesar felt that it was time for him to challenge his father's authority. Thinking of this, Caesar couldn't help but smile. Shaking his head and getting rid of the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, he put away the 2 devil fruits and looked at his younger brothers and sisters around him. And this group of people are constantly collecting gold and silver Bailey. One box after another was filled. There was so much gold, silver and jewelry that they obviously couldn't take it. At first I could only come by myself. Quickly. All the gold, silver and jewelry in the treasure house were emptied. Not even a Pele was left for the Drum Kingdom. Looking at the empty treasure house, the guard's heart froze. Robert held up a treasure chest that was 3 times bigger than him and walked to the guard. Looking at the dull expression of the guard, suddenly I felt a little sorry. Then he stretched his right hand toward his pocket. He took out 10,000 belly. This is for you. Take the money and run away. You can't stay in the Drum Kingdom any longer. Robert kindly reminded. Then he left here holding a treasure chest 3 times bigger than him. And in a hidden palace in the Drum Kingdom. Have you notified the Navy? The king of the Drum Kingdom looked at the chief minister and asked. The Navy tells us to hold on. The minister lowered his head and did not dare to look at the old king. Bang. The old king broke the water glass and looked into the distance. Have you checked it out? Why did the Rockefeller pirates invade us? Asked the old king in a low voice. The anger in his voice couldn't be concealed. This. The minister seemed to have some scruples and hesitated. Say it. The old king's patience has almost reached its limit. It's Prince Waldo. Prince Waldo injured Rockefeller Charlotte's daughter. Those people from the Rockefeller family invaded the kingdom in order to retaliate against Prince Waldo. After the minister finished speaking, he immediately fell to his knees and did not dare to speak. Rebel. Rebel. Puff. Then a mouthful of old blood spurted out. He immediately fainted and fell to the ground. His Majesty. His Majesty. The surrounding ministers shouted. Come to the old king. His Majesty's funeral. A minister put his hand under the king's nose, shook his hand, and shouted. For a time, the small courtyard was full of crying. And on board the Poseidon. Everyone. You just looted this kingdom. Charlotte looked at the many children below and said in disbelief. When did they become so bold? Then Charlotte looked at Eve again. Eve also had a big bump on her forehead. Choo Choo looked at her father pitifully. This is what Caesar told Eve before he came back. Charlotte held her forehead, her children were getting bolder and bolder. Chapter 377 The Breath of the Beast. Charlotte can already imagine tomorrow's front-page headlines. The world government will definitely publicize the brutality of the Rockefeller pirates all over the world. Although these public opinions are nothing to Rockefeller Charlotte. The reputation of the Rockefeller pirates has long been ruined. But being so disgusted by the world government every day, Charlotte also felt shocked. Dad. I was wrong. Robert looked at his father's helpless look and immediately came out to admit his mistake. Others also stood up and admitted their mistakes. The attitude of admitting mistakes was so positive that Charlotte didn't even know what to say. Dad. I found 2 devil fruits in the sacking of the Drum Kingdom this time. Suddenly. Caesar on the side suddenly spoke. Then he took out 2 treasure chests. Charlotte looked over. Caesar opens. They are the Tunton fruit and the fungi fruit, both of which are very good abilities. Caesar said with a smile. Charlotte looked at the 2 devil fruits. I wanted to find it myself later. I didn't expect to be preempted by this group of children. Shaked his head. Forget it. This time you are excusable. We can't do this again. Charlotte exhorted. Although pirate plunder is normal. Didn't Charlotte plunder every day when he first went to sea? But the current situation is not optimistic. Ordinary pirate plunder and Rockefeller pirates plunder are 2 different things. World governments and navies will definitely focus on Rockefeller Charlotte. Charlotte didn't want to be targeted by the Navy and the world government before returning to the New World. Yes. Upon hearing this, Robert's face immediately became slightly happy, and he bent down and agreed. Caesar placed the devil fruit next to Charlotte. You all go down. Train your strength. You will return to the New World soon. When the war continues, everyone's life will be in danger, and even if you are not careful, your life will be lost. Charlotte accepted the devil fruit, looked at the dozen or so children around and said. The tone was very serious. Everyone could also feel something different from Charlotte's tone. The Rockefeller pirates stayed in the Drum Kingdom for another 2 days. After collecting all the medical skills in the Drum Kingdom, the Rockefeller pirates left the port of the Drum Kingdom. Nothing happened during this period. There is no news at all about the Navy and the world government. Didn't even see the news. The more this happened, the more urgent Xia Luo felt. It's definitely the calm before the storm. Gaia Island. An island of pirates. And near the waters of Gaia Island. The Rockefeller pirates came near Gaia Island. Strange. Why doesn't the record pointer stop spinning? It's still pointing upward. Robert looked at the record pointer on his wrist and wondered. What's so strange about this? Maybe the island is right above our heads. Deidara sat aside helplessly, sweating profusely, and said. The dumbbells in his hands were waving constantly. Sky Island? Robert was surprised. It should be an empty island. There are many such islands in the New World. Estes walked over and looked at the empty sea around and said. Miss. Robert and Deidara cheered up as soon as they saw his death. Dad said we will go to Sky Island later. If the ship can go up there, let's do it together. If not, bring some people to sit on Caesar and fly up. Estes looked at the sky and said. Fly up? Robert and others were surprised. Caesar also came over at this time. His face was full of misery. It's up to you later. Esteth looked at Caesar and said. Caesar just nodded with a bitter face. It is easy for Caesar to fly to an altitude of meters, but if he uses island cloud to drag the entire Poseidon up with him. But it was a bit difficult for him. Although Caesar is already 14 years old at this time, he can be considered a little adult, and with the blessing of talent, his height has reached meters, and his strength is also very strong. But Caesar knows very well that his staying power is not very strong. This is an age limit and there is nothing Caesar can do about it. Charlotte stood on the top floor and looked at the surrounding sea, then looked at the children gathered on the deck, and smiled. Kong Dao. I'm coming. Charlotte has long wanted to come to Sky Island. Whether it is the gold on the island, the thunder fruit, or the spaceship technology, this is what Charlotte longs for. This is a place that Charlotte has longed for since she first crossed over. Even when he was not strong, he even thought about eating the thunder fruit. After all, the title of the strongest natural department is not a joke. Unfortunately, the disturbances in the new world have always affected Charlotte's energy. Now I can finally get what I wanted. Charlotte looked at the sky. The meter altitude seemed to not exist in Charlotte's eyes. Looking at the blue sky, the color of sight is constantly expanding. Suddenly, I realized why there was a black spot in the sky. Up to meters high. Help. I'm going to fall to my death. I saw a red-nosed boy holding the pole of the boat tightly, watching the rapidly falling boats around him with tears streaming down his face. Bucky. You are too cowardly. With the octopus balloon here, we won't fall to death. The red-haired boy on the side also hugged the boat pole tightly and looked at the red-nosed boy opposite and said, Chi Shanks. How brave are you? Why don't you let go? Bucky was very dissatisfied with Shanks' words. The noise between the two did not affect the surrounding Roger pirates. Roger looked at the octopus balloon above and smiled. Roger. Now we can land safely. Rayleigh said while looking at the slowly declining trend around him. Yeah. But I'm afraid this ship will die. Roger lamented as he looked at the ship that had been with them for decades. Raleigh also became serious. Yes. This family is dying. Riley's words seemed to mean something. Roger laughed. Ha 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 ha. I know a very amazing shipbuilder. In the capital of Seven Waters, I will ask him to build a pirate ship that can sail in the New World. Roger said. Okay. Riley nodded and said nothing. But suddenly, both Roger and Rayleigh raised their heads and looked serious. Even Kazuki Oden on the side was stunned. And on the sea. Charlotte raised her head sharply and locked her eyes on the black spot in the sky. Barrett, who was on the deck, also raised his head sharply. The breath of the beast. Barrett said slowly. Barrett's strangeness was immediately noticed by his death and Caesar. They all raised their heads and looked towards the meter-high sky. His death looked at the space, and his vision continued to expand. Slowly he became serious. We're in trouble. Estes said. The long sword at his waist was clenched tightly in his hand. The people around looked around nervously, not understanding what was happening. Chapter 378 Hand over your treasure. The Roger pirates slowly descended from high altitude. Slowly magnified in everyone's eyes. Roger pirates. Charlotte stood on the bow of the ship and looked at the Roger pirates who landed on the sea. Roger also stood on the bow of the ship and looked at the Rockefeller pirates. I didn't expect to meet him here. Roger said with a serious expression. Rayleigh also looked at the other side with a solemn expression. He could feel two auras from the opposing pirate group that were not weaker than his. One of them was obviously stronger than him. You don't need to think about it to know that the other party must be Rockefeller Charlotte. As for the other tyrannical aura, Rayleigh had some guesses in his heart. Kazuki Oden looked at the Rockefeller pirates. We met again. I don't know this time. Has the gap between me and you narrowed? The pirate groups on both sides immediately became tense. The Roger pirates and the Rockefeller pirates had almost no interaction. Both parties are strangers except for Charlotte, who knows Roger pirates. I don't know what the other party's attitude is. Roger looked at the tall and straight figure. My consciousness returned to 12 years ago. During the battle in the Valley of the Gods, he had a brief encounter with Rockefeller Charlotte. Roger still clearly remembers the other person's face. After 12 years, the other person's face has not changed at all. And he was seriously ill. Thinking of the battle in the Valley of the Gods, if Rockefeller Charlotte hadn't betrayed Rocks at a critical moment, the Rocks pirates would have collapsed. Maybe that battle was the battle that destroyed the Roger pirates. After 12 years, the two met again. But this time, it was the Roger pirates and his Rockefeller pirates. Roger lowered his head and kept thinking in his heart. Roger. I have to remind you. Your body can no longer support a battle. Kuroka's, the ship's doctor of the Roger pirates, came over and said. How many years do I have? Roger asked suddenly. Kuroka's was taken aback. 3 years at most. Kuroka's said. That's enough. Roger smiled slightly. He immediately pulled out Ace from his waist and pointed at the Rockefeller pirates. Hand over your treasure. Roared Roger. The countdown to life made Roger extremely anxious. He had too many regrets about not finishing. In the last 3 years, he will find the secret engraved in the stone tablet, and fight against the world's greatest swordsman, Rockefeller Charlotte. He has fought countless strong men, but one of them seemed like God was joking with him. Always miss Rockefeller Charlotte. Meet now, Roger won't give up. When Laylee heard this, he raised his eyebrows. He knew that he couldn't stop Roger's actions at all. Charlotte smiled slightly after seeing Roger's actions. He gave up in that battle 12 years ago, but 12 years later, he wants to see how strong the Pirate King is. The 7-star sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He raised the long sword in his hand and pointed at the Roger pirates. Estes. Charlotte's voice echoed throughout the ship. Exist. Estes snorted. After hearing his father's cry, he immediately stood up. She knew what her father was calling her for. Estes tiptoed and flew out of the ship quickly. Everyone in the Roger pirates looked at the beautiful figure flying out of the ship. It's the eldest daughter of Rockefeller Charlotte, Rockefeller Estes. Riley recognized the girl immediately. Roger smiled slightly but made no move. Estes flew out of the ship and immediately landed on the sea. The sea beneath my feet was immediately frozen, and I stood on the sea. He pulled out the long sword from his waist and looked at the Roger pirates with the corner of his mouth raised. Bing fong. A light blue wave rose around Estes. Wisps of cold air continued to spread towards the surroundings. The sea was frozen with Estes as the center. So strong. The crew of the Roger pirates looked at the rapidly spreading ice and expressed their surprise. Are you creating a battlefield? How considerate. Roger said as he looked at the ice that had spread to the ship. Charlotte's eldest daughter. She really has some tricks up her sleeve. Rayleigh said while staring at Estes standing between the two pirate ships. As far as the eye can see, the sea is blocked by ice, and ships are stuck in the ice, unable to move forward. Estes withdrew her power and looked at the Roger pirates with a smile on her lips. You are being looked down upon. Roger was stunned, looked at the other party's childish face and said. Yes. We were underestimated. Riley said with a shrug. Then let the Rockefeller pirates see how powerful we are. After Roger finished speaking, he immediately jumped off and walked on the ice. Little girl. You are very good. Do you want to join my pirate group? We are the freest pirate group. Roger came to the ice and looked at Estes and invited. Whoosh. A sword energy quickly flew out from behind Estes, causing Estes's long ice blue hair to float. Roger's expression changed, and he raised his knife and swung it out immediately. Bang. There was a cracking sound. Poaching. It's all about my child. Roger. You don't take me seriously. A cold voice sounded. Charlotte slowly walked out from behind Estes and stood in front of Estes. Then he looked at Kazuki Oden. I'm not Whitebeard. I would abandon my own crew. As soon as these words came out, Kazuki Oden immediately became embarrassed. After all, breaking away from the Whitebeard pirates and joining another group of pirates is absolutely not allowed among pirates, which is equivalent to betrayal. Roger stood up after hearing this. Wow, ha 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 ha. It's been a long time since Charlotte. Your Rockefeller pirates are getting stronger and stronger. Roger laughed and looked at the hundreds of people standing behind Charlotte. In addition to children like Barrett, Caesar, Tesla, Robert, and Deidara, there are countless swordsmen and 7 or 8 swordsmen. Everyone's momentum is extremely tyrannical. Roger looked at the Rockefeller pirates and was secretly shocked. The opponent's strength was stronger than he imagined. You Roger pirates are not bad either. You can't compare to little pirates like us. Charlotte looked at Rayleigh, Jabba, the crew, Kazuki Oden, and Kazuki Oden's retainers. It seems that Kazuki Oden still doesn't know that Wano country has been occupied by me. Charlotte thought. When Roger heard this, he immediately puffed up his chest and looked at Charlotte proudly. Then Ace in his hand shook slightly and the corner of his mouth curled up. Hand over your treasure. Roger raised the huge sword Ace and pointed at it. The corners of Charlotte's mouth raised. Do you want to use the pirate method? Raise the 7-star sword. Then let me see your courage. Charlotte's voice fell. The battle between the two sides has officially begun. Chapter 379 Raleigh and hashtag 039 S-Shock. Look. What are you? On Gaia Island, countless people looked to the horizon following the exclamation. The sky. It's broken. Countless people looked at the sky in the distance in horror. The clouds split into 2 columns, flashing with lightning. The seawater is also constantly tumbling. The weather quickly turned gloomy. On the waters of Gaia Island, Charlotte and Roger's swords collided, and both sides stared at each other. The corners of Roger's mouth raised, revealing 8 white teeth. Charlotte's lips curled up and she looked at Roger's slightly pale face. Red-black lightning and red-green lightning were constantly swimming around the two people. Obviously this is the effect caused by the domineering entanglement of the overlord color. Clang. Swords clash, the sound of metal clashing was very loud. The fluctuations caused by each move swept across all directions. Even the ice created by his death is constantly breaking. These two are so messed up. Rayleigh looked helplessly at Roger and Charlotte. You seem bored. How about playing with me? A cold voice sounded. Rayleigh only felt like he was enveloped by a huge black shadow. In an instant, Rayleigh's original relaxed expression immediately changed. Douglas Barrett. Rockefeller Charlotte's right-hand man. The Devil's descendant and the destroyer of nations. Rayleigh slowly revealed the identity of the person in front of him. I didn't expect the majestic Pluto to know me as a little guy. Barrett looked at Riley expressionlessly and said. He. If you are a nobody, then what do I care about? Rayleigh shook his head and immediately took out the knife from his waist. Let me test your strength. Rayleigh spoke and swung the knife fiercely. The incomparable slash flew towards Barrett. Barrett watched the swift attack, but didn't move at all. He just slowly raised his fist, and the dark-armed domineering force quickly enveloped his fist. He struck hard towards the slash. Bang! An explosion sounded. Barrett's fist received the blow without any damage, and even the gloves on his fist were not damaged. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. What a terrifying body, what an astonishing aura of armed domineering. People like Rayleigh who have seen the world can't help but marvel at the opponent's strength. In fact, not only Rayleigh, but also Charlotte was very amazed. It can be said that Charlotte grew up watching Barrett. With the blessing of talent and continuous physical training, his physical body is no less terrifying than Charlotte. What amazed Charlotte even more was Barrett's bottomless armed domination. The continuous flow of armed domineering energy seems to be free of charge. Charlotte had witnessed it with her own eyes, Barrett turning on the devil form. 100-meter-tall giant, and an armed domineering force covering 100 meters. It almost shocked Charlotte's heart. Charlotte was envious of the domineering content of that weapon, and marveled at this monster in her heart. I am also glad that I took Barrett under my wing early and became my most trusted right-hand man. Your knife is very sharp. It's just a little weak. Barrett clenched his fist and said, feeling the power coming from above his fist. Raleigh immediately became a little embarrassed when he heard this. Ha 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 ha. I'm getting old. You young people will rule the world from now on. Riley said awkwardly but politely. After hearing this, Barrett looked at the other person's golden hair. Senior. Are you kidding? Barrett also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Suddenly his expression changed. He looked at Rayleigh with a ferocious expression. The purple-black domineering color on his body rose to the sky. Old? You are not old at all. Barrett jumped up in the blink of an eye and punched Riley. With that punch, Rayleigh saw the Overlord's color entangled. Rayleigh immediately put away his contempt, and the knife in his hand immediately flashed black and red. He immediately swung his sword towards Barrett. Clang! The fist and the knife did not touch each other. Barrett's body was suspended in the air, pressing towards Rayleigh. Riley stared at Barrett's fist in disbelief. Overlord color entanglement. How old are you? You actually mastered the Overlord color entanglement. Raleigh was surprised. This time, it was the first time that Riley took Barrett seriously. Barrett's body was hanging upside down and his fists were pressing down on Riley, with a grin on his face. Is it difficult to be entangled with the Overlord color? Say this, fist hard again. Riley only felt that his body had begun to press down. And the ice under my feet was almost unbearable. Clang. Riley was forced to retreat. A quick move opened the distance between him and Barrett. I saw that Riley's feet had been shattered into pieces. There is no place to stay. Barrett also quickly got out of the way. You must know that he is a devil fruit ability user. He didn't break even when he encountered seawater. I saw that the broken ice surface was healing again. Riley glanced slightly. Look at the girl standing in the middle of the battlefield. You Rockefeller pirates are really full of talents. Riley couldn't help but exclaimed. While looking at his death, Riley also looked in other directions. But when he saw it, Riley was instantly stunned. That boy who was as good as Kazuki Oden was so powerful. And isn't that the animal type, fantasy beast species, fish fruit, and blue dragon form that Kaido had 6 years ago? It seems that Charlotte has arrived. Thinking of this, Raleigh couldn't help feeling envious. That is a species of phantom beast. More precious than the natural system. But why do the Rockefeller pirates have so many natural elements? Watching a child turn into gas. Another child turned into mud again. There was also a little girl who turned into snowflakes. If you read it right. The 3 natural types are gas fruit, swamp fruit, and snow fruit. These are all natural. It goes without saying how precious the natural type is. It is difficult to see one in ordinary times, and you may not even see one in an era. But now there were 3 natural devil fruit users in front of him. Are you going to compete with the 3 natural elements of the Navy? Rayleigh's jaw dropped in shock as he looked at the fighting around him. He felt that he had underestimated the Rockefeller pirates. It was originally thought that the Rockefeller pirates were the weakest among the 4 legendary pirate groups. But look at it now. The Sky Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Big Mom Pirates. There is no need to look at it in front of the Rockefeller pirates. Rockefeller Charlotte's children are all devil fruit users. When they reach adulthood, they will be so powerful, coupled with the protection of Rockefeller Charlotte. Rayleigh can already imagine the future scenario of the Rockefeller pirates dominating the new world. Think of this, Rayleigh felt sad when he thought about the Roger pirates. Chapter 380 Jabba's exclamation. And this is different from the previous Sea Overlord rocks. This is a pirate group united by family ties, and the power it unleashes is definitely far greater than that of the Rocks pirates. And all of them are devil fruit users. How Rockefeller Charlotte collected it. The Rockefeller pirates and Rockefeller Charlotte are really good at hiding. Everyone was deceived by Rockefeller Charlotte's appearance. At this moment, Laylee thought of the warning his old acquaintance Xiachi had given him. Never underestimate Rockefeller Charlotte, he may be plotting against you in the dark at any time. What are you thinking about? I'll help you recall your memories. Barrett's figure came to Riley. A huge fist hit Rayleigh's head. Rayleigh stared at the fist helplessly and had no time to react. Bang! Rayleigh's body flew out uncontrollably. He fell heavily onto the ice and was buried in the ice debris. Riley and Barrett are about equal in strength. But during the battle, Rayleigh actually got distracted. This makes Barrett very unhappy. He felt insulted. Cough cough. Rayleigh stretched out a hand from the ice slag, revealing his bloody head. Young man. You don't have martial ethics. Attack me, an old man who is almost 50 years old. Rayleigh stood up, looking at the blood on his forehead. With a trace of blood on his forehead, his aura continued to rise. Overlord-colored domineering energy was rising all over his body. Barrett touched his fists and raised the corners of his mouth. Then let's fight. Barrett rushed out quickly and continuously attacked Riley. The battle between the two became fierce in an instant, but for a while there was no winner. And in another part of the battlefield, the battle between Caesar and Kazuki Oden was also very fierce. Brother. We haven't seen each other for 6 years. I didn't expect that after 6 years, you would grow so big and be so strong. Kazuki Oden said while looking at Caesar's mighty half-dragon body. Ah la 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 la. So you still remember me? I thought you forgot me. Your Oden is delicious. Of course Caesar remembers the confrontation that awakened his domineering aura. The Rockefeller pirates and the Whitebeard pirates collide head-on. The battle between Dad and Whitebeard will never be forgotten in Caesar's heart, that shocking battle. Ha 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 ha. Brother, you also like to eat Oden. After our battle is over, I will treat you to eat as much as you like. Kazuki Oden was very happy after hearing that his Oden was delicious. Then wait until the battle is over. Caesar swung his Guandao sword after sword. Although the two of them kept talking, the fighting never stopped. Although Caesar is not a swordsman, nor is he a swordsman. But with this brute force alone, wielding the sword is still very intimidating. And Caesar's Guandao is not an ordinary Guandao. That was Guandao, the person with devil fruit abilities. Ton pressure off the knife. The ups and downs of the ever-changing weight constantly impacted the two swords in Kazuki Oden's hands. As a result, Kazuki Oden had no way to deal with Caesar. Although Caesar is only 14 years old. But that talent, brute strength, physique, plus the awakening of the animal type, fantasy beast species, fish fruit, and blue dragon form. Although his strength is mixed, it still puts him at the level of a quasi-general. But it is difficult to defeat Kazuki Oden. But Kazuki Oden didn't want to break Caesar's defense either. What a monster! Kazuki Oden looked at the young man in front of him and exclaimed. 6 years ago, he was defeated by Xiao Luo with one move. 6 years later, he actually couldn't even win over Charlotte's son. Kazuki Oden didn't know whether he was too weak or the opponent was too strong. Roger versus Charlotte. Riley versus Barrett. Kazuki Oden versus Kaiser. On the 3 main battlefields, the fighting was fierce. All the crew members avoided these 3 main battlefields to avoid being affected. And in another place. Jabba, the third man in the Roger Pirates, looked at the girl in front of him and shook his head slightly. Little girl, you are not my opponent, forget it. I don't want to hurt the peace of Roger Pirates and Rockefeller Pirates. Jabba was obviously unwilling to do anything with a little girl. Especially a little girl who had just spent a lot of time to create a battlefield. Isdeth looked at Jabba and gritted his teeth. The person in front of her gave her a great sense of oppression. That aura is comparable to Barrett's. Look at the double axes in the opponent's hands. Isdeth obviously won't give up. The ice blue overlord colored domineering energy was instantly released and enveloped Jabba. Jabba was stunned. It's domineering and domineering again. How come the Rockefeller Pirates have so much domineering aura? Jabba's eyes curled slightly and he glanced at Rockefeller Charlotte, who was having a fierce battle with his own captain. Then he looked at Douglas Barrett, who was on par with Riley. There is also the Rockefeller Caesar who had a back and forth with Kazuki Oden. Plus here's Rockefeller Isdeth. A group of 4 hegemons. How did they live in harmony? Jabba was a little confused, but the next moment. A flash of sword light flashed. Jabba subconsciously raised an axe and blocked it in front of him. Clang. Isdeth's western sword struck Jabba's weapon. Little girl. Sneak attacks are not a good habit. Jabba blocked it lightly, shocked away Isdeth. Isdeth immediately and unconsciously took a dozen steps back. Bit your lip, very unwilling. Jabba's strength is definitely infinitely close to that of a general. How could Isdeth, a lieutenant general, be able to fight against him? Speaking of which, Isdeth was also feeling rather uncomfortable. As the eldest daughter of the Rockefeller family, she was supposed to protect her younger siblings. It seems that her strength is indeed growing slowly. Of course, in her eyes, her strength grew slowly. At the very least, Caesar, who was 2 years younger than her, was much better than her. Even though she keeps practicing, training, and fighting with her sword every day. But compared with Caesar, who knows how to be lazy and sleep every day, but his strength is still rising rapidly. Isdeth's efforts are not worth mentioning. Sometimes Charlotte herself feels that Caesar is simply God chasing and feeding him. Do nothing and sleep every day. The strength grew so fast that everyone's jaw dropped. Sometimes talent can really do whatever you want. But this scene made Isdeth extremely uncomfortable. As the 4th combat force of the Rockefeller Pirates, she is far behind the top 3 in combat power. This made her extremely unbalanced. She needed strength, the strength to protect her family. And Jabba looked at the girl in front of him who kept swinging his sword. The constantly flying slashes all showed that this woman was a swordsman. Even Jabba had never seen such a young female swordsman. The Rockefeller Pirates are really full of monsters. Chapter 381 Shanks's Outbreak. The battle between the Roger Pirates and the Rockefeller Pirates. The fight was very sloppy. Get started without saying a word. It's Roger and Charlotte. Wahahahaha. Charlotte. Your subordinates seem to be dying. Roger split Charlotte's long sword with one blow and looked around and said. The crew with eyes on his command was compared with Rockefeller's crew. Then he nodded in satisfaction. It's too late to say this now. Come on. Keep going. Charlotte didn't give Roger any time to stay, and swung his sword out again. Roger blocked quickly. This swordsmanship. No wonder even Newgate praised it. Roger said. My swordsmanship doesn't need anyone's praise. Charlotte said without hesitation. Wow, ha ha ha. I'm so proud. Roger swung the knife again, forced Charlotte away, and said with a laugh. The tip of his nose twitched at the corner of his mouth. Drink. You don't even care when you fight with me. Are you looking down on me a bit? Charlotte turned her wrist. Demon sword? Badian. A red and green slash slashed towards Roger fiercely. Roger instantly put away his smile and looked at the green-red slash. With a wave of both hands. God avoid. Clang. The collision of domineering colors instantly shattered the ice layer between the two. Sea water kept surging from inside the ice. The two stood on the broken ice, floating on the sea, looking at both sides. Wow. Bastard. You little brats. Do you want to taste the power of my uncle? Bucky looked at the two little ghosts surrounding him and roared. Look at Bucky showing off his power. If you didn't look carefully at those trembling legs, you would have been deceived by him. He seems to be Red-Nosed Bucky, one of the two interns of the Roger Pirates. He's pretty awesome. Do you want to join forces? Deidara looked at Bucky in front of him and suggested to Robert. Yeah. I feel danger in him. Join forces to fight against the enemy. Robert said with serious eyes. Gas is constantly spreading on the body. Bucky's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Natural style, natural style. Bucky's little heart almost jumped out of his chest. Listen, join forces, you, a natural person, want to join forces. Bucky held 6 throwing knives in his hand, and while looking at Robert and Deidara coldly, he secretly cursed in his heart. Do it. I'll cover. Robert shouted. In an instant, various gases surrounded Bucky, blocking Bucky's sight. Understand. Deidara moved instantly, staring closely at Bucky's body, and immediately came behind Bucky with a dodge. Bucky was startled, and his body immediately seemed to split apart. Ah. See this scene, Deidara stopped the hand that was about to attack, and watched this scene in shock. What's the situation? Deidara looked at Bucky in surprise. Suffer to death. Bucky was taken aback at first, and unconsciously used his ability to split apart, but after seeing Deidara stunned. Saw an opportunity right away. Throw the flying knife in your hand. Careful. Robert had been watching Bucky's every move. After seeing that he was about to attack Deidara, the gas immediately turned into a fist and struck the flying knife. Interrupted the flying knife. Deidara. You bastard. Why are you so dazed during the battle? Robert yelled at Deidara. Deidara also reacted instantly. Robert. He just split. Deidara pointed at Bucky and said in disbelief. Asshole. That's a devil fruit user, be careful. Robert was speechless about this younger brother. After hearing this, Deidara immediately stepped back and no longer dared to approach Bucky. It would have been over if he hadn't just split. Robert attacks him from a distance. Don't get close. Deidara said to Robert with some uncertainty. Okay. Back off. Robert agreed, and then came to Deidara, and immediately released countless gas, surrounding Bucky. Bucky looked at the purple gas around him and unknowingly felt a little dizzy, his head felt heavy and he wanted to sleep. Bucky. Hold on. I'm coming soon. Not far away, Shanks saw Bucky surrounded by 2 people, one of whom was a natural devil fruit user. I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If you want to save your partner, you have to break through my level first. A long sword strikes in Tesla's hand, stabbed towards Shanks. Shanks counterattacked immediately. The swords kept colliding in the air. Shanks only feels a little troublesome. What's your name? Shanks said looking at Tesla. Rockefeller Tesla. His dream is to become the world's first scientist. Tesla immediately raised his head and said. Oh. Scientist? Amazing. My name is Shanks. My dream is to sail freely on every ocean. Shanks introduced himself. You are amazing too. Tesla swung out sword after sword, and the strength of the two was on par. Shanks now does not have the strength of future generations. You must know that Shanks reached the top at the age of 39. And now he is only 12 years old, the strength is far from surpassing that of Tesla. And the 13-year-old Tesla, with Charlotte's continuous teaching and Tesla's unremitting efforts, was able to compete with Shanks, and even beat Shanks. Shanks! Bucky suddenly shouted. After hearing this, Shanks suddenly raised his head and looked behind him. Bucky was seen swaying unsteadily, looking at Shanks with some reluctance. Then he fell straight to the ground. See this scene, Shanks' eyes are splitting. Bucky! Shanks roared, and his domineering aura suddenly burst out from Shanks. This amazing momentum rose around Shanks. Charlotte and Roger turned their heads and looked over. Charlotte's eyes instantly became serious. And Roger laughed. Rayleigh also looked at Shanks and smiled, but then immediately put away his smile and stood up with Barrett. Ha 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 ha. Hongtaro did not disappoint me. Kazuki Oden also looked at Shanks with a smile. TCH. It's just a look of dominance. What's there to care about? Caesar drew a sword and slashed through it. The overlord color and domineering energy also soared into the sky. Kazuki Oden just smiled, blocked with two swords and attacked immediately. Bawang looks domineering. It seems that you are also a group of 4 tyrants. Is Death glanced at Shanks and said to Jabba. Ha 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 ha. Jabba just smiled and said nothing, and continued to swing his double axe at his Death. It's just that Estes can clearly feel that the strength of the opponent seems to be weakening. This moment made his Death angry. The western sword in his hand continued to stab with a cold air. Bucky. Shanks forced Tesla back and quickly came to Bucky's side. Chapter 382 Report on Gaia Island. Bucky. Are you okay? Bucky. Shanks came to Bucky's side and looked at Bucky, who had fainted, and shouted. But Bucky didn't react at all. Shanks immediately raised his head and glared at Robert and Deidara, unleashing his domineering and disorderly look. Robert and Deidara waved their hands quickly. Don't look at me. We didn't know he was so weak. He didn't even hide. And he's fine. He just fainted from inhaling too much gas. Robert said, looking at Shanks. Shanks took a deep breath after hearing this, glanced at Bucky, who looked in pain, and picked him up. Mr. Kuroka's. Save Bucky. Shanks held Bucky and came to the ship's Dr. Kuroka's and begged. Kuroka's stopped fighting when he saw it, and the opponent also stopped and looked at Shanks. Send it to the ship. Let me see what's going on. Kuroka's said, then looked at the Rockefeller pirates in front of him, nodded and left. The crew member didn't stop him and watched him leave quietly. The fighting stopped. Because of Shanks' overbearing aura, both sides stopped. Roger looked at Charlotte. Would you like to try the wine of our Roger pirates? Roger invited Charlotte. Haha. No problem. Charlotte immediately sheathed her sword and stopped. The battle just now has been going on for a long time. If there is really a winner, I'm afraid it won't be possible for 10 days and 10 nights. It's better to stop. Such is the battle between pirates. 1 second there was tension, the next second there was wine and conversation. Little ones. Have a banquet. Let's welcome the arrival of the Rockefeller pirates. Roger hugged Charlotte's shoulders and shouted to everyone familiarly. Charlotte shrugged. Have a banquet. After fighting for a long time, the ordinary crew members were also a little tired, and immediately became excited after hearing Roger's words. Haha. What a pity. We can only decide the winner next time. Rayleigh looked at Bar's body and shook his head. I'll be waiting for you anytime. Barrett said. Haha. Caesar. I'll treat you to Odin. As soon as Kazuki Oden heard that the battle was over, he immediately hugged Caesar's shoulders like Roger and said. Okay, okay. Caesar didn't want to fight for a long time, and nodded immediately. Little girl. Let's practice for a few years. Jabba said as he easily took away Isthetha's sword. Isteth clenched her fists and retracted her sword unwillingly. Everyone who was fighting together 1 second immediately hugged each other and jumped happily the next second. Oh. Oh. Let's have a party. Robert and Deidara also hugged each other's shoulders and jumped to the side of everyone. Trunks. Looking at the somewhat chaotic battlefield around him, Charlotte shouted to Trunks. Trunks understood immediately. Look around. Get on the boat. I'm going to start exerting my strength. Trunks said, looking at the people around him. The Roger pirates were a little puzzled, but everyone in the Rockefeller pirates ran back to the ship. Especially the little ones who ate devil fruits. Trunks looked around at the people who had not yet boarded the boat and smiled slightly. His hands suddenly turned red, constantly radiating heat. The intense temperature caused the air around Trunks to become distorted. Not good. Seeing this scene, the crew members of the Roger pirates ran towards the ship. Heating. Trunks put his hands on the ice. The temperature rises in an instant. The ice immediately melted with Trunks as the center. The ice stuck around the ship melted immediately. Roger's eyes immediately lit up as he looked at the changes around him. Kid. Do you want to join my pirate team? Roger immediately invited. But Trunks didn't have the strength to speak now. In order to break the ice created by the eldest sister, it took almost all of Trunks' strength, and it only melted the ice around the ships of both sides. There was still ice further away. Charlotte immediately came to Trunks' side and supported Trunks to prevent him from falling to the bottom of the boat. There seems to be a Gaia Island nearby. How about we hold a party there? Charlotte looked at Roger not far away and suggested. No problem. Anywhere will do. Roger agreed wholeheartedly. Young ones. Target Gaia Island. Let's go. Roger raised his arms and shouted. Charlotte smiled and looked at Barrett. Barrett immediately came to the helm and took the helm. The battle here is already known to many pirates on Gaia Island. It's not good. It's not good. There's a battle there. It's a battle between the Roger pirates and the Rockefeller pirates. As early as when the sky changed, someone had already gone to check it. From a distance, I saw two ships flying pirate flags facing each other. And fierce fighting broke out. The navy backed up and the sky tore apart. After seeing the other side's flag, they immediately knew the identity of both sides. One is the Rockefeller pirates who are about to return from their voyage across the world. One is the pirate group with the best reputation and the highest bounty in recent years. These two pirate ships are among the 4 legendary pirates of the New World. The fight that broke out shocked everyone. On Gaia Island, in a tavern, after hearing the comments from people around me. The owner of the tavern immediately came to the backstage and dialed a phone number. Navy headquarters. This is Gaia Island. I have important information to report. Near Gaia Island, a battle broke out between the Roger pirates and the Rockefeller pirates. Reported immediately. The owner of this tavern is obviously a secret agent of the world government. Roger that. The liaison officer of the Navy headquarters was immediately shocked and came to the marshal's office with the report. Marshal. Something happened on Gaia Island in the first half of the Grand Line. The Roger pirates and the Rockefeller pirates met in the waters near Gaia Island, and a battle broke out. The intelligence officer reported immediately. What? You said a battle broke out between the Roger pirates and the Rockefeller pirates. Marshal Kong stood up immediately and asked in shock. Then he looked at the map and contacted the reports of the past few days. Snapped. Why didn't I notice the two of them's route of action? Seeing the wrong route maps, Sara was very upset. Quick. Inform Garp and take Akainu, Aoki, and Crane to check. Arrest him immediately if possible. Sora ordered. Yes. The intelligence officer said immediately and hurriedly retreated. Report. News comes from Gaia Island again. The battle between the Roger pirates and the Rockefeller pirates is over. The pirate groups of both sides landed on Gaia Island and started a banquet. Another intelligence officer trotted over to report. The report from the front and rear feet almost made Sara dodge to his waist. Chapter 383 Roger and #039's action. What are these pirates doing? Sara's roar almost burst through the roof. The three of the approaching Crane Capsifa looked at each other. What's that? I seem to have something to do. I'm leaving first. When Garp saw that the situation was not good, he wanted to leave. After he heard this, he immediately caught Garp with quick eyes and hands. Garp, stop making trouble. Something must have happened. Otherwise, the marshal wouldn't be so angry. Crane pulled Garp towards the marshal's office. Marshal. What happened? Suru walked into the office with Kapu Tsuruzifa. It's a crane. Kong took a deep breath to calm down. Look at it. It's about the Rockefeller pirates and the Roger pirates. Kong briefly told Crane what happened on Gaia Island. He looked at the news in silence. The two of them met on Gaia Island. A fight broke out. Garp looked at the information in his hand and immediately sat upright. Damn. I didn't know. Garp punched the table in annoyance. Originally, he had been chasing the Roger pirates, but the Roger pirates disappeared after returning to the first half of the Grand Line. Seeing that he couldn't find anyone, Garp simply returned to the Navy headquarters. I didn't expect to miss this battle. After hearing this, Kong rolled his eyes at Garp and looked at Crane. What should we do? We have already discussed before that we will besiege the Rockefeller pirates with Sengoku at the entrance to the New World, but will there be any surprises with the appearance of the Roger pirates? After hearing this, he fell into deep thought. With the Roger pirates as an unstable factor, accidents are bound to happen. We must be fully prepared. The entrance to the New World is not limited to Roger and Charlotte. Golden Lion Shurji has tried to break through the siege of the Warring States period countless times in the past 2 years but has never found an opportunity. It is very likely that he will seize it this time. Seize this opportunity, the three forces will join forces together, and we must not act rashly. Crane looked at Sora and said. The implication is to give up this operation. Too many constraints have caused the Navy headquarters to be helpless now. If it fails, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sora is silent. This is indeed very tricky. Let me think about it. Air said. Crane also sighed. The Navy headquarters discussion on the Roger pirates and Rockefeller pirates has reached a deadlock. It is true that these two pirates are too powerful, especially the Roger pirates. The previous arrests have already illustrated a problem. That is, it is useless for the two Navy admirals to take action, and they will not cause any harm to the Roger pirates at all. Whether it is Roger, Rayleigh, or Jabba, they are all the top people. Then he joined the former captain of the second team of Whitebeard Kazuki Oden. The strength of the Roger pirates has greatly increased, plus a Rockefeller pirates. Kongdu felt that if he acted, it might not be the pirates who died, but the Navy headquarters. On Gaia Island. On a remote beach. The bonfire party is going on the beach. Everyone was immersed in the banquet. Drink. Roger raised the wine glass in his hand and shouted to Charlotte. The wine-red color on his face showed that he was a little drunk. Hiccup. Charlotte burped. The smell of alcohol filled Charlotte's mouth and nose. This wine. It's so exciting, said Charlotte. Wow, ha ha ha. This is the wine from my hometown. It comes from the East China Sea. Roger looked very happy when he heard Charlotte's compliment. The two of them sat together and kept pouring wine into their stomachs. The surrounding situation seemed very happy. As early as the beginning of the banquet, Rayleigh ran to the maid's side and was grilling meat while talking to the maid. Jabba showed off his toned muscles among a group of imps. Kazuki Oden kept eating Oden with Caesar non-stop. Looks very happy. The party lasted until midnight. Everyone rested. Even Roger and Charlotte were not surprised. Wait until you wake up the next day. Most people were still lying on the beach and sleeping. Charlotte looked around and saw Roger lying next to her, with one thigh still pressing on her. This moment made Charlotte wake up. Kick out. What? A cry of pain sounded. Roger rubbed his ass and looked around. Who sneaked up on me? Then I saw Charlotte's right foot stretched back as if to hide. Ah ha ha ha. Charlotte. I didn't expect you to get up so early. Roger immediately said hello. Haha. Do you think I feel comfortable sleeping with you on top of me? Charlotte rolled her eyes and said. Wahahaha. Don't care. Don't care. Roger immediately put his arm around Charlotte's shoulders and said. That rascal behavior made Charlotte roll her eyes uncontrollably. Charlotte. I wonder what you think of the new world. The two sat down and looked at the sea in the distance, and Roger suddenly said. New world? How else can you see it? Sit and watch. Charlotte sat on the beach and stirred the fire and said. I mean, what do you think about the situation in the new world? You are about to return to the new world. Don't you plan to do anything? Roger asked, looking at Charlotte. What to do? First fight back Charlotte Lingling's invasion of my territory, and then wait for the opportunity to expand. Maybe I will take your territory too. Charlotte looked at Roger and raised her eyebrows. Is that so? That's really ambitious. Roger squinted at Charlotte. What if I give you the territory of the new world? Roger said suddenly. Charlotte's hand stirring the fire paused, then turned to look at Roger. Are you crazy? Why do you want to give me your territory? And I remember that your territory seems to span the front, middle, and back of the New World. You want me to be with Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Charlotte Lingling, Golden Lion Sherji starts fighting at the same time. Charlotte asked, looking at Roger. Ah ha ha ha. No. It's just that I don't want some of the land in my hands. I want to give it to a capable person. Roger waved his hand and said. Oh. Then why give it to me? Charlotte asked back. At least in your territory, your people can have enough to eat. Roger said seriously. I have been sailing in the New World in the past few years. I have seen Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lingling, and other pirates or forces in the kingdom. Only the people within your sphere of influence can have enough to eat. Roger looked at the sea and recalled the past few years of sailing. Is it because of this? Charlotte looked at Roger in surprise. To be honest, Charlotte has never managed her territory carefully or even cared about it. His territory has always been left to their own development. All you need to do is pay some negligible protection fee to Charlotte. The more money, the more you pay. To maintain the expenses of the Rockefeller pirates. Chapter 384. Maybe Charlotte herself doesn't know. After invading those islands, he eliminated the forces on the islands, such as the noble groups, and also liberated a huge stone from the heads of the people on the islands. There is no more exploitation by the nobles, and the Rockefeller pirates don't care much about the situation on the island, and there are no heavy tax burdens. The days of those islands are gradually getting richer and richer, visible to the naked eye. This is one of the reasons why Charlotte Lingling can't wait to invade Charlotte's territory. Almost all of Charlotte's islands are resource-oriented islands, with all kinds of mines. Even the world government uses various white gloves to obtain the ore under Charlotte's command. Charlotte also knows these. And very happy. Roger didn't speak, he just drank the wine from the flask quietly. Charlotte glanced at Roger. This matter remains to be considered. Charlotte didn't refuse directly, it's also something to consider. Roger shrugged. It doesn't matter. My territory is right there. If you want it any time, just plant a flag. Roger didn't care. Roger had snatched those islands from Edward Newgate the Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, and Charlotte Lingling. Liberated them. But they found that they were still so poor, which left Roger with no choice. His dream is to sail the world freely, and he doesn't want to be restricted by anything. Originally, he wanted to give it to Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, but Roger changed his mind when he saw Rockefeller Charlotte's territory. Charlotte nodded. The sun slowly rises. Time also passed slowly. Roger chatted with Charlotte all the time, waiting for the crew to wake up one by one. And Charlotte was like a fly next to her ears, buzzing all the time. Charlotte didn't even know where Roger came from so many words. As if Roger didn't know anything, he sighed after watching the crew members around him get up. The good times always pass so quickly. We are also about to start our own new voyage. I also wish you a happy journey. Roger stood up and looked at Charlotte, waved his hand and walked towards the ship. Charlotte sat quietly on the beach and watched Roger go away silently. Send Roger off. This should be the last time Charlotte sees Roger. After a day and a night of understanding. Charlotte couldn't say what she thought of Roger either. It can only be judged by future generations. Goodbye. All the crew members of the Roger Pirates waved to the Rockefeller Pirates. Goodbye. Caesar and others also replied immediately. Gradually, the ship disappeared from everyone's sight. Charlotte sat up and stood on the beach. Everyone looked at Charlotte, the captain. We are also going on our own trip. Are the children ready? Charlotte turned around and looked at the many children with a smile and asked. Always ready, Captain. That's good. Let's go. Charlotte waved her hand and said. Set off. A group of little ghosts raised their arms. Some swordsmen around smiled and looked at these cute little ghosts. Sailing on the sea, looking at the record needle. Is Caesar ready? Charlotte looked at Caesar and asked. After hearing this, Caesar nodded and looked at the sky seriously. I will do my best. Caesar promised. Then let's get started. Charlotte nodded. All crew members prepare. Prepare for liftoff. Cried Charlotte. Charlotte is going to Sky Island. I originally wanted to use Caesar's flame cloud to climb up. But after seeing the soaring sea current nearby, Charlotte decided to take advantage of the impact of the current, and then let Caesar go after the current became weak. Otherwise, Caesar alone would have brought the large ship of hundreds of meters and thousands of people onto the empty island. This difficulty is not ordinary. All crew members made their own preparations. Charlotte stood on the top of the boat, looking at the rising current that had slowly lifted, and waved her hand. The ship crashed into the upwelling current. What are they doing? Are they going to die? The pirates near Gaia Island exclaimed after seeing it. No. They are looking for the lost Golden City. A slightly immature boy looked at the big ship with determination in his eyes. The Golden City? The story of Rolando Lee, the great talker? Apparently there are still some pirates who know this story that has been passed down for hundreds of years. That's just a legend. It was probably made up by Rolando, the big talker. People around shook their heads. The young man clenched his fists as he listened to the ridicule of the people around him. Watching the Rockefeller pirate ship soar into the sky. I will also one day build a ship that can soar into the sky. The boy's oath was drowned out in the sound of ridicule. And above the sky. Oh. A group of people screamed. Robert and others grabbed the handrails beside them and rushed into the sky with exclaims. So cool. Exciting. Cried Robert. Charlotte also held onto the railing tightly and looked around. Always be prepared for any surprises. The ship rises quickly. 1,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 6,000 meters. 8,000 meters. Gradually, Charlotte felt the rocking of the ship. Can't you hold on? Charlotte murmured. Caesar. Charlotte yelled at Caesar. The ship had no power to move forward anymore. If not react. Falling from 800 meters to the sea. It will definitely destroy the ship and kill everyone. This does not allow Charlotte to be slow at all. Roar. When Caesar heard this, he immediately raised his head and roared to the sky. The body stretches rapidly. The body keeps expanding. Roar. In an instant, Caesar floated in the air and his body transformed into a giant dragon that was hundreds of meters tall. The god is floating in the air with great power. Then he opened his mouth wide. A cloud of flames was spat out by Caesar. Under Caesar's control, floating on the bottom of the ship. Caesar's body flew in the air, his meter-long body came to the bottom of the ship, held up the Poseidon, and flew towards the sky. Roar. A roar sounded. Charlotte, who was standing on the boat, heard Caesar's powerful roar. This Poseidon weighs 10,000 plus tons and is made of steel. With such a weight, even with the flame cloud reducing some weight, it is still extremely heavy. Letting Caesar drag a ship to fly is indeed a bit beyond Caesar's tolerance. The ship slowly rose into the sky. Charlotte stood on the top of the boat and could vaguely see the island clouds in the sky. Coming. Charlotte tightened her grip on the armrest and said. Roar. Another dull roar sounded. The speed of the ship's ascent has accelerated again. Until it broke through the island cloud, the ship floated among the islands and stabilized. Success. Death looked at everything around him and couldn't help but said excitedly. Caesar succeeded in doing it. Roar. A giant dragon flew in the sky, flew around in the sky and landed on the boat. Chapter 385 Sky Island. Huh. I'm exhausted. Caesar fell directly from the sky to the deck, lying on the deck breathing heavily. Good job. Death walked over and looked at Caesar lying on the deck. Caesar immediately stood up, scratched his head, and looked at the white clouds around him. Is this an empty island? It's actually made of clouds. Caesar looked around in surprise. Caesar saw this view for the first time. Not to mention Caesar. It was the first time for almost everyone to see this happen. Are we in the sea of clouds? Robert Dedar and others were lying on the edge of the boat looking at the clouds below and the various creatures in the clouds. It's like wandering in the ocean. Charlotte raised her head and looked around. The color of seeing and hearing was immediately released, covering everything around it. He immediately discovered an island in front of him. Let's go. Sail toward the south. Charlotte said to the controller. Yes. Captain. The ship immediately sailed in the direction pointed by Charlotte. Came to an island. God. Another pirate ship has arrived below Qinghai. The Sky Island God Guards immediately discovered a huge ship on the Bye-Bye Sea. Gon 4 frowned after hearing the report. People are here again from Qinghai. It's been really lively these days. I hope they didn't come with any malicious intentions. Gonfor sighed and stood up. Pierre. A shout. A horse with wings immediately flew over, and Gonfor sat on the horse's back and flew up, heading towards the White Sea. Is this an empty island? Ship docked. A group of little ghosts were lying on the side of the boat looking at the towering island built on the clouds. The air here is so thin. It's so uncomfortable to breathe. Klein and several young brats covered their chests and said with red faces. Indeed. At an altitude of meters, the air here is indeed extremely thin. It will be fine if you are still young for a while. Charlotte came out with her wives and looked at the children and said, Dad. Mom. After seeing Charlotte and their respective mothers coming, the little ghosts around them ran over one after another. Irina looked at these children who looked a little uncomfortable and waved her hand. A huge bubble loomed over the heads of these children. I felt plenty of oxygen immediately. Several children breathed greedily. Charlotte raised her eyebrows and looked at Elena. Elena smiled slightly. Oxygen bubbles, an ability not worth mentioning. After hearing this, Charlotte smiled slightly and shook her head. He immediately turned his head and looked at the sky. It locked onto a person flying over and a creature that looked like a bird and a horse. Charlotte already knew who it was. The god of Sky Island. As for what it was called, Charlotte really couldn't remember it. The other crew members also looked to the sky. A winged human sits on a winged horse. Is this an angel? Seeing this scene, many people were shocked. This outfit looks very much like a mythical angel. No, no, no. We are not angels. We are the people of Sky Island, and these wings cannot fly. Gonfall came to the top of the Rockefeller Pirates and explained. Swish. A sword sound sounded. A ray of sword energy flew out as it rubbed Gonfor's forehead. Gonfor was immediately frightened and had cold sweat all over his head. Pierre also flapped his wings and swayed. He looked at the little girl who drew the sword in horror. I don't like talking to people with my head raised. Isteth looked at Gonfall indifferently and said. Gonfor immediately realized his mistake and flew down quickly. Charlotte took a look at her eldest daughter, smiled. Hello. I am the god of Sky Island and the ruler of Sky Island. You can call me Gonfuel. Gonfor was still very discerning. He immediately looked at Charlotte, who was surrounded by people, and introduced himself. God. I haven't heard of him for a long time. The last person who claimed to be a god in front of me has been dead for more than 10 years. Charlotte looked at Gonfor playfully and said. Charlotte's words were full of murderous intent, and Gonfor's forehead was immediately covered with cold sweat. Don't get me wrong, Your Excellency. God is just like your king, it's just a title. Gonfor explained quickly. Charlotte shrugged. We want to take a walk around Sky Island, do you want to stop us? After Charlotte finished speaking, almost everyone in the Rockefeller Pirates clenched their weapons. As long as Gonfor dared to say no, he would spill his blood on the spot. Yes. Of course. Our Kong Dao welcomes friends from Qinghai the most. Gonfor wiped the sweat from his forehead. Does he dare not agree? With just that girl's move, he was sure that no one on the entire Sky Island could deal with them. Charlotte smiled. Turning around to look at the Rockefeller Pirates. Everyone get off the boat. Let's take a walk. Have some fun and relax. We're going to stay here for a while. Charlotte finished her words. The whole audience immediately cheered. Long live the captain. Long live Dad. After experiencing the tsunami that hit the sky just now, many people are still nervous. Coupled with the thin air, the atmosphere among all crew members was somewhat depressing. This is also the reason why Isteth draws her sword whenever she disagrees. Gonfor looked at the thousands of pirates and felt very worried. I wonder if these pirates will destroy Sky Island. Charlotte looked at the many crew members with a smile, and then looked at Gonfor. This god of Sky Island, I want to know where the Roger pirates in front of us went after they got to Sky Island. I want to see it. Gonfor looked at Charlotte's smile and felt a little guilty. No. No problem. After the Roger pirates stayed at Sky Island for 2 days, they headed towards Shantora. Gonfor pointed in a direction. Charlotte looked over and saw that there were layers of clouds and fog covering the area, so nothing could be seen. Charlotte already had a good idea in her mind, and the Golden City was basically certain. Thank you. But I have another question. How can I get there from Baika? Charlotte continued to ask. Baika. I seem to remember that there is indeed an island named Baika on the island near Kongdao. It seems to be an island to the south of Kongdao, but few people have been there. Gonfor recalled after hearing Baika. South. Charlotte looked behind Kongdao and nodded. Thank you. Don't worry. My crew will not destroy the piece of Sky Island. Charlotte assured. The other party didn't hide anything, which saved Charlotte a lot of effort, and Charlotte didn't mind releasing her goodwill. Thank you. Merciful strong man. After hearing this, Gonfor immediately bent down and bowed deeply. Charlotte waved her hand and looked at Kongdao. Get off the boat. Take a good look at the customs of Sky Island. After saying that, he was the first to jump off the boat. Dad. Do you have any pocket money? Klein and others also jumped down, immediately looked at their father and said with tearful eyes. Chapter 386. Look at these little guys asking for money. Charlotte looked at Elena. Go ask your mother for money. I don't have much money. To be precise, no change. All gold. Mom. Klein then looked at Elena and shouted. Elena rolled her eyes and took out some Baileys. Save some flowers. Don't spend them all at once. Looking at these 6-year-old children, he warned. Good mom. After receiving the money, Klein immediately shouted happily and started to share the money with several brothers and sisters. Robert looked at Klein with some envy. Mom. I want it too. Robert exclaimed sweetly. What? This sound directly disgusted Deidara. Okay. I have everything. Elena looked at the group of children with a smile, took out a large amount of Bailey and gave it to everyone. Thank you, Mama Elena. Deidara immediately shouted with joy after receiving the money. Everyone got a lot of money, and they all became happy. Gonfor immediately looked at these children with shining eyes, as if he were looking at the god of wealth. I didn't expect this pirate group to be so rich. Much stronger than the previous Roger pirates. The Roger pirates stayed at Sky Island for 2 days and basically spent nothing. And looking at this pirate group, any child can get tens of thousands of belly. If this were converted into ancient ace coins, the exchange rate would be 1 to 10,000. Ha ha ha. Welcome to Sky Island. There are many interesting things on Sky Island, such as this sound shell, which stores music. Gonfor took out his phone and handed it to the children. Robert took over and turned on the soundboard, and music came out immediately. Everyone's eyes lit up. Amazing. Robert said in surprise. Ha ha ha. This is just part of it. We also have lamp shells, water shells, image shells, everything. As long as you have money, you can get it. At this time, Gonfor directly transformed into a deliverman, crazily selling various Sky Island specialties. Successfully attracted everyone's attention. Even Barrett, at his calmest, was captivated. Charlotte smiled. You guys have fun on the empty island. Buy whatever you like. I'll be away for a while. If there's anything urgent, send me a signal. Charlotte looked at the crowd and said. Then he walked towards the depths of Sky Island. After taking a few steps, Charlotte jumped up and disappeared from everyone's eyes. The crew of the Rockefeller Pirates are already used to it. The captain of my family would sometimes leave quietly and act alone. The reason why Charlotte did this was to keep it secret. There was too much gold in Shantora, and Charlotte didn't want to gamble on people's greed. It would be better for him to know the gold alone. Just after Charlotte left. Without Charlotte, the atmosphere instantly became heated. Not only the children like these shells, but other crew members are also looking at these shells with interest. Take the money and walk towards the empty island. Smart people have seen the value of shells and plan to become second-hand dealers. This is a wind shell that can store wind and then release it. Almost all of our Sky Island warriors use it to equip skateboards and skates to move quickly. It can also detonate after storing gas. Gonfor took out another shell from the God's Guard beside him and said. When it came to gas, Robert immediately became interested and took it to take a look. This is a fire shell. It can store fire and then spray it out. It has a wide range of uses. It can kill people and set fire. It is a must-have artifact for home and travel. Gonfor took out a fiery red shell and said. Then he took out another shell. This is an absorbing shell. It can absorb any shockwave. It is a shell commonly used by Sky Island warriors for defense. After the shell was taken out, everyone was attracted by the shell. It can absorb impact force and then release it freely, and there is such an incredible thing. Almost everyone was attracted by Gon4's words. Let me try it. Daida stood up. After Gon4 saw it, he motioned to the person next to him. The captain opened the shell immediately after seeing it. Deidara raised his fist, and a destructive force gathered on his fist. The captain's eyes narrowed when he faced this fist, and a dangerous aura filled his heart. Boom. A loud bang. The explosion sounded. The shock wave of the explosion quickly hit the shell. When the shock wave approaches the shell, a mysterious force gathers in the shell and absorbs the impact of the explosion. Deidara's pupils shrank. His attack was absorbed. Others also frowned. Deidara's attacks can be said to be very powerful. The people who were touched basically had no bones left, but now they were actually absorbed by this small shell. I want this. Take as much as you can. Robert spoke. Robert was very happy to see Deidara deflated. Gon4 showed a money-loving smile. This is a shock shell. It can release shock waves, but the recoil is also fatal. Only the strongest warriors can use it. It is very powerful. The warriors of Sky Island use it to fight. Gon4 introduced again. As soon as the shock shell came out, everyone became jealous and waved their banknotes to buy it. When Gon4 saw that it was almost done, he immediately took out the housekeeping things. Holding a shell high. The last shell is the most powerful thing on Sky Island. It's called the slashing shell. It's the most powerful shell on Sky Island. It can absorb slashes and then release them freely. It's the nemesis of swordsmen. Gon4's words immediately silenced everyone. What did they hear? The nemesis of the swordsman, such arrogant words. Everyone glared at Gon4. And Gon4 also noticed something strange around him. He secretly said oh no, he was too arrogant, and immediately raised the shell in his hand. Don't underestimate this shell. This shell can absorb slashes, but it can only absorb slashes from swordsmen. It is of no use to swordsmen. If it exceeds the endurance range of this shell, it will become ineffective. Really? Let me try. A cold voice sounded. Gon4 secretly thought something was wrong and looked at the girl who attacked him before. How do I use this? Esther asked. After hearing this, Gon4 could only bite the bullet and looked at his guards. When the guard saw it, he immediately picked up the shell and looked at Esteth. Swing your sword. The western sword in Esteth's hand was swung out quickly without using the swordsman's power. Clang. Metal crashing sounded. The guard's hands were numb from the shock, and he looked at the girl in horror. Then he looked at the shell in his hand. There were actually cracks on the surface of the shell. This means that with even a little more force, the shell will break. Gon4 also wiped his sweat. Esteth looked at the guard. Release it and let me see it. Esteth ordered. Chapter 387 The Golden City. Esteth's words made the guard look at Gon4. Gon4 also wanted to see how strong this girl was and nodded. He swore that it was definitely not because the girl had slashed him with a sword just now, to take revenge on the girl. The guard looked at Esteth and immediately opened the slashing shell in his hand. A slash flew out of the shell immediately, heading towards the door facing Esteth. Esteth frowned and raised the western sword in his hand. The slash was immediately launched into the sky. It's only % of what I just attacked. It seems like this is the limit. Esteth felt the attack just now and said. Gon4 was a little embarrassed. Just now, I almost blew this shell into the sky, but this little girl took it down so easily, my face was burning and hurting. What's that? We also have the power bar. You can step on the power bar and move quickly. Gon4 introduced other things. Although they are always slapped in the face, these things are indeed things that do not exist in the sea. There are still many people interested. Gon4 looked at Bailey in his hand, his eyes almost laughed out of his eyes. His horse, Pierre, simply lay down and rolled in the pile of money. Not to mention the deal here. Charlotte quickly walked towards Shantara. Every time he ducked, Charlotte would appear thousands of meters away. The speed is as fast as lightning. The sense of sight is always on. In Charlotte's domineering aura, he felt a huge life energy lying in one place. Charlotte looked over immediately. I saw a huge body sleeping wrapped around this tree. Lord of the Sky? Charlotte looked at the 400-meter giant snake in front of her and murmured. Looking at his body, it seemed that he had fought and fell into a deep sleep. Charlotte probably did it to the Roger pirates. After one glance, Charlotte withdrew her gaze and walked towards the clouds that were faintly glowing with golden light. Go around a corner. Charlotte was stunned. Looking at everything in front of him, Charlotte was deeply shocked. Gold. All gold. A city made of gold. Exudes golden light. Even though Charlotte was already prepared in her heart, she was still shocked by what she saw in front of her. At Charlotte's age, it's not like he has never seen the world before. This is the first time in his life that he was shocked by the gold in front of him. Is this a city made of gold? Charlotte raised her head and looked at the stone slab made of gold. Golden slate. There are probably over 1 trillion Baileys here. Charlotte walked to the golden city and looked at everything made of gold. His fingers ran over the surrounding golden walls. All the gold that was touched by the fingers was collected into the castle bracelet. From now on, I will never say I am poor again. Charlotte walked away while saying. Large tracts of gold were collected into the castle bracelet. But this is not even a drop in the bucket for the entire golden city. Charlotte doubted whether she could keep her castle bracelet. Look at the mossy gold all around. Charlotte walked and collected all the way. High speed. In less than half a day, half of the golden city had been captured by Charlotte. Charlotte's castle bracelet was also stuffed to the brim. But with a thought in Charlotte's mind, the already full castle expanded again. The space of the castle also changed as Charlotte thought. Gradually, Charlotte came to a stone monument. Is this the historical text that connects the entire pirate world? Charlotte looked at the grey stone tablet in front of her and touched it with her hand. The next moment, I don't know why a happy time appeared in my heart. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. What happened? Charlotte immediately realized something was wrong. Why did she suddenly laugh? And she laughed from the bottom of her heart. Is this what Joey Boy was trying to say? Joy. Waves of laughter seemed to appear before his eyes. The inheritance of will. Charlotte looked at the stone tablet. Although she didn't recognize the words on it, she could feel the will of the two people from this stone tablet. One is Joey Boy, and the other, Roger, whom he met not long ago, appeared in Charlotte's mind. He also loves to laugh. It's really interesting. A smile also appeared on the corner of Charlotte's mouth. Forget it. Just stay here. Let it continue to affect the next person. Charlotte shook her head and did not put away the historical text. He looked at the huge golden clock next to him. Charlotte put her right hand on her chin. Look at the giant clock above. The body moved slightly. Immediately jumped above the golden clock. He raised his right leg sharply and struck the golden clock hard. Clang. The deafening bell rang. It spread to Appiato, to Sky Island, to Gaia Island. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the place where the sound came from. The prophecy of the ancestors has appeared. When the bell of Shantora rings, the people of Appiato will live together with the people of Sky Island in this sky. An old man in Appiato looked up. A young man next to him helped him. Gaia Island. The bell. It's the golden bell. Sky Island is real. It's real. Countless pirates raised their heads and looked up at the sky. The legend is true. Gaia Island is boiling. The entire Sky Island was also boiling. That place. Dad seemed to be heading towards that place just now. Is it Dad? Caesar looked at the direction of the sky where the sound came from and said. The curiosity in his heart really wanted him to take a look. Wait until Dad comes back. Let's talk. Death looked at Caesar and said. Yes. Caesar immediately extinguished his thoughts. Gonfour listened to the bells in the sky and fell into deep thought, and no longer paid attention to the bids of the people around him. After handing the shell to the guard, he hurriedly rode back to the palace on Pierre. Is Kongdao really willing to live in peace with Appiato? Gonfour murmured while sitting on the throne. Charlotte frowned and looked at the swaying golden clock above. After he stopped, Charlotte made a move. The golden clock was immediately taken back into the castle bracelet. Your final mission has been completed, and now it belongs to me. Charlotte packed up all the gold. Only the bare historical text is left in the middle. After collecting gold for a day, it's time to go back. Suddenly, a loud buzzing sound rang out. Lord of the Sky. Looking at the 400-meter big snake blocking his way, Charlotte frowned slightly. Hi. The Lord of the Sky looked at the humans underground and shrank his head in fear. Because it was beaten by a human not long ago. Now I feel a little scared when I see humans. He looked at the Lord of the Sky who stood in front of him and made no move. Roll. Charlotte's domineering aura exploded violently, pressing towards the Lord of the Sky like a purgatory. The Lord of the Sky fled quickly as if he was frightened. Chapter 388 Baika. Looking at the fleeing Lord of the Sky, Charlotte ignored it and walked straight towards the Sky Island. Charlotte felt that her murderous intention had become much weaker after traveling over the years. If only I remembered him when he was young. Standing in front of him, Xia Luo said hello with a slash without saying a word. After all, when Charlotte was young, she had to kick her feet first before entering the door. Returned to Sky Island and arrived at the Rockefeller Pirates camp. Captain. Captain. After seeing Charlotte returning, the crew members greeted him one after another. Charlotte just nodded slightly and walked towards the center of the camp without looking back. As he grows older, Charlotte becomes more and more powerful. Don't be angry and become more and more proficient. As the leader of a force, Charlotte needs to ensure his dignity. Like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lingling. When I returned to the camp, I saw a group of little guys playing with various shells in their hands. Charlotte immediately thought of the specialties of Sky Island. Sorabi. Dad. After seeing Charlotte, Simon, who was standing at the door, immediately shouted, running to Charlotte's legs with his short legs and hugging Charlotte's legs. Dad. Listen. Simon opened the shell, and music came from the shell. Simon listened to the music intoxicated. Charlotte touched Simon's head. Good son. Where is your mother? Charlotte just listened for a while and lost interest. Mom's on board. Simon said, pointing to the ship. Charlotte touched Simon's head and walked to the boat. It's getting late. Charlotte also needs a rest. After playing on the empty island for 3 days, everyone headed towards Baika. Baika is located in the southern part of Sky Island. With the route provided by Gon 4, Charlotte quickly found Baika. This island will be destroyed by an arrow in a dozen years. Looking at the island above. Everyone got off the boat quickly. This is the captain's order. Look for the thunderfruit. Charlotte conveyed her order early in the morning. He also specially printed pictures of the thunderfruit and passed them on to everyone. Otherwise, Charlotte alone would be searching for who knows how long. At this time, Enelu was probably only 12 years old. It was not known how long it would be before he ate the thunderfruit. It's not certain whether it's found or not. After all, Baika Island is an island with thousands of people living there. With such a large area, we can only cast a wide net. Gather all the people of Baika. If there is any resistance, kill. Barrett gathered many members of the Rockefeller Pirates crew and stood in front of them and ordered. Yes. More than 1,000 people shouted. This peaceful island was instantly broken. The arrival of Rockefeller Charlotte brought carnage. Those Baika villagers who refused to obey fell one after another under the butcher knife of the Rockefeller pirates. Soon, thousands of villagers from Baika were gathered together. Barrett looked at the group of people expressionlessly. Everyone is gathered here because I need you to complete one thing. Barrett watched the group of people slowly take out a photo. The fruit in the picture is hidden on this island. All of you must find this fruit within 3 days, otherwise the destruction of the entire Baika awaits you. Barrett's threatening voice echoed throughout the square. All the people of Baika were in an uproar. Looking at the 5-meter-tall man in front of him. Split it up. If it can't be completed within 3 days, then Baika will be bloodbathed. Charlotte sat behind Barrett and waved slightly to the people around her. Then he turned his attention to a conspicuous child in the crowd. This child has long earlobes that almost fall to his shoulders. And this child does not have the wings that all the people of Baika have. Charlotte immediately knew the identity of the other party. Enelu. Enelu looked up at the blonde man standing on the high platform, silently tightening the picture in his hand. He looked at the people of Baika around him with hatred. Charlotte immediately noticed something was wrong. I hope there is news about the thunderfruit in Enelu. Everyone in the square dispersed. Everyone is frantically looking for the fruit in the picture. There are countless people holding seemingly similar fruits in an attempt to cope with the situation. After being killed a few, he became honest. You guys are watching here. I'm going out. Charlotte stood up from her seat and walked out. Did you find it again? Caesar stood aside muttering. Just take care of yourself. Death glanced sideways at Caesar and said. Hear this, Caesar's body trembled. Charlotte's domineering energy locked on Enelu. It can be said that from the moment Enelu left, Charlotte's domineering energy never left his body. Came to a forest. Look at that simple thatched house. Damn it. Why can't I find it? If I find the fruit in the picture, I can ask that lord to destroy Baika Island. Destroy all the people on Baika Island. Vicious sounds sounded. Charlotte, who was standing on the tree, frowned. He didn't come here to listen to Enel vent his emotions. He ducked and came behind Enel, and a big hand firmly grabbed Enel's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Seihaki immediately investigated. All of Enelu's thoughts were seen by Charlotte. In a moment, Enelu's eyes turned white and he was about to collapse. Charlotte relaxed her hands and shook her head. Nothing. It seems that there is no hope here in Enero. Charlotte is back in the square. Sitting in a chair, drinking tea, quietly waiting for the news. 2 days in a row. Charlotte's tea was already on its 4th pot, and there was still no news. Day 3. Charlotte stood and looked at the people who gathered together with panic on their faces. Today is the last day. If there is no news tonight, I will kill all of you, and this island will be destroyed with you. Don't try to escape. This island has always been within my scope. You, I can clearly see every move. Charlotte's voice rang in everyone's ears. The people of Baika looked at Charlotte above with pale faces. Sir. Your Majesty. We have searched all over Baika, even the forest. But there is no fruit you mentioned on the island. An old man stood up tremblingly and begged. I don't care. If the fruit I want doesn't appear, I will kill everyone here. Charlotte shook her head, looking at the old man, he said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart went cold. After Charlotte's speech ended, everyone continued to look for the fruit of the picture in a panic. Village Chief. Do you think it's possible that the fruit is in the temple? Suddenly a middle-aged man walked up to the village chief and asked. When the village chief heard this, his expression immediately changed. He looked around wildly and glared at the middle-aged man after confirming that no one was there. Chapter 389 Thunderfruit. But Charlotte, who was standing on the stage, heard it. Temple, what a temple! Charlotte dodged and came to the village chief. Old man. What was the temple he just mentioned? Charlotte asked, looking at the old man staring into his eyes. Big. Sir. Temple. The temple is the place where we Baika villagers worship. The village chief was startled and looked at Charlotte stammering. That temple. Have you looked for it? Charlotte asked forcefully. No. No. But it's definitely not in the temple. No one will go there except for sacrifices. Under the interrogation of Charlotte's eyes, the village chief did not dare to lie at all. Charlotte stared at the village chief. Take me to the temple. Charlotte said in an unquestionable voice. Big. My lord. The village chief stuttered, looking at Charlotte. Charlotte turned and looked at the middle-aged man aside. Do you know where the temple is? Asked Charlotte. Big. Sir. Little one knows. The middle-aged man swallowed and nodded. Bang. Charlotte smashed the village chief's head with one punch. He turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. Take me there. Otherwise you'll be like this old man. Charlotte said in a deep voice. This village chief obviously regards Charlotte as a fool, although on the surface he looked at Charlotte submissively. But Charlotte could still see the contempt in his eyes. As if he was superior. This kind of look was what Charlotte felt when she faced some white people in her previous life. He glanced at the village chief, whose head was shattered. The middle-aged man was so scared that his liver and gallbladder almost burst out of fear. Quick! Seeing the middle-aged man stunned, Charlotte immediately urged him. Yes, yes, yes. The middle-aged man quickly led Charlotte towards the temple. Death looked at the corpse on the ground, glanced disdainfully, and followed Charlotte to have a look. Caesar also took a look and was amazed. TSK. People. It's better not to seek death. You won't die. Follow Death. A large group of people followed Charlotte and led by the villager to the temple. Charlotte was stunned when she first saw the temple. The shape of this temple is very similar to the arc motto that Charlotte saw in the anime. Charlotte was even more convinced that what he wanted must be here. Pushing aside the middle-aged man, he walked into the temple. Along the way, Charlotte also heard the middle-aged man's explanation of this temple. I also have a certain understanding of this temple. Look around. A winged birdman was enshrined in the center of the temple. Charlotte was not interested in this birdman and circled around the birdman. He looked at the tray in birdman's hand. A golden, durian-shaped devil fruit with lightning patterns appeared inside. Charlotte smiled. I've been looking for it for 3 days. It turns out it's here. Charlotte dodged and came to the top of the statue, grabbed the thunder fruit and held it in his hand. Then he looked at a box in the other hand of the statue. Charlotte also took it easily. If Charlotte guessed correctly, this should be the manufacturing blueprint for the flying ship, Arc Proverbs. Open the box. Really? Inside are a lot of drawings. Although I can't understand it, the shape of the boat is very similar to the shape of the temple at my feet. It takes no effort at all. Charlotte took the drawings and fruits and looked at the temple carefully. See if there is anything missing. I checked it carefully, and even scanned the entire temple with my sense of sight. After confirming that nothing was missing, he walked out of the temple. Dad. Found it? Caesar said, looking at the fruit and a treasure box in Charlotte's hand. Charlotte nodded. Raise the thunder fruit in your hand. Found it. This is the strongest natural devil fruit, the thunder fruit. I finally got this devil fruit that I had been thinking about since Charlotte traveled through time. It can be regarded as fulfilling Charlotte's wish for many years. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Charlotte found the devil fruit, so naturally she wanted to leave. Everyone followed closely behind Charlotte. Barrett sent a signal to the sky. Gather everyone and prepare to leave Baika. Charlotte looked at this Baika island. I don't know if this island will be destroyed by that boy Enelu. At this time, Enelu fell to the ground and had been unconscious for 3 days. After leaving Baika Island, Charlotte is also going to continue setting off. Sitting in the captain's cabin, looking at the thunder fruit and tunton fruit in his hands. Charlotte originally wanted to find a suitable devil fruit for Tesla and Caesar. Now that he has it in his hands, it's time to give it to them. Charlotte walked out of the room and came to the lowest level of the ship with 2 devil fruits in hand. Tesla. Looking at Tesla, who was studying with the scientists, Charlotte smiled and shouted softly. After hearing this, Tesla turned to look at Charlotte. Dad. Why are you here? Tesla wondered. Haha. I'm here to give you good things this time. See if you like it. Charlotte took out a golden devil fruit. It is the thunder fruit. Sound thunder fruit. Tesla said in surprise. That's right. It's the thunder fruit. Didn't you say there was no fruit suitable for you? Dad promised to help you find a fruit that suits you. I think there is nothing more suitable for you than the thunder fruit now. There will be thunder fruit in the future. The fruit will greatly improve your scientific research and strength. Charlotte put the thunder fruit in Tesla's hands. Tesla looked at the thunder fruit in his hand. He knew that his father had been looking for the thunder fruit in the past few days. But he never imagined that the thunder fruit was actually being sought for him. For an instant, Tesla was in tears. Dad. Tesla looked at Charlotte with tearful eyes. Haha. Feel moved. Just be moved. I am your father. I am not good for you. Who is good for you? Eat it. Let me see the posture of the strongest natural type. Charlotte patted Tesla on the shoulder and said. Yeah. But you can't eat here, otherwise if the current gets out of control later, the instruments here will be scrapped. Tesla nodded vigorously, looked at the electronic instruments lined up around him and said. Well, call Caesar Courant, I have a gift for him too. Charlotte nodded. Okay. Tesla hurriedly walked toward Caesar's research room. The door is open. I saw Caesar Courant studying the potion with his head down and forgetting all sleep and food. Her hair was a mess, and it was obvious that she hadn't washed herself properly for several days. Teacher Caesar Courant. Dad is looking for you. Tesla came to Caesar Courant and said softly. That's right, that's the teacher. As early as Tesla was interested in science, he asked Caesar Courant to teach him scientific knowledge. There is nothing wrong with calling him a teacher. Okay? Hearing the voice next to him, Caesar Courant raised his head and looked at Tesla standing aside. Chapter 390 Thor Tesla. Caesar Courant put down the equipment in his hands and looked at Tesla. Captain is looking for me. Caesar Courant wondered. Yes. Dad has a gift for you. Tesla said. I heard that the captain had a gift for himself. Caesar Courant immediately perked up. Do you know what it is? Asked Caesar Courant. Tesla shook his head. I don't know. Dad is outside now. You'll know when you get there. After hearing this, Caesar Courant had no choice but to follow Tesla out of the laboratory. Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant, who came out. The red and swollen eye circles and messy hair showed that the other party was not lazy. Charlotte smiled. Caesar Courant, do you still remember what I promised you, to find a devil fruit suitable for you? Now it is yours. Charlotte took out the tunton fruit again and handed it to Caesar Courant and said. He intercepted his original gas fruit and gave him a ton fruit. Compared to gas fruit, ton fruit is obviously more suitable for research. Caesar Courant looked at this purple devil fruit. Tomb the fruit. After eating it, you can eat anything and become part of your body, or synthesize new things. You can also eat your own body and change your body shape. Charlotte explained it simply. When Caesar Courant heard this, he immediately understood the value of this devil fruit with his super wisdom. His eyes were shining as he looked at the tunton fruit in his hand. Thank you, Captain. Caesar Courant bowed and thanked him. Ha ha ha. You have been working for our Rockefeller pirates for 10 years. As a captain, I would be a bit unqualified if I don't express my gratitude. Charlotte didn't care. Eat it quickly. Don't live up to this fruit, said Charlotte. Yes. Caesar Courant immediately ate it. Although he knew that eating devil fruit was painful, after taking the devil fruit into his mouth, he felt pain. The nauseating feeling immediately filled the entire mouth. Caesar Courant nearly vomited. He covered his mouth forcefully and swallowed. Eat them all. Feel the power. Caesar Courant immediately ran back to the laboratory. He took out the metal that Caesar Courant could not fuse together no matter how much he fused it in his experiment. I ate it in one bite. Then he vomited it out. Looking at this newly synthesized metal, Caesar Courant smiled. What an incredible ability. Whoa, 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 whoa. Caesar Courant laughed. Charlotte also smiled slightly. Taking Tesla out of the laboratory. Arrived behind the deck. Watching Tesla eat the thunderfruit. Next moment. Lightning surges around Tesla. White streaks of thunder continued to flash around Tesla. The white thunder and lightning carried the power of destruction. Charlotte was shocked when she saw it. Tesla slowly lifted off. The body floats in the air. Tesla stretched out a hand and shook it forward. A spear formed by thunder appeared in his hand. Thunder spear. Reach out and wave. The thunderbird formed by a bolt of thunder flew out at extremely high speed and exploded in the sky. Everyone was immediately attracted by the loud noise. They all walked out of the cabin and looked towards the deck. On the deck stood Charlotte. And a Tesla floating in mid-air above the deck. Dad gave Tesla the thunder fruit to eat. Caesar's first reaction after seeing Tesla's condition was that Tesla had eaten the thunder fruit. Is Death looked at Tesla above. She felt the threat of death in these thunders. If hit by a single blow, she might die. Wan Lei. A loud shout sounded. I saw Tesla raising his hand. The surrounding sky immediately became covered with dark clouds. This. How is this possible? Seeing the dense dark clouds surrounding the sky directly covering the sky. Thunder and lightning are flashing in the dark clouds. Thunder and lightning continued to fall, striking the white sea. Charlotte smiled. I didn't expect that at just 13 years old, Tesla could already do this. Charlotte shook her head. Very satisfied with this second son. So strong. The children around looked at their brother who looked like a thunder god in the sky and exclaimed. Tesla's face immediately turned pale after releasing 10,000 thunder moves. It slowly landed on the deck. The thunderclouds in the sky slowly disappeared. It consumes too much. It's still a bit reluctant. Tesla shook his head and said. Everyone who was walking by almost fell down when they heard it. Brother, you are only 13 years old. Countless crew members shouted in their hearts. Not bad. After using it for the first time, although the control of power is not perfect, it is already very good. In the future, develop it carefully to improve your own strength. Don't let research delay your strength. Charlotte exhorted. If Charlotte is asked to choose between Tesla's strength and scientists, he would choose the former without hesitation. The thunder fruit has a very high increase in strength, and Charlotte didn't want Tesla to waste such a devil fruit. Well, I will. Tesla nodded and said. That moment just now, Tesla feels like a god. I want Thor from now on. Tesla has already thought of a nickname for the future. Rockefeller Tesla. Today's rising stars of the Rockefeller Pirates have slowly grown up. Just like Barrett, Caesar is death. These people all have their own nicknames. Douglas Barrett, the devil's descendant. Ice Queen Rockefeller is death. Magic Dragon Rockefeller Caesar. These three rising stars of the Rockefeller Pirates have become increasingly famous over the years. All have different bounties. Douglas Barrett, the descendant of the devil, is the vice captain of the Rockefeller Pirates. He has a bounty of 6,000 million Baileys, second only to Rockefeller Charlotte's bounty of 38 billion. Ice Queen Rockefeller is death, the eldest daughter of the Rockefeller Pirates, has a bounty of 8,000 million Baileys. Magic Dragon Rockefeller Caesar, the eldest son of the Rockefeller Pirates, has a bounty of 7,000 million Baileys. Over the years, as Charlotte continued to sail, their battles gradually became known to the Navy's intelligence department. The bounties are being raised one after another. In Xia Luo's view, except for Barrett's bounty, which was not watery, the other bounties were probably raised a little for his sake. For example, Caesar's 7,000 million belly. You have to say that Caesar does not have the strength of a quasi-general, and his attack methods are indeed not good. But he was able to rely on the awakening of the blue dragon fruit to fight back and forth with Kazuki Odin, who was also an associate general. He could even hold on to a few moves in Charlotte's hands. Whether it's recovery ability or defensive power, you can beat them all with the help of the Azure Dragon Fruit. It can even kill the opponent who is also a quasi-general, which can be said to be a split. Without special means, you really can't defeat Caesar. Chapter 391 Training Domineering. Several pillars of today's Rockefeller Pirates. Except for Barrett, who is relatively comprehensive, others like Caesar and his death are a bit biased. Caesar's body is very powerful, but his attack methods are a bit weak. In addition to relying on the skills of the phantom beast species, other attacks are simply beaten when encountering people of the same level. And what about his death? Powerful attack power. The swordsman's strength is enough to make her the smallest strong person in the world. But it's also very biased. Except for the improvement in the control of hockey due to the natural sight color, the hockey of the armed color cannot even cover it well, nor can other physical skills. Devil fruit abilities are also the most basic development. Practice your sword with all your heart. These were all problems exposed during the battle with the Roger Pirates. Charlotte couldn't see anything in the past, but after fighting a real strongman, the problem immediately became apparent. Charlotte takes this issue very seriously. In the world of One Piece, dominance is very important. But both Caesar and his death rely too much on their devil fruit abilities and sword skills. It needs to be corrected. Caesar and his death watched their father suddenly look over. Especially Caesar was so excited. Charlotte walked up to Caesar and his death. I will personally take part in your training from now on. From now on, your three-color domineering training will be non-stop. Charlotte looked at the two and said. Caesar and his death's expressions darkened upon hearing this. You must know that the training of domineering is very simple, it is constant fighting. But it also depends on who you are fighting with. Fighting with weak strength will not be effective at all. While fighting with Charlotte, the two of them wondered if their father was dissatisfied with them. But of course the idea came to him from Caesar. His death gritted his teeth. Okay. From now on my focus will be on hockey. Seal the sword for a while. Estes said. Charlotte shook her head after hearing this. Training hockey does not prevent you from practicing swordsmanship. And training hockey is also very beneficial to swordsmen. Charlotte looked at the western sword on Estetha's waist. This sword he gave to Estetha on her 5th birthday. Charlotte reached out and took out this gorgeous Holy Realm sanction. I looked at this large western sword, one of the 21 craftsmanships. The tip of the sword exuded a cold light in the sun. There is a kind of sword called a black sword. The black sword is made with the weapon color hockey. A successful swordsman must have a black sword of his own. Xia Luo's 7-star sword appeared in his right hand. The sword body of the 7-star sword exudes a dark green color. This is the black sword forged by Xia Luo himself. It's just that its color is a little different, green. This is the black sword. It has been bred with armed domineering energy all year round. Only by owning your own black sword can you be considered a true swordsman or great swordsman. Charlotte inserted the western sword back and said. Black knife? Isteth heard the word black knife for the first time. That's right. From now on, your armed domination must always wrap around your sword. Until it turns into a black sword. Charlotte looked at Isteth seriously and said. Isteth nodded vigorously. As the world's greatest swordsman, my father's words are absolutely correct. Charlotte glanced at Caesar, who was watching the excitement. You too. Although you are not a swordsman. But the guandao you use can still be trained into a black sword. This will not only increase the defense power of your guandao, but also increase the attack power. Said Charlotte. Yes. Caesar immediately stood up and nodded. Let's go. Today. I will train you in domineering. Barrett, come too, your domineering color winding is not perfect yet, come together. Charlotte looked at Barrett standing aside and waved. As Charlotte led everyone into the training room. Everyone else dispersed. Some went to train, while others were walking around aimlessly. The Thunder Fruit was found, and the Arc motto was also obtained. Charlotte's next step is to modify the Poseidon again. Add the power system of Arc Proverbs to make it fly. In this way, Charlotte will have a flying spaceship. This is not the kind of Shibe goods that Golden Lion Shurji has. It just so happens that Charlotte's next stop is Charlotte's dark history. Water Capital. This is the place where he and the Red Earl almost became slaves and were auctioned off. It's also the dark history of Charlotte's life. Charlotte himself was also confused. How could he be caught by several slave traders in the first place and almost be sent to the auction house? Fortunately, only Charlotte and Red Earl knew about it, and the other insiders were killed by Charlotte. And I believe that the Red Earl will not tell this dark history that he also sees. Spent one night at Kongdao. Charlotte felt that the atmosphere on the empty island was a bit solemn, as if they were preparing for war. But Charlotte was not interested in caring about this. Go through 3 or 4 more octopus balloons. This giant steel ship over 100 meters long landed safely in the middle of a naval base. Looking at the surrounding Navy warships, Charlotte was speechless. A wave of hands. A sword across. More than a dozen sword lights flew out. The 5 or 6 warships blocking him in front fell apart. What? Most of the naval branch's casualties were casualties. The rear admiral stationed here looked at the disappearing pirate group in front of him with red eyes. Rockefeller Charlotte. The young rear admiral experienced failure in his first attempt. Moses. This is the Grand Line Naval Fortress. We encountered an attack by the Rockefeller pirates and suffered heavy casualties. Navy Headquarters. Kong immediately became serious after receiving the news about the Grand Route Naval Fortress. Major General Flying Squirrel, don't act rashly. To avoid causing more casualties, evacuate immediately. Marshal Sara's voice sounded from the phone bug. The Flying Squirrel gritted his teeth and looked at the wounded and corpses around him. Yes. A word popped out of his mouth. He took the remaining defeated soldiers back to the naval fortress. Charlotte didn't notice the Major General who just led the team. Instead, he focused on looking at the Arc Proverbs in his hand. How long will it take to rebuild the ship? Charlotte looked at Caesar Coulant and asked. It will take at least 3 months. Caesar Courant calculated that with the shipwrights on the ship and him, a scientist who was not very good at building ships, 3 months should be almost the same. Although Caesar Courant did not know how to build a ship, he believed that it would not be difficult for him. A ship that even Gaji can build is not that simple. What if we add the shipbuilders from the Water City? Charlotte continued to ask. We have enough manpower and materials. It can be completed in a week. Caesar looked at the mechanical structure on the drawing and said confidently. It is extremely simple for him to follow the example of a gourd. But he also became interested in the person who designed this drawing. It's actually possible to make ships rise into the sky like this. Chapter 392 Tom. Okay. When we get to the Seven Waters capital, you will be responsible for the construction of this ship. Charlotte exhorted. Yes. Caesar Courant bowed slightly and said. Charlotte went out. Caesar Courant looked at the electrical device on the drawing in his hand. Suddenly an idea popped up. The corners of his mouth raised and he immediately walked into the laboratory. The Poseidon sailed on the ship for half a month. Arrive at the Water City. Wow. This is the capital of 7 Waters, the largest shipyard in the world. Looking at the continuously flowing sea water in front of me. Robert and a group of imps exclaimed. A city built on the sea. The Poseidon docked. The iconic logo and the pirate flag dancing wildly in the sea breeze. The capital of Seven Waters was shaken. What? The Rockefeller pirates are here. Is that Rockefeller Charlotte here again? Many people in the Seven Waters city immediately turned pale after hearing about Rockefeller Charlotte. Many elderly people have recalled the tragedy that happened in the center of the Seven Waters city 13 years ago. The scene where Rockefeller Charlotte and Red Earl Patrick Redfield massacred everyone at the auction house in the capital of Seven Waters. That time, everyone who entered the auction house of the capital of Seven Waters saw their unforgettable scene. The auction house was full of dead people, and those dead people were all the staff of the auction house, the princes, nobles, officials, and businessmen. It was that tragedy that made people truly aware of Rockefeller Charlotte. The former captain of the 8th Division of the Rocks Pirates, Rockefeller Charlotte. The current captain of the Rockefeller Pirates, the 4 legendary pirates of the New World, the world's greatest swordsman, Rockefeller Charlotte. The news of Rockefeller Charlotte's arrival immediately spread throughout the Seven Waters city. People panicked. And a shipyard in the Seven Rivers capital. Master Tom. Something happened. An uninvited guest came to the Water City. The captain of the Rockefeller Pirates, Rockefeller Charlotte, is here. A boatman hurried back and said breathlessly. The man named Tom raised his fanged head, raised his hammer, and looked at the boatman in front of him. The Rockefeller Pirates. The Roger Pirates. The Water City is really lively this year. They are all well-known men. Tom did not show the fear on the boatman's face, but said excitedly. Let's go. I want to meet that Rockefeller Charlotte. Where are they? Tom pulled the boatman and said. Tom's words made the boatman immediately turn pale. Master Tom. Rockefeller Charlotte is not as easy to talk to as the Roger Pirates. This Rockefeller Charlotte caused a huge tragedy 13 years ago before you came to the Water City. In the Seven Waters capital killed thousands of people. The boatman explained what happened in the capital of Seven Waters. But Tom didn't even listen, walked straight towards the port. He wanted to see the big shot admired by his old friend General Shinkuin on Fishman Island. Arrive at the port. The port where people used to look forward to was now empty of people. Tom looked at the approaching ships in the distance, with the pirate flag hanging above them. The corners of the mouth rise. Old man. I saw the hero you were talking about, but it's a pity that you are no longer here. With tears in his eyes, Tom looked at the approaching ships. The Poseidon is slowly docking. Hey. There are actually fishmen. A childish voice sounded. Tom looked over and saw a blonde child lying on the side of the boat looking at him curiously. There were several little ghosts beside him. When Tom saw these children, he immediately showed what he thought was a kind smile. Is Mr. Rockefeller Charlotte here? An old friend asked me to say hello to him. Tom's voice came out clearly. Charlotte, who was walking, heard this and came to the side of the boat to look at the yellow fishman below. Charlotte recognized at a glance the fishman craftsman Tom who built the water train in the future. Oh. Which old friend? Charlotte looked at Tom and said doubtfully. It's General Shinkuin of Fishman Island. He wanted to see you again before he died. Tom clasped his hands together and placed them on his chest, and said sadly. Very Kuin. Charlotte immediately thought about it in his mind, and immediately thought of the fishman general who blocked him on Fishman Island 13 years ago. How did he die? Asked Charlotte. Tom closed his eyes sadly after hearing this. In order to fight against human traffickers, he died while protecting Fishman Island. The person he admired most in his life was Mr. Rockefeller Charlotte, who went around fighting the slave trade in order to liberate slaves. Tom said sadly. Charlotte also fell silent. Reminiscing about the blue fishman who we had a drink together, I didn't expect that this separation would mean goodbye forever. Charlotte didn't feel heavy, just a little emotional. Charlotte took people off the boat. Look at this gorgeous water city. Everyone, please rest in the water city for a few days. We are going to renovate the ship here in the past few days. Charlotte said while looking at the many crew members and maids. Yes. Everyone was excited to hear that they could have free activities for a few days. Mr. Charlotte, do you want to modify the ship? Tom asked immediately after hearing it next to him. Charlotte nodded. Tom looked at the huge steel battleship in front of him that was different from the past. Mr. Charlotte, I am a shipbuilder and can help you modify the ship for free. Tom said immediately. Charlotte glanced at Tom and then shook her head. No need. Our pirate group has its own shipbuilder, and this transformation is not an ordinary transformation, so I won't bother you. Charlotte's avoidance was written all over her face. But Tom still looked at Charlotte sincerely. Don't worry, Mr. Charlotte. Our Tom shipyard is the best shipyard in the capital of Seven Waters. Even the ships of the Roger pirates were built here. In order to reassure Charlotte, Tom accidentally exposed the Roger pirates. After finishing speaking, Tom also realized something was wrong and immediately covered his mouth. After Charlotte heard Roger's name, she remembered what Roger's pirate ship looked like last month. You really can't help much with this ship. If you can understand this drawing, I will agree to let you build it. Charlotte turned out a page of drawings. It was not the most important part, but it was also extremely complicated. For the sake of his old friend, Tom wanted to build a boat for Charlotte, but he frowned immediately after seeing the drawings in Charlotte's hand. A brand new power device, although only a small part, was still keenly noticed by Tom. This is a mechanical power device. Tom can be sure. His little apprentice liked these mechanical devices very much. Chapter 393 Spaceship. Tom frowned and looked at part of the drawings that Charlotte took out. Mr. Charlotte. I think I can give it a try. Tom looked at Charlotte and confirmed. After hearing this, Charlotte glanced at Tom and then at Caesar Coulant. Then nodded. Okay. Then I'll leave the ship to you two to build together. But you can't pass on the content on this drawing. Charlotte looked at Tom and said. Yes. Tom was immediately overjoyed. Being able to participate in building such a large ship is also a great blessing for him as a shipbuilder. It was enough for him to make a significant mark in his shipbuilding career. The little ones are here to live. Tom shouted. Last month, I built a ship for the Roger pirates that can adapt to all kinds of harsh weather in the New World. This month, I want to build a boat that is different from traditional boats for someone who is an old friend and respects me. Tom only feels that this year is his most fulfilling year. Moreover, the fragmentary picture that Charlotte just took out was not simple in Tom's opinion. As the owner of the drawings of Hades. The reason why Tom's shipbuilding skills are so powerful is inseparable from Pluto's shipbuilding blueprints. The ship arrived at Tom's shipyard. Everyone from the Rockefeller Pirates is down. Look at this capital of Seven Waters. Everyone decided to go shopping. Charlotte is no exception. Although he realized that the people in the Seven Waters capital did not welcome him very much. But what can they do? Okay. Charlotte felt helpless. Standing on the street looking at the deserted streets. In the past, there were many vendors here. But now it is empty. Am I that scary? Charlotte turned to look at the girls and asked. There was some helplessness in his tone. Elena and the other girls covered their mouths and smiled. It would also be nice to see Charlotte deflated. Helpless Charlotte had to go back. And in Tom's shipyard. Tom was surprised when he looked at the drawings in Caesar Courant's hands. This is actually a ship that can fly. Tom asked as he looked at Caesar Coulant in shock. Caesar Courant is inspecting Tom's shipyard to see if the materials are complete. After hearing Tom's shock, Caesar Courant waved his hand. What's so shocking about this? It's just a flying ship. Caesar Courant said nonchalantly. Tom. I didn't expect you to get the atom tree. Caesar Coulant looked at a clearing where timber was piled and saw an Adam's tree branch that seemed to be the remains of a dragon bone and was surprised. Haha. This is the capital of Seven Waters, the #1 shipbuilding city in the world. Although things like the Adam's treasure tree are rare in other places, you can still see them from time to time in the capital of Seven Waters. Tom explained. However, his eyes have been fixed on the drawing of Arc Proverbs. This seems to be more subtle than his Hades. In Pluto's drawings, the focus is on the crafting of weapons and speed. But Pluto can't fly either. And this ship named Arc Proverbs can actually fly. It only needs enough electricity to fly in the sky. Sky, this is what many people dream of. Okay. We are about to start. The captain only gives us a week, and the time is quite urgent. You first instruct your shipwright to prepare all the materials for this. We will start work tomorrow. Caesar Courant had already organized all the required materials and written them on a piece of paper. Tom looked at the materials in his hands and nodded. These are not expensive things. I will have them ready in a moment. Caesar Courant nodded. The entire Tom shipyard began building in full swing. And Charlotte looked at the newspaper in her hand for more than a month. For more than a month, Charlotte has been on the empty island and doesn't know much about things on the sea. Looking at Morgan's newspaper in his hand, Charlotte also had a general understanding of the situation during this period. Especially in the past few days, there has been more movement on the sea. The Roger pirates once again broke through the siege of naval heroes and admirals. Entered a new world. Look at this huge title. Charlotte smiled softly. This navy, it has never been successful with the Roger pirates. But since the navy dares to encircle the Chambord Islands, will they also encircle themselves? Charlotte must be prepared for everything. Time goes by slowly. A week has passed. Charlotte's Poseidon is also completed. Look at this, meter-long steel giant. In addition to the addition of an extendable wing on both sides of the ship, there are also some changes in the control room. Mr. Charlotte. I promise. Your ship is definitely the only ship in the world. You will definitely make this ship famous all over the world. Tom was dancing with joy watching this week's build. Really? I hope so. Charlotte looked at the Poseidon with a smile in her eyes. Dad. I will also build a flying ship in the future. Robert, Deidara and others immediately became excited after hearing that the ship could fly. Then it depends on your future performance. Charlotte laughed. Charlotte glanced at Tom. Recently, Charlotte also got the drawing of Hades from Tom. The method is not very glorious. But Pluto, who wouldn't be tempted by this? I heard that there is a Pluto battleship reserved in Wano country. But because of the volcanic eruption, everything was destroyed. I don't know if I can find it if I go back this time. Goodbye. Tom stood in front of the port looking at the Rockefeller pirates going away and waved his hand. The ship sailed away from the capital of Seven Waters and headed towards the endless sea. The ship sailed on the sea. Turn on airplane mode. Charlotte said, standing in the cabin. Yes. The operator immediately pressed the corresponding button. The wings hanging on both sides of the ship slowly unfolded. Tesla came to a crystal ball and pressed it with his right hand. 100,000 volts. Powerful streams of electricity passed from Tesla's hands to the device. In an instant, the entire ship's electrical equipment was running wildly. Caesar Courant always keeps an eye on the running status of the ship. Energy is constantly moving. The boat slowly left the water. Everyone was watching this scene nervously. Fly. Fly up. I don't know who shouted, and everyone came to the side of the ship and watched the ship under their feet slowly leaving the sea. Charlotte smiled. Success. Everyone around was watching this with excitement. Even Tesla, who was constantly releasing electricity, laughed. He was also present because the ship was being built. The ship slowly rises. We didn't stop until we reached about 5,000 meters. The tail gun behind the ship roared. Moving forward quickly. The speed is twice as fast as sailing on the sea. The corners of Charlotte's mouth rose, and she already had a plan in her heart. An air fleet is coming soon. But there is still one problem to solve, and that is energy. There is only one Tesla. Chapter 394, The Navy's Encirclement. Navy Headquarters. The latest news. The Rockefeller pirates have left the Seven Waters capital and are heading towards the Chambord Islands. They are expected to enter the New World by coating on the Chambord Islands. Tell us what you think. Marshall asked as he sat in the main seat and looked at many high-ranking Navy generals. Looking at these young generals, Kong was very satisfied. Over the years, young generals in the Navy have emerged one after another, and they will be the next generation of the Navy. Looking at the three young men sitting behind Garp and Crane. These three young men are the most outstanding people of this generation in the Navy. Everyone is young but possesses great strength. It is the key target for training the next generation of the Navy. Akainu Sakaski, Kizaru Porosalino, Ching Pheasant Kuzon. These three people with the top natural devil fruit abilities are undoubtedly the next generation main force of the Navy. Marshall. We must stop Charlotte. Gather all naval forces and capture the Rockefeller pirates in the Chambord Islands. To make up for the failure in dealing with the Roger pirates. Akainu Sakaski immediately spoke out. The unquestionable words in his tone made several other senior executives frown. You must know that dealing with the Roger pirates is the result of the efforts of these old guys. Warring States and Garp said nothing, looking down at their palms. He looked at the excited face of the young man next to him and sighed. The young generals next to Sakaski also spoke in agreement. For a while, there was a loud noise in the office about the war against the Rockefeller pirates. These were the Navy's hardliners, following Sakazuki's back and advocating for battle. Sara looked at the admirals. Although the Navy is becoming stronger, there are also some different voices amidst this strength. More and more young Navy generals like to stick together. Nothing can be done about this kind of thing. Akainu. I think we still need to discuss it. The last siege on the Roger pirates has already shown the problem. Kazuki Oden's attack was something none of us expected. This time we must be prepared to take precautions. Prepare. Akiji raised his head and looked at Akainu and said. Prepare. Prepare. How long will it take to prepare? Once the Rockefeller pirates enter the New World, they will have to enter the New World if they want to start a war in the future. The casualties will only be greater by then. We must do whatever it takes to prevent the danger in advance. Nipped in the bud. Akainu looked at Akiji, who stopped him and immediately retorted. Did you just say that it is eliminated in the bud, but is the Rockefeller pirates a bud? Do you know how strong it is? It has been a long time since our Navy has updated the strength of the Rockefeller pirates. Ching Pheasant also immediately retorted. The two quarreled like no one else. Coward. Coward. Akiji. You are a coward. If the Navy is as obedient as you, when will we be able to eliminate the pirates? A reckless man. A reckless man. Akainu. You are a reckless man. If the Navy were as brainless as you, our Navy would have been defeated by you long ago. The quarrel between the two became increasingly fierce. Bang. A loud bang. Sara slapped the table hard. Asshole. What did you do to my office? Sara glared at Akainu and Akiji. The others also looked at Akainu and Akiji without saying anything. Warring States said quickly. Marshal, calm down. Akainu and Akiji are also eager and confused. Sengoku's words calmed Sora's mood. But the annoyance in my heart still exists. Crane looked worriedly at Akainu, Akiji, and the general standing behind them. This is a battle of ideas, and Crane already sees a divided Navy in the future if it cannot be resolved. If nothing else goes wrong, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji will be the next generation of admirals of the Navy. It is self-evident what their split will bring to the Navy. Crane. Please analyze the Navy's next strategy for the Rockefeller pirates. Sara asked, looking at Naval Staff Officer Crane. He was silent for a moment after hearing this, then raised his head and looked at everyone. There are too many strong men in the New World. The addition of Rockefeller Charlotte may cause greater turmoil. It's possible that pirates will kill each other to compete for territory, or it's possible that pirates will unite to break out of the New World. He first explained the movements among the pirates. Then he looked at Sora. But there is hatred between pirates. The conflict between Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, the conflict between Charlotte Lingling and the Rockefeller pirates, these may be the triggers for them to go to war. But there are not only these 4 pirate groups in the New World, but also the Lone Ranger Patrick Redfield, the Aloof Red, and the Roger pirates have also entered the New World. These 2 parties have no ambitions for power, but you can't ignore it, and the world government's order is to capture the Roger pirates, and put other things aside. He took a sip of tea and looked at Sora. Marshal, the situation in the New World is complicated now. If our Navy wants to deal with the Rockefeller pirates, we must act before the Rockefeller pirates enter the New World. Otherwise, we will have no chance. He finished speaking, but everyone understood the meaning in his tone. As long as the Marshal wants to capture the Rockefeller pirates, then this opportunity must not be missed. Sara also started to think deeply. He glanced at Sengoku and Garp, then at Zifa. The 3 of them went out to capture the Rockefeller pirates. Kong has made a decision in his heart. Bang. Then take action. This is the only chance. Kong looked at the crowd and said. Yes. All senior Navy officials stood up. The Navy headquarters immediately made arrangements after discussing the action against the Rockefeller pirates. More than a dozen naval warships left the port one after another. This movement immediately attracted the attention of countless forces. You must know that not long ago, the Navy just launched an encirclement and suppression of the Roger pirates. Who is it for this time? But the next moment, after seeing the Rockefeller pirates, everyone understood. Another fight is about to begin. The Rockefeller pirates are not the Roger pirates. I don't know if the Rockefeller pirates can withstand the full siege of the Navy. The strongest pirate group today is undoubtedly the Roger pirates. The combat power of the Roger pirates far exceeds that of the other 4 pirate groups. IWC. Roger. Are you sure you want to sneak into Charlotte Lingling's kingdom to steal the historical text of the road sign? Riley looked at Roger with a pained face and asked. The size of the Roger pirates is enough to overwhelm the Big Mom pirates, but Roger actually wants them to sneak in. Rayleigh. Don't worry. I have found out the location of the historical text. Roger patted Riley on the shoulder and jumped down immediately. Chapter 395 Navy vs. Rockefeller Pirates. Roger didn't know where he received the news. After learning that Charlotte Lingling had a red historical text tablet, he immediately made up his mind to steal it from Charlotte Lingling. As for why it was stolen, then let's talk about Roger's condition. The virus in Roger's body has almost overwhelmed him, and he can no longer continue to fight. Every battle consumes Roger's remaining vitality. This forced Roger to come in secret. He didn't want to have a fight with that crazy bitch Charlotte Lingling on Cake Island. Hey. I can only hope Charlotte Lingling doesn't find us. Rayleigh said with a sigh. Don't worry. After we get the copy of the historical text, we will meet with Kazuki Oden and the others. I guess they will find the historical text on Zo soon. Roger said. The reason why Roger didn't let his crew grab it was because the Roger pirates split into 2 groups after entering the New World. Along the way, Roger and Rayleigh sneaked into 10,000 kingdoms. Along the way, Jabba Kazuki Oden went to Zwa to make rubbings. As for the share of Wano country, Kazuki Oden, as the heir of the Kazuki family, has watched it since he was a child. He knows the road signs above very clearly, and there is no need to go back to Wano country to make rubbings. Woo woo woo. The last thing Roger expected happened. Roger. How dare you steal my things? You will die for me. Charlotte Lingling's angry voice sounded. The sharp sound caused everyone on Cake Island to hide. Is it Mom? What's going on? Is someone invading? The children of the Charlotte family walked out of the room one after another and looked at the ever-changing sky in the center of the island. This scene is very familiar, it was caused by their mother. Ahem. Charlotte Lingling, don't you be so stingy? You just made a copy, you didn't take it away. Goodbye. Roger held the knife in front of Rayleigh and looked at Charlotte Lingling and laughed. Charlotte Lingling, on the other hand, was surprised by the power coming from Napoleon, and was stunned for a moment, watching helplessly as Roger and Rayleigh ran out of Cake Island. After reacting. Roger. A thunderous roar sounded. The clouds were dispersed. Roger jumped onto the parked ship and immediately left the port. In a second. Wow. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Roger, are you okay? Seeing this scene, Rayleigh immediately put down the rudder and came to Roger's side. Rayleigh, I'm fine. Take the helm quickly. Let's leave here without letting Charlotte Lingling catch up. Roger waved his hand quickly and said. This is the medicine left by Kuroka's. Take it slowly. Rayleigh put a bottle of medicine into Roger's hand and quickly returned to the helm. After Roger poured 2 pills and ate them, his expression became calmer. Feeling the trembling wrist, Roger couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is life. Looking at the sun rising faintly in the distance. Roger immediately stood up and regained his confidence. That sense of confidence made Rayleigh standing aside seem to see Roger when he was young. Roger. Rayleigh murmured, not disturbing Roger's current state. Grand Line Chambord Islands. Countless naval warships were waiting for the next battle in a semi-surrounded manner. On sea level. 2 warships stood at the forefront. One has a dog's head, and the other is unremarkable. But the 2 people standing on the 2 ships made all the Navy's morale high. Garp and Sengoku. These 2 people were sent out again. These Tianlong people are holding us back again. Garp said casually while eating the donut in his hand. Warring States on the side immediately looked around after hearing this. The Navy men all around breathed a sigh of relief. Garp. This is not something we can discuss. Sengoku glared at Garp and said. Ha ha ha. Really? That's so embarrassing. Garp immediately smiled and touched his head. The surrounding naval generals and naval soldiers had black lines all over their foreheads. Have you received the news? What's going on with the Rockefeller pirates? Garp continued to ask. If nothing else, it will be today. Warring States said in a heavy voice. Speaking of which, I haven't fought with Rockefeller Charlotte yet. I don't know whether my iron fist is stronger or Rockefeller Charlotte's sword is stronger. Garp squeezed his fists and said excitedly. Sengoku rolled his eyes at Garp, looking at the generals around him. Zifa declined the move. Sara was entangled by the celestial dragons. Crane is in charge of the Navy headquarters. Now there are only 2 high-level combatants, him and Garp. Among the other generals, only Akainu and Akiji can hold up the scene. There are also 3 veteran lieutenant generals, 4 young lieutenant generals, and several major generals. He had some doubts that he could really capture the Rockefeller pirates. Can Rockefeller Charlotte be caught? The sea is calm. After receiving the news that the Navy wanted to encircle the Rockefeller pirates, everyone knew that a war was about to break out here. And this war is definitely not something they can get involved in. Not even qualified to get close. Even the residents of the Shampoo Islands are hiding in their homes. Auction houses, amusement parks, and various facilities have all stopped. This is why the Tianlong people are making trouble. I can't believe it. Brother Charlotte has grown to this point. On the number 13 island, a lady held a lady's cigarette between her fingers and crossed her legs, looking at the naval warships not far away and feeling lost in memories. Time goes by slowly. Seagulls kept flying from a distance. More and more people feel depressed. What's going on? This suffocating sense of oppression. The Navy soldiers had already begun to sweat on their foreheads. Whoa! The alarm sounded. All the Navy stood up and looked nervously into the distance. The lookout had already seen the approaching Rockefeller pirates through the telescope. Report to the general. There is only one pirate group, and it is the main ship of the Rockefeller pirates, the Poseidon. The watchman reported loudly. As an enemy of the Navy has already figured out everything about the Rockefeller pirates. At least the revealed information has basically been known to the Navy. Far away, the Rockefeller pirates advanced slowly. After seeing the Navy warship that had been waiting for a long time, all the combatants ran to the deck. Quick! Quick! Everyone move! Countless squad leaders were shouting. Charlotte's group of children also walked out one after another. Barrett, Isdeath, Caesar, and others walked out of the cabin one after another. The long-lost blood. Caesar stood up and looked at the connected Navy warships. The Navy in the distance immediately observed this scene. Chapter 396 Navy vs. Rockefeller Pirates appeared. The Navy lookout roared, and the Navy's alarm was sounded. Whoa! Everyone! Prepare for battle! Warring states shouted loudly. All the Navy came to the battle station. The cannons were raised one after another and aimed at the sea. Appeared in front of us so openly. Warring States had a bad feeling in his heart. The lookout hand looked at the picture coming from the telescope. Douglas Barrett, Rockefeller Isdeath, Rockefeller Caesar. Looking at the big pirates on the Rockefeller pirates one by one, the watchman reports. Barrett and Isdeath looked at the Navy with cold expressions. Caesar was excited and a little impatient. The world's greatest swordsman, Rockefeller Charlotte, was not discovered. The watchman's report made Warring States frown. Locate Rockefeller Charlotte. Warring States said. Hey. Is the Navy welcoming us back to the New World? Robert looked at the warships and smiled. Haha. Then you will have to be more aggressive. Deidara looked at the Navy with his hands clenched into fists. The momentum shown by the Rockefeller pirates shocked the Navy soldiers. The Rockefeller pirates are here. The Navy soldiers could already see the outlines of the other side's ships. Why panic? The other party only has one pirate ship. Sengoku looked at the naval soldiers around him and shouted impatiently. The Navy fell silent after hearing Sengoku's voice. Looking at the Rockefeller pirates in front of us. And the people standing on the deck. Vice Captain of the Rockefeller Pirates, Douglas Barrett, the descendant of the devil. The eldest daughter of Rockefeller Charlotte, the Ice Queen Rockefeller Isdeath. The eldest son of Rockefeller Charlotte, the Dragon Rockefeller Caesar. And Rockefeller Charlotte's other children, all on board. The voice of the naval lookout continued. And on the Poseidon. Kang. 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 Footsteps sounded. All members of the Rockefeller Pirates made way from the deck. Rockefeller Charlotte slowly walked from the steps to the bow. It's Rockefeller Charlotte. The lookout's horrified voice sounded. Garp and Sengoku looked at Rockefeller Charlotte solemnly. Charlotte also looked at Garp and Sengoku. Ha 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 ha. Are you welcoming me? Warring States. Charlotte's hearty laughter sounded. The sound was so loud that it reached everyone's ears. Everyone was staring closely at the young figure standing on the bow. Charlotte. Warring States looked at Charlotte. Are you still sending me off? Charlotte looked at the naval fleet around him and said without taking it seriously. The 7-star sword appeared in his hand. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Charlotte raised her right hand. The most violent stroke is to move forward. A brilliant green sword energy rose up, flying towards the Navy's large fleet. Is this the #1 swordsman in the world? Seeing the power of this sword, Ching Pheasant, who saw Rockefeller Charlotte for the first time, murmured. Akaino glanced at Akiji but said nothing. What a nonsense. Garp ate the donut in his hand and looked at the sword energy that was coming quickly. The body's muscles immediately bulged. Let me try your weight. Garp immediately picked up from the warship. The speed of the body can no longer be detected by ordinary people with the naked eye. Fist bone meteorite. A tiny figure stood in front of this huge sword energy, and a fist wrapped around the armed domineering force collided with it. 3 seconds after the sword energy and fist collide, the sword energy dissipated into the air. But the aftermath immediately split the sea. A huge wave rolled up. Hold the railing. The surrounding Navy soldiers held on to the railings to prevent the seawater from sucking them all in. Blue Pheasant. The voice of the Warring States period rings out. After hearing this, Chingji stood up and looked at the undulating sea around him. Ice Age. A hint of cold air came out of his mouth. Starting from the naval fleet, the seawater is constantly frozen. Charlotte saw this scene. Are you planning to use these warships as forts? Charlotte watched helplessly as the sea was frozen. Continuously. His death on the side narrowed his eyes when he saw this. With the same ability as hers, it seems that he is one of the 3 monster vice admirals of the Navy, the natural type frozen fruit Aoki Kuzon. He tightened his grip on the western sword in his hand. She wants to see who is the lower fruit. Ha ha ha. Well done, boy Ching Pheasant. Garp stood on the ice and gave a thumbs up to the Blue Pheasant. Seeing that there was no movement from the Rockefeller pirates, Sengoku took off his navy cloak and jumped off the navy ship. Rockefeller Charlotte. Your trip ends here. Warring States immediately transformed into a golden Buddha and rushed towards Charlotte. Big Buddha shockwave. Warring States immediately gathered a golden light spot in the palm of his hand. Next moment, the light spot turned into a shockwave, blasting straight towards Charlotte, who was standing at the bow of the ship. Charlotte still looked at this scene with a smile on her face. And behind Charlotte, a tall figure jumped out from behind Charlotte. The same punch hit the shockwave. Barrett stood in front of Charlotte, his blonde hair fluttering under the shockwave. Look at the corners of Sengoku's mouth rising. How could you possibly challenge our king as soon as you come up? Barrett retracted his fist, his domineering aura surged wildly. Let me test the Admiral's strength. A vast sea of armed domineering energy covers the whole body. Devil form. Barrett stood on the spot, and his body quickly merged with the ice, forming a giant more than 10 meters high. He strode towards the Warring States period. Douglas Barrett. Seeing such a powerful Barrett, Sangwa's heart sank to the bottom. This isn't about worrying about Barrett's emergence. Instead, he was worried about the capture of the Rockefeller pirates. Barrett's explosion exceeded Sengoku's imagination. Although he knew that the Rockefeller pirates had Barrett, and the bounty has been rising over the years. But that was also because the Navy was doing it for Rockefeller Shiloh's sake. But I never cared about Barrett. The most we know about Barrett is the battle with Riley in the past few months. But that fight showed nothing at all. Coupled with the fact that the other party is only 20 years old, it is easy to ignore the other party. But he didn't expect this sudden outbreak to catch Warring States off guard. Bang. A palm and a fist met. The power erupted by both sides is not weaker than the other, and the strength is actually about the same. Even Garp frowned at this scene. Go to war. The Warring States period took action, and the navies also rushed forward one after another. Pirate. Die to me. Big fire breathing. Sakaski raised his magma fist and rushed into the Rockefeller pirates and began killing them mercilessly. Chapter 397 Navy vs. Rockefeller pirates. Magma shot up into the sky. Landed on the Poseidon. Ha 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 ha. It's such a big deal from the beginning. Caesar stood up and looked at the huge magma above his head. The body expanded rapidly. He immediately transformed into a half-dragon form. The guandao appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the magma with one strike. Knife and lava touch. After a few seconds of stalemate, magma lost the blessing of power and was held by Caesar on the blade. Caesar suddenly opened his mouth wide and blew into the magma. A strong cold wind was spit out from the mouth, turning the magma into a rock. Ha 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 ha. Are you lighting birthday candles for me? Caesar turned and looked at Vice Admiral Eiichiro Oda standing in front of him and asked. Sakaski said nothing, but anyone could see the gloom on his face. Rockefeller Caesar. With sinful blood flowing through your veins, you will die here. Sakaski's arms turned into lava and rushed towards Caesar. Who doesn't know how to talk big? If you can, then give it a try. Caesar swung the blade, throwing off the rock stuck on the blade, and raised the knife to slash at Sakaski. Clang. The magma fist and the sword covered with armament-colored hockey come into contact. Sakaski immediately felt a heaviness in his arms. Press down. This made Sakaski's eyes shrink. Hee hee. Is this all you have? Your words don't seem to be as powerful as your words. Caesar smiled and looked at Sakaski and mocked. Sakaski had no expression on his face and just punched again. Caesar immediately raised his sword and chopped it off. Although Caesar said it was easy. But the sight color and the weapon color were fully activated to deal with the impact of the natural-type rock berry fruit in front of him. Caesar was forced back by a punch and took several steps back. The lava in Sakaski's right fist slowly flowed. Ming dog. The rapidly extending fist of magma headed towards Caesar's face. The speed was so fast that Caesar quickly blocked with his sword. Even so, he was still knocked back several steps. Haha. You really can't look down on people, right? Caesar looked at Sakaski and his face became serious. He picked up the big knife and slashed at Sakaski. The battle between the two sides was stalemate. I can't see the tide falling in the short term. Another high-level combatant was restrained. Garp looked at Sengoku with a serious look and then at Sakaski. Then he looked at Kuzan who was standing aside. Kuzan understood what Garp meant after noticing Garp's gaze. Ah la la la. Who is my opponent again? Kuzan came out and stood directly below Charlotte and asked. Charlotte's eyes were always on Garp and he looked over after hearing Kuzan's voice. Kuzan looked at himself excitedly with a passionate look on his face. Shook his head. Your opponent is me. A coquettish drink sounded. Death tiptoed and jumped out from behind Charlotte. The silhouette was so fast that it left an afterimage in the air. Kuzan squinted at the girl standing directly in front of him. Ah la la la. I don't hit women. But who makes you a pirate? Kuzan waved his hands. 2 thorn spears. 3 ice spikes appeared in front of Kuzan and shot towards Death quickly. I have defeated the last person who looked down on women, and you are the next one. Bing Lon. Death swung his sword. The slash carrying the power of ice effortlessly destroyed the 3 ice spikes, and then slashed towards Kuzan without a trace. Swordsman? Such a young swordsman. She deserves to be the daughter of the world's greatest swordsman. Kuzan quickly dodged. He didn't want to receive a swordsman's blow head-on. Are you just hiding? Death stood up and stepped forward, slashing Kuzan with his sword. An ice knife immediately appeared in Kuzan's hand. Obviously not. Clang. The ice blade covered with armament-colored hockey blocked Death's sword. But this sword still made a hole in the ice blade. It's really fierce. Kuzan grew serious. Frozen time capsule. A light drink. A chill immediately spread along the ice blade to Death. The cold air immediately enveloped Death. But the unexpected frozen scene did not appear. Instead, the chill on Death's body became even colder. Even Kuzan, a user with the natural type and frozen fruit ability, felt the cold. Ah. I almost forgot about you. You are a cold person who ate the superhuman cold fruit. You are not afraid of the cold. Kuzan took a step back and patted his forehead. Is that all you can do? Death swung his sword, and the sword energy surrounded him from all directions. Swordsman. It's really troublesome. Ice cubes, pheasant mouth. Kuzan raised his right arm and immediately released an ice bird and charged out. All the sword energy was shattered when the ice bird passed by, and even the air would freeze and fall to the ice. Clang. Death gritted his teeth and struck the ice bird with his sword blade. Boom. The ice bird shattered. Kuzan ducked and came behind Death. Little girl, your trip ends here. Ice Age. Kuzan put his hands on Death's shoulders. Ice cubes continued to spread on Death's shoulders. Damn. Death reacted to what she saw, but her body still didn't keep up. Laying. A loud shout. There was a sound of electricity coming from above Kuzan. Kuzan frowned. I wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Lightning fell from the sky and struck Kuzan. Kuzan's body was blown away more than 10 meters. It landed on the ice, with wisps of burnt black coming out of its body. He raised his head and looked at the figure in the sky. The loud sound attracted everyone. The thunderfruit is indeed a thunderfruit. The noise is really loud. This is the thunderfruit that has disappeared for hundreds of years? Warring States looked at the figure formed by thunder and lightning in the sky and immediately recognized the person. The second son of Rockefeller Charlotte, Rockefeller Tesla. Sister. Are you okay? Tesla asked as he landed on the ice and looked at Death. Death broke the ice on his shoulder, looked at Tesla and shook his head. Fine. After seeing this, Tesla immediately stood with his sister and looked at Kuzan. Want 2 against 1? I have no objection. Kuzan's expressionless hands were covered with ice, and he looked at the two of them with armed domineering aura covering his hands. On. Death will not care about joining forces with Tesla. This is not a competition, this is a battle, a life and death battle. Death will not abide by any ridiculous chivalry. Understand? Electric Chidori. Thunder and lightning surrounded Tesla, forming birds of destruction one after another, surrounding Kuzan. Binglon slash. Death also followed closely, and a sword energy soared into the sky, carrying armed domineering energy to destroy all obstacles in front of him. Chapter 398 Navy vs. Rockefeller Pirates, continued. Click click click. Lightning struck the ice shield, neutralizing all attacks. But the paralysis effect of the thunder and lightning was transmitted to Kuzan through the ice shield. Kuzan felt numb all over. The ice shield in his hand could barely hold on. Next second, a dazzling light blue slash appeared in front of Kuzan. Bang! Kuzan's figure flew out again. Death's slash hit Kuzan's body steadily. Kuzan! Garp couldn't help shouting after seeing this. The ice mist dissipated, and Kuzan walked out, covering his chest. Ahem. He's really strong. There was a 30-centimeter long wound on Kuzan's chest. He looked at the two people with blood on his lips. Charlotte stood on the bow of the boat and looked at this place with the corner of her mouth raised. Then he turned his head and looked at Garp. At this time, Garp looked around with a gloomy expression. It's getting worse. All combat power is being contained. Sengoku fought neck and neck with that Barrett. Sakazuki also had a close fight with Charlotte's son Caesar. Kuzan alone dealt with the Rockefeller pirates and the two were defeated and even injured. The other navies are not having it easy either. The 7 or 8 swordsmen fought against the remaining high-ranking navy generals. And those Charlotte children. Each one also showed considerable strength. And the combat power of the nearly 2,000 swordsmen and pirates is definitely not weaker than that of the elite navy. The Rockefeller pirates have actually grown to this point over the years. The more Garp watched, the more frightened he became, clenching his fists tightly. He looked sharply at Charlotte, who was standing at the bow of the ship with a smile on his face. Charlotte also noticed a look. He turned to look at Garp, who looked serious. The corners of the mouth rise. He seemed to be mocking Garp. You navy can't do it either. Charlotte. Anger rose in Garp's chest. The fists were squeezed loudly. I can't let you continue sailing any longer, you will die to me. Garp's body rushed out. The speed was so fast that it caused a sonic boom. After seeing this, Charlotte grinned. Lightning floated around the 7-star sword in his hand. There are so many people who want my life. You still have to wait in line. The Overlord-colored domineering impact rushed towards Garp. Garp's body rushed into the air and he suddenly waved his fist. Fist wrapped with lightning. Boom. A punch and a sword collided 100 meters apart. The domineering look of the two of them was like purgatory. All the navy and pirates nearby were crawling and floating on the ice. And in the middle of the Overlord color impact, the layers of ice created by Kuzan are broken. The seawater gushes out. The space is broken layer by layer and repaired layer by layer. Everyone on the Shampoo Islands looked at this scene in horror. Is this the strength of a naval hero and Rockefeller Charlotte? Countless forces hiding in the Shampoo Islands looked at the scene in front of them and marveled. Big news. Big news. The collision between a naval hero and the world's greatest swordsman, who will win, is yet to be determined. News King Morgans rushed to report the battle taking place in the Chambord Islands. Call. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. I didn't expect you to have grown to this point. I don't know what Rock's expression would be like if he were still alive. Xiachi blew out a smoke ring and looked at everything in the distance. The new world is lively. The strength demonstrated by the Rockefeller pirates has basically declared the failure of the Navy's strategy. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fando. Zifa. Zifa. He arrived at the Navy recruit training camp with an anxious look on his face and started shouting before he saw Zifa. Zifa, who was training new recruits, frowned. What happened to you in such a hurry? Zifa probably already has some guesses in his mind. Zifa. Go and support the Shampoo Islands. Sengoku and the others are contained. The strength of the Rockefeller pirates far exceeds our intelligence. Crane came to Zifa and pulled Zifa towards the port. Didn't I tell you what happened to Crane? I've already retreated behind the scenes. Although Zifa said this, he did not shake off the hand held by he. It's too late to explain. Get on the boat quickly. Let's talk on the way. He took Zifa onto the boat and immediately headed towards the Shanghua group. Red Earth Continent. Mary Joa. Kong, who was originally explaining to the Tianlong people about the Chambord Islands, immediately couldn't sit still after receiving the news from Crane. Sir. An accident occurred in the Chambord Islands. The strength of the Rockefeller pirates exceeded the Navy's expectations. Garp and Sengoku were restrained by Rockefeller Charlotte and Douglas Barrett. The Navy involved in the encirclement and suppression was in danger. Sara looked at the 5 old stars and said. The tone was very anxious. Although Kong thought it was fake news at the moment he received the news, but after hearing his name, he knew that this time it might be true. He quickly came to Wulaoxing. Douglas Barrett? Wulaoxing heard this very familiar name again. The one who destroyed 8 kingdoms in the New World 8 years ago. Kong explained. Sara's explanation instantly reminded Wu Laoxing who Barrett was. They had to pay 8 devil fruits to settle this matter. Quick! Inform CP0 to come for support. Wulaoxing doesn't care anymore. Immediately take out Mariajoya's master and head to the Chambord Islands. But it would take them an hour at the fastest to reach the Chambord Islands. And this hour is enough time for a lot of things to happen. Bang! The golden Buddha of the Warring States period looked helplessly at the somewhat broken ice giant opposite. Although he had the upper hand, he had made no substantial progress. The opponent's combined fruit continuously covered the giant's body from the ice beneath his feet. No matter how he attacks, he can't hurt Barrett inside. On the other hand, if I wasn't careful, I would get punched by the Overlord's domineering aura. This is a blow to yourself. While thinking, another punch fell. Warring States raised his arms, and the golden Buddha looked shining. Bang! Warring States' body was slid dozens of meters away. Bang bang bang. The noise made by the 2 giants standing on the ice was louder than the sound made by Tesla's thunder fruit next to them. The battle between Sakaski and Caesar was also extremely thrilling. Sakaski's left arm was cut open. A scale on Caesar's chest was also shot off, and his chest was bloody and bloody. But the new tender meat is constantly recovering. Both of them looked a little breathless. You are very good. Caesar said something that made no sense. But Sakaski had no interest in replying to Caesar. Sakaski and Caesar are evenly matched here. Then Kuzan was a bit miserable. It was already difficult to deal with Anna's death, but now that Tesla has arrived, it is even more difficult. Chapter 399 The Anxiety of the Battlefield. Kuzan. Seeing Kuzan's appearance, Warring States became anxious. This young man had high hopes from the Warring States period and could not stop here. Knocked back Barrett with one palm with all his strength. The next second it came to the sky above Tesla, and a shadow enveloped Tesla's head. In an instant. Tesla's domineering appearance is a warning. Oops. The next second, a golden shock wave struck. Tesla quickly became elementalized. He dodged most of the attacks, but was still knocked down on the ice by the shock wave. Cough cough. Blood was constantly oozing from the corner of Tesla's mouth. The chest kept rising and falling. Asshole. As soon as his death saw Tesla's appearance, her hair was flying, and her domineering look soared into the sky. The light blue domineering aura instantly enveloped the Warring States period. One after another, he wielded the ultimate sword energy and attacked. Flying towards the Warring States period overwhelmingly. Overlord and domineering. I can't keep you. Warring States didn't pay any attention to the sword energy around him. These sword energies made a clanging sound after striking the Great Buddha Gold in the Warring States period, without causing any damage at all. Sengoku. You deserve to die. Behind. Barrett, who was struck by Su Huang, reacted. Overlord's domineering aura rose into the sky, and lightning kept beating around Barrett's body. A punch, covered with armed color hockey, entwined with Overlord-colored hockey. And the ghost-like power burst out. The Devil's Descendants are revealed for the first time. The reason why Barrett is nicknamed the Devil's Descendant is because he controls the devil-like ghost energy. This kind of power is different from the armed color hockey, but it can be integrated into the armed color hockey to make its attack power even more fierce. Charlotte also has this kind of power. It's just that Xia Luo's aura is demonic. Coupled with the sight, color, and color to confuse the opponent, there is also a trace of evil spirit. In fact, Charlotte didn't really understand this kind of power at first. But in recent years, the growth in strength has become slower and slower. After passing various martial arts and human body research in the Kingdom of Flowers, Charlotte discovered what happened when he conquered the Seven-Star Sword. After the Seven-Star Sword was integrated into his body, it brought about a kind of evil energy that Charlotte called demonic energy. There is a Shura aura similar to Sauron's. In the process of releasing the sword move, the shadow of Shura appeared behind him. It's not the author's original creation. It appeared in the anime. The author took it out and created it. Enhance the protagonist's strength. Make the protagonist a little different. Zhangguo's body immediately stiffened. Cold sweat appeared on the forehead. Next second, Warring States' body was immediately knocked away. There is a fist seal on the back of the Golden Buddha. Cough cough. Warring States coughed slightly and steadied himself. Warring States. Seeing Sengoku being knocked away, Garp was a little anxious. Hey. Take care of yourself first. Xia Luo swung his sword down. There was a gash on Garp's right arm. Garp immediately calmed down and punched Charlotte in the face. But there is no touch. Garp's heart sank. Swish. A bright green sword light shot out behind Garp. Pft. A sword cut open Garp's back. Although there was a cut, no blood flowed from Garp's back. What is this? Garp looked at Charlotte's smiling face in front of him, but the attack came from behind. You want to know? Beat me first. Charlotte's smile is a little weird. The green light around her body was like a flame wrapping around Charlotte. Each of Charlotte's swords carries this dark green flame. Garp is hard to guard against. With one punch, it couldn't hit Charlotte's body at all. Hallucination. Did you eat a devil fruit? Garp immediately thought of devil fruits. Charlotte smiled. You guess. Charlotte's words made Garp's forehead veins pop out. Go to hell for me. Garp charged up a punch and punched Charlotte with his overlord-colored domineering energy. This time, Garp felt the touch from his fist. Charlotte shook her head slightly. Sure enough, this trick may be miraculous against other people, but it's still a little bit inferior against masters. Charlotte seemed very dissatisfied with her performance just now. Charlotte's long sword is in hand. Red and green lightning continued to wrap around the body, fighting against Garp's black and red lightning. Charlotte. You must get into the Impel Down City for me today. Garp has noticed Charlotte's difficulty. The move was very strange. When he punched Xia Luo, he was actually relieved of -% to -% of his strength. This makes Garp not anxious. Xia Luo could only thank Master Zhang from Shihai for this. Conquer strength with softness, it's really useful for dealing with the rude man in front of you. If he relied solely on fists and kicks, Charlotte could kill Garp. But it is a pity that Garp, who has experienced many battles, felt that it was difficult to deal with, and continued to bombard him with overlord-colored domineering energy. Charlotte could only confront him head-on. Garp. You're old. Your fists don't seem as powerful as they were 12 years ago. Thinking about the strength you and Roger showed when they fought against that guy Rox, it still scares me to this day. Charlotte's words continued to come out during the fight between the two. Garp waved his fist without saying a word. Powerful shockwaves were bombarding all the time. The surrounding ice has been completely broken. The two of them are now constantly fighting in the air with their feet on the moon. The ice that bound the Poseidon also shattered. Under the aftermath of the fighting around him, he drifted precariously on the sea. The battle between Garp and Charlotte was extremely fierce. Every move and style collided, and the surrounding space was faintly broken. No one dares to fight next to Garp and Charlotte. And the Warring States period is not easy here either. After being hit by Barrett's attack was like a violent storm. His speed was simply not in line with his 5-meter-tall body shape. The fists wrapped with overlord-colored domineering energy fell on Sengoku like raindrops. Warring States could only raise his arms to block continuously. As for his death, after seeing Sengoku being dragged back by Barrett, he pulled up Tesla and started a violent attack on Kuzan. The sword energy was flowing horizontally and thunder and lightning were flying, constantly impacting Kuzan's defense. Everything around was shrouded in cold wind and thunderstorms. The calmest place on the entire battlefield was the battle between Caesar and Sakazuki. The battle between the two has started from the sea to the Shampoo Islands. On island number 59. The battle between the two nearly destroyed the island. But compared to the other 3 battlefields, this place is considered peaceful. They are all punch-to-flesh attacks. There are no confrontations with all kinds of overlord colors, and there are no scenes of swords flying in all directions. Some are just the most primitive attacks of one knife and one punch. Magma fists, and dragon claws covered with scales. Sakazuki suffered 3 scratches on the right side of his face. Caesar's dragon tail was burned into a blur. Chapter 400 The Power of Electromagnetic Cannon. At the moment when the battle between the Navy and the Rockefeller pirates was fierce. Aboard the Poseidon. Control the room. Caesar Coulon sneered in his heart as he looked at the constant fighting scenes in the distance. Navy. I'll let you see the power of technology later. Caesar Cullen was placed here by Charlotte as early as the beginning of the battle. In fact, Xia Luo also knew that he would definitely lose in this battle in the end. Why? But don't forget that the Navy is fighting at home. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fandoko, is located near the Chambord Islands. It only takes an hour. If the Navy detects something is wrong, Navy support will be dispatched immediately. When the time comes for the Marine Marshal, or Zifa, and the others to take action, the Rockefeller pirates really can't defeat them. The time is almost up. I believe those losers from the Navy headquarters will react soon. Send the signal. Caesar Kulang looked at the controller on the side and said, yes. The prepared signal was immediately sent out. A whooshing sound exploded in the sky. Charlotte noticed this scene immediately and raised the corners of her mouth. He immediately stepped forward and actively entangled himself with Garp. All of Garp's escape routes were blocked, leaving him to fight only himself. Everyone in the Rockefeller pirates in other directions also saw this scene. On 3 main battlefields. Isteth, Tesla, Barrett, Caesar, and others all used their own methods to attack their opponents. Don't let your opponent have any distractions. What happened? Warring States immediately discovered something was wrong. The fireworks in the sky were like an instruction. Let these high-level combat forces of the Rockefeller pirates take the initiative to attack. What is this for? Sengoku was puzzled, but Sengoku didn't have the heart to think too much. He would never be distracted unless Barrett was solved in front of him. Charlotte. What are you doing? Garp has a bad feeling in his heart. What are you doing? Aren't your Navy causing trouble? I'm just cooperating with you. Charlotte shook her head, and the tip of the sword kept moving towards Garp's vitals. Just after Charlotte and others entangled these high-level combat forces. It can be found that, except for the 4 main battlefields where there is no action, all the crew members of the Rockefeller pirates are actively retreating. Arriving aboard the Poseidon. The surrounding Navy wanted to pursue, but they were blocked by the officers of the Rockefeller pirates. Boo-hoo. Let the Navy taste defeat. Caesar Coulant turned on all the energy sources on the Poseidon. Waves of electric current continuously converged on the 120 electromagnetic guns on the Poseidon. All the electromagnetic guns on the battleship turned their muzzles. Aimed at a dozen warships on the Shampoo Islands. Fire. Caesar Courant punched the launch button. For an instant. On the Poseidon, the muzzles of 120 electromagnetic guns gathered terrifying energy. Violent energy filled the surrounding air. Sengoku and Garp immediately felt an aura of destruction. Not good. Garp's pupils shrank. He looked at the giant steel ship behind Charlotte. Boom. The electric current gathered by 120 electromagnetic guns penetrated the space at extremely high speed and shot into the Navy. Bang bang bang. In an instant, there were constant rumblings on the sea surface where tens of thousands of Marines gathered. The heat from the explosion vaporized the patch of ice on which the Navy lay. Charlotte. Garp's eyes were about to burst, and he stared at Charlotte with blood-red eyes. The Rockefeller pirates. Warring states also stared at the large sea area in front of him in horror. Fire. Caesar Courant made another passionate sound and slapped the launch button with his palm. This time, the muzzles of 120 electromagnetic guns were all aimed at the dozen naval warships. Asshole. Garp blasted Charlotte with the most violent punch he had ever punched. Damn. Sengoku's body immediately swelled up, and his golden palm slapped Barrett firmly. Boom. Garp's shockwave covered half of the sky and blasted towards Charlotte. Xia Luo also swung his sword without showing any signs of weakness. A ray of sword light cut through Garp's shockwave, but also caused the sword energy to dissipate into the sky. The aftermath of the huge explosion blew the two men away. Garp and Charlotte kept stabilizing their bodies in mid-air. The battle between Sengoku and Barrett ended with Barrett being blown away. Barrett originally wanted to step forward and stop Sangua. But Charlotte stopped him. Barrett. Our goal has been achieved, naval support is coming soon. Evacuate. Charlotte spoke, and while Garp and Sengoku went to rescue the Navy, they came to his death in Tesla. A sword swing separated Kuzan and his death. Charlotte took the two of them back to the Poseidon immediately. Caesar got rid of Sakaski's entanglement early in the morning and flew back. Elena leaves it to you. Charlotte immediately looked at Elena and said, "It's already ready." Elena stretched out her hands. Bubbles constantly enveloped the Poseidon. The 100-meter-long ship was almost instantly enveloped. Charlotte watched as the Navy seemed to react and immediately issued the order to sink. The Navy just watched helplessly as the Rockefeller pirates sank to the bottom of the sea. Asshole. I'm going to chase the Rockefeller pirates. Garp turned around with red eyes and wanted to return to the warship. But when he turned around, he realized that his warship had also been destroyed by the shelling just now. Damn Rockefeller pirates, damn Rockefeller Charlotte. Garp has never hated himself so much for being incompetent. The two shellings just now caused the Navy to lose tens of thousands of naval elites. And more than 10 large naval warships. Warring states looked at all this with an expressionless face, and the turmoil in his heart was unbearable. Quick! Organize a rescue. Search and rescue everyone who is still alive. Sengoku hadn't been carried away by his anger yet, and looked at the soldiers who were screaming around him. Warring states immediately organized the surviving people around to launch a rescue. The incompetent and furious Garp immediately jumped into the water after hearing Sengoku's words to rescue the soldiers who were still struggling in the water. It's bad, Lieutenant General Ching Pheasant fainted. A sound of panic sounded. Warring states suddenly looked up and quickly came to Kuzan's side. Looking at the sword mark on Kuzan's chest. Charlotte. Sengoku's anger could no longer be held back and burst out. He immediately picked up Kuzan and came to the Chambord Islands. Get on a speedboat and head towards the Navy headquarters in an emergency. What happened in the waters near the Shampoo Islands was also seen by the major forces gathered in the Shampoo Islands. Awesome. Rockefeller Charlotte really underestimated you. You are really hidden deep enough. Xia Qi took a puff of the cigarette, spit it out heavily inside.